Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The armored vehicle wasn't just equipped with heavy artillery, it also boasted Gatling guns, RPGs, and more. Given Black Widow's current strength, if she were alone, she could easily adopt a roaming strategy to take down these armed vehicles and squads of ordinary soldiers. But protecting Fury changed everything. She had no choice but to stay close to the Black Dash vehicle. If she didn't move, she'd become a sitting duck. "Fury, if you don't wrap this up soon, I'll die here with you." Inside the vehicle, Fury replied calmly, "I've been stuck behind a desk too long. My skills are a bit rusty." In the original timeline, after the Winter Soldier ambushed Fury, a conveniently placed sewer allowed him to escape using a laser cutter. But due to the butterfly effect, the current location was different. The sewer entrance had shifted, and the concrete above it was thicker and harder to break through. If Black Widow hadn't intervened, Fury would have met his end at the Winter Soldier's hands. Fortunately, Fury managed to dig through. The cement beneath him gave way, and with a heavy thud, he dropped into the sewer below. Meanwhile, Black Widow unleashed a barrage from her spear gun at the Winter Soldier, forcing him to take cover. Seizing the moment, she dove into the Daben vehicle and followed Fury into the sewer like a leaping fish. Just as she vanished underground, several RPGs hit the Black Dash and her sports car. The vehicles flipped violently, fuel tanks ignited, and a fiery explosion consumed them. Moments later, a deep rumble echoed as part of the sewer system collapsed. It was clear Black Widow had blown up the tunnel behind them to halt their pursuers. Fury and Black Widow had no choice but to use the sewers. As seasoned S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, they knew how dangerous the streets above had become. New York was saturated with surveillance cameras, most of which were likely under Hydra's control. Every movement could be tracked. Worse, it was rush hour, with traffic gridlocked. Escaping by car would be nearly impossible. They wouldn't just be facing armored vehicles, they'd also be targeted by helicopters. There was no safe path on the surface. Hydra's disregard for collateral damage meant innocent lives would inevitably be caught in the crossfire. The sewers, with their complex and obscure routes, offered the only viable escape. Hydra couldn't follow them underground without significant risk or delay. Above ground, the Winter Soldier stared silently at the crater where the road had collapsed. After a moment, he seemed to receive new orders and turned away. Underground, Black Widow activated her tactical flashlight. Fury lay slumped against the damp wall, bloodied and riddled with bullet wounds. No wonder he'd been moving so slowly earlier. He had pushed his body beyond its limits through sheer willpower and training. "Why didn't you drink the recovery serum?" Black Widow asked, kneeling beside him. Apocalypse had distributed green recovery potions to those closest to him. Fury had access to them as well. "I still have bullets lodged in me," Fury muttered. "If I drink it now, they'll heal inside me." She frowned. "You've been hit in the spleen, lungs, and ribs. If you wait too long, you won't have time to drink it at all." Without waiting for a reply, she handed him her own vial. Fury didn't hesitate. He drank it in one gulp. A green light pulsed across his body. The wounds vanished, though his clothes remained stained with blood. It was Fury's first time using the serum. He curiously examined himself and muttered, "Thanks, though I still need to get these bullets removed." "What now?" she asked. "We can't go back to S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury replied. "Your place is off limits too. It's probably under surveillance. If we show ourselves in public, we'll be bombarded with RPGs and artillery. There's one person we might be able to trust. Let's go to him." With that, Fury led her toward the residence of Captain America. It wasn't just the captain's character they trusted. He'd been frozen for 70 years and was only recently revived by Fury. Hydra hadn't had time to manipulate or compromise him. Fury himself had helped the captain find a place to stay. To ensure security, he'd stationed a female S.H.I.E.L.D. agent named Kate across the street under the guise of an ordinary neighbor. It served a dual purpose: monitoring the captain, ever the cautious strategist, and protecting him. This protection wasn't just about firepower. Kate could monitor the area, prevent traps, and alert S.H.I.E.L.D. if needed. After all, Captain America had made many enemies, especially among Hydra remnants. With today's advanced tech and weapons, even someone like him could be vulnerable. After crawling through the sewers beneath the building, Black Widow and Fury emerged near the captain's residence. Fury, knowing the layout well, unlocked the door and guided them inside. At last, they could breathe. Black Widow grabbed a chilled bottle of spirits from the fridge, poured 2 glasses, and took a heavy swig. She muttered angrily, "My car. They blew up my car. When this is over, someone's going to pay." Fury raised an eyebrow. As S.H.I.E.L.D. director, he had just survived an assassination attempt. But this was what made her mad? Still, he replied dryly, "Don't worry. File for reimbursement."
"I can't," she snapped.
That car was a gift from Tang. Fury's expression shifted.
"Oh.
A gift from King Apocalypse." No wonder she was furious. Blowing up a gift from Apocalypse, even hiding from him, might not save the culprits. Black Widow then asked, "Should we call Tang back?
Or Heimdall?"
Unlike Captain Marvel, Apocalypse didn't carry a galaxy-wide pager. But before he left, he gave select individuals like Fury and Black Widow a secure way to contact Heimdall in Asgard. Heimdall didn't respond to just anyone. Only specific people, using specific methods, could reach him. Once contacted, Heimdall could relay a message to Apocalypse, no matter where in the universe he was. But instead of contacting him herself, Black Widow subtly suggested Fury should do it. He wasn't fooled. She clearly wanted to reach out but didn't want to bother Apocalypse herself.
Fury chuckled. "This is our problem.
Tang wouldn't be able to help much unless we already had the traitor's identity. And if we did know the traitor, we wouldn't need Tang." Black Widow sighed and nodded. As much as she wanted him back, she knew Fury was right. If they attacked without evidence, Apocalypse could be mistaken for a tyrant. But if they identified the Hydra infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D., then Black Widow and Fury could handle them without external help. Fury added, "Tang warned me about Hydra before he left. He told me to be prepared. I made some arrangements, but I didn't think they'd be bold enough to strike in broad daylight, during rush hour. Trying to trap me with no chance of escape." Black Widow looked at him sharply. "He never told me. What exactly did Tang say?" Fury began to recount. Apocalypse had shared the names of a few key Hydra operatives: Rumlow from Strike Team, Jasper Sitwell, and even high-ranking official Minister Pierce. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. Back in the original timeline, during the battle over the 3 helicarriers, Hydra agents had emerged en masse. The chaos was overwhelming, and many traitors slipped through the cracks. Fury hadn't identified them all. But this time, he planned to. And now, they would finish what Apocalypse started. To root out Hydra completely, Fury chose to bide his time. He wanted to uncover every last sleeper agent hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D. before making his move. While investigating quietly, he made use of his authority as director to gradually eliminate the Hydra agents he had already identified. His methods were subtle, calculated. For example, he began assigning Rumlow's strike team to high-risk missions, dangerous enough that the number of Hydra operatives would slowly dwindle without raising suspicion. With Fury's mastery of subterfuge, no one questioned the increasing fatalities. The assault team was simply unlucky, until they were wiped out. Even when Friedman, another Hydra member, initially hesitated to deploy the strike team due to the danger, Fury manipulated events behind the scenes. He leaked false intel to the black market, hints of a profitable mission. The bait worked. Rumlow, ever eager, requested deployment. "Director, if you don't let us go, you're disrespecting our commando team and dampening our patriotic spirit." Had Apocalypse not revealed their identities earlier, even Fury might have believed the performance. Feigning reluctance, Fury warned them about the mission's peril, urging extreme caution. They went anyway. And just like that, Rumlow and his Hydra unit were gone, erased without ever realizing they were walking into a trap. Such is the brutal efficiency of strategic deception. In the world of power, a whisper in the right ear can be deadlier than a loaded gun. As for Jasper Sitwell, the bald official, Fury used a more delicate hand. Sitwell's loose lips during a night of drinking led to a leak of classified information. The enemy got wind of it and arranged a fatal accident. Hydra blamed Sitwell's recklessness. No fingers pointed at Fury. But Minister Alexander Pierce posed a much greater challenge. Pierce had an impeccable background. His father served with the 101st Airborne and was once saved by Captain America himself. Pierce rose through the ranks with decades of service, eventually becoming a trusted senior official, one whose authority surpassed even Fury's. Had it not been for Apocalypse's warning, Fury would never have suspected him. Unlike lower-level agents whom Fury could corner and dispose of quietly, Pierce was beyond his direct control. In fact, Pierce had the power to influence Fury's own position. They couldn't just assassinate him, there was no evidence. Any action against Pierce would be seen as a political maneuver, not justice. It would trigger alarm bells across the entire US government. Worse, hidden Hydra members could twist the narrative and frame Fury as the traitor. A rogue S.H.I.E.L.D. director, executing a respected minister? That would invite an interdepartmental investigation, and potentially, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s destruction. Even if Pierce were eliminated, countless Hydra agents would still remain in the shadows. And it's not the visible enemies you fear, it's the hidden daggers that strike when you least expect. Fury had planned to unravel Hydra patiently, piece by piece. But Hydra made the first move. They acted with frightening speed and precision, dispatching armed units and even activating the Winter Soldier. If not for Black Widow's unexpected presence in New York, Fury might not have escaped with his life. I had just filed a request with Pierce to delay the launch of the 3 helicarriers, Fury told Black Widow grimly. Then I was ambushed. They're planning to use the helicarriers to eliminate anyone who poses a threat. Black Widow's voice was tense. How many casualties are we talking about? Fury was silent for a moment. Then he said, if they unleash full firepower and run orbital sweeps, millions. Black Widow was stunned. The death toll would rival that of a world war. They reached an immediate conclusion: the helicarriers must not be allowed to launch. If they did, countless innocent lives would be lost, and justice-minded figures across global departments would be wiped out. Hydra would fill the void, embedding itself deeply into every level of power. And once Hydra seized control, removing them would be near impossible. Just then, the door lock clicked. Captain America stepped inside. "Hey Steve," Black Widow greeted, swirling a glass of whiskey. "Hope you don't mind, I helped myself to the good stuff." Steve's eyes widened when he saw Fury, battered and bloodied. His instincts kicked in immediately. He reached behind his back, grabbing his shield.
"What happened?" he asked.
Fury gave him a quick rundown: what had happened, who had betrayed them, and how far Hydra's infection had spread. He didn't shy away from naming names, Pierce included.
Steve took it all in.
Then he said, "I believe you. But Pierce controls S.H.I.E.L.D. now. It's just the 3 of us.
Are we enough?
Should we call Tony?"
Fury nodded.
He had been thinking the same thing and dialed Iron Man. "Hey Fury," Tony said lazily over the phone. "If this isn't about a world-ending emergency, don't bother me. I'm in the middle of a breakthrough, working with a very attractive doctor named Helen."
Fury paused.
If Tony Stark was calling something a breakthrough, it had to be big. After all, Stark had designed the advanced helicarrier engine and casually described it as just helping out. "Tony, are you developing new weapons?" Fury asked, curious. "Not something I can explain over the phone," Tony replied. "But if it works, it might allow us to protect Earth without Tang." That made the room go silent. Even Fury, the ever-calm strategist, sucked in a breath. Apocalypse, Tang, had proven himself in 2 world-ending wars. His power rivaled the gods of the 9 realms. For Tony Stark to suggest replacing him, even partially, was staggering. Tony continued, half serious, half showing off, "That guy Tang's always off gallivanting across the universe. What if someone invades Earth while he's gone? Someone's gotta stay behind and watch the shop." It sounded like a complaint, but all 3, Fury, Steve and Natasha, could hear the pride in his voice. "Tony," Fury said, "Steve and Natasha are here too. Maybe just give us a hint." But Stark dodged the question. "Wait, why are you all together?
"Is there a party?"
No one invited me." "Never mind, I'm busy, not coming anyway." Fury explained the situation again, more seriously this time.
Tony's tone sobered.
"You haven't identified the key targets yet, and you want me to come in guns blazing? That's a waste of firepower. If you really need muscle, call Banner. If things go south and those helicarriers take off, give me a heads up, I'll bring them down."
And with that, he ended the call.
Fury, Black Widow, and Captain America exchanged a look.
They were on their own for now.
Fury and the other 3 have no intention of blaming Iron Man. If Iron Man was really working on a great project, they would be too embarrassed to bother him. Before the aerospace carrier took off, it was just an internal struggle within S.H.I.E.L.D., and there were many solutions. Only when the space carrier takes off and threatens the lives of countless people is it appropriate for Iron Man to take action. The captain asked, "Should we call Banner?" Fury shook his head. "Dawn is not here, and Banner is unattended, so the hidden danger is huge. Besides, it is difficult to distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. If he takes action, he may be accidentally injured." The Hulk only knows how to slash and kill, so it's really not appropriate to ask him to help with such a delicate task as identifying loyalties and traitors. Fury sighed and said helplessly, after all, it's not that we lack strength, it's that we can't separate Hydra from S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra's penetration ability is more frightening than its frontal combat power. The captain hesitated for a moment and hesitated to speak. Then he walked into the room, took out a box, lifted an exquisite little brocade bag from it, and placed it in front of Fury and Black Widow. Before Tang left, he gave me something like this, something called Eastern Tips. He also asked me to promise not to open it until the conditions were triggered. Black Widow and Fury looked at each other and asked in unison, why give it to you? In their impression, Apocalypse didn't seem to be very close to the American captain. Moreover, when they first met, they stared at her buttocks, and the first impression between them was not friendly, so the captain was not very cold towards Tiankai. If there is really any clever trick, the number one choice should be Black Widow. Even if it's inconvenient to talk to Black Widow, the second option should be Iron Man. After that, there were Fury, Hawkeye, War Machine, and other people in the same class, but it was not the turn of Captain America. The captain shrugged. How do I know? Fury said, what was the trigger condition you mentioned just now? Dawn said, if you encounter a difficult problem that you can't understand clearly, just open it. I think that means this situation. Several black lines appeared on Fury's head. Silly, is this talking about me? I'm not called silly. However, my job is indeed not very good. With the hint from Apocalypse, Hydra has not been completely eliminated. Open it and take a look first, Black Widow said. Black Widow couldn't wait to take it over to see what was inside, but she was full of curiosity about anything about Apocalypse. There was only a piece of paper inside, which read, let Steve become the messenger of justice and destroy them. Anyone who dares to disobey is the evil party. Below are a few lines of fine print. Natasha, Fury, I didn't hand the tips to you because I knew you would take a peek in advance. Only a humble gentleman like Steve will keep his promise. Black Widow looked at it and smiled knowingly. He really understood her. Not to mention that the kit did not have any anti-theft measures, even if it was encrypted. As soon as Tiankai turned around and left, he would definitely start to crack it immediately. How could he be like the captain, obedient and patient until now? And Fury was shocked. The Apocalypse was scarier than he imagined. Not only is his strength incredible, but he is also so meticulous in understanding people's thoughts. He and Black Widow were both spies and agents, and they would not follow the tricks of the Oriental tips bag foolishly. Anyway, after watching Apocalypse, I won't hit them. If you don't watch, it will be in vain. However, the small print of the annotation is not the main topic. The main topic is the line of text above. The captain felt a sense of disbelief in his heart. Was it the King of Apocalypse who had saved the Earth twice who said such a ridiculous thing? No matter how you look at it, it looks like a child parroting the words while watching cartoons. Black Widow, on the other hand, didn't think too much. She took the bag and looked over it, trying to find if there was anything hidden. Only Fury stared at the line of words above, his expression becoming more solemn as he read it. Finally, he sighed and said, King Apocalypse is indeed King Apocalypse. Let alone strength, even in terms of strategy, I am far inferior to him. Captain and Black Widow looked at Fury, confused. What's the plan? We didn't see it. Fury, you can't flatter King Apocalypse randomly, he's not here, and you won't be able to see him if you pat him. Dawn's message was very straightforward, Fury explained. Steve, when we fight back to S.H.I.E.L.D., you will make a public announcement. Hydra has taken control of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the helicarrier. The only ones willing to help are our own people. Anyone who doesn't believe it and stops us is on the side of Hydra. We can kill directly without hesitation. This. Black Widow and Cap looked at each other. Is the method of distinguishing between loyal and traitor so childish? The cult doesn't dare to be so extreme, right? If you don't believe me, will I kill you? The captain asked. What about those who don't know the truth? Aren't you afraid of accidentally hurting them? This is where Tang is so powerful, Fury said. If you were a civilian, this method would never be feasible, because civilians don't have the ability to distinguish and will hesitate and panic. But this is S.H.I.E.L.D., and there is no one who is incompetent. Steve, you have been fighting evil forces all your life. Over the past 70 years, your deeds have been written into history. No one knows about it. You are the representative of justice in the minds of all Americans. Anyone who doesn't believe you is probably a member of Hydra. As for the small number of people who are wavering, as members of S.H.I.E.L.D., they don't even have the ability to distinguish, and they are killed by mistake, as if they were sacrificing their lives for the country. Speaking of this, Fury's face was filled with murderous intent. The person who can sit in the position of director is naturally a decisive person. In the face of the overall situation, being too kind and considerate will lead to failure. Black Widow and Captain were silent for a while, and realized that this seemed to be the only way to screen out the traitor as quickly as possible. Although the captain can't bear it, he is a soldier and knows that there is no mercy on the battlefield and appropriate sacrifices are sometimes necessary. In the original plot, Fury and the captain's side were weak and not 100% sure of preventing the 3 space carriers from taking off, so the captain was forced to use the radio to call on everyone to come to his side. Although it was a subconscious move, it coincided with human nature and successfully exposed most of the Hydra lurkers. Now, because of the butterfly effect of the apocalypse, there is no longer the worry of insufficient strength. The greatly enhanced Black Widow alone can kill SHIELD if not blocked by a superhero of the same level. Therefore, both Fury and Captain could not imagine that this move was so straightforward in the original plot. Tiankai also left a bag of tips out of fun to see if they could use it. Unexpectedly, it was finally taken out by the captain. The captain nodded and said, "That's all." Suddenly, Black Widow's ears twitched. She quickly pulled out her pistol and pointed it at the door. The house fell silent for a moment. Because Black Widow drank the purple potion and developed supernatural powers, her facial senses are the most sensitive, far surpassing Captain America and Fury. Although the people outside the door were tiptoeing, she could hear them clearly. Tuck tuck tuck. Someone knocked on the door, and then a female voice came, "Steve, are you at home? I'll borrow the washing machine." Fury breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's Kate." The captain opened the door and saw a tall beauty in casual clothes standing on the side of the door, avoiding the main entrance. He said he was borrowing a washing machine, but he actually had a pistol in his hand. When he saw the door open, his head flashed by the door, took a quick look and then shrank back. Fury said, "Come in." Kate glanced at the three people in the house and put away the gun when she saw there was no suspicious person. "Director, I found that some of the markers arranged have been moved. I didn't expect it to be you." The captain of the United States finally understood. The nurse who he always thought was working in the hospital was actually an agent arranged by Fury. He said helplessly, "Furui, I thought you always trusted me." Fury said calmly, "I trust you very much, but I don't trust this world." After Kate understood what happened, she said, "Director, I haven't been exposed yet. How about I go back tomorrow to find out?" Fury shook his head. "To be on the safe side, it's better not to go back. Hydra knows I'm not dead, so it must be on guard. Anyone who is not part of his organization will face huge risks. Although you were secretly arranged by me to monitor Steve, you may not be able to hide it from Hydra." In the original plot, Fury pretended to be dead to make Pierce and others relax their vigilance. Even so, after the American captain returned, Pierce saw that he did not find out what he wanted during the interrogation, so he immediately arranged for an assault team to surround the captain. Fortunately, the captain was not an ordinary person. He jumped down from a dozen floors first, used his shield as a buffer, and landed safely. As we approached the gate, we encountered another fighter jet blocking the way. The fighter pilot underestimated the ability of the American captain and flew at an absurdly low altitude. As a result, the captain killed him with his shield and flew away. Now that Fury is not dead, Black Widow comes to help again. As long as Pierce is not a pig, he will definitely set up a dragnet and be wary of anyone who is not Hydra. Besides, if Kate goes back alone and can't find the traitor in Hydra, it won't be of much use. The American captain said, "We can also call on someone. He is a very experienced flying wing pilot who can provide us with power support in the air." The captain was talking about the Falcon, of course, and his name was Sam Wilson. The two met during a morning jog. After chatting with him, the captain found out that he was also a soldier. Falcon was deeply affected by the death of his friend in the line of duty, so he retired from the army and now works in a military service center. Perhaps it was the intuition among soldiers, but the captain had great trust in Falcon. In the original plot, he and Black Widow were cornered, so they went to him immediately. And Falcon lived up to the captain's trust and became a big help to him. As long as both parties have the slightest suspicion, it is impossible to form a team, because this requires everyone to give their backs to each other. Fury asked, "Who is he? Can he be trusted?" The captain paused and said, "I believe him." "Then call him." Fury knew that Captain America was not just a new recruit, he had been killed in a sea of blood and corpses during World War II. Those who can invite the other party to participate at this critical moment must be quite confident. The captain called Falcon and briefly told what happened. Falcon said on the other end of the phone, "I am willing to help you, but I am retired from the military now and have no flying wings." Fury said calmly, "You don't need to worry about this, just come over." As ordered. Just after I finished speaking, Hill called. "Director, I have arrived in New York." "Where are you?" Fury said, "Go to the spare warehouse to get some magical equipment and meet at the Tricurve wing department." Yes. It was already late at night and everyone had a night's rest. The next day, 6 people including Fury, Black Widow, Captain America, Hill, Kate, and Falcon gathered outside the 3 wing of SHIELD. Agent Hill arrived in a sealed armored vehicle with a bunch of equipment inside. Fury said, "Sam, your flying wings are at the back, and their performance is stronger than what you used before. You need to get used to it first." S.H.I.E.L.D.'s magical equipment was made by the Asgardian blacksmith that Apocalypse and Black Widow captured before. Because most of the people who use it have no divine power, it also combines part of the Earth's technology and combines the strengths of both companies. It is stronger than pure technology equipment. For example, the Falcon's flight wings originally only relied on aerodynamics to fly. If the wings are damaged, they will be unable to continue fighting. Now, with the support of divine power, if the wings are broken, you can use divine power to still fly in the air in a short period of time. Although it cannot fly for a long time, it is definitely enough to perform one mission. Seeing everyone getting their equipment, the captain said, "I need to go to the broadcast control room first and give a speech through the broadcast so that everyone can hear it." Alas, I hope they believe me. Just as he was talking, the lake outside the headquarters suddenly slowly opened. The lake water disappeared from the designed passage, and after a while, the huge underground arsenal below was revealed. Various armored vehicles and transport light rails come and go. There are at least thousands of people performing their duties, busy preparing for the final liftoff. 3 huge space carriers occupy almost all the space, surrounded by dozens of tons of transport vehicles and rails waiting in front of the space carriers, which are as big as a toy car. Speed up, Fury said. They are ready to take off. Black Widow and Captain teamed up and quickly headed towards the control room. Along the way, although some sporadic agents discovered them, they were all quickly eliminated by the Black Widow without even issuing a warning. Not long after, we arrived at the control room. This is inside SHIELD, with almost no defense. The captain took down the people in the broadcast control room with little effort. Because he could not be sure whether they were Hydra, the captain did not kill them, but just knocked them unconscious. After waking up, watch their reactions before making any plans. The captain adjusted his breathing. The next speech was crucial, and he hoped that he could infect more people. The worse they speak, the more people are likely to distrust them, and then there will be more possible manslaughters. In the original plot, the captain only spoke through voice. This time, in order to increase credibility, the video was turned on directly and projected on all the screens. Hello everyone, my name is Steve, I believe many people know me. Those who are not Hydra, still drinking coffee, greet the screen with a relaxed and cheerful, "Hey, Steve." Because the pursuit of the American captain did not occur in the original plot, and Pierce did not announce that the captain was wanted, many people still did not know what happened. Even Fury's attack was deliberately concealed by Pierce. He needed to keep S.H.I.E.L.D. stable through today. As long as the space carrier was launched, the remaining non-Hydra members could be cleared away. I want to tell you something. Director Fury was attacked by a sneak attack yesterday afternoon and almost died. Everyone who heard it suddenly exploded. The director of SHIELD was attacked by surprise. This was no small matter. There were already people from Hydra running toward the control room with guns in tacit agreement. At this time, the role of the Black Widow is reflected. She had to block a few minutes to let the captain finish his words and let the non-Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D. members follow him to reduce accidental injuries for the next battle. It might have been difficult for her to do it before, but now, Hydra can only come to deliver food. The captain continued, the people who attacked him are within our S.H.I.E.L.D. They are Hydra. I'm sorry to tell you this way, but S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by Hydra. Their leader is Minister Alexander Pierce. Because Fury sensed the danger and wanted to stop the launch of the space carrier and prevent them from using the mothership to kill everyone who hindered Hydra's plan. I don't know how many Hydra people there are in the bureau. They may be standing next to you, colleagues we meet day and night. I, Steve, in the name of Captain America, call on everyone to stop the launch of the space carrier. Anyone who stops me must be Hydra. This time, the news about Fury's attack was even more exciting. For a moment, the SHIELD in Yoda was silent. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you, their eyes are full of vigilance. No one dared to act rashly. An inadvertent action may be misunderstood, and you will be attacked. Even the many lurking Hydras dare not move. They don't all know who the Hydras are. In the original plot of Avengers 4, the American captain who traveled back through time pretended to be Hydra and successfully took the cosmic cube from the assault team Rumlow. The captain's method of disguise is very simple. In front of everyone in the assault team, he shouts a slogan, "Long live Hydra?" Then Rumlow handed the cosmic cube to the captain. It seems that Rumlow is a bit mentally retarded, but in fact it's because they hide it too deeply. Those who can know their identities and dare to shout this slogan must be their own people. Suddenly, a rough male voice interrupted. Apparently it was Hydra from the technical department that had hacked into the broadcast room. Don't listen to his nonsense. Fury is Hydra. He prevented the space carrier from taking off because he was afraid that we, S.H.I.E.L.D., would find Hydra and destroy them. Captain must have been bribed by Fury. We must not trust him. This time, everyone was confused even more. Don't know who to believe. Aircraft carrier control room. Suddenly someone pulled out a pistol, pointed it at the technician and said, "Enter the command to accelerate the launch of the space carrier." The technician said, the mothership still has 19 inspections that have not been completed and cannot be launched into the air. Cancel the inspection and take off immediately. Sorry, I cannot do it. What did you say? The gun was pressed forward against the technician's head. Because, I'm not Hydra. Bang. Hydra did not hesitate and shot the technician through the head. Then sit back and prepare to take control manually. As soon as I sat down, before my hands even touched the keyboard, a chair came crashing down on me. He was caught off guard and knocked to the ground. Then he was killed on the spot by the agent closest to him who penetrated his ears with a pencil. This is the consequence of exposure. But killing the 2 agents of this Hydra is equivalent to being exposed, showing that they are not Hydra. Immediately, these 2 agents were also attacked. The person who attacked the agents was equivalent to declaring that he was Hydra and became a target of other agents. For a time, a series of exposure incidents occurred. The same drama is repeated in various departments. The entire SHIELD is in chaos. Hydra had prepared weapons long ago, intentionally or not, causing a large number of casualties among SHIELD personnel. Fortunately, those who could join S.H.I.E.L.D. were all elites. After a brief period of chaos, a local stalemate slowly formed. In search of companions, someone shouted, "The American captain cannot be bribed. I believe in him." Those who believe in him come closer to me. Me too. Count me in. Hydra absolutely shouldn't, saying that the captain of the United States had been bribed, which greatly reduced the effect of interfering with the captain's speech. If he was deceived by Fury, perhaps the effect would be better. But Hydra's inertial thinking allowed them to make such a small loophole. In their values, anyone in the world can be bribed. They have been pretending in the dark world for too long and have been unable to appreciate the power of justice under the sun. The captain of the United States is a symbol of this power. Upon seeing this, Hydra also began to shout the slogan "Long live Hydra" and gather its comrades. Finally, what Apocalypse expected happened. With such a speech by the American captain, a large number of Hydras exploded. However, the effect is not 100%. First, there were internal S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who also shouted "Long live Hydra" and joined Hydra's temporary team. Then, while they were not paying attention, he shot randomly and wiped out the Hydra team. Hydra is not stupid either. Seeing that shouting slogans can easily attract attacks, it disguises itself as an ordinary agent and attacks other S.H.I.E.L.D. employees from behind. Suddenly, a scuffle broke out. Fury, who was observing outside, saw that the effect had been achieved and immediately issued an order on the radio. According to the plan. So, Captain America and Black Widow formed a team and rushed to Space Carrier A. Agents Fury and Hill killed towards Space Carrier B. The Falcon cooperated with Agent Kate to attack the Space Carrier C. Hydra, which originally wanted to hide, saw Fury appearing and could no longer hide, and all came out to stop them. Although Fury and Hill are not superheroes, they are agents who have fought their way through the ranks and are far stronger than ordinary people. Coupled with the divine equipment on his body, ordinary bullets will be blocked by a ball of divine light. There is no need to withstand the impact of bullets like wearing ordinary body armor. The magical weapon in his hand looks like a gun but not a gun. Every time he presses the trigger, it shoots out a ball of yellow light. Ordinary armored vehicles can be knocked to the ground with one shot. Ordinary bunkers are useless against such powerful guns. Fury and Hill pushed all the way, and the Hydra who came to stop them was killed and turned upside down. Gradually, Fury and Hill were followed by a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Hill was half a step behind and shouted, "Everyone supervise each other. If anyone points a gun at one of your own, kill him immediately without hesitation." Yes. Hill was the deputy director, and his authority was second only to Fury's. No one dared not listen. Although it is impossible to be 100% sure that they are all our own, with this order, the possible lurking Hydra members will no longer have a chance to take action. The situation is similar with Captain America and Black Widow. Because of Captain's influence, more people follow them. Black Widow did not give orders like Dashiell. With her facial sensing ability, she could sense everyone's movements even if her back was turned to them. As long as someone dares to point a gun at his own people, he will be killed by the rising Black Widow before Hydra can take a shot. After killing several in a row, no one dared to come out for a sneak attack. Maybe all the lurking Hydras have been killed, or maybe the remaining Hydras don't dare to be exposed anymore. Captain and Black Widow don't bother with these small troubles, as long as no one hinders their progress towards the space carrier. It is different from the other two battles of wits and courage. It's been an easy ride for Kate and Falcon. Falcon was a stranger to the two of them, so it was impossible for anyone to follow him, or even pretend to be a friendly army. What's more, you can't catch up even if you want to. He was currently flying in the air, moving back and forth, killing anyone who dared to point the gun at him. By the way, Kate is covering the ground. Kate is an ordinary agent, not very powerful. But with the blessing of divine equipment and the aerial firepower of the Falcon, the assault speed is actually the fastest. At this time, scattered gunshots were heard inside the space carrier. Then, the three motherships started their engines almost simultaneously. The roar covered up the sound of water on the entire lake. The huge engine fan blades rotated slowly, and fierce winds blew in all directions. Some transport trucks that were under the fan blades were blown away before they could drive away. Some staff members who were still inspecting the hull of the mothership were sucked into the fan blades by the huge wind force, twisted into a ball of blood, and spread to the ground with the strong wind. Seeing this, Black Widow, Captain America, Fury, Hill, Kate, and Falcon left the team and accelerated. Fortunately, the space carrier was very slow before taking off, and it was under the lake. 6 people finally boarded the mothership before they took off. Inside the 3 motherships, there were many corpses lying there, obviously S.H.I.E.L.D. employees killed by Hydra. Originally, according to Hydra's plan, non-Hydra people were eliminated after taking off. However, due to the attack by Fury and others, they had to take action in advance, clean the interior, and then forcefully lift off. Space Carrier A. Upon entering, Black Widow and Cap came under heavy gunfire. Bullets rained down, covering the entire entrance. Black Widow had to hang outside the door to avoid its sharp edges. There is a whooshing strong wind from the engine outside. If you are not careful, you will be sucked into the engine fan blades. Even if Black Widow and Captain's bodies were modified, they would never be able to withstand such a terrifying mechanical crushing. In Avengers 1, when Iron Man was repairing the mothership engine, he was caught in the fan blades and could not get out. Even while wearing a steel suit, he was almost crushed. One can imagine the strength of the fan blades that can support a huge mothership. Fortunately, the captain pulled the brake lever at the last moment. "Steve, let me lend you your shield." The American captain was confused and shouted into the strong wind, "What are you going to do? Throw me in." Black Widow took the shield and huddled her soft body, just enough to hide behind the shield. The captain understood instantly and used his hands to exert force. Ding 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 ding, a burst of intensive collision sound sounded. The shield faced the rain of bullets and flew into the mothership. The Hydra inside was a little confused. Why did it throw the shield in? This doesn't look like Captain America's signature spinning shield attack. The Captain of the United States is famous for his spinning shield attack. A large shield weighing dozens of kilograms actually gave him the effect of a spinning shield. No matter what person or object is hit, it can be returned to the hand as expected. The mastery of strength, the judgment of collision objects, and even the understanding of air are top-notch. Just when Hydra wanted to take a look, a pistol suddenly came out of the shield. Bang bang bang. 12 gunshots sounded, and 12 Hydras fell to the ground. The captain took the opportunity to rush in. Suddenly he was like a tiger among wolves. The Hydra inside could no longer stop Black Widow and Captain from joining forces, and they were quickly defeated. The remainder fled to other areas. The mothership is too big. If someone runs away, it is impossible for Black Widow and Captain to pursue them. The top priority was to stop the mothership from taking off in the control room. The remaining Hydras will wait until they return to the ground and then slowly clean up. The other two motherships soon received good news from Fury, Falcon, and others. Successfully captured? Before everyone could be happy, the three motherships suddenly sounded the alarm at the same time. Then, the screens showed that several missiles were flying towards them, and the time was counting down. 30, 29, 28. Fury yelled, "Fuck. Forgot about Tony. Everyone, open the protective shields quickly." At this time, the three space carriers had already lifted off to an altitude of several hundred meters. No matter how high you go, you will have to enter the clouds and become invisible, which will make it difficult to fight. Iron Man obviously believed that Black Widow, Fury, and others had failed their mission, and was about to launch missiles. Mothership B, where Fury and Hill were located, opened the protective shield the fastest. Only a layer of light yellow energy was seen covering the entire body of Mothership B. Although the thickness was only 5 or 6 meters, it was enough to defend against conventional missiles. This is the energy shield technology that Apocalypse brought back from Asgard. It is very backward among the races in the universe, but the advantage is that the existing technology of the Earth people can produce it. Even so, it is one generation ahead of Earth's existing technology. For an ordinary mothership, the main defense is close to the anti-gun. With a metal storm of tens of thousands of bullets per minute, all the trajectories of incoming missiles are blocked to achieve the purpose of defense. But this method of defense is just a helpless move by Earth's technology. First, tens of thousands of bullets per minute need to be able to penetrate the hard shell of the missile, so they are not ordinary bullets. It must be an armor-piercing bullet with a tungsten alloy core, and the manufacturing cost is extremely high. Second, storing bullets takes up a lot of space and is heavy, affecting the quantity of other weapons and ammunition. Only energy shield technology is the most economical and powerful defense method explored by the cosmic technological race. This technology is extremely flexible. Weaker shields can be used on the power vests used by Fury and the hilts. They are better than body armor, but they can only protect against ordinary bullets. It is so powerful that it can reach the height of Ronan's mothership, and can even defend against Apocalypse's infinite divine fist. Of course, with each level up, the energy and technical difficulty required will also increase exponentially. Even a civilization as powerful as the Nova Empire couldn't create a super shield like Ronan's, and I don't know where Thanos got it from. Fury and Hill, one is the director and the other is the deputy director. They are most familiar with the console and can open it very quickly. Then there are Black Widow and Captain America, both of whom are members of SHIELD and have learned about the mothership in advance. Under Fury's guidance, he quickly found the opening button and opened the protective cover. Only Falcon and Kate were on Mothership C. They were dumbfounded by the large number of buttons on the console. In addition to the buttons, there is also a touch menu on the screen. Kate is an ordinary agent, and Falcon is an outsider. Neither of them has ever been on a mothership. They only had 30 seconds to deal with the emergency situation, and they were in a hurry. For a moment, I didn't know how to proceed. 5, 4, 3. At this time, the missile was approaching, and the sharp warhead of the missile could even be seen from the mothership. Time is running out. Falcon made a quick decision, picked up Kate, and jumped off the mothership. Boom, boom, boom. 3 motherships were hit at the same time. Motherships A and B, which had their energy shields turned on, were only shaken without any damage. Only Mothership C was directly penetrated by the missile and exploded on the spot. The hull of the ship, which was several hundred meters in diameter, triggered a series of explosions of internal ammunition and suddenly turned into a big fireball. I saw blazing fire all over the sky, like a sun pressing on my face, and from time to time some debris would be ejected from the inside. The Falcon was frightened to death. When a mothership several hundred meters long comes crashing down, no matter how strong the divine protective gear is, it will be crushed into a meat pie. In addition, I couldn't fly very fast with Kate in my arms, so I didn't dare to fly directly sideways, so I hurriedly dived. The fireball, which was hundreds of meters long, seemed to be chasing an ant-like elephant. It seemed very slow, but in fact it was extremely fast. The Falcon swooped down from the sky to the lake, and then it had enough time to fly directly across the lake. Finally, he was out of the danger zone before the big fireball came down. Boom! The huge hull of Mothership C hit the lake, splashing water waves and countless dust all over the sky. The ground within a radius of 10 miles was shaken. The rumbling sound can still be heard dozens of kilometers away. Waves of water and dust rolled in, covering the entire Tri-Blade headquarters. However, the alert has not yet been lifted. Above Mothership A and Mothership B, it shows that more missiles are flying. Fury hurriedly connected to Iron Man and said angrily, "Tony, stop it? We've got it." "Oh, why so late? I wasted a dozen missiles." Fury said angrily, "How much are your missiles worth? You even shot down one of my motherships. Who told you to move so slowly? I will be under a lot of pressure when I launch missiles privately. Remember to help me deal with it later." "Okay, you guys go play. I have to work." As soon as he finished speaking, the missile, which was still halfway, drew an arc and flew towards the seaside. Iron Man really doesn't want to launch a missile unless he has to. In the United States, even in the military, there are not many people who have the authority to launch missiles. A private launch like Iron Man will inevitably cause a strong backlash from the military and politicians. If Fury fails and is bitten by Hydra, the end may be even worse. Only by waiting for Apocalypse to return and using the strength and prestige of King Apocalypse to suppress all dissatisfied voices can a satisfactory solution be achieved. After the war is over, the next thing will be much easier. First, the exposed Hydra was completely wiped out, and then the remaining 2 motherships were slowly landed. Everyone on the ground was already cheering, ready to welcome the heroes of this battle. Fury's prestige has undoubtedly increased again. Although there may still be lurking Hydra members among the S.H.I.E.L.D. employees who survived the disaster, the threat is no longer great. Just find it out later. Even Captain America, Black Widow, Kate, Falcon, and others all came down from the mothership with relaxed expressions on their faces. Only Fury and Hill's faces were as dark as water. The two stood at the exit of the mothership and did not come down, looking down at everyone. "Colleagues, the war is not over," Fury shouted. "Where did Pierce go? Does anyone know? Does anyone know where the 7th, 13th, and 18th elite teams are? Did anyone see the Winter Soldier who attacked me?" The people who are not present at this time can basically be determined to be Hydra people. But there are still people who are lucky, wondering if Pierce and other Hydra members escaped in advance. Fury continued, "We won this battle too easily. This is not normal." If it hadn't been Director Fury who spoke, the agents below would have cursed. "So many people have died, and you still say it's too easy?" However, when you think about not even catching the leader of Hydra, Pierce, you know that this war is not that simple. Everyone thought that the space carrier was a battleground for military strategists. Fury tried his best to attack it with all his available strength. However, Pierce, along with the Winter Soldier and most of the main force, disappeared. Black Widow, Captain, and others have begun to feel something bad. They didn't think Pierce was scared. If you are really afraid, there will be no Hydra in this world. The only possibility is that they must have more important things to do than the space carrier, so they dare to take away almost all the lurking elite Hydra, leaving behind a semi-empty helicarrier. In other words, the success or failure of the space carrier is not what they value most, they have more important goals. However, even Fury, including Fury, couldn't figure out what Pierce's goal was. Everyone returns to their respective posts and is on standby. "You are not allowed to leave without receiving my order." Yes. Although there had just been a big battle and there were countless corpses on the ground, Fury could not let everyone leave. If Pierce really has any conspiracy, this little power in his hand can be put to use quickly. Immediately, employees from the information department began to search for Pierce's whereabouts through satellites, networks, cameras, and other equipment. Fury, Black Widow, Captain America, Hill, Kate, Falcon, and others gathered together to discuss countermeasures. "Hey, Steve," Black Widow said, "does Dawn have a second tip for you?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the American captain eagerly. The righteous tips from before really helped them solve a big problem. Although there were heavy casualties, it can be said that the immediate casualties were minimized compared to the potential harm in the future. King Tiankai is not only impressive in terms of strength, but also in terms of strategy. Everyone is unconsciously dependent on him. The captain was helpless and spread his hands. "Don't look at me like that. I really don't know him very well. I only have one tip." Everyone was slightly disappointed. In their hearts, they still hoped to see a king of apocalypse who would make every plan, but unfortunately they did not see it. At this moment, Fury's phone vibrated with a call coming in. Fury took it out and looked at it. His face was a little confused, and he answered, "How is the sea water over there? The temperature here is 25.8 degrees, and the weather is good." A male voice came from the phone and said, "The sea water has heated up recently and has reached 24.2 degrees. I am going to go up and breathe some fresh air." People in Fury's field have at least 2 encrypted channels, or even more, and an ordinary one. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. The other is a coded channel. Once the call is connected, you need to pass the password and check whether the environment of both parties is safe and whether it has been hijacked before continuing the call. Otherwise, if any of the secret codes cannot be verified, it will be a hint to the other party that something has happened on their side, and corresponding actions must be taken immediately. The code has been checked and everything is correct. Fury said, General Ross, why are you calling me at this time? I am busy. General Ross is the same general who originally hunted down the Hulk and later built a super prison. It turned out that many years of hunting the Hulk yielded no results. Instead, he suffered heavy losses and no results, which devastated him. On the contrary, the underwater super prison built in recent years has been of great use. Since the New York wormhole super war, there have been more and more super criminals around the world. Although most of them are small miscellaneous fish, occasionally one or two awesome criminals will appear. It is naturally impossible for ordinary prisons to hold these criminals. At this time, the super prison becomes important. Once any felon gets inside, he will be as honest as a kitten. Although he occasionally wanted to cause trouble like a cat, he was suppressed by General Ross's methods one by one. The top brass praised General Ross, praising him for his farsightedness and his ability to solve a major problem for the government. They claim that the super prison cannot survive without him. He is the pinnacle of the prison system. General Ross was so confused by this ecstasy that he felt that he had realized the value of his life in the super prison. Therefore, I have always been fascinated by super prisons. I would rather not take a vacation and squat under the sea for many years, watching these super criminals. Fortunately, he didn't let his men squat under the sea like him, and he still had a vacation. Otherwise, he wouldn't know whether the person in jail was a criminal or one of his own. He called Fury through an encrypted channel. Logically speaking, there must be something extraordinary. However, Fury couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. What big thing couldn't be said directly? Isn't the biggest thing about the super prison the criminals escaping? Just yell and that's it. Just send Black Widow, Captain, and others back to capture them again. If nothing else works, when King Apocalypse comes back, what criminal will not behave like a kitten? As for being so mysterious, just listen to General Ross say, someone wants to cross you and interrogate Duro Franco. Who? Do what? Duro? Franco. General Ross thought he had not made it clear, so he slowly spoke again. Which criminal is this? I have no impression. General Ross was so angry that he jumped up and cursed, Fury, you old bald man, you are irresponsible at all. You are the super criminal who was captured by King Apocalypse himself. It's such a big deal, you actually forgot his name. If you have Alzheimer's disease, please step aside and make way for someone worthy of your position. Stop putting unknown super criminals in my place. The sound was so loud that it almost deafened Fury's ears, and he hurriedly put the phone away. Speaking of this, General Ross became angry. When Fury stuffed the smuggler into the super prison before, there was no information on the file, which showed that the criminal's superpowers were a long list of unknowns. This caused Ross a lot of trouble at work, and he was a little scared. General Ross then called back to ask Fury. However, Fury's attitude was extremely perfunctory, saying that he could be detained casually. He simply didn't take the lives of the soldiers in the super prison seriously. Escape from any one of them is fatal. What's more, this criminal was arrested by King Tiankai himself. Who dares to do so casually? After scolding like this, Fury remembered. Originally, it was just to settle the Big Oolong incident and temporarily put the smuggler in the super prison. Later, when I got busy, I forgot about it. As for the name, it was a nobody and Fury couldn't be bothered to remember it. But Fury noticed another problem. Ross, you are right, this matter is indeed serious. His focus is different from General Ross. The little guy Snakehead doesn't care, he cares about another person. Fury continued, who wants to interrogate, that, what? General Ross suppressed the anger in his heart and said, it's Secretary Pierce. The four people including Black Widow, Captain, Fury, and Hill looked at each other in confusion. The muscles on everyone's faces were twitching, and it was so hard to hold back the laughter. Knowing that the smuggler is a nobody, there are many people who made a big mistake for Fury. Not to mention Black Widow, Captain, and Hill, there are also Apocalypse, Iron Man, War Machine, etc. But these people are not from Hydra. In order to maintain Fury's face, they naturally cannot talk nonsense and cause trouble for Fury. Therefore, this Big Oolong, in the eyes of the outside world, became a fact. Especially since King Apocalypse was personally present at the scene at that time, who dared to question it. Pierce also fell into a blind spot. If it were another incident, an old fox like Pierce would definitely check it out and maybe find out what was going on. However, just a few days after the Wormhole War, the prestige of King Apocalypse was too terrifying. He was at the scene and many soldiers saw it from a distance. Among them are many people from Hydra. Even if Pierce was Hydra, there was no thought of questioning it. But I have been thinking, what is the ability of this super criminal? Having King Apocalypse ask Fury for help, and almost every superhero except Thor, to take him down. Moreover, there was no extremely destructive war at that time. Why? Pierce also has access to the smuggler's files. Seeing a bunch of unknown in the super ability column, Pierce mentally cursed Fury, the old fox, for being so cautious even after everyone had taken it down. He didn't think about it, nor dared to think that the Snakehead was an ordinary person, but thought that maybe his ability was too weird or too powerful, and Fury didn't want others to know about it. Because there was so little information, Pierce gathered experts within Hydra and studied it for a long time. The final conclusion is, the Snakehead is most likely a super strong person in the spiritual realm. Therefore, his battle with King Apocalypse did not cause much damage to the real world, and was even unusually peaceful. Although King Apocalypse defeated Snakehead, he had no power left to continue killing him, so he had to call other superheroes over. Because Hydra itself does not believe that someone can compete with King Apocalypse in terms of frontal strength. No one will forget that shocking scene of punching the sky. Only by finding another way and making breakthroughs in the spiritual realm can we compete. There were 3 people arrested together at that time, and the other 2 were killed by Fury not long after they captured S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury, an old fox, would never give any chance to any danger that he could nip in the bud. Well, there is only one truth. The one left behind is not that he doesn't want to kill, but that he can't kill him. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain why we only killed 2 and kept the most dangerous one. Even if this person can't be killed, it doesn't mean that Fury can't be killed, but that none of them, including King Apocalypse, can be killed. Thinking of this, Pierce was excited. Since World War II, Hydra has been suppressed by superheroes of all kinds. He has long wanted to have his own superpower. There has actually been a lot of experimentation behind the scenes. Pierce took advantage of his position in SHIELD to collect many potential talents from all over the world, hoping to cultivate superpowers belonging to Hydra. Over the years, some have been secretly cultivated. They don't act like super criminals who have superpowers. Instead, they want to find the right time to cause some great damage and show their strength to the world. As a result, after a battle in the wormhole, Apocalypse was born. Eclipsing all the superheroes in the world, Hydra suddenly became obedient again. Before its claws could be extended, they were forced to retract them. I originally thought that King Apocalypse would dominate the world and Hydra would never be able to succeed. Unexpectedly, not long after the Wormhole War, Tiankai asked for help once, and a person like Snakehead appeared. Therefore, not to mention Pierce, there are at least 10 people from various forces in the world who are interested in the Snakehead. But they don't have Pierce's strength and position convenience, and they can know the whereabouts of the smuggler and how to contact the super prison. It happened that Tiankai was out during this period and was not on Earth. Pierce felt his opportunity had come. As long as we can take control of the US government, we can place our own people in all key positions. Hydra transforms into a legal government and replaces the original political party, so it can justifiably emerge from the water. In addition, there are super strong men who can compete with King Apocalypse. Even if King Apocalypse returns, he will have to suffer the loss of being dumb. Otherwise, could he still kill everyone? If that were to happen, he would no longer be a savior, but a great devil. Pierce used the helicarrier as bait and laid out a half-truth and half-false empty city strategy to contain Fury. It would be best if the aerospace carrier can successfully launch. Failure to do so will not affect the overall situation. Even if the launch failed, Pierce felt that the remaining Hydra controlling the space carrier was enough to contain Fury. Fury had no time to talk to General Ross. Then, in the name of Minister, he deceived General Ross and overstepped his authority to interrogate the smuggler. They say they are interrogating people, but they are actually trying to rob people. General Ross might get suspicious, or send someone to supervise what he called an interrogation, but that didn't matter. Just get yourself into super jail. Unexpectedly, by coincidence, Apocalypse left behind a clever plan, which greatly accelerated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s battle. The battle has been resolved here, and Pierce can finally reach the surface of the super prison. Fury here. Pierce's purpose was immediately deduced. It's obvious that he wants a super fighter who can stand up to King Apocalypse. If there is no strong person to restrain the King of Apocalypse, all the plans of Hydra will be as illusory as the mirror and the moon. When King Apocalypse returns, everything turns into light and shadow. Fury said, Ross, Pierce is a Hydra. He wants to kidnap Dusha, and you can't let him succeed no matter what. It's best to do everything possible to strangle their vitality. Send us the coordinates and we'll rush there right away. General Ross was silent for a while and said, although I can't tell whether what you said is true or not, whether Pierce is Hydra or not. Now that the situation has changed, I will do my job well and will not let anyone in or let anyone out. We will wait until the dust settles outside. General Ross has been at the bottom of the sea for many years, and he knows that he is not well informed about the outside world, and it is difficult to distinguish who is a good guy and who is a bad guy. In this case, just don't bother with it. I'll just be a good bunny, guard the door and keep an eye on the super criminals. It doesn't matter whether you have a real grandma or a wolf grandma, it doesn't work. Seeing that General Ross had not replied for a long time, Pierce urged, Ross, come up quickly. I have brought a bottle of your favorite old red wine. General Ross was unmoved and replied, Pierce, I'm sorry, I can't tell your purpose and can't let you in. Please go back. Humph. Pierce sneered, knowing that General Ross was already suspicious of him and might even have been on the phone with Fury. In this case, only plan can be executed. This time he would rather give up 3 space carriers to come here, determined to win. We have already made complete preparations. Pierce turned to his subordinates and said, put down depth charges. Blast Ross out for me. This time, Pierce used almost all the power he could mobilize. There are 3 battleships alone, and there are countless naval warfare weapons such as torpedoes, depth charges for dealing with submarines, and sonar. There are more than a dozen helicopters in the sky on standby at any time. The depth charges at this time were just the first wave. Boom bang 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 bang. A series of muffled sounds were heard under the sea, and rolling waves surged on the sea surface. They seemed not high, but in fact there was a turbulent undercurrent below. The overpressure of the water flow caused by the explosion rocked the super prison to the point of collapse. No matter how stupid General Ross is, he still knows who the bad guy is. He said hurriedly, "Move the prison immediately to avoid its sharp edges. Don't be reluctant to fight." Super prison is both a prison and a specially shaped underwater submarine. Has some mobility and defensive weapons. Since the enemy's situation was unknown, Ross would naturally not rise to the surface to counterattack. Once it surfaces, it loses its underwater advantage and becomes a living target in the air and on the sea. However, the super prison is too large, moves slowly, and Pierce has been using sonar radar to locate it. General Ross cannot get rid of it at all. As depth bombs are continuously dropped into the water, the attacks on the super prison are getting stronger and stronger. Beep, beep, beep. The system triggers an alarm. The seal is broken. Please come up urgently. Beep, beep, warning again. As the danger level increases, the system will automatically float. Please pay attention to safety during the float. Fuck. General Ross yelled angrily. I kept pressing the control buttons with my hands, but unfortunately it was of no use. The design of the super prison was originally based on humanitarian considerations. Once something happens to the prison in the deep sea, no matter what, surface it first to ensure the safety of staff and criminals. Otherwise, under the seabed hundreds or even thousands of meters away, the seawater pressure is equivalent to 100 atmospheres. When converted, it is equivalent to 1 million kilograms of stuff pressing down on 1 square meter. Such terrifying pressure, without the support of high-strength materials outside the super prison, everything inside would be crushed into thin sheets. Unexpectedly, this humane design was used by Pierce. Only high-level internal officials like Pierce, who have the authority to read the design drawings of the super prison, can carry out such targeted attacks. Most other forces, even if they want to do the same thing as Hydra, are powerless. Prepare to fight. General Ross ordered. Prison robbery is a danger that every prison must face, let alone a super prison. The remaining soldiers were seen taking their positions and activating various weapons. Prepare to release surface bombs. I saw a few bulging metal balls popping out of the small hatch of the super prison. The circular structure gives it greater buoyancy and can quickly rise toward the water surface without the need for a special propulsion system. Boom, boom. There were several loud noises on the sea surface, and the surface bombs set off huge waves, damaging one of Pierce's battleships. However, there were too few bombs to cause serious damage to the battleship, and it still retained its combat effectiveness. Seeing this, the other warships moved away. For a time, the surface bomb failed. After reaching a certain altitude, General Ross began to activate torpedoes. After several attacks on each other, one of the warships was finally sunk. However, in this attack and defense, the super prison finally surfaced, suddenly exposed under Pierce's nose. General Ross missed Fury's call. "Fury, I was forced to the surface, come and respond." Then, a coordinate data is sent over. Fury said, "Ross, don't worry about the criminals escaping. The primary goal is to annihilate Hydra. I will go over and help you." General Ross was non-committal and secretly cursed Fury, "An old fox. Hydra is your target. Of course you will be happy to help you eliminate them. However, it is my duty to guard criminals. If the criminals escape later, won't the higher UPS come to trouble me? What's more, from the perspective of being responsible for the country, the super criminal arrested by King Apocalypse cannot be allowed to escape." King Apocalypse left the Earth, and many high-level officials were affected. Although General Ross's news was not very timely, someone would naturally inform him of such important news. However, General Ross misunderstood Fury's intentions. That smuggler is a mistake and has no value at all. Although other criminals are very strong, their identities have been determined after all. If they can be caught the first time, they can be caught the second time. As long as they can't be caught for the time being, these exposed criminals are much less harmful than the lurking Hydra. As long as General Ross can contain the Hydra, Fury is ready to use internal and external outsourcing to completely eliminate Pierce's Hydra. On the sea, Pierce was overjoyed when he saw the super prison rising, and ordered battleships and helicopters to attack together. All of a sudden, rockets and torpedoes were fired towards the super prison. Although some of them were intercepted by the prison's defense system, they were still hit by many shells. Around the super prison, huge waves were set off. Among the huge waves, the flames of the explosion flashed past, and then were drowned by the sea water. Although the super prison has a certain amount of firepower, how can it compare with the regular army? Soon they ran out of ammunition and fell into a passive situation. Countless artillery shells blasted through the outside of the prison, destroying all the equipment installed outside. Waves and fire completely obscured the super prison. General Ross, who was hiding in the prison, looked grim but not panicked. The order was given, "Everyone, retreat to the prison area. Activate the emergency plan and seal the hatch." Soldiers in other living areas, weapons areas, and power areas flocked to the prison area. For a time, the corridors and central open space of the prison area were crowded with people. The prison area is all made up of cells with a space in between. You can see the criminal inside through the glass. Some super criminals saw the turmoil in the prison and knew that someone was attacking here, making strange sounds such as GGG. I even wanted to knock on the glass. As a result, he was either electrocuted by the electric shock ring around his neck and fell to the ground, or white spray sprayed out from the cell, causing him to be knocked unconscious. The criminal's excessive behavior triggered the prison's automatic punishment system. After everyone entered the prison area, the surrounding hatches slowly lowered. Then, lightning flashed around the hatch, and countless sparks emerged from the crack in the door accompanied by a sizzling sound. It turned out that the hatch was automatically welded shut. General Ross stood in the middle and said loudly, "Everyone prepare for the worst. Each team must guard its own criminals." The criminals in Supermax prisons are unusual, and each criminal is usually assigned a dedicated team. There were not many criminals, only about a dozen, but there were several times more soldiers than criminals, reaching dozens. General Ross stood guard outside the smuggler's cell, staring closely at the smuggler, trying to see how he would react. But the snakehead's eyes were dead. The big shock just now seemed to have nothing to do with him. General Ross was not worried about the screaming criminal. On the contrary, the calmer the prisoner was, the more doubtful he became. This kind of criminal is the most dangerous, like a cheetah in the grass, looking for the right opportunity to attack and hurt people at any time. However, he could never imagine what the smuggler was really thinking. Wearing 1 to 200 pounds of super alloy shackles every day, I really want to move? For such a long time, the smuggler had been tortured by this set of locks until he became numb. Life is worse than death, and even the snakehead doesn't know whether he is dead or alive. Like a corpse that can't walk, like meat that can't walk. On the sea, after a volley of shots, Pierce saw that there was no counterattack and raised his hand to prevent further attacks. The waves and firelight dissipated, revealing a huge silver-white metal ball. Torpedoes and artillery shells hit it, but they had no effect. This is the core of the super prison, the vibranium alloy prison area? Although most of the money worshippers are in Wakanda, many years ago, with the assistance of the old King T'Chaka's brother, Prince Enyobu, together with a thief named Ulysses Crow, from Wakanda stole 0.25 tons of vibranium. This plot was mentioned in Black Panther and took place in the 90s, more than 20 years ago. There are also some other scattered pieces of vibranium for sale. Even the old king sold some vibranium on the black market to obtain enough US dollars in order to support his family, including N.I. Job, Black Panther, and others overseas. Therefore, although there is not a lot of vibranium outside Wakanda, it is definitely not as little as imagined. For years, General Ross has been looking for a set of locks that could trap the Hulk in order to counter the Hulk's immense strength. As a result, the indestructible vibranium came into the eyes of General Ross. Over the years, using the relationship and strength of the international department and the military, most of the scattered vibranium has been collected. However, the number is still a bit small. Therefore, Ross could only combine other metals to create this super prison. Although the strength cannot be compared with 100% pure vibranium, it is still strong enough. Now, he retreated to the core of the vibranium alloy prison, welding the hatch shut, and waited for rescue. Such a big thing happened in the super prison. Not only Fury will lead S.H.I.E.L.D., but also the Army, the International Department, and some mysterious departments that are not on the surface will come. General Ross is not worried at all. As long as he does not face the Hulk directly, he believes that no one can break this vibranium alloy cage for a while. Pierre soon discovered this heaven-defying cage. First it was bombarded with artillery shells, only to find that it didn't move at all. Then they directly sent people to climb up and use cutting machines and electric welders to try to cut, but only a few scratches were left. If you use water to sharpen it, it may take a month and a half to wear it out. But Pierce knew he wouldn't have that much time. It seemed that General Ross had trapped himself, but in fact it was Hydra that was trapped. Pierce's lips were tightly closed and his jaw muscles were twitching. After a long time, he said, "Let her out and let her open the prison." A subordinate advised, "Boss, she is very unstable, and our lives may be in danger." Boom. Pierce shot the subordinate to death and said, "Do I need to say it a second time?" Others hurried to the inside of the battleship, and soon pushed out a glass cabin larger than the human body. I saw a fair-skinned, sweet-looking girl inside. She was wearing a dark red top, and the close-fitting clothing highlighted the fullness of her chest to create a perfect curve. As soon as he came out, he opened his eyes and saw a faint red light flowing inside. The glass cabin opened, and the girl in red walked out of the bow of the battleship, looking around blankly. Pierce stepped forward and said, "Wanda, I want you to help me open the metal cage in front of me." The girl is none other than Wanda Maximoff, also known as the Scarlet Witch. Many people think that the Scarlet Witch's power comes from the Mind Stone, but this is not the case. In the original plot, Hydra stole Loki's scepter, and the Mind Stone inside only played a role in induction and control. The source of Scarlet Witch's power mainly comes from the innate chaos magic. While stimulating the power within the witch, Hydra attempted to control her and use her as a weapon. But Scarlet Witch has a good nature. In the original plot, once he approached Iron Man without the protection of his suit, it only caused Iron Man to fall into a world-destroying illusion without directly killing him. In subsequent battles, she also caused Captain America, Black Widow, Thor, and others to fall into illusions many times. With her abilities, Thor may not be able to kill her, but Iron Man without a suit, as well as Captain, Black Widow, and others who won't resist, can all be easily killed. But she didn't. Later, in Avengers 2, Scarlet Witch discovered Ultron's plan to destroy the world, and immediately rebelled and sided with the Avengers. They are hostile to the Avengers superheroes, mainly because the Avengers accidentally killed her family during their mission in Sokovia. Later, I don't know how they got hooked up with Hydra. Perhaps the brother and sister inspired their superpowers in grief, and were discovered by Hydra, so they became the experimental subjects of Hydra. Hydra naturally wants to brainwash them, saying that they are the righteous party and the Avengers are the cancer of the world. Even so, Wanda did not listen to Hydra and killed at will. In addition, the Scarlet Witch has just awakened her abilities and is very unstable in all aspects. Once her abilities explode, the people around her will be extremely dangerous. You know, in another branch plot, Wanda and Vision. After Vision died, she lost control of her abilities and pulled the entire town into her illusion. People outside, no matter how strong they are, will be assimilated by her illusion as soon as they come in. Fortunately, her illusion was just a sitcom, more life-oriented, in which she sought family comfort, so not many people were harmed. If she wanted to, she could turn the entire town into ashes at any time. Pierce hopes the plan goes well, preferably without the use of the Scarlet Witch. But now things have taken a turn for the worst and she has to be pushed out. Wanda had just come out and was still confused about the situation. She didn't do what Pierce said, but Pierce couldn't wait any longer. Wanda, don't forget, your brother is still in our hands. When Wanda heard it, her hands shook, and 2 strands of red energy emerged and wrapped around her hands like smoke and mist. The air around them seemed to become much heavier instantly, and many people began to have difficulty breathing. The Hydra soldier instinctively stepped back. They were responsible for guarding the Scarlet Witch, but they had seen with their own eyes what happened to other colleagues when she lost control. Seeing that the witch seemed unstable, Pierce hurriedly comforted her. This time, I don't need you to kill people, but save people. Open the metal object in front of you and rescue the person inside. I will let you meet your brother when you get back. This is saving people, it's a good thing. After Wanda heard this, the expression on her face became less resistant. At this moment, the alarm system on the battleship suddenly sounded an alarm. I saw a few small dots approaching quickly on the radar monitor. Obviously, people from SHIELD and other departments are here. The super prison is under attack, and General Ross has already notified all relevant departments, including Fury. This is why he dared to seal himself in a vibranium alloy cage. He doesn't need the cage to be indestructible, it just needs to be strong enough to be able to drag other troops to rescue him. When Pierce came, in order to bring enough personnel and weapons, he could only fly battleships and helicopters. How could the speed be compared with the fighter jets driven by Fury? I'll give you 30 seconds. If you don't succeed, I'll punish your brother when you go back. Pierce said coldly. Scarlet Witch's sweet face froze and she no longer hesitated. Pressing down with both hands, red energy flows, and the whole person rises into the air. Pushed back by the witch's energy, the sea water created a wave and followed her towards the super prison. Arriving in front of this huge silver cage, Scarlet Witch turned her hands lightly and made a handprint. The slender fingers looked like a blooming flower, looking extremely graceful against the red energy. However, this handprint, which seems to have no trace of human fireworks, actually contains great power. The vibranium alloy cage that could not be broken through by missiles, chainsaws, or lasers made a rattling friction sound in front of her. This is a hard metal, and when it is torn apart by an external force, it makes a goosebump-inducing screeching sound. I saw a hole slowly opened above the super prison, and the light from the outside came in. General Ross secretly thought something was wrong and ordered loudly, each team, terminate the criminals immediately. Yes. The soldiers immediately started the prison's erasure process, preparing to kill the criminals inside. In several cells, high-temperature flames of several thousand degrees may be sprayed out, burning the people inside to charcoal. Or it sprays out a poisonous mist, and the criminal inside makes a wailing sound, and the body melts visibly to the naked eye. There are also criminals who wear restraint collars around their necks, with trace amounts of explosives inside that explode immediately. The whole neck was blown off. The head rolled down in the cell and stopped when it hit the glass door. The criminal's eyes were full of unwillingness. Every super criminal dreams of one day seeing the light of day again, and then the hero returns. I didn't expect Ross to be so unreasonable and actually kill him directly. Generally speaking, in addition to having superpowers, the criminals imprisoned here mainly want to avoid death. The US officialdom is not Hydra, and it cannot arbitrarily sentence people to death just because they have superpowers. But General Ross was born in the military and did not adhere to the court's rules. On the battlefield, there is only the difference between life and death. When the intruders completely open the prison, let's not say how many more people these supercriminals will harm if they escape. Even now, he and dozens of soldiers might not survive. It's life and death, and you can't keep it. General Ross was closest to the smuggler's cell. He was about to start the killing process, but found himself flying into the air, 3 feet above the ground. With a pop sound, he and the other soldiers were thrown into a pile. Immediately afterwards, Wanda's figure slowly floated in from the crack, glanced at the snake head, and confirmed that it was the person Pierce designated. He pressed his hands on the cell and all the glass shattered. Immediately afterwards, a burst of red energy wrapped around the snake's head and took him and the 200-pound lock directly out of the super prison. Pierce was overjoyed to see Wanda successfully rob the snakehead. The order, abandon the ship, get on the plane. A helicopter descended, and once Pierce, Scarlet Witch, and Snakehead got in, 2 rocket thrusters protruded from the bottom of the helicopter. As the rocket thrusters slowly exerted force, the upper rotary wings retracted, and the entire helicopter suddenly turned into a high-speed cruising fighter jet. Later, some other helicopters followed and flew away. At this time, as long as a random rocket is fired, everyone in the super prison can be wiped out. But no one had the inclination to attack General Ross again. So Fury arrived. I saw a small dot in the distance approaching quickly on the sea surface. The sea fog stirred up by supersonic flight looked like a water dragon running. The first one to arrive was a Quinjet. There are 3 people on it: Black Widow, Fury, and Captain America. Without saying a word, Black Widow fired fiercely at the battleships on the sea. Airborne bullets as thick as her thumb fell on the battleships like raindrops. The Hydra, which had no time to dodge, had its hands and feet broken, and was even beaten into 2 pieces. Just as the remaining people were about to fight back, several more bombs were dropped on the Quinjet. Suddenly, the battleship was on fire. Immediately afterwards, the second fighter jet arrived. It was Hill, Falcon, Agent Kate, and others who arrived. 2 battleships versus 2 fighter jets. If it were an ordinary navy or an ordinary air force, even if the battleships could not defeat fighter jets, they would at least be able to protect themselves. But in front of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fighter jets, the technology level is a few notches behind. Soon, the battleship was sunk. None of the Hydras left behind survived. After confirming that the surrounding area was safe, Fury levitated the Quinjet above the prison and shouted into the prison through the gap. "Rose, where's Pierce?" General Ross said. "He kidnapped Duro Franco." I was inside and couldn't see which direction he ran. He had lost track of Pierce. With his ability, he had no hope of finding Pierce for the time being. Fury regretted, "It's a pity that he escaped. Now I don't know when Hydra will be completely eliminated." General Ross said angrily, "You only know Hydra. That super criminal was taken away by Pierce. Didn't you hear me? I think you should summon King Tiankai back quickly." Seeing General Ross' nervous look as if facing a powerful enemy, Fury couldn't bear to tell him the truth. Of course, it is impossible to tell him, otherwise, will I still have this old face? "Don't worry about that, Luo. Don't bother King Tiankai with this trivial matter." General Ross said, "Is this still a small matter? King Apocalypse is not here, and Thor is not here either. What are you going to do to capture him? Besides, there is a woman who came with Pierce. She can directly tear apart vibranium alloy. This power is already comparable to the Hulk." As soon as these words came out, Fury, Black Widow, Captain America and others were immediately alert. Although Black Widow and Captain America did not know the structure of the super prison, they knew that this matter was not trivial just by hearing the word vibranium. After hearing what General Ross said in detail, Fury's face became solemn. "I originally thought that Pierce didn't have any powerful superpowers, but now it seems that this woman alone is more terrifying than the Hulk. Although the Hulk is extremely powerful, he only has physical strength, while the Scarlet Witch can attack from a distance and fly, not to mention she has other hidden skills. Its level of terror has far exceeded that of the superheroes in Fury's hands. Although Black Widow's strength has increased greatly in recent years, it is still impossible to compete head-on with the Hulk, let alone the Scarlet Witch. Even if I now know Pierce's whereabouts and follow him rashly, I'm afraid I won't be able to gain anything. We can only go back and make long-term plans first. If necessary, we may really have to recall King Tiankai." Thinking of this, Fury said, "Ross, you can't stay in the super prison anymore. Come back to S.H.I.E.L.D. with us first." At this time, there were only 2 or 3 cells in the super prison where the criminals survived because they did not have time to start the killing process. For a time, the cell became much empty. Pierce's side. Several planes flew northward for an unknown number of kilometers. From the tropical sea that was originally warm as spring, we have flown to the latitude where ice flows form. Then from the sea to the land. At this time, it was still snowing lightly on the land, and there was a thin layer of snowflakes on the ground and branches. The plane landed at a Nordic-style castle-like base. As soon as he came down, a man with a Nordic face came up to him. Pierce was in a good mood and took the initiative. "General, long live Hydra." The 2 of them bowed. Although the losses were heavy this time, not only were all members of S.H.I.E.L.D. exposed, but even the battleship was wiped out. Fortunately, I finally got what I wanted. Without taking any time to rest, Pierce, the general, and the Scarlet Witch came to the base with the snake head. Normally, Pierce would not dare to take the Scarlet Witch with him casually. I am an ordinary person, and if the witch's energy gets out of control, I will be done with it. But now, there is a bigger and more terrible unstable factor in front of us. With the Scarlet Witch in front of us, we can still bear it. Although the lock on the snake head was also made of vibranium alloy, Hydra slowly cut it open without any hurry. As the lock fell to the ground with a clang, the snake head took a long breath. Between breaths and breaths, for so long, Pierce almost thought that the snake head was going to use some big move. Even the Scarlet Witch nervously spread the red energy in front of her body. They knew nothing about the man in front of them, and they were not afraid of him, but the King of Apocalypse who was related to him? In fact, this was just a matter of the snake head being oppressed by the lock for a long time, finally feeling relaxed and taking an instinctive breath. Looking at the 3 people who were facing a formidable enemy, the snake head said in a hoarse voice, "I want to eat steak and coke." The general said hurriedly, "Yes, yes, I will make arrangements for you immediately." After a while, the steaming steak and room temperature coke arrived. The smuggler didn't care, burying his head in eating steak and drinking coke. It was as if the Scarlet Witch and the gun-wielding hydras around her were nothing, and they were completely ignored. Pierce secretly thought to himself, this is the style of being a boss, thousands of enemies are not as important as my meal. If a snakehead wants to eat, he must be hungry. The super prison is afraid of super criminals escaping, so it has always only given them mushy meals with the minimum nutritional standards, as long as they don't starve to death. The snakehead has long been crazy with greed. On the other hand, the smuggler should take advantage of the break to think about something. Since being arrested, they have received a series of special treatment. No matter how stupid the smugglers are, they still know that they regard themselves as people with superpowers. Moreover, he is not an ordinary person with superpowers. The snakehead had seen all the other super criminals who were imprisoned at that time. Everyone is a big boss that they could not reach before. However, in prison, his treatment was countless times higher than theirs. Later, I heard intermittently that I was caught by King Tiankai himself. Not only the prison soldiers are afraid of him, but also other super criminals. From time to time, the super criminals would yell at each other through the cell glass and have some fun, but no one could get out anyway. What's wrong with you? Can you come over and hit me? But no one has ever dared to provoke a snakehead. Occasionally, the smuggler gets bored and looks at the noisy people, and the people he sees immediately become quiet. General Ross saw this situation, and in turn thought that the snakehead had some kind of boss aura, and he was worthy of being a supervillain captured by King Apocalypse himself. Just one look can make other super criminals as quiet as rabbits. Coupled with the incident of Pierce rescuing the snakehead was already shocked by the scene outside just at a glance. There are battleships and helicopters outside. When I was a little smuggler in the past, I couldn't even imagine being treated like this. There was also that beautiful woman who was not only able to tear apart the prison with her hands, but was actually carried flying by her. However, such a defiant woman, facing herself now, did not even dare to breathe loudly. The smuggler knew there must be some misunderstanding. Although even now, he still can't believe that the Easterner who once cheated him of $2 is the King of Apocalypse. But he didn't want to resolve this misunderstanding, and he couldn't resolve it. Once they confirm that they are a nobody and have no use value, they will probably die immediately. At this time, taking advantage of the delay of eating, the snakehead tried his best to think of a solution based on his own experience in the underworld. Pierce lowered his voice and asked Scarlet Witch, Wanda, can you sense his energy level? Scarlet Witch closed her eyes for a while, shook her head and said, I think he is just an ordinary person. The smuggler was startled and began to pray to God, Grandpa, Grandma, not to let them find out that he was an ordinary person. Instinctively, he glanced at Witch Pierce and others. At this time, with his disheveled hair, numb eyes, and the filter of King Apocalypse, Pierce seemed to see a look of contempt of a king. He was so frightened that he couldn't even speak, and said, we didn't mean it, Mr. Duro. The snakehead paused for a moment, then changed his mind and said, you don't need to call me Duro from now on, call me like King Apocalypse, evil god. Thulhu? Pierce and others were stunned. There was nothing special about this nickname. But if King Apocalypse also calls him this nickname will have inexplicable pressure. The snakehead finally figured it out, and everyone associated themselves with King Apocalypse. In this case, he simply used the tiger skin as a banner and relied on King Tiankai for everything. This is also one of the common methods used by gangsters. Once something happens, no matter whether it is useful or not, first call yourself a big boss to give yourself courage. Many times it is difficult to tell the truth from the false. The opponent thinks that it is better to do less than to do more, so he escapes. Seeing that Pierce seemed to be calm, the smuggler thought it was funny. However, my strength as an ordinary person will be exposed as time goes by, so it is better to use the trick. She was right, I am indeed an ordinary person now. King Apocalypse has sealed my strength. As he said that, he picked up the napkin, wiped his mouth, and said, save me out, if you want anything. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you until my strength recovers. The snakehead thought to himself, this should be delayed for a while, right? After all, they spent so much money to rescue me, so they wouldn't kill me right away. They would at least have to observe me for a while, right? You have to find a way to escape during this time. Pierce said, Your Excellency Evil God, I'm afraid we don't have that much time. Although King Apocalypse has left the Earth, after this incident, Fury will definitely call him back. By then, if you haven't regained your strength, I'm afraid things won't go well for us. The snakehead has already cursed in his heart. I can't beat any of you. You actually want me to fight against King Apocalypse? Are you blind or am I blind? When King Apocalypse blew up the alien battleship, couldn't everyone see it? Seeing the smuggler's silence, Pierce thought he was unhappy because his scar had been exposed. He said hurriedly, well, Sir Evil God, we don't need to confront King Apocalypse head-on. We have a plan. Therefore, Pierce explained to the smuggler how he controlled key officials and allowed Hydra to transform from an underground government to an open government. It is equivalent to a coup to seize power. There is a key here. There must be a powerful superpower who can suppress all the superheroes of S.H.I.E.L.D. and prevent them from rebounding. After the regime change is completed, various media will be used to mobilize public opinion and use the public opinion of hundreds of millions of people to fight against King Apocalypse. Unless King Apocalypse becomes insane and can kill all the officials, Hydra will be invincible. King Tiankai had to admit the establishment of the new government. Since the existing government's S.H.I.E.L.D. can cooperate with King Apocalypse and Fury can mobilize King Apocalypse, the new Hydra government can do the same. At that time, it may seem that King Apocalypse is superior, but in fact he will also be driven by Hydra. Having said this, Pierce said, at that time, Mr. Evil God, you will replace Fury, director of SHIELD, and even King Apocalypse will be under you. You are the uncrowned king of our new world. The smuggler was a little stunned. He used to do a small business of killing people underground, and he was always afraid of the police when he saw them. Now he actually wants to push himself to the position of the uncrowned king? Such a huge plan was beyond his ability to understand. But it sounds so exciting, and it feels like the world is at your fingertips. But the core of the problem is that I have no superpowers. Moreover, King Apocalypse is about to return. Even if Hydra believes in itself, it won't be able to delay for long. Either way, you're going to die, so it's better to give it a try. The snakehead said, it's not impossible for me to open the seal in advance. It depends on how many things you can prepare. Your Excellency Evil God, just ask for anything you need. There is nothing in this world that we Hydra cannot get. The snakehead paused for a while and said, I need super serum, and similar medicines that can stimulate human superpowers. Speaking of this, the smuggler felt worried, fearing that Pierce would see through his plan. Since the birth of Captain America, the reputation of the super serum has been spreading in the world, and it can be said that everyone knows it. Whether it is a large company or a small workshop, including underground organizations like Hydra, they are constantly testing similar medicines. From the 2 serum injections by Brinsky, the predecessor of the Abomination Titan, to the super serum developed by Hammer Company and used on bodyguards, it has been proven that the serum is indeed effective. Although he did not reach the level of perfection of the American captain, he more or less stimulated the potential of the human body. Strictly speaking, the super serum was invented first by Hydra. The first semi-finished product is the Red Skull. It's a pity that Hydra never took the last step and couldn't find the correct final formula for the serum, causing the flesh and blood on the Red Skull's face to be burned by the serum. As for the serum that created Captain America, the formula was lost after the death of Dr. Abraham Erskine, and no one can copy it. In fact, for so many years, disabled super serum has been sold on the black market. Snakehead Hall often hangs out in the underworld, and people have heard about it. However, either they dare not buy it or they cannot afford it. It's too cheap, has serious side effects, and the superpowers it inspires are not very strong. It's basically equivalent to suicide. Except for a very small number of people who bear blood feud, no normal person would take it. Those with smaller side effects are extremely expensive. As long as they are leaked out, major financial groups and mafia organizations are rushing to buy them. Snakehead simply can't afford it and can't buy it. Although he made a lot of money by smuggling people, his little net worth was not worth mentioning in front of the super serum. The situation in front of him forced him into a dead end, and the only way out was to obtain superpowers on his own. As for the way to obtain superpowers, the snakehead only knows one way, super serum. Moreover, it cannot be an ordinary serum. If the ability to inspire is too weak, Hydra will take care of itself without waiting for King Apocalypse. Pierce was indeed a little confused and did not respond immediately. As an old fox, he instinctively sensed that something was wrong here. The evil god actually relies on these crippled super serums to break the seal? The snakehead secretly gritted his teeth, spread his hands, and continued, I need the energy of the serum to break through King Apocalypse's seal from the inside out. If you don't have the serum, then you can find someone to help me untie it. In return, I'll help you take down S.H.I.E.L.D.'s superheroes and fight against King Apocalypse. Pierce looked at the Scarlet Witch. She was now the most powerful superpower in Hydra's hands. Unfortunately, he is unstable and not very obedient. The witch shook her head and whispered, I can't sense any seal on him. Humph. Snakehead sneered, if you can't even find the seal, how can you fight against King Apocalypse? In this world, I am the only one who can survive under King Apocalypse without dying. After saying that, the snakehead closed his eyes and remained silent. This guy has already done this, and the smuggler doesn't know if he can succeed. He tries his best to suppress the beating of his heart and prevent the other party from seeing any flaws. I close my eyes for fear that my eyes will reveal my inner uneasiness. Sure enough, the smuggler's last words completely dispelled the doubts of Pierce, the general, and others. Being able to survive under the hands of King Tiankai is already proof of strength. Finally, Pierce said, Your Excellency, Evil God, what kind of serum do you need? The snakehead opened his eyes and said calmly, everything. Pierce gritted his teeth and said, okay, I will use Hydra's connections and funds to collect all the super serums in the world. I hope the Evil God can break through the seal as soon as possible. As a result, the largest acquisition of super serum in history was quietly carried out underground. Whether it is produced by a large company or produced by a small workshop, or even fake and shoddy to deceive people, Hydra will not reject anyone who comes. Incarnated into dozens of different organizations, divided into multiple channels, quietly included in the bag, and then quietly transported to the Nordic base. S.H.I.E.L.D. mistakenly spent its attention searching for various satellite data, network cameras, etc., but failed to pay attention to this huge underground transaction. A month later, several alloy cryogenic medical boxes were placed in front of Pierce and others. Your Excellency Evil God, we have collected a total of about 300 different types of serums and potions. They are divided into 3 boxes according to their potency. Which one do you think is suitable? The snakehead didn't answer and opened a box on his own. These days, he has finally figured out that the more he pretends, the more afraid the other party is of him, and he even thinks this is natural. As soon as the alloy box was opened, a thin stream of low-temperature mist poured out of it. The snakehead took out a bottle of serum and drank it without looking at it. Pierce hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, evil god, that is for injection." The snakehead turned to look at Pierce, his eyes blood red. The serum's medicine took effect, and the veins on the snakehead's body bulged, blood surged all over the body, and even the eyes were bloodshot. Pierce was shocked. Suddenly gaining power beyond himself, Snakehead felt as if he was so powerful that he could break even the sky, walk to the wall and punch out. There was a boom, but it only penetrated the wall. Although he is already stronger than ordinary people, Snakehead cannot be happy when he thinks that he will face the superheroes of SHIELD and even King of Apocalypse in the future. Walking back to the box, the Snakehead picked up another bottle of potion and drank it in one gulp. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he would emit laser light at any time. And then the third bottle, fourth bottle. Pierce, the general, the Scarlet Witch, and the gun-wielding Hydra soldiers standing nearby were frightened and backed away. I saw a tornado rolling up around the snake's head. It was very weak at first. As he took more and more potions, the tornado became stronger and stronger. There are blue, red, white, black, and green in all colors, and more than a dozen incompatible forces are intertwined with each other, violent and uncontrollable. Seeing this, Pierce asked the general beside him, "General, in our experiment, how many super serums can be mixed at the highest number?" The general pondered for a moment and said, "Well, 3 types will become unstable, and the highest one can only last to 5 types before exploding and dying." The Scarlet Witch and her brother were injected with 3 kinds of serum. No matter how high it was, the general would not be able to part with it. The main reason is that the Scarlet Witch's ability is too powerful. If it is disabled due to Hydra's experiment, it will be more of a loss than the gain. Even so, it is already extremely unstable. Many experimental scientists died due to the Scarlet Witch's control. The general had never seen someone like Snakehead, who was suffocating from bottle to bottle, so he took it for granted that this was a skill only possessed by evil gods. In fact, the Snakehead did not know the conditions of the experiment at all, so he dared to take it bottle after bottle. Maybe it's luck, or maybe it was changed from injectable to oral, which caused some changes in effectiveness. Anyway, after taking more than a dozen doses in a row, the energy in the Snakehead became stronger and stronger, but there was still no tendency to explode and die. The evil god is indeed an evil god? He is indeed a super strong man who can survive King Apocalypse. Pierce praised. The Snakehead didn't know how many doses of the serum he had taken. The power in his body was chaotic and violent, and he felt that he was in urgent need of catharsis. With a wave of his hand, the tornado energy came out of the body and rolled towards the surrounding Hydra soldiers holding guns. "Ah, help!" The soldiers screamed. In the blink of an eye, a dozen soldiers were crushed to pieces by the energy tornado, and blood, severed limbs, and guns were constantly thrown from the tornado. The Scarlet Witch felt like nauseating after looking at it, and hurriedly blocked the chaotic magic energy in front of her. Unexpectedly, this move attracted the attention of the Snakehead. As soon as the tornado closed, it turned into several mottled and chaotic energy, which shot out from the fingers and entangled towards the witch. "J-j-j-j, little girl, come here and stay with me. Strong and bold. There is no man who does not covet the Scarlet Witch." If she hadn't been powerful and unstable, both Brigadier General and Pierce would have taken action. But how could the Scarlet Witch be obedient? His hands made several beautiful handprints, and the red energy collided with the mottled energy of the Snakehead. Boom! 2 energy explosions. The strong shock wave rushed Pierce and the general out. A corner of the base was blown down. Not only was Pierce not afraid of this explosion, he actually shouted excitedly, "Success! Congratulations to the evil god." The Snakehead, who was originally stunned by the power, suddenly became sober after the witch's counterattack. He could feel that he was no match for the red energy. Although the Scarlet Witch's power has not been fully activated, the chaos magic is not comparable to the power obtained by drinking serum like Snakehead. In the later Doctor Strange 2, the witch was able to hunt down Doctor Strange across the universe and cause the collapse of the parallel universe. Although she felt that this evil god was not as strong as she imagined. But at first, I thought the Snakeheads were ordinary people. The witch and her brother Quicksilver had been subjected to Hydra's experiments and had seen many tragic experiments fail with their own eyes. Like Pierce and the general, they did not doubt that the Snakehead's power was created by a 1 in a billion coincidence, thinking that this was the Snakehead's ability to break the seal. The Snakehead walked out of the ruins, and the mottled energy on his body could not be taken back at all. It was constantly spinning around, disturbing the air, and there was a faint sound of wind whistling. It looked like a demon walking out of hell. The Snakehead said proudly, "Find me more people to kill. The more this happens, the more reasonable Pierce and the general are." Evil god, how can he be called an evil god if he is neither evil nor powerful? Subsequently, using Northern Europe as a starting point, Pierce arranged for the evil gods to attack frequently. Dozens of large and small US bases in Europe were destroyed, and the methods were extremely cruel, leaving almost no survivors. Every time a Snakehead appears, it is accompanied by a colorful energy storm, destroying everyone in its path. Only the surveillance video in the base returned the image of the Snakehead at a glance. For a time, people in various European countries were panicked, and they asked the United States and SHIELD for help. Inside SHIELD, after seeing the image transmitted back, General Ross yelled at Fury, "At this point, are you still unwilling to recall King Apocalypse? I'm calling you but I'm not calling you. I'm arresting you but I don't dare to arrest you. What on earth do you want to do, old bald man?" Fury ignored General Ross, but looked at Black Widow, Captain America, Hill, and others. Everyone was confused. Fury even doubted his original judgment. Could this guy like Do really be sealed by King Tiankai? But that guy Tang didn't mention this to me. He just said he was an ordinary smuggler and a little troublesome. Now the little trouble has turned into a big one. Now, Fury no longer has to worry about the original incident being discovered. No one would believe the truth anyway. The Captain of the United States said, "Fury, regardless of what this guy called the evil god is like in the past, with the strength he has shown now, I am afraid that Natasha and I can't do anything about it." Black Widow said, "I see in the video that the energy of the evil god is mixed and impure, so I may not have a chance of winning. But maybe he is using a group attack technique on ordinary soldiers. If he concentrates on me, the outcome will be unpredictable. Besides, there is a woman in red who is comparable to the Hulk and has never made a move." "Yeah." Fury nodded. "Someone who is as powerful as the Hulk and can attack from a distance, even if you add Iron Man, it will be very difficult. When Iron Man fights against the Hulk, if he can't beat him, he can always hide. But facing the unknown woman in red from Hydra, if she were not careful, she might be crushed into pieces in the suit. The only ones who can defeat them now are Thor, Apocalypse, and Captain Marvel, who is on an unknown planet in the galaxy. Thor is now succeeded as the king of Asgard, and he is not from Earth, so it is obviously inappropriate. Captain Marvel has been away for too long, not many people know of her existence, and Fury still wants to use her as his final trump card. It is best not to be exposed before the critical moment. Only King Apocalypse, whom everyone knows, is the most appropriate to call him back. That's all." Fury said, "Natasha, you should call Heimdall. I think the famous King of Apocalypse doesn't want to be called home by a bad old man." As soon as he finished speaking, a clear voice came from outside the door. "Haha, I didn't expect that the voice I heard when I came back was the voice of a bad old man like you." Everyone followed the sound and saw Tiankai standing outside the door. Next to her is Daisy in Asgardian uniform. Black Widow couldn't believe it at first, then like a cat, she swooped over and jumped directly on Apocalypse. His legs were wrapped around Tiankai's waist and he refused to come down. Daisy next to her silently walked a few steps away, her expression a little gloomy. She was originally very confident in her figure, but after seeing the Black Widow, she realized that except for her plumpness, she was outclassed by the Black Widow in all other aspects. No wonder Tang has never been interested in him. As Apocalypse's fame and prestige grew, Daisy no longer dared to disturb him as enthusiastically as before. If Tiankai didn't respond, she could only be a silent spectator. Black Widow hung on Apocalypse and refused to come down. First, she almost suffocated with a kiss, and then buried her head in Apocalypse's neck, breathing in the familiar smell. Ahem. Fury reminded. If others don't come forward, as the director, he has no choice but to be the villain. If you are not embarrassed, all of us in the room are embarrassed to death. Apocalypse slowly put Black Widow down and greeted everyone. "Long time no see, everyone." Hill pointed at Daisy and said, "Dawn, is this the divine warrior of Asgard?" "She's from Earth," Jane's in turn. Everyone was confused. This identity and this outfit were a little inconsistent. The people from S.H.I.E.L.D. know about Asgard's costume, and so does Jane. But before that, Daisy was so unknown that S.H.I.E.L.D. had no files on her at all. Apocalypse briefly talked about Daisy's experience. The Queen of Gods said that she was also a very talented practitioner of divine power. Daisy said openly, "I have always heard about your S.H.I.E.L.D. heroic deeds. I come back this time and want to join you. I hope you will accept it." Black Widow held Apocalypse's hands and secretly exerted strength. As a woman, how could she not see Daisy's thoughts? That kind of emotion almost comes out of the eyes. If she could, she wouldn't want Daisy to join S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Fury said, "Of course you are welcome." Fury is naturally happy to have one more powerful warrior. Even if Fury knows about Black Widow's little thoughts, he treats them as invisible. Seeing that General Ross on the side was very quiet and not at all as manic as before, Fury said, "Ross, King Apocalypse is back. Don't you have something to tell him in a hurry?" General Ross stood up and said, "Welcome back, King Apocalypse. Since you are back, things are not urgent." Not only General Ross, but also everyone else was convinced. Although the evil god is domineering, there is a huge gap compared to King Apocalypse, so there is no need to worry about being unable to defeat him. The greeting is over. Fury introduced a series of recent events to Apocalypse. When it was mentioned that the snakehead transformed into a super strong man and called himself the evil god, Tiankai frowned. Asked Fury, "It's been so long and you haven't killed him yet." Fu Rui said sarcastically, "Later, I got busy and forgot about it." General Ross raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and cursed, "What a shame, Fury. It turns out that King Apocalypse left a way to kill the evil god, but you actually forgot about it. This is a serious dereliction of duty on your part." "Ross, don't be angry," Fury said. "If we really wanted to hold him accountable, didn't you also keep an eye on him?" Humph. General Ross was speechless. Although he had tried his best to fight against the Hydra led by Pierce, if Pierce didn't have a powerful person like Scarlet Witch under his command, he might have really survived. But failure is failure. As a soldier, there is no excuse. Fury made a mistake in the first place, but that doesn't mean his dereliction of duty is acceptable. Tian Kai said, he dares to call himself the evil god? And he goes around saying that he is the only person who will not die under my hands. General Ross said, the information we received is indeed like this. Well, may I ask King Apocalypse, was it because he was too powerful that you didn't eliminate him immediately? General Ross's conjecture coincided with that of Hydra. He thought that the evil god was too weird and powerful and that after he was captured, he would not have the power to continue killing him. That's not true. Tian Kai shook his head. Seeing General Ross working conscientiously and using his life to perform his duties, Tian Kai really couldn't bear to tell him the truth. If he knew that the smuggler was imprisoned, it was because of a big oolong incident. Before escaping from the super prison, he was an ordinary person. I wonder how General Ross would react. Although he didn't dare to do anything to himself, it was really unkind to hit an old man like this. Now that the snakehead has gained superpowers for some unknown reason, let's just accept the mistake. It's not difficult to kill him. Tian Kai said. However, I want to verify something on him. What? Everyone asked in unison. Luck. Tian Kai continued. I read some ancient classics on Xandar, and my understanding of the world deepened. Especially regarding luck, if my guess is correct, it will greatly increase my strength. Hiss, is it true or not? Everyone was shocked. Fury, Ross, Black Widow, Captain America, Kate, Falcon, Daisy, Hill, and others know how terrifying Apocalypse's power is. But now, he actually said that he can still improve, and it's not an improvement of 130 points, but a big increase. How scary is this? People can't imagine it anymore. Tian Kai nodded and said, unfortunately, this method is related to luck, and ordinary people cannot learn it. Everyone smiled bitterly, as if we could learn from your previous abilities. Since the battle on Xandar, Apocalypse has gained the luck shared by everyone in the Guardians of the Galaxy, and the cumulative value of the system has exceeded Dash for the first time. Especially Star-Lord's luck is extremely huge. A son of a god is indeed different from ordinary people. After having over 10,000 luck, the originally elusive luck seemed like smoke and mist, and could be touched to a certain extent. This gave Tian Kai a new breakthrough in his understanding of luck. Generally speaking, luck has two sides, there is bad luck and good luck. If people like Spider-Man and Captain America accidentally acquire superpowers and become superheroes, it is called good luck. Then, the luck of the supervillain can be called bad luck. Bad luck is not bad luck. It can also enable people to obtain all kinds of unexpected things, such as superpowers, materials, etc. However, bad luck usually leads people to the dark side and become supervillains, destructive to the world. The origin of luck is often mutually reinforcing. Apocalypse's current strength is partly due to the plot of the Prophet, but judging from a series of coincidental events, luck may not have no influence. In turn, under the influence of Apocalypse, not only Black Widow's strength has improved a lot compared to the original plot. Even Daisy, who was just an ordinary person in the original plot, unknowingly received Apocalypse's good luck because she got close to Apocalypse. By some mistake, she has now become a powerful female warrior. As the saying goes, if one person attains the Tao, the chicken, and the dog ascend to heaven. This is the wonderful thing about luck. The smuggler is a small person, and being able to go to jail is considered a good death for him. The greatest possibility is that when he is old and weak, he will be killed by the Underworld's juniors and become a stepping stone for others. But because of Apocalypse's time travel, he robbed Apocalypse of $2 and stood on the opposite side of Apocalypse. After his arrest, countless people paid attention to him and linked him to King Apocalypse. Somehow, he actually had huge bad luck. Statement. The casino-related content that appears in the article is all for plot needs. In reality, 10 times you gamble, 10 times you lose, so don't gamble. This bad luck virtually changed the trajectory of his destiny. It can even influence Fury unknowingly, making him forget to kill him. If Apocalypse saved God Queen Frigga, it changed the sacred timeline in his own favor. So, what happened with the smuggler was that he unknowingly changed the timeline in a way that was detrimental to him. Due to bad luck, after the snakehead drank countless bottles of super serum, not only did he not explode and die, but his strength increased all the way. Become a superpower that even S.H.I.E.L.D. dare not easily provoke. This is the interaction of luck. People who stand on the side of Tian Kai are blessed with good luck. Those who stand on the opposite side of the apocalypse will have bad luck. Generally speaking, bad luck is always restrained by good luck. This is why supervillains are always dealt with by superheroes. Whether it is Apocalypse's previous life or today's Marvel world, the general trend is like this. Light always dominates. For example, Iron Man's first opponent, the bald Stanny, was originally just a company executive, but because he was the opposite of Iron Man, he eventually became a supervillain. There is also the villain Killian in Iron Man 2 who eventually developed the Extremis virus because he resented Iron Man. Not only did he heal himself, he also gained superpowers and established his own power. Because they opposed Iron Man, they gained great misfortune and had a moment of glory. But after meeting the real owner, he was quickly eliminated. These theories are just some of Tian Kai's insights. Whether it is true or false, correct or not is hard to say. If the snake had evolved into an evil god, it would be because of himself that he had bad luck. Then, it can be used for verification. Of course, this verification does not mean slapping him to death. Then you can't tell whether it's luck or not. Therefore, Tian Kai decided to test the method of controlling luck to kill enemies. But before facing off against the evil god, you still need to practice your skills and verify your conjectures. Fury, are there any casinos nearby? Tian Kai asked. Why are you looking for a casino? Fury was puzzled. We just talked about luck and strength, why did he suddenly jump to the casino? Could it be that the way to improve your strength through luck is to see if your luck is good and whether you can win money? Although luck is also a part of strength. But this kind of strength is too illusory. Among the strong, no one will really include luck in the calculation of strength. That way you really don't know how to die. Tian Kai said, practice your hands first. Ahem. General Ross interjected, King Apocalypse, if you are short of money, you can tell me and Fury, and we will apply to our superiors. Now, should we solve the problem of the evil god first? As he said that, he winked at Fury. How stingy is this guy Fury that he doesn't even provide enough funds to King Apocalypse, forcing King Apocalypse to raid casinos to make money. With his strength, putting a cart full of money in front of him and asking him to move it would be a waste of time. The Earth's Dingai Shenzhen should not waste time on these unnecessary things. Tian Kai said, General Ross, you misunderstood. This is not about money, it is about my practice. Although everyone was still confused, Tian Kai said so and had no choice but to let him go. Hill took a tablet and said, although New York is not as good as Las Vegas, it still has the top 10 casinos. Don, which one do you like? The biggest one. The target was selected, everyone dressed up slightly and set off collectively. Originally, Apocalypse and Black Widow could go together. But everyone else wanted to see what King Apocalypse was experimenting with, so naturally they were curious and wanted to follow and see for themselves. Being able to see King Tian Kai experimenting with new cultivation methods with his own eyes, if we can sell tickets, I don't know how many people will break their heads and come to see it. Everyone here, Fury, Black Widow, Kate, and Hill, are all agents and spies. Disguise is the basic skill to save your life. No one can't do it. Apocalypse, General Ross, Daisy, Falcon, and others are not famous in public. They can dress up a little and no one will recognize them. There is only one captain of the United States, and he is so famous that the photo has been circulated for more than 70 years. Everyone knows it, which is a bit troublesome. Finally, he put on a mustache under his nose and wore a tight-fitting, semi-transparent t-shirt, making him look like a different person. From a righteous and awe-inspiring warrior, he has become a bit of a gay ruthless person who is not easy to mess with at first glance. Along the way, Tian Kai secretly mobilized his luck. This was also his first time trying it, and he didn't know if it would work. When we arrived at the casino, as soon as 8 or 9 people came in, the casino suddenly became quiet. The aura of these 9 people is really too strong. There are several superheroes alone, as well as 2 general-level bosses, and the others are all agents who kill decisively. Even Daisy, who has Asgardian power due to her cultivation, has no murderous intent, but her aura is not weak. Less than 10 people walked out with the aura of a fully armed army. Many people retreat unconsciously, without even knowing why they are retreating. I'm not afraid either, and I don't dare to stand so close to them anyway. The casino manager trotted over in a hurry and asked with some anxiety, do these guests want to play something? I secretly prayed in my heart that I wouldn't be the one to cause trouble. Look at this momentum, if we really want to fight, let alone whether we can keep our jobs, our lives may depend on it. Large casinos generally have very strong security teams. Ordinary thieves don't dare to cause trouble. But once someone dares to cause trouble, it won't be a small fight, it will turn into a big war in minutes. When the chaos comes, no one like them, ordinary people, can say that they will be safe and sound. Tian Kai said, how many chips are needed to place 2 bets on each machine and table? The manager secretly thought that this was not a good idea. This change of approach did not look like a serious gamble. Anyone who comes to play and has no money can exchange 100 or 10 hard drives to shake the slot machine. Rich people are unlikely to only play with 2 chips at each gaming table when they go to the gaming table to place bets. What's more, there are 9 people on the other side, and they can't even divide them, which is even more strange. You're not a member of another gang, sent to find trouble, right? But the manager didn't dare not answer and said, we need 34 coins and 72 chips. Fury took out a card, handed it over and said, then exchange for these. I want the biggest chips. The largest chip is $1 million, one is $72 million, and the coins can be ignored. It stands to reason that this is not a small amount of gambling money, and the manager can make a lot of money from the commission. But he couldn't be happy, and instead became more and more worried. Being able to spend such a huge price in exchange for chips is a big deal. The manager bent down, took the card and ran to the counter to change the code, but secretly notified the security department to prepare for the battle. If necessary, be ready to take action at any time. Soon, 72 black gold chips and 34 coins were served on a plate, along with Fury's bank card. Even the plates were gleaming real gold plates, obviously prepared for the most distinguished guests. Generally speaking, it is unlikely that a casino of this level will use gold plating, otherwise it will directly affect the business if word spreads that it will lose its grade. Although the gold tray is valuable, the black gold chips worth $1 million each are even more eye-catching. 90% of people who come to the casino will never be able to exchange for a black gold chip in their lifetime. Just looking at it will make them jealous. However, there were 34 coins placed next to the black gold chips, which looked extremely out of place. These coins, which would have been frowned upon even if tipped to a waiter, were now placed on a gold tray with black gold chips. Black Widow naturally reached out and took it and asked, "Don, what do you want to play first?" Tian Kai said, "I'm not familiar with casinos, let's play the slot machines first." Slot machines are the simplest, just drop a coin and pull the lever. Some new models have been changed to buttons, but most old gamblers prefer the feeling of pulling the bar and have a stronger sense of participation. Picking up a coin, Tian Chi closed his eyes slightly and slowly adjusted his luck. Luck with tens of thousands of values may seem invisible, but once it is emitted, the center of the entire casino seems to be moving. The slot machine was obviously placed in a relatively remote location, but it seemed to be the center of the world at this time. This feeling is very illusory, but the eyes of all the gamblers can't help but look here. Just like a sun appearing in the darkness, no one can ignore it, no one dares to ignore it. The average person's luck can only have a few dozen values at most. Anyone who can get close to 100 is already a son of ordinary people. Either your career will advance by leaps and bounds like cheating, or you will win a lottery and be soft-hearted. Only superheroes can break the limits of mortals and break through 100. A value in the tens of thousands like Tian Kai is simply unimaginable. Even Tian Kai himself didn't know how far 10,000 chi luck could achieve. Crack. Apocalypse put in a coin. Immediately, the pictures of a row of 3 machines slowly rotated, and the pictures above were constantly changing. Finally, it slowly stopped at the number 7. 3 sevens? Wow. There were exclamations in the casino. 3 sevens are the biggest prizes in slot machines. Because the number 7 is a very auspicious number in the eyes of Westerners. It originated from the 7th day of creation. God designated it as a day of rest and entertainment. However, the size of the bonus is related to the size of the slot machine's prize pool. Since this is the largest casino in New York, the prize pool is naturally not small. There is only one number displayed above. 700,000. $70 million. However, Tian Kai was not moved by this number. No one paid attention to Fury and others. Everyone was more curious about whether Apocalypse used divine power to affect the movement of the slot machine. Of course Apocalypse did not use divine power. But the moment he pulled the lever, a mysterious feeling flashed through him. Tian Kai knows that this is luck at work. Generally speaking, luck is elusive and no one can feel it no matter how strong they are. Although you can't feel it, for people with luck, luck will always interfere with the world in some way and make the world accommodate the child of destiny. For example, when a superhero fights a supervillain, no matter how powerful the villain is, he will eventually lose to the superhero in some weird way. In the Marvel world, the most typical one is Domino, the lucky girl in the timeline of Deadpool 2. Wherever she goes, the world seems to pave her way. If she falls from the sky, a big balloon will happen to be cushioned under her, allowing her to land unscathed. One time, I was even more desperate, and my luck almost showed up. At that time, in order to stop another person with superpowers, Domino directly let go of the steering wheel of the truck and turned around to leave. The car was about to be destroyed and everyone was killed. The truck actually turned the steering wheel automatically. Not only did it avoid danger, but it also seemed to be driving on its own, turning and driving exactly according to Domino's wishes. Even Tesla is not so smart and can drive automatically according to people's inner thoughts. In order to help Domino, luck is simply unreasonable. Even in the world of Apocalypse's previous life, many people who have achieved great things seem to have cheated along the way. He can accomplish all kinds of incredible things with his humble body, break through earth-shattering obstacles, and achieve great things. In ancient times, there was Zhu Yuanzhang, who was born into 9 generations of poor people. He started with a bull and rose from beggar to emperor. The nearest teacher is the teacher who made 14 billion people sing "The East is Red." A single spark can start a prairie fire? The great deeds they accomplished have even made it possible for future generations who know the direction of history to go through it all over again, but they may not be able to succeed. Since Apocalypse time traveled, he has shared the luck of almost every superhero, and his luck is so powerful that it cannot be added. In addition, his strength has greatly increased, and he can now touch some of the essence of the world, and can slightly sense luck. Since luck can affect the world in some way, let the world cooperate with the son of luck. If you can control your luck, you can use your luck directly. Even attacking other people's luck. Then, you can use luck to kill the enemy. And it's 100% certain, don't worry about any randomness. The wonderful feeling just now flashed so fast that Apocalypse could sense it, but could not analyze how it interfered with the slot machine. Tian Kai slowly adjusted his breathing. Take back all the luck and hide it in the system. The whole person seemed to suddenly become inconspicuous from the center of the world. Other gamblers thought they were dazzled. The person had not changed and the scene had not changed. Why did they feel that the gap was so big? Crack. Tian Kai put in the second coin with no luck, even lower luck than ordinary people. This time, no miracle happened. The slot machine rotated for a while, showing 3 complicated patterns, but no prizes were won. Tian Kai smiled slightly, missing was also his goal. With every movement and stillness, you can better understand the secrets. The manager trotted over, confirmed the winning amount on the slot machine, and then delivered a few chips on a gold tray. 1 diamond chip and 2 gold chips represent $70. Congratulations, sir, this is your bargaining chip, please keep it. Tiankai does not accept it, but comprehends it carefully. The movements of Qi just now made me feel a little clearer. The manager coming over at this time is really annoying. Seeing that he seemed to be really practicing, Black Widow asked softly, how is it? I feel a little bit. Tiankai said. The manager stood aside with a plate, embarrassed and speechless. Winning a slot machine jackpot of RMB 70, does it actually make you feel a little bit better? So what kind of grand prize is needed to excite you? Tiankai picked up the 3 chips and looked at them curiously. Is this my response to luck interfering with the world? Black Widow reminded softly, Dawn, generally gamblers will give some tips when they win a big prize. Tiankai doesn't understand the hidden rules of casinos, and he came from the East in his previous life, so he doesn't have the concept of tipping. From what Black Widow said, it was all right. Anyway, the purpose of his trip was not money. Picking up a golden chip, he handed it to the manager and said, are these enough? That's enough, thank you sir. The manager beamed. The golden chip represented $10. It was rare to encounter such a generous gambler. I didn't expect to meet him today. But then, Tiankai's operation made him unable to laugh. There are many coin operating machines, and slot machines account for most of them. You put 2 coins into each slot machine in Tiankai. The first one directly won 37 jackpots, and the second one basically didn't win anything. Then there are some machines such as turntables and marbles. This is the first time Tiankai has seen them and he doesn't know how to start. With Black Widow's explanation, Apocalypse figured out how to play. How do you know this so well? I never heard that you like to come to casinos. Tiankai asked strangely. Black Widow smiled and said, this is the basic skill of our profession. Fury and Hill can do it, and their level is not low. Apocalypse looked at them. Fury and Hill nodded. Hill said, in our industry, many customers frequent these places. It can be said that it is a required course for us. The manager stretched his ears, wondering which line Hill was talking about. Instinctively, the manager thought that the beauties in front of him were escort girls who used their beauty to serve others. However, the auras of Hill, Black Widow, Daisy, and others are too strong. None of them are weaker than their boss, and they really don't seem to be out to sell. Tiankai said, in this case, it will be much easier next time. Tiankai saves trouble, but the manager is about to cry. For all the coin-operated machines, if Tiankai puts in a coin, he will directly win the highest level jackpot. Then quietly reflect for a while, and then add a second useless coin. After all the 34 coins in hand were thrown in, the chips on the gold tray had already increased by several million. Although the second coin basically missed, the winning probability and winning amount already made the manager break out in a cold sweat. This is absolutely not normal. However, he couldn't see what was wrong. When it comes to throwing dice and playing cards, certain skills can be used, and experts have a lot of room for manipulation. But this machine's coin operation is entirely a matter of probability, and it will be useless no matter how good your gambling skills are. The casino has been open for so long, and it's not like it hasn't encountered god-level gamblers. Usually if the problem cannot be solved at the gambling table, we will find a way to solve it outside the gambling table. But I have never encountered such a thing since I opened the casino. Behind the scenes of the casino, some people have begun to pay attention to this place. However, Apocalypse doesn't care. Slot machines can help to a certain extent, but it may be because of the machine that the moment when luck interferes with the world flashes too fast. Although the induction is getting clearer and clearer, Apocalypse cannot grasp it. Since the machine is not good, then try betting with people. Let's see if luck's interference with human beings will become clearer. Tiankai randomly selected a gambling table and participated. The gambling table, which was originally crowded, immediately gave up a large space to the gamblers. There used to be a beautiful dealer at the gambling table, but Tiankai came over. He bent down slightly, apologized and left, revealing a large amount of plumpness under the low-collared clothes. She was replaced by a greasy uncle. Although he was wearing formal attire, the white shirt in his suit could barely cover his big belly. The greasy uncle made a gesture of invitation. Sir, what is your surname? My surname is Tang. Mr. Tang, welcome. We haven't met a master in our casino for a long time. How do you want to play? I don't know much about dice. How do you usually play dice? The greasy uncle was stunned for a moment. Isn't this guy here to play tricks on me? You were playing so exaggeratedly on the machine just now, and you actually told me that you don't know how to play? Anyone who enters a casino, even an ordinary tourist, knows something about it. Black Widow on the side explained warmly, the simpler one is to bet on the big or small. We can put the chips in the big or small betting spots. Tiankai glanced at the gambling table. There were 2 areas on it that were the largest and could hold the most chips. This was what ordinary gamblers played the most. After all, it is simple and there is a 50% chance that ordinary people like to play it the most. The slightly more difficult thing is to directly bet on the points. For example, among 3 dice, the points generally range from 3 to 18. We can buy one of the numbers or any number. The odds will be higher. Tiankai nodded. It was really difficult for ordinary people to guess one number correctly among more than a dozen numbers. The gambling table where dice is thrown has a row of numbers painted on it, which was originally used for this purpose. However, the dealer may play tricks to avoid placing large bets on the numbers. However, besides this, there is something more difficult, which is dice fighting. Tian Kai said, "It's difficult. I just choose this. How can I fight?" The greasy uncle was speechless. Is this guy just pretending or does he really not know how to do it? You can't even choose this one, is it because it's difficult? The greasy uncle said, "There are two ways to play dice. One is that we each shake our own dice and compare the sizes. I am the banker. If the sizes are the same, the banker takes all. The other way is I shake it, you guessed it. The odds will be higher. Everyone shakes his or her own way, what matters is technique. It is usually used by gambling masters for gambling. Some god-level gamblers can roll out stacked dice with only 1 point, or even standing dice with 0 points. The 1 point stacked dice is easy to understand. It means stacking 3 dice and only revealing the top 1 point. As for the 0 point, there are also 3 dice standing up. But the top die is supported by one corner, with one corner pointing upward, without any points exposed, also known as no points. Anyone who can roll out 1 point is already a master of gambling. Anyone who can roll out 0 points is, in the eyes of ordinary people, the god of gamblers. But even in the face of the god of gamblers, the casino still has an advantage. After all, with the same number of points, the dealer takes all. Even if the visitor is a god of gamblers, doesn't the casino not have a god of gamblers? Tian Kai's trip was not to practice gambling skills. If he did it himself, he might interfere with the operation of luck. So he said, "You give me a guess." Wow. The gamblers around him couldn't help but make sounds of regret. Guessing the casino master's dice is basically courting death. Even if you can hear it, the dealer has countless ways to change the points at the moment the die is drawn. The greasy uncle was also secretly happy and said, "The odds are 1 to 20. Please place your bet." Tian Kai took his time and put down a black gold chip. The greasy uncle seemed greasy and clumsy, but once he got the dice cup, he seemed to be a different person, full of energy. But he didn't play any tricks. He shook it a few times seemingly casually and then placed it on the gaming table. "What time?" the greasy uncle asked. "Well." Tian Kai mobilized his luck, as if saying to the world, "I want a 0 point." Wow. The surrounding gamblers were in commotion. The greasy uncle couldn't believe his ears and asked, "What did you say?" 0 o'clock. Everyone looked at Tian Kai with incredible eyes, as if looking at a fool. Guessing the points is already a losing situation. Guess what point is bad? It has to be 0 points? Not to mention whether the greasy uncle in front of me has the ability to shake out 0 points, he can shake it out. 0 points are extremely unstable and there is no need to do anything. You only need to lift it faster and drive a larger airflow at the moment of opening the cup to change the points. Tian Kai naturally knew that it couldn't be 0 o'clock inside, but he wanted to go through such a difficult thing to see how luck interferes with humans and objects. That's right, it's 0 o'clock. Just go ahead. The greasy uncle felt inexplicably uneasy, even though he had confidence in his heart and knew what points were being shaken in his hand. But the oriental man in front of him didn't look like a fool giving away money for free. A gentle lift of the hand. Hiss, how is that possible? All the gamblers watching, including the greasy uncle and the casino manager, were all dumbfounded. The 3 dice are all standing on one corner facing up, and then leaning against each other, just forming a triangular stable structure. 0 points? And it is the most difficult and incredible 0 point. The greasy uncle looked at the manager and said in his eyes, "I didn't shake this. I really want to shake it, but I have to have the ability." Tian Kai smiled slightly. This time, the power of luck is even more obvious. Since it is too delicate to change the number of the dice, and the time is short, luck does not have time to arrange other objects to indirectly help. A mysterious force appeared directly in the void, turning the 3 dice into 3 points. This power is much clearer than a slot machine, allowing Tian Kai to realize a trace of the trajectory of the power of luck. The manager tried hard to maintain a smile and handed 20 black gold chips to the Black Widow, $2,000 million, available instantly. The greasy uncle said, "Mr. Tang, are you ready? The odds remain unchanged, please place your bet." When Black Widow heard this, she smiled like a flower. Is this such a good thing? With a bang, all the chips on the gold tray were poured onto the gaming table. Hiss. Everyone was shocked. With so many black gold chips, plus the millions they just won on the slot machine, it amounted to almost $1 million. Even if it is the largest casino in New York, such a huge gamble is still scary. If you lose, you will lose $20 billion. Placing it in any casino is an astronomical sum that cannot be ignored. The manager said cautiously, "Well, dear madam, the upper limit of the gambling table in the lobby is $500 million per bet. This $million is not very in line with the rules." The manager was complaining in his heart. This was a prelude to looking for trouble. If you win, you force the casino to cash out your money. If you lose, you'll probably flip the table right away. The manager's eyes couldn't help but start to glance around. Once the war started, he would immediately take cover. After all, I am just a part-time worker, so I don't have to risk my life just to go to work. Black Widow glared, "Don't you think I don't understand the rules? You can send a god-level gambler to bully ordinary gamblers in the lobby, which in itself has broken the rules." The greasy uncle couldn't explain in his heart. "I'm really not a gambling god. I didn't shake that 0 point. However, even if he said it, no one would believe him. Besides, you are not ordinary gamblers. Have you ever seen an ordinary gambler win all the machines? A dispute was about to break out in front of him, but suddenly the outside gamblers were pushed aside and a man came in, whispered a few words into the greasy uncle's ear. After hearing this, the greasy uncle said, "The boss allows me to make an exception and gamble with you. However, there is a condition. You need to stay 3 meters away from the gambling table." As soon as this statement came out, everyone onlookers suddenly realized. Just now, the opponent must have used clever force to shake the greasy uncle's dice to 0 points. Although this operation seemed unbelievable, this was the only explanation they could imagine. Even the casino owners suspected the same thing. Tian Kai didn't want to waste time and said, "Okay. Also, I will increase the difficulty a little more. I will report the points first, and then you will shake." The audience suddenly exploded. Does this work too? How can this be? Can you still predict the future? Even if you are a fortune teller, it won't work. The dealer can just randomly shake a point that is not yours. Moreover, 3 meters away from the table, it is no longer possible to vibrate the dice with clever force. The onlookers really couldn't understand. What confidence did Tian Kai have to get the points he wanted? The greasy uncle's face was solemn, knowing that what he was facing now was beyond the imagination of ordinary gamblers. But the other party is 3 meters away from the gaming table. Even if he has some skill, can he still pass it through the ground? Since he reported the number first, I announced it immediately as soon as the dice cup fell on the table, without giving the opponent time to use his cleverness. See how the other party responds? The greasy uncle said, "Okay, that's crazy. I hope you have such strength. Please give me some points." 63 point. Everyone was stunned. What kind of point is this? Can 3 dice roll out this point? Was it a slip of the tongue? It was 13 o'clock, right? The greasy uncle was the first to react and his expression changed drastically. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 equals 1. This is the total number of 6 sides of a die spread out. 3 dice, that's 63 points. In other words, what Apocalypse wants to bet is that all 3 dice will crack, and it will not crack in an ordinary way, but will crack neatly. The points on the 6 sides must be intact and counted according to the casino rules. This is not over yet. Peeling off the 6 sides is not the end. All 6 sides must be turned upwards before they can be presented as blackjack. Moreover, it is 3 dice together. What's even worse is that it's not Tian Kai who shakes it, but the dealer. Shake it yourself. There may be someone who can surpass the god of gamblers, and there is still a slight possibility that he can do it. But how is it possible to let the banker shake it? Not to mention whether the dealer wants to shake it or not. Even if he wants to shake it, I have never heard of any gambling god who can shake such a point. Even some astute people discovered a more serious problem. These 3 dice have a total of 18 sides. Just spreading them out will not fit in the dice cup. As long as any 2 pieces are stacked together, there will never be 2 points. In other words, even if it is cut outside and stuffed into the dice cup by hand, it will not be able to produce 63 points. Impossible? Absolutely impossible? The greasy uncle's voice changed, and he asked hoarsely, "Are you sure?" "Okay, it's 63 points." Some gamblers who didn't react asked the sensible people around them. Someone explained it clearly to them, and they all gasped. For a time, the atmosphere was extremely tense. A $1 gamble, coupled with such an incredible point, even a pig would notice something unusual. After Tian Kai said the number, he already noticed a trace of luck entwining the greasy uncle and the dice cup. This operation is so difficult that even if Tian Kai uses his divine power to operate it, it will be difficult to make a perfect cut through the dice cup in a short time. Not to mention how to place it. At this moment, luck cannot be achieved with the help of external objects. At least Tian Kai doesn't know what external objects can achieve the points he wants. Tian Kai would like to see how the power of luck can achieve such a complicated operation. If you can understand it, the power of luck can be used as your own weapon in the future. Shake it quickly. The greasy uncle's hands started to shake. His intuition told him that even if he slapped his face and admitted defeat, he couldn't shake it. However, his hand seemed disobedient and reached for the dice cup. The people around them stopped breathing, wanting to see how the greasy uncle would shake it, and what the oriental man who placed the bet would do. Apocalypse raised his senses to the highest level, closed his eyes slightly, and focused all his attention on the dice and the greasy uncle's hands. I saw the greasy uncle's hand quickly picking up the dice cup, raising it over his shoulder, shaking it quickly, and then trying to put it down. Originally, according to the greasy uncle's own plan, the entire process from picking up the dice to rolling the dice to putting down and opening the lid was compressed to less than 1 second. With his skills, he can definitely do it. After all, it's not like he was asked to roll out any difficult points. It was purely fast and didn't give Tian Kai any time to react. However, just when he wanted to put it down, his hands refused to obey him. It seemed that the muscle tremors caused by high tension caused the dice cup to swing in the air for 2 more seconds, for a total of 3 seconds. The greasy uncle secretly said that it was not good, and the gambler next to him had no reaction. There was not much difference between 1 second and 3 seconds. But he himself is a master of gambling, and even a difference of 0.1 seconds may determine the outcome. What's more, it's a full 2 seconds longer. Snapped. As soon as the dice cup fell on the table, the greasy uncle quickly opened it. Fortunately, this time the hand obeyed and there was nothing strange. Wow wow wow. There was a slight screeching sound. The die seemed to be like a pyramid of quicksand, scattering in all directions the moment it was opened. 3 dice. 18 sides. 63 points. Neatly spread out on the gaming table. Its neatness is as precise as a fine pattern drawn with a ruler and compass. The greasy uncle could not stand steadily and collapsed on the chair in fear. This was definitely the most terrifying and unbelievable situation he had ever encountered in his gambling life. The masters who used to be known as the gods of gambling are as naive as kindergarten children in the face of this situation. The entire casino went silent. Everyone was too shocked to speak. Then there was a buzz, sound, and the crowd was about to explode. But Tian Kai closed his eyes slightly and turned a deaf ear. The power of luck just now dragged the greasy uncle back for 3 seconds. In these 3 seconds, the power of luck completed a series of complex operations that even Apocalypse could not complete. Not only are the 3 dices cut, but they are also stacked inside to form a beautiful 3-dimensional geometric structure. It is also necessary to ensure that this 3-dimensional structure will not fall apart during the vibration at the moment of falling off the stage. After opening the cup, it appears in a perfect pattern. These steps are too many and complicated, and the power of luck can no longer be hidden. Like a substantial knife, it was swung dozens of times in just 3 seconds. Every time he waved it, he was showing Tian Kai how to use the power of luck. If Chi Luck were an elf, this operation would probably make him sweat all over. You may even curse, this is the most difficult child of luck that I, the luck elf, have ever encountered. Compared with Domino's operation called autonomous truck driving, it's as if it's on Earth or in the sky. Precisely because it was complicated and took a long time, Tian Kai understood the whole process clearly. Then he fell into an epiphany. This opportunity is fleeting and cannot be interrupted. At this time, some enthusiastic gamblers shouted God of Gamblers and wanted to approach Tian Kai for advice and signatures. Black Widow hurriedly stepped in front. He is closest to Tian Kai and has practiced divine power. He knows best how rare this kind of opportunity for enlightenment is. Fury, Ross, Captain America, Kate, Falcon, Daisy, Hill, and others fell into deep thought when they saw Apocalypse. Surround him quickly so that no one else can disturb him. Before coming, Tian Kai said that once he succeeds, his strength will be greatly increased. At such an important moment, how could everyone let some passers-by disturb them? At this moment, the gamblers on the 3 floors outside were squeezed out again. 3 people came in. An old man with a long breath, obviously a Westerner, but wearing a tang suit. The other 2 were young men, their faces painted in flashy colors, dressed in outrageous outfits, and imposing. The old man in tang suit came in and saw Black Widow and others protecting Tian Kai in the middle. He said a little strangely, "Don't be nervous, everyone. We are a regular casino, and we are all civilized people. We will not attack you. I am here just to see who this god of gamblers is." Black Widow, Fury, Hill, and others will not believe his nonsense. No matter how sanctimonious those who open casinos appear to be, once their interests are touched, their methods are often more ruthless than many gangsters. Black Widow and others have been walking on the edge of black and white all year round, and they know their details best. What's more, Tian Kai is now in meditation to understand the method of destiny, and no one is allowed to disturb him. If there is even the slightest interference that affects the results of understanding, it will be a huge loss to the earth. Seeing Black Widow, Fury, and others ignoring the old man in tang suit, the 2 men who killed Matt snorted coldly and stepped out. Black Widow and Daisy faced each other. A wave of black and green air appeared on the bodies of the 2 Shamate men, trying to push Black Widow and Daisy away. But how could they let the killer succeed? And yellow divine power appeared on their body at the same time. Both of them were shocked, and the 2 of them were immediately pushed back. This is because Black Widow and Daisy were afraid of affecting Apocalypse's perception, so they didn't dare to use too much force. The old man in tang suit stared hard and said, "He is indeed a person with superpowers." Black Widow said coldly, "If you dare to interfere again, I will demolish your casino today." The old man in tang suit stopped Shemat and the 2 from going up again. At the same time, he whispered to the greasy uncle and the manager, "Clear the place." "Yes, Mr. Liu." After a while, a team of security personnel came in and quickly asked the onlookers away. When everyone sees it, this is the rhythm of taking action. How can you miss such a great show? Although he didn't dare to watch nearby, he refused to leave. Watching from a distance from the edge of the hall, the security personnel refused to leave even if they were invited. "I didn't dare to force them, so I had to give up. These are the gods of wealth. If they really use violent means to drive them out, the casino is not far away from closing down. Since they like to watch the excitement, let them watch as much as they want. If they really want to fight, each will settle down. It is in line with the true meaning of the casino. Life and death are destiny, wealth is in heaven." The tens of thousands of square meters of hall quickly emptied out, leaving only Fury's group of 9 people and a few old men in tang suits. The old man in tang suit said, "Now that you are here, you have won so much money from our casino. Why doesn't this friend, the god of gamblers, dare to say a word to us?" Black Widow said, "He is thinking about something, and after he has finished thinking, he will naturally talk to you. I think you're scared, right? If you want to win 20 billion and leave, I'm afraid it won't be that easy." The American captain said, "Don't your casinos allow people to win money? As soon as these words came out, the gamblers in the distance started to make a commotion. If you won't let you take away the big money, then who will dare to gamble in the future? The old man in tank suit said coldly, if you win by luck, no matter how much money you win, we will give it to you with both hands. But you are superpowers. Using superpowers to break the rules of ordinary people is another matter. Oh, the punters suddenly realized. No wonder that Oriental man dared to be so arrogant and reported the points randomly. It turned out that he had superpowers. There are many types of superpowers. Come to think of it, the type he has is not offensive at all, so it happens to be very suitable for casinos. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought so many companions here. At this time, Tiankai's voice came. What a coincidence, I really won the money through luck. Although it was only 3 seconds, the power of luck was demonstrated dozens of times in front of Tiankai. How could Tiankai miss such a good opportunity? After a short period of reflection, Tiankai had almost figured out how to use the power of luck. Tiankai continued, it's just a pity that I only won $20 billion and consumed dozens of my luck. It's not worth it. It was also the first time Tiankai discovered that mobilizing his luck to do things for himself would consume his luck value. It was originally over 1, but now it's back to over 900. Although there are only a few dozen points, it almost consumes an average person's lifetime luck. Even for ordinary people, it may not be worthwhile to exchange a lifetime of luck for $20 billion. Over the years, many ordinary people have won big lottery jackpots in the United States. However, after follow-up investigation, it was found that the vast majority of grand prize winners will squander tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of bonuses in just a few years or 10 years. Life afterward was even worse than before winning the lottery. Some people are addicted to drugs and ruin themselves and their families. These people, from a psychological point of view, cannot control themselves. From a philosophical point of view, if virtue is not matched, there will be disaster. But now Tiankai sees it more clearly. It took almost an ordinary person's life's luck to win that grand prize. From then on, almost every decision this person made was the worst and would lead to extremely bad results. Tiankai is not short of money at all now, but feels sorry for the dozens of points of luck that have been consumed, and he doesn't know when he will get them back. Others didn't know what apocalypse really meant and looked sideways. Some gamblers were already cursing in their hearts, this guy is so pretentious. Won $20 billion and still have to pretend that it took too much luck. TMD, if I were to win, I would be willing to give up my luck for the rest of my life. The old man in tank suit said angrily, you have such a crazy tone, do you dare to gamble with us again? Tiankai shook his head and said, no more gambling, I have no interest now. Then you can't leave. Oh, you still want to stop us? Tiankai looked at the two men who killed Matt, just them. They couldn't even break through Black Widow and Daisy's defense just now. Could it be that the casino didn't see the difference in strength? The old man in tank suit said, you use your superpowers to rob ordinary people's casinos, which is equivalent to robbery. Aren't you afraid of being sent to a super prison? You also know about super prison. Everyone looked at General Ross. Isn't the super prison highly confidential? In order to keep it secret, it even had to sink to the bottom of the sea. It seems like everyone knows this. General Ross was a little embarrassed and said, it must be during the vacation, those bastards went out to drink and talk nonsense. We have to deal with them well when we get back. Daisy scolded, you casinos are so overbearing? After winning your money, you actually call us a robbery? What bastard made this rule? The old man in tank suit said, this is the rule set by S.H.I.E.L.D. If you are not convinced, you can go to them to argue with me. Daisy was a little embarrassed and looked at Hill in fury, but she didn't expect to scold her own family. Hill nodded and said, there are indeed these rules. Although they have not become legal provisions, they are promulgated by us for people with superpowers. The general principle is that people with superpowers are not allowed to use their superpowers to harm ordinary people's lives and rob ordinary people of their money. But you can use your superpowers to work and make money. No wonder those two killer men would work as subordinates for the casino owner. They probably didn't dare to do evil, so they had no choice but to act as super bodyguards. After all, there are still very few people with superpowers who are not afraid of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tiankai said, these rules are good. People with superpowers are also human beings. They cannot do evil after having powers beyond ordinary people. I support it. With just a few words of I support, fury suddenly beamed. With the personal promise of King Tiankai, these rules will have greater deterrence. We need to draft a more detailed article later and implement it in the name of King Apocalypse. Who dares to dissent? The old man in tank suit felt something bad as he listened. What does we promulgate for people with superpowers mean? There seem to be few people who are qualified to say this. Seeing that Tiankai and his party were about to leave, they didn't think much and hurriedly ordered two killers to stop them in front. If you want to leave, you have to wait until someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. comes over. Whether it's a robbery or not is not up to you. Tiankai said, we don't want the chips anymore, you get out of the way. Using the power of luck to win money, is it luck or superpower? If you can't control it, it should be luck. But he can control it. Strictly speaking, it is more in the category of superpowers. In this case, it would be hard for Apocalypse to take the lead in violating the rules he supports. This trip has already yielded a lot. Anyway, the $20 billion is not important to me, so I am too lazy to tangle with the casino. The old man in tang suit thought that Tiankai and others were afraid, but refused to get out of the way, saying, if you just leave like this, others will think that our casino is bullying others, and they must wait for the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. to come and let them make a judgment. Apocalypse didn't say much, and with a wave of his hand, 2 killers rose into the air and flew behind. Shamit struggled for a while and found that his muscles and bones were so weak that he couldn't even mobilize his superpowers and could no longer move. Apocalypse was about to leave when suddenly an axe, with a yellow light, roared from the gate. If you dare to use superpowers to rob, I'm afraid you won't take our shield seriously. As the rough voice came, an armed squad came in. The leader was actually the Asgardian blacksmith, House. The team members behind him were all equipped with magical equipment. Only with this kind of equipment can we capture superpowers with the power of mortals. The old man in tang suit hurriedly said, Mr. House, these are the people who used their superpowers to rob casinos of money, amounting to $20 billion. Tiankai held the axe in his hand and said calmly, House, long time no see. The originally majestic House was shaken when he heard this. Following the sound, he instantly changed from a domineering hero to a humble bear. He trotted over with a smile and half knelt in front of Tiankai. Prince, why is it you, the old man, who is here? I came here to have fun. I thought you were only a blacksmith. Why did you become a field captain? House said hurriedly, my physical fitness is better than that of people on Earth, and ordinary people with superpowers are no match for me. There are too many people with superpowers coming out to cause trouble and not enough manpower, so the director asked me to lead a team around. Although he no longer has the freedom to do underworld business, his status is much higher than being a backbreaking blacksmith in Asgard. On the contrary, House enjoyed it and enjoyed the respect of others. Just as he was talking, he was shocked again when he saw Fury, Hill, and others in disguise. Fury's bald head is now covered with a wig, and Hill's hair has also changed from short to long. Their simple hairstyle makes most people unrecognizable. But House is from S.H.I.E.L.D., so how could he not recognize him in person? He hurriedly greeted, Director, Deputy Director. Since King Tiankai is here, and the director and deputy director are also here, the remaining people will be easy to recognize. Hey Steve, Natasha, you guys are here too. House greeted them all. Seeing House saluting and saying hello, the old man in tang suit felt like he couldn't breathe. He knew Captain House of S.H.I.E.L.D. and even had his contact information, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to call him over so quickly. Now, House calls a man and a woman director, deputy director, and even a fool knows who they are. What's even worse is that House even knelt down and saluted a man, calling him Prince. His attitude was much more humble than when meeting the director. Besides King Apocalypse, who else could be able to work with the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and have a higher status than the director? The old man in tang suit gave up, took the initiative to come over, knelt down on both feet, placed his hands neatly on his forehead, and performed a standard Eastern kowtow. Sky, just call me Mr. Tang. Yes, Mr. Tang. My master is an Oriental. He has learned some Oriental martial arts. He is half Oriental. The old man in tang suit instinctively told the story that could connect him with Tiankai. Although he didn't think King Apocalypse would kill him, he still hoped that he could have some relationship with King Apocalypse. Tiankai indeed glanced at him one more time. No wonder the kowtow ceremony just now was so standard. It seems that he is a true disciple. Generally speaking, for Western disciples who open a gym to receive money to learn martial arts, it would be good if they can give them away. You can only teach him step by step as a direct disciple. Eastern masters will ask their disciples to kowtow and pay homage to their masters and ancestors. Tiankai said, there is no need to perform such a grand ceremony. In the East, there is no need to perform such a grand ceremony if you are not a parent or mentor of heaven and earth. The old man in tang suit didn't mind that he was older than Tiankai, and said, even if my master comes, he will still have to salute you, old man, and I will give you a big salute. Tiankai laughed, haha, I don't know if you have mastered martial arts. This level of flattery has captured the essence of the Orientals. I came to the casino this time just to verify some cultivation issues. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I will leave. Seeing that Tianqi was about to leave, the old man in tang suit did not dare to stop him and said anxiously, Mr. Tang, the chips haven't been converted into cash yet. Tiankai didn't look back, you can figure it out yourself. Apocalypse doesn't care about trivial matters like 20 billion, but Fury is reluctant to do so. He doesn't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are when he's not a family member. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. currently has sufficient funds, the more the better. What's more, when casino money is used, it is taken from the people and used for the people. Fury exchanged $20 billion, transferred it to his card, and left with satisfaction. General Ross followed Fury. Ahem, Fury, the rules of the world are that everyone who sees you gets a share of the money you win. Fury glanced at Ross, you are from the army, so you don't have to talk about the rules of the world. Just say what you want to do. General Ross said, my super prison was damaged last time and needs funds to rebuild. I don't know how long it will take until the superiors approve it. Since there is an unexpected windfall, why not give it to me to use first? Well, I'll give you $1 million. General Ross was furious, you old bald man, you only gave me 20 million for 1 billion. King Apocalypse won the money, not you. I want half of it. No, the principal is provided by S.H.I.E.L.D., and I will give you $1 million. You caught super criminals without us working hard to guard them in prison. 8 million cannot be less. The two quarreled all the way and finally finalized the allocation of $20 billion. With the casino incident over, SHIELD and Apocalypse have turned their attention to finding the evil god. As long as he dares to show up again, Apocalypse will try his new understanding of luck-killing methods. Sure enough, within a few days, another distress signal was received from Europe. Apocalypse, Black Widow, Fury, Hill, Captain America, and others set off immediately. Apocalypse flew directly physically. Now his flying speed was much faster than that of the Quinjet. Sitting in the fighter was uncomfortable. Naturally, the others can only fly in the Quinjet. Europe, Coast Base. Tiankai's military base, less than 10 kilometers away from the coast, stopped the evil god. From the military base on the coast to the weapons warehouse 10 kilometers deep, the road was bloody. The blood of countless corpses stained the entire base red. A group of armed men were loading the weapons and equipment inside into the transport plane one by one. Apocalypse pierced the sky and arrived above a transport plane that was about to take off. He pressed his hand lightly against the transport plane on the ground, and with a boom, the transport plane and the Hydra soldiers inside were crushed into a pile of scrap metal. Enemy attack. The other Hydras immediately raised the alarm. When the ordinary Hydra saw that Apocalypse could stand in the void, he immediately knew that a person with superpowers was coming and hurriedly found cover. GGG. A strange laughter came from the distance, followed by an energy storm, flying towards Tiankai. Is someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. finally here? I thought you were going to be a coward for the rest of your life. Pierce, who was hiding in the plane and taking command, felt something bad. For so long, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't dare to intercept him. Now that it's here, it must be sure. Now, it depends on how strong the evil god who claims to be immortal under King Apocalypse can be. It's you, evil god, and Pierce exclaimed almost at the same time. The evil god exclaimed because he discovered that the person in front of him was actually an Easterner who had been defrauded of $2 by him. Recently, I robbed his wallet in a coffee shop and withdrew a lot of cash. Unexpectedly, we would meet again in the air. Pierce exclaimed because he saw clearly the face of the person coming through the camera. King Apocalypse? Pierce panicked and immediately prepared to escape. Although the performance of these evil gods is getting stronger and stronger, they are far from being able to compete head-on with King Apocalypse. It just depends on whether he has any special abilities that can save his life. However, just because the evil god can save his life under King Apocalypse, it doesn't mean that he can also save his life. Let's leave first. Just as he was about to start the plane and leave, he saw a missile roaring in the distance. With a boom sound, it hit the tail of Pierce's plane. Fury's voice came over the radio, Pierce, we meet again. Pierce didn't answer and immediately ordered the soldiers on the ground to start counterattack. The machine guns on the ground began firing bullets at the Quinjet. Black Widow controls the fighter plane and takes the bullets calmly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Pierce jumped out of the plane and mixed in with the ordinary soldiers. The two sides started fighting together. Apocalypse is not interested in regular battles here, and neither is Evil God. The two faced each other in the void. Apocalypse stands in the void without a trace of fireworks, as natural as a fish in water. As for the snakehead, he was surrounded by dozens of energies of different colors, holding him in the air. Although it is not flying, it is better than flying. Tiankai said, I can't believe that you used my bad luck to suppress dozens of chaotic energies. In such a short period of time, you have such strength. The way of luck is really wonderful. The evil god frowned. He didn't understand what Tiankai was talking about bad luck and luck, so he simply didn't want to. I didn't expect that the boy who didn't even dare to resist back then would become a superpower today. It's a pity that your uncle and I are stronger, haha. It seems that you will fall into my hands again. As he spoke, a burst of dark red energy shot out from the evil god's body. Like a strange snake, it winds towards Tiankai. Apocalypse is not in a hurry to fight back. Let's see how strong the evil god is first. Just as this dark red energy snake was about to get closer, Apocalypse stretched out his finger and flicked it, and it immediately dissipated and became invisible in the air. The force of Apocalypse's snap of his fingers hit the evil god through the energy snake's backlash. The evil god couldn't control the corner of his mouth, and a trace of blood spilled out. Not only was the evil god not afraid, but he laughed GG. 7 more energy snakes were shot out from the body, each one tens of meters long, like a sky-swallowing python, entangling and attacking Apocalypse from different directions. 7 energy pythons blocked all directions of Apocalypse, vowing to trap him to death on the spot. This time, Tiankai didn't snap his fingers again. With one stroke of his hand, he drew a Tai Chi pattern, and then, the energy snake seemed to be a tamed pet. The 7 bodies, which were tens of meters long, shrank smaller, and finally they all shrank into Tiankai's palm. The size is like a newborn snake, swimming between the palms of your fingers. Although small, it actually contains shocking energy. If Apocalypse dropped them to the ground at this time, they would not be much weaker than an intercontinental missile. But what Apocalypse wants to see is not the energy, but the power of bad luck in the energy. Although these 7 energies are powerful, they are mottled, impure, and extremely unstable. It would never be possible for them to be integrated into one body and used by one person. There happened to be an indescribable force inside that forcibly stabilized the energy structure. Tiankai could not sense this power before, but now, it can be seen that they are the power of luck. So, what would happen to this energy without the power of luck? Tian Kai smiled slightly, and gently tapped the 7 energy snakes in his palm with his other hand. Chi luck disinfecting technique. I saw that these 7 energies seemed to be missing something for an instant. They could no longer coexist peacefully and began to expand violently. It was about to explode. Although Apocalypse is not afraid, there is no need to stupidly endure an intercontinental missile exploding in the palm of his hand. With a wave of his hand, this ball of energy rushed towards the evil god. The evil god hurriedly divided dozens of energy and blocked the energy group in midair. Boom! A loud bang sounded in the air. The huge explosion shock wave stirred up dust waves all over the entire military base. Many hydras that were close enough had no use for covering up, their internal organs were directly shattered. The fragments of internal organs mixed with blood were spit out from the mouth. As the explosion dissipated, the evil god discovered that the 7 energies on his body were about to escape from his body. It seems that these energies no longer want to stay in the evil god's body and are rushing outward crazily. The evil god was very anxious. If he allowed these 7 energies to run wild, he might be able to turn his body into a sieve. He hurriedly called on dozens of other energies to suppress these 7 energies. Since we can no longer keep it, we might as well send it out of the body. Suddenly, the evil god shot out 7 more energy pythons. But this time, the evil god can no longer control them. The 7 energy pythons raged aimlessly on the ground and in the air for a while, then slowly dissipated into the sky and earth. The evil god was shocked. "You kid, what did you do to me? Why doesn't my superpower work for me?" Tian Kai said calmly, "They didn't belong to you in the first place. Without the restraint of bad luck, they will naturally return to the world. Damn it, you kid, you sound upset when you are running around. Wait until I beat you up, and you will still be nagging. Drink." The evil god flashed and disappeared from the place as if jumping through space. When he reappeared, he was already behind Tian Kai. Dark energy filled his hand, and he punched Tian Kai in the back of the head. Seeing that he was about to hit Tian Chi in the back of the head, Xieshan was secretly happy when he saw a slap appear from his field of vision. It was obviously very small, but it seemed to cover the sky. It slapped the evil god down from the sky. Boom! The evil god fell to the ground, creating a large pit. Immediately afterwards, the dark energy just escaped from the body, flew into the air, and dissipated after a while. The evil god was shocked. "What kind of superpower do you have? How could you take away my power?" Apocalypse is silent. He discovered a more interesting thing. After he eliminated part of the evil god's bad luck, his luck actually increased. It rose back to 5 digits and reached over Dash again. When Xieshan saw Tian Chi ignoring him, he felt insulted. "The boy who was robbed by me twice before, now he dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Jija, let's see how many shots you can take." The evil god took out a bottle of super serum and drank it. A new energy surged through his body, but the evil god was still not satisfied, so he simply drank the remaining bottles like Wangzi milk. Then he turned around and said, "Pierce, ask Wanda to send the serum." There are nearly 300 super serums collected by Pierce. Excluding some fake ones, there are more than 200 useful ones. During this period, Xieshan took dozens of pills one after another, and his body's energy was already overflowing. No matter how stupid he is, he doesn't dare to take it randomly anymore. "Anyway, I feel like I am already invincible. It doesn't matter if I have more or less, but don't push yourself to the limit." Now when he met Tian Kai, he felt that he was still almost unable to defeat him, so he thought he could just add some more. If 1 tube of super serum is not enough, drink 1 tubes. 10 tubes. Pierce couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw that although the evil god was at a disadvantage, he could actually entangle King Apocalypse. He is worthy of being a super strong man who can survive under King Apocalypse. Not only is he strong, but he is also called King of Apocalypse one after another. This kind of heroism is incomparable to me. Although Pierce stood on the opposite side of Apocalypse, no matter how evil he was, he would not dare to call Apocalypse a brat to his face. This is not because of fear of death, but because of the instinctive respect for super strong people from the heart. Pierce shouted through the pager, "Wanda, send the super serum here. The evil god will use it to fight against the King of Apocalypse." The Scarlet Witch has a kind nature and refuses to kill ordinary soldiers every time she attacks the base. Pierce and Thulhu had no choice but to force the witch, so they had to order her to do some logistical work. Anyway, if the evil god takes action, 1 more of her will not be more, and 1 less of her will not be more. The Scarlet Witch was like a dark red cloud, carrying a silver alloy box and flying at low altitude from a distance. Black Widow's voice came from a distance, "Dawn, be careful with this woman. She can tear apart vibranium alloy remotely." Tian Kai nodded. "Scarlet Witch, this is the first time we meet." The witch looks sweet, but in a European and American style, with a majestic face and fair skin. If they hadn't met her on the battlefield, no one would know that she was a terrifying superpower. She is a bit shy between her frown and smile, like a girl next door who is not good at socializing. The witch handed the alloy box to the evil god and instinctively looked at Apocalypse. This was the first time she had seen King Apocalypse, who shocked the world, and her eyes were full of curiosity. Tian Kai smiled slightly and said, "Wanda, your hatred is a mistake." Wanda was stunned and said, "What's the mistake?" "Although your parents died in Stark's bomb, the root cause is not the person who made the weapon, but the person who launched the bomb. You hate Stark, and you are in the wrong direction." Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver were only 10 years old at the time, and the family was enjoying dinner. Unexpectedly, a cannonball fell from the sky and destroyed their home, killing both parents. Then the second cannonball fell into the ruined house, right next to the witch and Quicksilver. Fortunately, it did not explode. Maybe this is the luck of their superheroes. Cannonballs have landed all around them, but they didn't explode. However, judging from the subsequent ending, Kuei-yin should be a person with little luck. Being able to survive is all thanks to the Scarlet Witch. After the Wang-Chang brothers and sisters survived, they saw the manufacturer on the cannonball, Stark Industries. Since then, the seeds of hatred have been planted in their hearts. Unable to find the real culprit, he naturally turned his anger on Stark Company, because this is the only sure target of hatred they can find. Although she was angry, Wanda was still somewhat rational. In the original plot, there were many times when she could kill people from SHIELD, but she didn't do it, she just implanted some illusions into them. But at this time, Wanda naturally couldn't let go of the hatred in her heart after hearing a few words from Apocalypse. Frost appeared on her beautiful face, and she said, "If Stark hadn't made the bomb, how could my parents have died? I want to seek revenge from him as soon as possible. What if I could help you find the real murderer of your parents?" Wanda hesitated. If the real culprit can be found, Stark will not be angered. Wanda naturally hopes to find her true enemy. This matter has become a thorn in the hearts of her siblings. Pierce watched the whole process, and couldn't help but become anxious when he saw that the Scarlet Witch was actually being instigated by King Apocalypse to rebel. Shouted over the radio, "Wanda, don't forget. Where is your brother?" The hesitant look on Wang Chen's face disappeared immediately. Her parents had passed away and she could not lose her brother again. You can find enemies slowly in the future, but if your brother is killed by Hydra, he will never be resurrected. Then, Pierce's urgent voice came again, "Wanda, come and protect me. If I die, your brother won't survive." It turned out that Pierce made a noise and was discovered by Black Widow, who rushed towards him. Other ordinary soldiers are no match for Black Widow. Apocalypse didn't stop Wanda from leaving, and she couldn't rest assured until Quicksilver was rescued. Seeing that Pierce was about to be caught by the Black Widow, Wanda arrived. A burst of dark red energy enveloped the Black Widow and threw her into the air, throwing the Black Widow dozens of meters away. Pierce said to Wanda, "Kill her." Wanda shook her head, "I told you, I don't want to kill anyone." Humph. Pierce was angry and helpless. Even if there is a life and death threat from Quicksilver, there is no way to drive Wanda to kill at will. Pierce had tried this before attacking these bases. Black Widow couldn't defeat Scarlet Witch, but Scarlet Witch refused to kill her and wanted to protect Pierce at the same time. For a time, no one could leave, including the Witch, Black Widow, and Pierce. Here is the evil god. While Apocalypse and Scarlet Witch were talking, he swallowed dozens of bottles of super serum in one go. Dozens of extra energy burst out of the evil god's body instantly. Not only does it replenish the energy just lost, but it also becomes stronger. But the energy that was about to explode filled his whole body, and he was already on the verge of collapse. The evil god's eyes were blood red, and his confidence grew infinitely as his power surged. Jaja, boy, at this time, you are still in the mood to pick up girls." Following the evil god's sinister smile, dozens of energy snakes on his body surged towards Tiankai overwhelmingly. Apocalypse flew in midair to dodge, leading a group of energy snakes into the air, and then shot them out with one palm. Boom. 2 streams of energy exploded in the sky, and all the energy snakes collapsed. The force of the countershock shook the evil god's 7 orifices with blood, and his hair was disheveled, like a fierce ghost. "Impossible, how can you be so powerful?" The evil god couldn't believe it. "I have taken dozens of super serums, and I have far surpassed the captain of the United States. I am actually no match for this Oriental boy. It had only been a few years since I bullied him." The huge gap was completely unacceptable to his violent mind. Pierce saw that the evil god was about to be unable to withstand it, and thought to himself that he was still far behind King Apocalypse. While he can still entangle King Apocalypse, he should go first. So she said to the Scarlet Witch, "Wanda, take me out of here. The evil god will soon be unable to hold on to King Apocalypse." At the same time, he shouted to him from afar, "Evil god, hold back King Apocalypse, let's leave first. Let's meet at the old place." The evil god was stunned, "Are you the King of Apocalypse?" Pierce and others thought that the evil god had fought against Apocalypse, so they must recognize who King Apocalypse was, so they naturally did not bother to repeat it. The evil god was formerly a snakehead and bullied Apocalypse twice. He didn't dare to think that this Oriental man was the heaven-defying King Apocalypse. It was a combination of circumstances that gave him so much courage. He calls each boy Tiankai one by one, and treats him as the stowaway boy from back then. Tiankai said lightly, "I thought you knew." The evil god waved his hands, and suddenly released a black mist towards Tiankai, like an airtight black net, covering hundreds of meters in radius. Taking advantage of the black net blocking Tiankai's sight, he turned around and ran away. In the blink of an eye, it had flown 1,000 meters away. The evil god hangs around in the underworld, but he never has any backbone. Everything is important to save his life. At this time, he discovered that the boy he had always despised was actually King Apocalypse. No wonder he was vulnerable due to the previous battle. If you don't leave at this time, you will really be making a big mistake. Apocalypse didn't chase him. He pointed his hand in the direction of the evil god, shot out a few rays of light blue light, and made a few strokes in the void. then flew towards Scarlet Witch and Pierce. Pierce cursed in his heart, why did the evil god suddenly run away? You should delay for a while. Pierce himself probably never expected that his voice would let the evil god know Apocalypse's true identity, and instead scare him away. Black Widow had already held off Scarlet Witch for a while, although her divine power was not as powerful as the witch's chaos magic. But the witch refused to kill her and wanted to protect Pierce, so she seemed a bit weak. At this time, Apocalypse flew over, and Pierce's soul emerged. He yelled, if you don't show your strength again, your brother won't be able to survive even if I die. After hearing this, Scarlet Witch had to stop Apocalypse and Black Widow. For my brother, I won't let you pass. Tian Kai said, I don't need to go there. You can't run away now. As soon as he finished speaking, the evil god's hysterical roar came from the sky. Ah, why is this happening? I saw him back to where he started. He had clearly flown several thousand meters just now, but he didn't expect that his eyes were blurred, the things in his vision changed rapidly, and he actually returned to the position where he had just escaped. The evil god will not give up. Accelerate and fly in the other direction. The result remained the same. After flying several thousand meters, I returned to the starting point without any warning. Tian Kai smiled slightly, and his continuous understanding of the cosmic Rubik's Cube these days was indeed not in vain. The few light blue threads he drew against the sky just now were actually using the energy of the space gem to construct a Klein bottle. Speaking of Klein bottles, many people may not have heard of them, but almost everyone knows the Mobius strip. The simplest example of a Mobius strip is to twist a piece of paper 180 degrees and connect it together. If there is an ant crawling on the note at this time, it will find that this ring seems to have no beginning and end. As long as you keep climbing, you can climb from the back to the front, and then from the front to the back. The whole structure is a closed loop and gratuitous structure. But this is just a simple two-dimensional structure. In third-level space, or even four-dimensional space-time, it is even more complicated. A model that can form the same closed loop without any reason is called a Klein bottle. To be more simple and intuitive, you can take the Earth as an example. No matter which direction you go from the Earth, you will eventually return to the origin. It's just that the Klein bottle is twisted into a small piece of space, and there is no need to use physical objects. It is precisely because there is no physical structure that it is even more difficult to understand. Usually this kind of structure only exists in myths or theories. The reason why Apocalypse had the confidence not to chase the evil god just now was that he forcibly distorted the space with a radius of -meters into a Klein bottle space structure. As long as he is not relieved, anyone who walks to the edge is like an ant walking on a Mobius strip, and unknowingly returns to the starting point. Space is invisible, colorless, and cannot be touched. Without a strong person who has a deep understanding of space, it is impossible to break through this structure. It is equivalent to an advanced version of drawing the ground as a prison. How could the evil god, a strong man who only relied on super serum to forcibly improve himself, understand these advanced gadgets except for hard fights and killings? At this time, he was flying around like a headless fly, repeatedly fly to the edge and appear back to the starting point. This scene not only made the evil god hysterical, but even the Scarlet Witch and Pierce felt numb after watching it. Compared with the intuitive power, this weird method is more frightening. Pierce said, what exactly did you do? Tian Kai said, we can have a good talk. Pierce said, if you want to kill me, kill me. What's there to talk about? I don't want to talk to you, I want to talk to Wanda. Wanda had some confusion on her face. She had never seen King Apocalypse before. What on earth was he going to talk to her about? Could it be that he is attracted by his own beauty? This was Wanda's first reaction. After all, over the years, every man who has been close to her has coveted her beauty. If he hadn't been a superpower himself, he would have become someone else's plaything. Humph, even if you are King Tian Kai. Thinking of this, Wanda's face turned cold and she said, we have nothing to talk about, and I will not agree to any of your requests. As he spoke, dark red magic energy floated on his hand and surged towards Tian Kai. Seeing the red magic coming, the Black Widow who was standing in front simply gave up her resistance. She quickly took a few steps back and hugged Tian Kai's arm sweetly, just like an ordinary woman would when she went shopping with her boyfriend. Tian Kai smiled and said, have you learned to be lazy now? If I don't slack off around you, when will I have time to slack off? By the way, what do you want to talk to that woman? Black Widow didn't know that Apocalypse could share the fate of superheroes. When she saw Apocalypse taking the initiative to show kindness to a strange woman, especially a beautiful woman with a good figure, a woman's instinct immediately made her wary. Red magic energy surged in front of Tian Kai, and Tian Kai moved his hand forward, pulling him one by one. The red energy passed by Tian Kai like a wild horse running wild. A loud bang of boom blew up the Hydra soldiers hiding in the bunker in the distance. Pierce saw the witch intercepting Apocalypse and others, sneaking away quietly and running towards the evil god. Black Widow wanted to catch up, but Apocalypse stopped her and said, ignore him, he can't run away. Now that the three-dimensional Klein bottle structure has proven useful, Apocalypse is not in a hurry to kill evil god and Pierce. On the contrary, the more they run, the more they can understand their return trajectories and the deeper they understand this spatial structure. If Black Widow rashly pursues her and encounters the evil god, she might be in danger. After all, the current evil gods are extremely powerful. Although these powers cannot last long, even if Apocalypse does not intervene, they will backfire as soon as possible. but it's not something Black Widow's down-to-earth practice can resist. Apocalypse and Black Widow slowly moved forward. Tiankai said, Wanda, I didn't even ask for it. At this time, Scarlet Witch has not yet grown up and poses no threat to Apocalypse. Perhaps in the plot of Doctor Strange 2, the Book of Darkness and Book of Emperor Wation obtained will have the power to span the multiverse, and then they can cause harm to themselves. Wanda snorted coldly and said, Don't I know what you men want? As he spoke, he drew a graceful arc with his hands, lifted a tank next to him out of thin air, and smashed it towards Tiankai. Apocalypse raised his hand towards the tank in midair, and the tank was divided into two neat halves, flying past both sides of Apocalypse. What do you women think of men? Apocalypse reluctantly turns to Black Widow for help. Black Widow shook her head. There is nothing wrong with her worries. Men are what she thinks they are. Especially a beautiful woman. Okay, Tiankai said, then I'll get straight to the point. I want to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. As a meeting gift, I can save your brother. Really? Wanda hesitated. A large piece of cement floor that she had just lifted was suspended in the air. Wanda said, Humph, I don't believe you, or anyone who comes together with Stark. Tiankai was helpless. It seemed that speaking with his mouth alone was not convincing enough. So, he hugged the void in front of him with both hands. Under the influence of Apocalypse, the invisible space seems to be compressing with Wanda as the center. Wanda felt as if there were countless mountains approaching towards her, but she couldn't see them. As a result, he released magical energy attacks in all directions. But this energy has no effect and directly penetrates the space and falls far away. This is Tiankai's space binding technique. If you have a certain understanding of space, you can easily cut off a radius of -meters. This is the first use of Apocalypse on Xandar. On top of the space cutting technique, the space can be further distorted to create a Klein bottle structure, making people fall into a space cycle. This is more subtle than cutting space. The cutting space has clear boundaries that can be broken through with violence. If Tiankai still uses the space cutting technique now, and reaches the edge, maybe the evil god can use brute force to break the space and rush out. However, space circulates, there are loops without reason, and there is no way to beat them. Unless your understanding of space is above Apocalypse, you won't be able to find any products at all. Just like an ant, without three-dimensional thinking and strength, it will be trapped on the Mobius strip forever. The space restraint technique that trapped Wanda was a means of miniaturizing space. To escape, one must understand space better than Apocalypse. Or, power can break the void. Of course, Wanda's spatial understanding cannot surpass Apocalypse, but her potential is not lower than Apocalypse. Seeing that she was restrained, the energy in Wanda's body began to explode. The long brown hair flows freely behind her, as if in the water. The red energy on his body became more and more intense, resisting Apocalypse's space constraints. The two forces intertwined and confronted each other in the void, constantly emitting air explosions. There were bursts of crackling sounds in the space around Wanda. The sound is not loud, like a small firecracker. But every muffled sound was accompanied by a black crack in space, and illusions were born and disillusioned. The power that can break the void, each one, if exploded elsewhere, is no less powerful than the explosive power of a missile compressed into a small plate. Seeing that the power of confrontation was getting stronger and stronger, Wanda's face turned red, and it was obvious that she was reaching her limit. But the power in Wanda's body is still flowing. If it doesn't continue like this, Wanda will be crushed to pieces in the confrontation between Apocalypse and her own power. Seeing this, Tiankai had no choice but to turn his strength into softness. The space that originally restrained Wanda was loosened and he became weak. There was no pressure on Wanda's body, and the energy immediately spurted out, forming a red mist in the sky. Her strength was suddenly overdrawn, and Wanda felt weak. Fell from the void. Apocalypse dodged, caught Wanda in midair, and hugged her. The tentacles felt warm and full. Although the edge of the hug was too full, Wanda was too plump, and the overflowing part directly touched Apocalypse's hand. No wonder some gentlemen actors in many variety shows clenched their fists when hugging actresses instead of opening their palms naturally. It's really a natural holding position and it's hard not to touch the edges. Looking at the weak Wanda, Tiankai said, I guarantee in the name of King Tiankai that your brother will not die. In the original plot, Quicksilver was trying to save ordinary people, but he was too late to escape and died from Ultron's gun. Now that the Mind Stone is with Thanos or Loki, it's still unclear whether Ultron can be born. Even if he is born, with Tiankai's current methods, there are many ways to deal with him. As for Kuei Yin's fate, with his own strength as a guarantee and the recovery potion, I really don't believe it can't be changed. God Queen Frigga's destiny inertia is definitely much stronger than that of Quicksilver. She can change it herself, but it shouldn't be difficult for Quicksilver. Wanda's original violent anger also disappeared as her body weakened, and she said, My brother is still in the hands of Hydra. If you can save him, I will promise you anything. Cough cough. Tiankai didn't dare to accept what he said. The Black Widow is around, and if she agrees, she will be in trouble when she goes back. Seeing the murderous look in Black Widow's eyes, Apocalypse quickly put Wanda down and said, You rest for a while, I'll go and finish things here first. At this time, the red mist in the sky has not disappeared. Those are chaotic magical energies bound by space. Seeing this, Tiankai raised his hand towards the void, and a piece of red mist penetrated into the void and disappeared in place. Then suddenly appeared from the head of the evil god. With a boom, sound, he was blown down from the sky. The evil god was shocked and angry, and looked towards Tiankai. Although he knew that this was Tiankai's method, he didn't dare to come over to make trouble. At this moment, he just wanted to escape. I thought I would always find a way to get out, but I tried many times, but it seemed like a ghost was beating the wall. Still circling this area over and over again, it was driving him crazy. Pierce happened to have run near the evil god. If he wanted to leave, he had to rely on the evil god to take him, otherwise he wouldn't be able to escape even if he took a plane. The evil god mentioned Pierce and roared angrily, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that he was King Apocalypse?" Pierce said helplessly, "I thought you knew. Didn't you survive in his hands?" Now it was the evil god's turn to have nothing to say. From the moment he was caught, there were clearly signs suggesting that the Eastern boy was King Apocalypse. Why didn't he think of it? In fact, 2 successful robberies have given him preconceptions, and subconsciously he does not want to admit that the weakling who could be bullied by him at the beginning has become the #1 on Earth. No matter what, you find a way out for me. Otherwise, I will be the first to tear you apart. The evil god roared. Pierce was secretly angry. As an evil god, you can't break through this vicious circle. What can an ordinary person do to find a way out? But he didn't dare to say it clearly. Once he said it, he would die immediately, just like when the evil god said he had no superpowers. Pierce had no choice but to say, "This should be a 3-dimensional Klein bottle. We only need to break the space barrier to get out." How to break it? I tried using power attack. The evil god's eyes were as red as blood, staring at Pierce in panic. Pierce said, "Perhaps the power of the evil god is not enough. There is a super serum there, so why not?" The evil god was displeased. He had not completely lost his mind yet and knew his own limits. If you drink too much, you may lose control and explode. But in the current predicament, it seems that there is no other way but to increase strength. So with a move of his hand, the alloy box of super serum flew towards the evil god. Taking out the super serum, the evil god drank 5 more bottles in one go. The increased power blew a strong wind around the evil god. It looked majestic, but in fact it was because he couldn't control it and his power leaked too much. The evil god took Pierce and flew to the edge of space again. After many cycles of experience, the evil god has long figured out the edge of space. As long as you take one more step forward, you will immediately return to the starting point. Pierce said, "Concentrate the power at one point. The higher the energy density, the more space can be broken." Yeah. The evil god screamed wildly, gathering dozens of powers on his body, clasping his hands, and forming a grey energy drill in front of him. It roared forward and dived forward. The grey energy rotating drill suddenly disappeared as soon as it passed the critical line. Thulhu and Pierce looked back instinctively. Sure enough, the drill bit appeared at the origin. The evil god relaxed, and the drill dissipated immediately, turning into a violent tornado that swept around. Fortunately, at the origin, because Apocalypse and the evil god had fought here, everyone else had already run away, and no Hydra soldiers were unlucky enough to be hit. Tiankai looked at their attempts, smiled slightly, and pulled his hand into the void. The critical line suddenly retreated 1 meter. The evil god and Pierce's eyes were dazzled, and they instantly returned to the starting point. Seeing King Apocalypse smiling at them in front of them, the 2 of them lost their souls. Just as he was about to run away, Tiankai said, "Don't worry, don't you lack strength? I'll wait for you to drink the serum." It is not difficult to kill them, but Tiankai wants to see how strong the evil god is and how many chaotic energies it can suppress. The evil god said harshly, "Then don't regret it." He couldn't escape, he couldn't fight, and although it was dangerous to drink the serum again, the evil god could only bite the bullet at this time. As he spoke, all the serum in the alloy box floated up. There are nearly hundreds of various red, green, blue, and yellow serums. The evil god snorted coldly, and all the serum glasses exploded. Nearly 100 strands of serum, like 100 little snakes, quickly swam into the evil god's mouth. Violent power burst out of his body, the evil god completely lost his mind, and black energy pillars rose into the sky. Streams of black smoke came out of the evil god's body, as if his whole body was burning, entangled with this dark energy column. After a while, the whole person's flesh and blood seemed to be burned away, turning into a dry skin and bones. The evil god laughed, "I'm still too conservative. I should have drank them all long ago." The black energy pillar broke through Apocalypse's space cycle and reached the clouds in the sky. Pierce had already rolled and crawled far away, murmuring, "Is this the evil god who has completely opened the seal? With this power, maybe we can really fight." On Tiankai's side, there was a new discovery. Originally, the evil god's bad luck could never support him from drinking so much messy super serum. But he didn't expect that the moment he asked the evil god to drink it, the evil god's bad luck would actually increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. It has been exaggerated to the extent that it can directly suppress hundreds of conflicting energies. It seems that under his own pressure, the evil god can also increase his bad luck against him. This is an interesting discovery. No wonder the villain dies because he talks too much. If the other party keeps giving opportunities, the 2 people who are in conflict with each other may really be counterattacked by the one who talks more. However, it's usually the villains who talk the most. There is no way, villains are human beings too. After suppressing it for a long time, I always want to verbally despise my opponent and let the other party listen to my proud speech. Although the space circulation was broken by energy, the evil god did not escape. King Tiankai, thank you for giving me the opportunity. With a wave of his hand, the energy pillar shot up into the sky, as if the pillar of heaven collapsed and pressed down on Tiankai. The energy pillar passed by, revealing a dark background behind it, and actually tore apart the space. The faces of Black Widow and Wanda in the distance changed. This energy, even if they stood so far away, could feel the heart-stopping energy fluctuations in it, and they couldn't help but worry about Apocalypse. Apocalypse didn't even look at the energy column above his head. Instead, he said to Evil God, "Then I should also thank you for being a guinea pig for a while." As he spoke, he pointed his finger at the Evil God. Luck disinfecting technique? This finger seemed very slow, but in the eyes of the Evil God, it seemed as if the world had disappeared and only this finger remained. There is no way to avoid it. His fingers gently touched the Evil God's eyebrows. The Evil God suddenly felt empty in his heart, as if something had left him forever. This finger completely wiped out all the luck on the Evil God's body. Without the suppression of bad luck, the 100 or 200 strands of energy on his body are the Evil God's reminder. I saw the energy column in the sky spinning more and more dispersed, and completely dissipated before it reached Tianqi's head. Tiankai turned around and left with Pierce in hand. Pierce is still useful, so we can't let him die for the time being. He saw that he had turned into a mummy-like Evil God, and the energy in his body kept pouring out from his body. Every time a surge came out, there was a blood hole in his body. Although there was no blood flowing out, only dark red holes were visible on the surface of the skin. Bang! The Evil God's body finally couldn't hold on any longer. More than 100 strands of energy exploded on the spot, turning his body into ashes on the spot. A large pit dozens of meters deep was formed where he stood. The shock wave of the explosion flattened all buildings with a radius of several hundred meters, no less than a small nuclear explosion. If Apocalypse hadn't taken Pierce away, there was no way Pierce would have survived even if he was hiding behind a nearby bunker. Apocalypse threw Pierce in front of Wanda and said, "He is the key to finding your brother." Pierce smiled miserably, "Ha ha 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 ha. From the moment I joined Hydra, I was ready to devote myself to the great ideal. I won't tell you anything." Wanda also shook her head and said, "Not many people in Hydra are afraid of death. If torture worked, I would have resisted them long ago." Tiankai smiled and said, "Who said I would torture him? I just need the thread on his body." Wanda was stunned and wondered, "What line?" But I didn't see any lines on Pierce. The line Tiankai talks about refers to the line of cause and effect. Any luck must involve cause and effect. Just like Tiankai says the points he wants in the casino, then luck will change the cause and effect. People with strong luck can even turn effects into causes. In order to create a child of destiny, the world can first give the child of destiny a desired result, and then create a cause out of thin air. Then, the process of creating this cause will involve the causal timeline. Apocalypse felt that he could try to find Kuei Yin's location through the line of cause and effect. At this moment, Captain America, Fury, and Hill came out of the basement of the base. Fury said, "Many Hydra soldiers escaped and stole a batch of missiles and a batch of information. The three of us only killed some of them. Tang, why don't you take action?" Although asking King Apocalypse to do these tasks of clearing out the miscellaneous soldiers is a bit useless, if the time is not short, Hydra's soldiers will not be able to run far enough to take action in time. Once they are all gone and lurking around the world, it will be difficult to find them in the future. When it is discovered now, we don't know how many innocent people will be killed or injured. Now that the Hydra soldiers are scattered, unless a large-scale military carpet search is launched, only Apocalypse has this method. Tiankai said, "That's okay. I'm just thinking of trying a special method." Fury and others are a little strange. They just kill people. What's so special about it? Especially Wanda, who joined Apocalypse for the first time and was full of curiosity about Apocalypse. What kind of strange tricks will this man who destroyed an alien fleet with one punch use? Apocalypse stretched out his hand and photographed Pierce out of thin air. Stretch out your thumb, press it between his eyebrows, and then mobilize your chi. Faintly, Tiankai seemed to see countless thin lines stretching into the void for everyone in front of him. In addition to Wanda and Pierce, the biggest threads on Black Widow, Captain America, Hill, Fury, and others are all connected to him. This is the line of luck. As long as a relationship is established between each other, whether as a couple, as a friend, as a colleague, or as an enemy, there will be more or less luck connecting them. The more connected they are, the greater their influence on each other. In other words, if a certain party is particularly powerful, its influence will be great. Just like the Captain of the United States, Fury, and Hill, their relationship with themselves is definitely not the closest among their interpersonal relationships. But because he is too powerful, the line of cause and effect is the tightest and thickest. However, Apocalypse has no time to explore these for the time being. Focus instead on Pierce. There are countless thin lines on Pierce's body. Except for a small part that is related to Fury and others, if the guess is correct, most of the rest should be from Hydra. However, Tiankai set a distance to avoid accidental killing. Target the people connected to Pierce within 100 miles. Luck disinfecting technique? I saw a stream of energy pouring out from Apocalypse's thumb, passing through the center of Pierce's eyebrows, and tracing out from the thread of destiny on Pierce's body, covering 100 miles in radius. The escaping Hydra soldiers, whether in the sky or on the ground, in groups or alone, almost all at the same time froze and felt empty in their hearts. It seems that something important has disappeared from his body. Immediately afterwards, a series of strange accidents comparable to death is coming followed. There was a Hydra soldier driving a car, and the car suddenly lost control, hit the roadside, and the fuel tank began to leak. It happened that the car door was locked at this time, and Hydra, who was still unconscious but not dead, tried his best to smash the car door. However, just a second before escaping, the gasoline exploded and was submerged in the fire. Someone was driving a submarine in the sea. Suddenly the submarine sank and fell straight to the bottom of the sea. The Hydra inside shouted desperately, "Come up quickly! Come up quickly, we have fallen into the sea cliff." A seawater cliff is a stream of seawater with different densities, usually less dense than normal seawater. Because the submarine controls its depth by adjusting its own buoyancy, if it suddenly enters a seawater cliff, it will fall to a deeper depth like falling off a cliff. People in the submarine feel as if they are being sucked down to the bottom of the sea. When it falls to a certain depth, the huge seawater pressure exceeds the submarine's designed pressure resistance and will crush the submarine into a piece of iron like a Coke can. The Hydra at the console was just about to surface. It happened that the house was leaking and it was raining. The floating push bar seemed to be stuck by something and could not be pushed no matter what. Hydra, trapped in the submarine, looked desperately at the deeper and deeper scale, and a harsh rattling sound came from the hull made of fine steel alloy. As a result, a submarine carrying missiles was crushed by the huge pressure of the sea and sank to the bottom of the sea silently. Similar accidental deaths occurred simultaneously in many places within 100 miles. It was as if countless gods of death were reaping life at the same time. Ordinary people, if their luck is lower than 30, they will have bad luck one after another, and their life and death will be unpredictable. Apocalypse just wiped the luck of all Hydras related to Pierce to zero. Unless another superhero or supervillain passes by and personally saves these Hydras with zero luck. Otherwise, no one will be spared. Apocalypse said to Fury, "You are sent to search within 100 miles radius." From this moment on, most of the unlucky people who died inexplicably due to accidents are Hydra. Although other people may have died unexpectedly during this period, it was a small probability event. Apocalypse is too lazy to deal with it, just leave it to S.H.I.E.L.D. to screen and analyze. Black Widow, Fury, Captain America, Hill, Wanda, and others looked at each other. What do you mean the unlucky guy who died was Hydra? Even if one or two Hydras were not careful while escaping and had an accident, it wouldn't be the case for hundreds or thousands of people to be unlucky at the same time, right? But King Tiankai said so, and there must be a reason for it. Fury and others were just confused, not questioning. After collecting reports one after another on the second day, I understood what Tiankai meant. Fury and Hill were in the headquarters, silent for a long time. Originally, Apocalypse's powerful attack power had shocked them greatly. Fury was even worried that if Apocalypse wanted to do something evil, who could check and balance him? This is not Fury's random imagination. The most disbelieving thing in Fury's profession is the human heart. Right in front of him was his immediate boss, Pierce. Who would have thought that the minister who had always been jealous of him after his exploits in World War II was actually a member of Hydra? As the saying goes, great treachery is like loyalty, but it is nothing more than this. Besides, people change. Especially when a person has uncontrollable power, people's desires will be magnified. Originally, Fury had always used Captain Marvel as his trump card. Whether it is saving the Earth or restraining anyone, Captain Marvel has absolute strength. But now, Fury is beginning to waver. Captain Marvel is very powerful, but he just fights head-on. It is not yet known whether he can face the weird attack method of King Apocalypse. No wonder before going to the casino, he said that if he succeeded, his strength would greatly increase. Sure enough, this method is more frightening than frontal combat and is impossible to guard against. Fortunately, Apocalypse didn't have any evil thoughts at this time. His vision is broader than Fury's, and he knows that the universe is not that simple, and it is far from a day of relaxation and enjoyment. Apocalypse here. After the battle at the base, I rested for a day and set off on the second day. Accompanying him are Black Widow, Captain America, Wanda, and Pierce, who is tied up. Pierce originally planned to die rather than surrender, but Apocalypse did not torture him at all, but directly sealed his mouth. Then, he held him in his hand like a human compass. A group of 4 people and 1 prisoner headed in the direction of Quayan. Walking in a straight line all the way, climbing over mountains and ridges when there is no road, flying at low altitude, it is simply more accurate than the AMAP map. Pierce's eyes were filled with shock. How did they know that Quicksilver was in that direction? You know, when it comes to hiding and infiltration, Hydra dares to say it is first, but no one dares to say it is second. Over the years, under the pressure of righteous forces around the world, S.H.I.E.L.D. has not only been unable to find Hydra, but has become stronger and stronger. This is an extremely remarkable thing for many terrorist organizations. But in front of these revelations, they are in vain. Previously, he used a strange move to destroy you on behalf of justice to blow up all the Hydras in SHIELD. Now even the best hidden secret base is as conspicuous as a candlelight at night. What countless S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and spies cannot do seems to be as simple as drinking water and eating in front of Apocalypse. Compared to Pierce's shock and Wanda's curiosity, Black Widow and Captain America were already numb. Along the way, they have seen many magical places in Tiankai. With such 1 or 2 small tricks, they didn't even bother to ask. Anyway, if Tiankai tells you to go in a straight line, you can go in a straight line. The people here are not ordinary people. Even if there is a cliff in front of them, they can't stop them. If it weren't for the fear that Hydra would have killing methods in the cell where Quicksilver was kept, such as in General Ross's super prison, Apocalypse could fly directly into the air. But that target is too obvious. If it is discovered and Hydra kills Quicksilver, the gain will not be worth the loss. At that time, not only will she not be able to share the Scarlet Witch's fate, she will even turn dark and become an enemy of S.H.I.E.L.D. Having said that, although Quicksilver is a superhero, his luck is indeed a bit ridiculously low. His superpower is exactly the same as that of the Flash, which is fast. In the original plot of Avengers 2, among all the superheroes who fight against Ultron's mechanical army, he should be the one least likely to die. Because bullets are not as fast as him, Ultron couldn't catch him either. However, everyone else was fine, but he died, and he died from a bullet. I have to say that his fate is really a bit sad. Now, due to the coming of the apocalypse, the divine timeline has been altered beyond recognition. The Scarlet Witch was sent out as a thug as usual, but Quicksilver was sadly imprisoned. As a means to threaten Scarlet Witch. This level of misfortune makes it seem as if all the luck of the brother and sister is concentrated on the Scarlet Witch alone. Tiankai asked, Wanda, does your brother have any hidden means of killing him? For example, a miniature bomb or something like that? Wanda shook her head, probably not. When I came out, they just locked up my brother. Well, that's easy to handle. As long as a microbomb is not implanted in Quayen's body, it will automatically explode once certain conditions are triggered, leaving him no time to react. Apocalypse doesn't have to worry about the rest. Approaching the base, Apocalypse threw Pierce into the snow. In his hand, he drew several light blue energy lines around the base. Let's cut this space out first and not give any Hydra a chance to escape. Natasha, later you and Steve will attack Hydra's database and try to get Hydra's list. Wanda and I are going to rescue her brother. Pierce should stay with him. He can't escape anyway. It is good. The American captain is eager to try. Speaking of which, Hydra is his old rival. Starting from the Red Skull in 70, it has been killing until now. I thought that the righteous side had won and Hydra should disappear in the long river of history. Unexpectedly, when I woke up, Hydra was all over the world. It's like having cockroaches in your home. The more you fight, the more you fight. It's extremely annoying. Let's go. Apocalypse hugged Wanda's slender waist, and with a flash of figure, an afterimage was drawn in the air and disappeared into the distance. Black Widow ignored her jealousy and followed Captain America, heading straight for Hydra's control center. On Apocalypse's side, there was a reminder from Wanda, who had already locked Quayen's location in an underground cell. He made no secret of it along the way, bumping into doors and going through walls. Many Hydra soldiers behind the door wall had no time to react and were directly hit and exploded, with their flesh and blood and internal organs flying in the sky. Wanda is also a person who has experienced battles for a long time. When she saw the internal organs and fleshy foam coming towards her face, she was still frightened and instinctively wanted to hide away. But Tiankai hugged her slender waist, and she had no choice but to bury her face on Tiankai's shoulder. Fortunately, Apocalypse has already opened the divine protective shield. Not to mention flesh and blood, not even dust can get in along the way. There was too much movement on Tiankai's side, and Hydra immediately sounded the alarm. Countless soldiers suddenly appeared in the originally silent base and began running toward the basement. This is also the plan formulated by Tiankai and the American captain. On Apocalypse's side, take advantage of speed, don't need to cover up, save people first, and take advantage of the gap when Hydra is attracted. Anyway, Apocalypse has the strength to do this. Then Captain America and Black Widow went to steal Hydra's information. If you attack hard and are discovered by Hydra in the control center, the data may be destroyed in advance. It will be much harder to find other Hydras in the future. After all, Pierce only knew part of the Hydra he commanded. There are many branches all over the world that keep each other secret. Even Apocalypse cannot be traced by the thread of destiny. Black Widow is proficient in hacking methods and can invade most computer systems in a short period of time. In the original plot of Captain America 2, Black Widow, Captain America and others went to rescue the Lemurian star. Black Widow secretly left the team halfway, invaded the ship's central system, and copied important information. Now, with Apocalypse drawing firepower, Black Widow only needs to knock down a few guards to easily crack the system. In the blink of an eye, Apocalypse is unstoppable and has arrived in the dungeon. There were not many people in the dungeon, and Apocalypse recognized Quicksilver at a glance. It was very different from the one in his memory, and somewhat similar to Wanda. As soon as the afterimage stopped, the two stopped in front of Quicksilver's cell door. Only then did Wanda realize that she seemed to have her head buried in Apocalypse's shoulder all the way, and she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. By the way, everyone doesn't seem to know each other very well. Quickian saw the strong wind blowing outside the cell door. He raised his eyes and said in surprise, Wanda, why are you here? Wanda said, I'm here to rescue you. Quayen said, this cell has a trigger device, so you can't force it. Otherwise, if you detonate the energy bomb inside, not only will I die, but the entire dungeon will be wiped out. Hearing this, the red energy in Wanda's hand suddenly stopped. Quicksilver is a person with superpowers. Although he is good at speed, the cell where he is imprisoned is still extremely tight. Not only is it surrounded by a hard alloy fence, but there is also an energy wall inside. If it were just ordinary metal, with Quicksilver's speed, the iron pestle could be ground into a needle, and it would not be difficult to escape. And once he escapes from trouble, there are only a handful of people in the world who can catch him back. The energy wall in the middle not only prevents Quicksilver from escaping from prison, but also acts as a bomb. As long as they are attacked, the prison robbers and prisoners will be annihilated together. Although this energy can't harm Apocalypse and Scarlet Witch, it's hard to say that Quicksilver is trapped inside. His body is only of mortal strength, even bullets can kill him, let alone such advanced energy bombs. The cry of Hydra could be heard outside, and Wanda was a little anxious. What should I do? She wasn't afraid that she wouldn't be able to defeat the Hydra soldiers, but she was afraid that someone would press the detonation button and her brother would be killed. Don't worry, let me take a look, Tian Kai said. Apocalypse reached over the alloy fence and lightly touched the energy wall. The energy wall made a sizzling sound and burned Apocalypse's skin. If it were an ordinary person, this burning energy alone would be able to burn them to the point of leaving no flesh and bones, but in front of the divine body of Apocalypse, there was only a slight mist. Apocalypse touched it lightly and confirmed that as long as the appropriate intensity was maintained, the energy wall would not explode. In this way, Apocalypse will have a solution. Tian Kai's hand glowed with light blue light and he slowly moved towards the cell. After a while, Quicksilver and Wanda saw a strange phenomenon. The alloy fence and energy wall were twisted 180 degrees, like an abstract painting, with a hole appearing in the middle. This is the space that Apocalypse distorted and forcibly expanded. As for the energy wall and alloy fence, the visual appearance from the outside looks distorted, but in the four-dimensional space, its position has not changed at all. Just like water shooting from the air into the water, the light seen by people outside is bent and refracted. But from the perspective of the light itself, it is moving straight forward. Because of this, the energy wall did not explode, and it did not feel that its running direction had been changed at all. The hole is not big, but it can allow Quicksilver to pass through with his head down. Okay, you come out. Quicksilver was dubious and cautiously stretched his hand through the hole. Wanda also reached forward, and the brother and sister's hands touched lightly. Quicksilver was overjoyed, an after-image flashed. He had come out of the cell, and hugged Wanda tightly. At this time, the shouts of Hydra soldiers were getting closer and closer. Tian Kai said, there will be some minor troubles later, let's talk about it after we go out. As he spoke, he punched upwards. The ground seemed to erupt like a volcano, with a boom, and a large amount of soil splashed up. Apocalypse wore a divine shield, separated from the soil, and came out of the cave with Wanda and Quicksilver. Those Hydra soldiers had just rushed into the dungeon from the passage, holding the most advanced energy guns in their hands. Seeing Tian Kai and others leaving, some of them went to pursue them. The other part saw an abstract round hole in the cell where Quicksilver was held, and watched curiously. Some even, like Quicksilver, cautiously reached through the hollow to see if it was real. Suddenly, the void closed. The energy that held the void together was taken back by Apocalypse. The hole suddenly shrank like a whirlpool and disappeared. What? The soldier who reached in screamed, and his arm was cut off by the energy wall, which flashed several times. Boom! An energy explosion occurred throughout the dungeon. All the Hydras were turned into ashes under the impact of energy. Where the dungeon was, a large area of the ground collapsed. Kuei Yin looked back with lingering fear. If he had accidentally triggered the energy wall just now, he would have ended up like a Hydra soldier. Seeing that it was safe, Quicksilver pointed at Apocalypse and asked, Wanda, who is he? He is from S.H.I.E.L.D. What? Before Wanda could finish speaking, Quicksilver looked angry. Are these the people who are with Stark and the others? As soon as the words fell, the two people suddenly disappeared in front of Tian Kai. Quicksilver took Wanda a few hundred meters away, then quickly returned to attack Apocalypse. First, he relied on his speed to circle around, trying to find Apocalypse's weaknesses. Apocalypse couldn't laugh or cry. Is this guy Quicksilver cautious or heartless? Wanda didn't even finish her words. Just hearing the three words shield made her regard herself as an enemy. However, she was not in a hurry to attack, so she went around in circles. In this case, if you don't teach this young boy a lesson, you really don't take yourself seriously. Seeing that Apocalypse had been standing still, seemingly unable to keep up with his own speed, Quicksilver finally became bolder. Like a bolt of lightning, it struck from behind Tian Kai. When he was about to get close, Kuei Yin suddenly realized that he was facing Tian Kai's front face, which seemed to be smiling at him. Kuei Yin was startled, and he didn't even see clearly when the other party turned around. Could it be that I was dazzled by running too fast just now? Impossible, I am faster than a bullet, and no one can be faster than a bullet. Except myself? After a sharp turn, the turf on the ground created a long slippery slope, and Quicksilver quickly dodged out of the way. Then it attacked from the other direction. When he got closer, he not only saw Tian Kai's face, but also a big hand grabbing at his neck. Oh. The sonic boom caused by Apocalypse's big hand at high speed is like a dragon's claw, trying to break Quicksilver's neck. Kuei Yin was shocked and twisted his legs into two hot wheels, forcibly increasing his speed by a large margin. Just as he was about to catch it, Apocalypse's hand seemed to suddenly slow down, and finally Kuei Yin narrowly avoided it. Kuei Yin moved his neck slightly. He was too close to Apocalypse's hand just now, and the sonic boom from the explosion hit his skin, causing slight pain. Quicksilver thought he escaped at the last moment because of his explosion. In fact, it wasn't Quicksilver who escaped, but Apocalypse who let him go. If you wish, Apocalypse's speed can be suddenly increased by 10 times. No matter how fast Quayin was, he would never be able to escape this catch. But Apocalypse discovered a problem: the way Quicksilver's speed worked. Apocalypse's own speed relies on powerful force on the ground, forcing his body to reach several times the speed of sound. Therefore, every time you accelerate, a big crater will explode on the ground like being bombarded by a cannonball. This is because of the huge reaction force effect. To fly in the sky, you use divine power or the power of infinite gems to push back like a rocket. Very direct and brutal. In this way, as long as you enter the speed of sound, there will be a sonic boom. But not Quicksilver. Quicksilver ran at several times the speed of sound, but it was like a fish swimming in water. Of course, not only was there no sonic boom, there was not even much disturbance in the air, just like the wind caused by a person running normally. The speed at which this kind of superpower can be stimulated is fundamentally different from the speed at which Apocalypse can push through force. You know, Quayin's body can be penetrated by ordinary bullets. It is absolutely impossible for him to use brute force to start and stop at several times the speed of sound like Apocalypse. The strong inertia will tear his body apart. His speed is more like instinct. The reason Tiankai stopped just now was because he wanted to know, can I learn Quicksilver's superpower? If you can, when you enter the speed of sound in the future, you don't have to act like a big bull, causing sonic booms every time. Not only does it save a lot of effort, but it can also further increase your speed. Several times the speed of sound, it seems very fast from the ground. But in the outer space, it's almost like a turtle. If possible, Apocalypse hopes to achieve Captain Marvel level speeds that the physical body can travel between the stars. Apocalypse closed his eyes and began to sense the movement of Quayin's body energy. Superpowers are essentially a kind of energy. Although he doesn't have Quicksilver's speed force energy, he has divine power and the power of the Infinity Stones, so he may not be able to imitate it. Seeing Tiankai close his eyes, Quicksilver was angry. This person doesn't take himself seriously enough. You must give him a hard time. Thinking of this, Quayin's speed became a little faster, as if he was attacking Apocalypse in multiple directions at the same time. Unfortunately, every time he was greeted by a dragon-clawed hand. From the perspective of Scarlet Witch, who was several hundred meters away, Apocalypse stood still. It seemed as if dozens of hands had grown out of his body. Often, before the afterimage of one hand disappears, another afterimage explodes. Quicksilver was furious and said, "Are you a fucking hedgehog? You have the guts to fight me." Tiankai's ears twitched. Originally, it was a bit troublesome to imitate Quicksilver's superpowers, but now that Quicksilver speaks, the way his superpowers work is immediately clear to him. At several times the speed of sound, Quayin's words actually reached Apocalypse's ears like a normal person speaking. What then came into Apocalypse's mind was the secret of Quicksilver's superpower operation. Tiankai opened his eyes, "As you wish." Quicksilver was so frightened that he almost lost control and hit a tree. When he stabilized his body and took a closer look, Apocalypse was actually less than an arm's length away from him. As long as Tiankai wants to, he can be caught. Quicksilver was shocked. Apocalypse didn't move just now, and Quayin thought that Apocalypse was not good at speed and could only be beaten on the spot. Unexpectedly, it came to him silently. Quicksilver hurriedly changed direction and accelerated, trying to get away from Apocalypse. Apocalypse is not in a hurry to take down Quayin. He just learned a new skill and played with him. Soon, Quayin discovered that no matter how he moved, turned, or changed speed, Apocalypse was never far away from him. Like a shadow, hanging beside him. Quayin was shocked and angry, and thought to himself, "Since you can keep up with the speed in a small area, then I will show you my speed in a straight line." Thinking of this, Quayin disappeared in a flash and ran straight into the distance. Naturally, Apocalypse also disappeared with it. The afterimage of the two people brought gusts of breeze through Hydra's base. Before that, although Apocalypse could maintain such a speed, he would probably leave behind a series of gas explosions along the way. It's okay for combat, but not suitable for stealth. Quicksilver is getting faster and faster. 2 times the speed of sound. 3 times the speed of sound. 5 times the speed of sound. Running in a straight line does not require turning or avoiding surrounding obstacles. Quicksilver takes full advantage of his speed. But he was desperate. No matter how many times the speed of sound he increased, the Oriental man always followed him with a smile. He had tried his best, but the other person seemed to be taking a walk, following him leisurely. Ever since he obtained the speed force, Quicksilver never expected that one day he would be tricked by others regarding his speed. Quayin may not know that if Apocalypse wasn't with him, he might have died just now. When he first arrived at the base, Apocalypse cut off a space of dash meters in radius. This time, he didn't bother doing Klein bottle construction, just segmentation. At Quicksilver's speed, it would only take a few seconds to run out of this range. Then, he might hit the invisible wall of space. Hitting him at several times the speed of sound, Apocalypse couldn't even imagine what kind of miserable state Quayin's body would be in. He had to open an opening in the direction of Quayin's advance to let him pass. Quayin didn't know that he had just escaped a life-and-death disaster. Seeing that he couldn't outrun Tiankai, he had no choice but to make a big turn and run back. It seems that we can only defeat him with the help of my sister's strength. Quayin thought. When the time comes to trap him with the power of his sister Wanda, he can use his speed to fight back. Within a few seconds, Quicksilver had run back to Wanda. The breeze blew Wanda's long brown hair, flying in the air for a long time. From when Quicksilver pulled Wanda away from Apocalypse, to now he is back with her again. The whole process seemed very long, but in fact it only took about 10 seconds. All actions are completed at supersonic speed. So much so that as soon as Wanda came back to her senses, this battle, which didn't feel like a battle, was over. This time, Apocalypse stopped following Kuei-yin. He stopped 10 meters away from them and walked over slowly. Seeing Apocalypse coming, Kuei-yin said anxiously, "Wanda, you use magic to trap him, and I'll kill him." He talks about killing, but there is no murderous intention. He has the same temperament as Wanda. This is why Apocalypse can tolerate Quicksilver's mischief. Brother, do you know who it is?" Wanda rolled her eyes. Her brother had a temper as quick as his. "Can't you wait until you finish speaking? Didn't you say that he is from S.H.I.E.L.D.? People from S.H.I.E.L.D. have a close relationship with the Stark family. They are definitely not good people." Wanda said word by word, "He is your idol, King Apocalypse." Scare. Quicksilver seemed to be frozen. The brain has been frightened to death. Huge surprise and huge fright came at the same time. For a moment, Kuei-yin didn't know how to deal with this contradictory and complicated information. Since the New York Wormhole War, Apocalypse has turned the tide and become the idol of countless people on Earth. Quicksilver is one of them. Unlike other ordinary people can only worship purely. But Quicksilver is different. He is a superpower and can use his superpowers to benefit mankind. For example, helping an old lady cross the road. With his speed, he can help dozens of old ladies cross the road in 1 second. Although with his impatience, he might not ask the old lady if she needs to cross the street. Anyway, to do a good deed, he would help them cross first. Of course, the most important thing is to fight criminals. Kuei-yin has always imagined that when the Earth faces another crisis in the future, he can fight side by side with his idol to fight against aliens. Unfortunately, due to his unfortunate fate, he has not left Hydra's base since his superpowers were discovered. As for the superpower group, no one knows that he is such a big one. In addition, he was young and frivolous, always eager to prove himself, and his temper became more and more impatient. This time, before Wanda could finish speaking, she immediately started a conflict with Apocalypse. Unexpectedly, after a competition, I was completely defeated in the field I was best at, and I was filled with resentment. But when she heard her sister say that the man in front of her was her idol, King Tiankai, she felt surprised and scared at the same time. Whenever King Tiankai had the slightest idea of killing him just now, he didn't know how many times he died. Idol, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Apocalypse smiled and said, "Don't you have a grudge against S.H.I.E.L.D.? I am also from S.H.I.E.L.D. This." Quicksilver turned to Wanda and motioned for her to help him out, so as not to let his idol leave a bad impression on him. Although he is Wanda's brother, the difference between them is only 12 minutes. In addition, girls mature earlier than boys, which gives the impression that Wanda is more like an older sister. Wanda could only say, "I'm sorry, Dawn. My brother is impatient and has caused trouble for you." "It's nothing," Tiankai said. "I learned something from him just now. Speaking of which, I have to thank him." "Really?" Kuei-yin didn't believe it at first. "In just 10 seconds, did my idol learn something from me? I should be the one who said this, right?" Kuei-yin burst into tears in his heart. "I learned the importance of patience from you, my idol." Seeing Apocalypse smiling at Wanda, Quicksilver's heart moved. Could it be that? It couldn't be that he looked at Wanda? "Want to be my brother-in-law? Bah, it's my brother-in-law." Apocalypse and Wanda don't know these messy thoughts in Kuei-yin's mind. Otherwise, Wanda would have dealt with him without Apocalypse taking action. Tiankai said, "It's true. Your speed force is very interesting. I imitated it and it was pretty good." Now Wanda and Quicksilver were really shocked and their eyes widened. "I thought Tiankai was speaking kindly, but I didn't expect it to be true. The whole process only took more than 10 seconds, and he actually learned Quicksilver's speed force? No, not 10 seconds. Since Apocalypse followed Kuei-yin, it shows that Apocalypse has learned. They were just playing tricks on Quicksilver later on. In other words, the whole process only takes a few seconds. In just a few seconds, you can learn the abilities of a Speed King and be faster than yourself? This kind of learning ability is as terrifying as King Apocalypse's own fighting power. Kuei-yin was a little embarrassed when he spoke. Idol, you don't have to call me that, you, brother-in-law. Kuei-yin is indeed fast. It was so fast that the thoughts in his mind came out of his mouth before they passed through his brain. The three people were stunned for a moment. Kuei-yin didn't know why he shouted out his random thoughts just now. What should he do? Wanda was ashamed and dumbfounded. Did her brother have his brain changed by Hydra? What are you talking about? Besides, even if you want to call me brother-in-law, you should call me brother-in-law. What kind of brother-in-law? Ba. Wanda shook her head hastily to get rid of the messy thoughts in her heart. Tiankai is speechless. What are these names? What is going on in Quicksilver's head? I mean, you can do the same as Wanda and just call me by my name. What kind of idol, King of Apocalypse? Just forget about being called these nicknames by outsiders. Tiankai is not used to being called these names in person, and it would be better if the name sounds friendly. Kuei-yin was overjoyed. He didn't expect his idol to be so approachable, and said hurriedly, "Yes, Tang. Mr. Tang. In the end, I still didn't dare to call him by his name directly, so I added the word sir to show respect. The weigh-in was over, and the three of them didn't know what to say for a moment. It was originally fine, but Kuei-in's brother-in-law made the atmosphere seem awkward and ambiguous. Boom. Suddenly, there was an explosion from the Hydra base control center. Immediately afterwards, a large number of Hydra soldiers rushed over there. After a while, Black Widow and Captain America ran out of the control center and joined Apocalypse. There are a large number of Hydras chasing behind, and countless bullets are flying towards this side. The whistling sound of bullets streaking through the air sounded close to the ears of the three people in Tiankai, which was heart-stopping. Red magic appeared on Wanda's hand, protecting herself and Quicksilver. When the bullet reached Tiankai, it automatically went around as if it had eyes. Through the looming and refracted sunlight around Apocalypse, Wanda and the others could see that the space around Apocalypse had been bent into a spindle shape. As soon as the bullet reaches this shuttle shape, it automatically crosses Tiankai, and then resumes its original route behind him. It seems that the trajectory has not changed at all. Black Widow and Captain America fought and retreated, arriving in front of Apocalypse. Tiankai asked, "Did you get the information?" Black Widow naturally hugged Apocalypse's arm and said, "Yeah, let's go then." Kuei-in said anxiously, "There are many Hydras over there, don't we destroy them?" The American captain glanced at Quicksilver and said, "Hey, newcomer, remember one thing, you have to learn to be lazy when you are around King Apocalypse." Stealing, why are you lazy? Kuei-in thought to himself, "I'm just looking for a chance to perform well and let my idol have a good impression of me. You're calling me lazy? In the future, King Tiankai will not take me with him when he fights monsters." Tiankai didn't explain, and took everyone a few steps, just out of the space cage. Countless bullets hit the wall of the space cage and were embedded in the space, spinning without falling over. Tiankai turned around and pressed his hand on the space cage in front of him. The huge space with a radius of -meters suddenly shook, and then contracted rapidly. The process of shrinkage is also the process of harvesting. Wherever the edge of the space cage passes, the woods, soil, buildings, and people are all annihilated in the dark void space. Many Hydras running in front turned into nothingness before they could even scream in the face of this strange attack. Some reacted quickly, firing a few shots and even shooting RPG shells, but they didn't even stir up a wave. In just 10 seconds, the space with a radius of -meters shrank into a point, and finally disappeared completely. What appears before everyone's eyes is a huge black hole of nothingness. In this area, all matter, including space, was completely annihilated by Apocalypse. Then, the air and dust began to surge, and it seemed like a big storm was blowing. The space outside the black hole, like water, carries other matter to fill this void. After a while, everyone could see the scenery behind the black hole again. But at this time, the base has completely disappeared. The space that had just been filled was not very stable, and there were faint cracks in the black space bursting out, like a black lightning. At this time, this area is more dangerous than entering a thunderstorm area. Thunder and lightning may not kill people every time, but any small crack in space can tear apart any material in the world. If the human body encounters a space crack, it will never be spared. Quicksilver swallowed, and then realized what the American captain meant by being lazy. If they were to destroy the remaining Hydras, they would be able to defeat them, but they didn't know how long it would take. In the meantime, they may be ambushed or even killed. Or there are some hidden in secret passages and secret rooms that they can't find at all. Only like King Apocalypse, who can completely annihilate the entire space, is not only ridiculously fast, but also foolproof. No matter where the Hydra hides, it will disappear with this space. Among them, including Pierce. Pierce is a big boss of Hydra, and even climbed to the position of the boss of SHIELD. He can be described as a generational hero. It's a pity that he died in bondage like this and died silently. However, even the American captain didn't say much. If Pierce is taken back, according to the laws of the United States, he will probably not be sentenced to death. If he was locked up, he would have to be prepared for other Hydras to come and rob the prison. If he escaped, he didn't know how much damage would be caused based on his knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D. and related secret departments. Who dares to say no even if he dies at the hands of King Tiankai? Tiankai said, "Okay, this is the end of Pierce's Hydra." Black Widow shook her head and said, "Hydra claims that if you cut off one head, 2 will grow back. I'm afraid that other lurking Hydras will not let it go. At least there is one person. I didn't see him along the way." Tiankai asked, "Which person?" "Winter Soldier." Black Widow briefly talked about her grievances with the Winter Soldier. From the beginning of these decades of ghost legends, to the time Black Widow was punched through the abdomen by the Winter Soldier a few years ago before she encountered Apocalypse. Then a few days ago, the Winter Soldier intercepted Fury and fought head-on with the Black Widow. But since that battle, the Winter Soldier seemed to have disappeared. Not only did he not appear in SHIELD to protect the space carrier as it took off, but he also didn't see Pierce taking him to save the evil god. Including subsequent Hydra attacks on various bases with evil spirits, no trace of him was found. There was such a big fuss just now. With the strength of the Winter Soldier, if they were here, they would attack. It is unlikely that he will die silently under the hollow annihilation of the Apocalypse. Hearing this, Tiankai nodded. "This is a bit troublesome." Quicksilver asked, "Even Mr. Tang finds it troublesome. Is that Winter Soldier very powerful?" "That's not true." Tiankai shook his head and said, "This trouble is not a matter of strength, but a matter of grudges. Not to mention other crimes committed by the Winter Soldier, Apocalypse doesn't know much about it. But the case of the assassination of Iron Man's parents in 1991 was troublesome enough. In the original plot, this incident even caused a rift within the Avengers. At that time, Iron Man discovered that the Winter Soldier was the murderer of his parents. He was distraught and tried to kill the Winter Soldier. Naturally, the American captain refused and tried his best to stop them. The three of them fought at a Winter Soldier base in Siberia. In the end, Iron Man failed to defeat Captain America and the Winter Queen, and failed to kill the Winter Soldier. In the end, in the name of his father, Captain America's shield was taken back, and the two parted ways. Until Avengers 4 after the Thanos mass extinction event, in order to travel back to the past and change the timeline, teamwork was required. Iron Man and Captain America finally reconciled, and Iron Man also returned Captain America's shield. It can be seen that the Winter Soldier's troubles have caused as much damage to the Avengers as a supervillain. Moreover, he is still a villain who cannot be killed casually, which is very troublesome. Even Tian Kai himself has no solution to this problem. The Winter Soldier is Captain America's life and death friend, both of whom can sacrifice their lives to take bullets for the other. There was no way he would agree to eliminate Bucky the Winter Soldier unless he killed Cap. On Iron Man's side, it was his parents who died, and there was no possibility of reconciliation in the sworn blood feud. Thinking of this, Apocalypse glanced at the American captain. What would happen if Bucky was killed without the captain knowing? Seeing Tian Kai looking at him without speaking, the American captain was a little confused. Does this trouble have anything to do with me? Alas. Apocalypse sighed, and finally said, the only active Winter Soldier now, his real name is Bucky Barnes. Do you think it has anything to do with you? Impossible, the captain said in shock. Even if Bucky is alive, he is over 90 or hundreds of years old now. How can he still kill people? Steve, you are not the first super soldier in the world. If you can transform, can't others? Including Bucky. The captain fell into deep thought. The first supervillain he encountered was the Red Skull. The Red Skull was also injected with the super serum, earlier than Captain America. However, Dr. Abraham Erskine had not perfected the serum at that time, causing the flesh and blood on the Red Skull's face to be burned, turning it into a bloody skull. Apart from being ugly, the strength is not much weaker. From this perspective, it is not impossible for Hydra to continue its research and invent a serum that can support the Winter Soldier's activity for decades. His best friend has now become an executioner, and the captain suddenly feels in trouble. I don't believe Bucky will become like this. He must be controlled by Hydra. The captain said. Tian Kai said, you are right. He is indeed controlled. But is he really not guilty at all? What are you going to do with him? A murderous kitchen knife would be called a murder weapon, let alone a human being. It's not the main responsibility, but it doesn't mean there is no responsibility. The captain was silent. At this time, Black Widow said, Dawn, in 1991, Tony's parents. Tian Kai shook his head slightly. The time had not come yet, so it would be better not to expose the trouble in advance. The two looked at each other with a tacit understanding. Black Widow had been injured by the Winter Soldier, so she naturally paid special attention to his files and had read all the information about the Winter Soldier in SHIELD. Tony's parents were leading scientists and one of the founders of SHIELD. There are detailed information about his murder in SHIELD. Although there is no hard evidence, various investigation clues point to the Winter Soldier. Black Widow understands why Apocalypse is talking about trouble. Wanda and Quicksilver couldn't understand what Apocalypse, Black Widow, and Captain America were saying. But seeing Black Widow and Apocalypse being so close and understanding, Wanda felt lost and didn't know what it felt like. Kuei Yin just called Apocalypse brother-in-law. Although the three of them were embarrassed, Wanda still had a little expectation. After all, no woman can refuse when facing the most powerful god-level man on Earth, King Apocalypse. Now seeing that he and Black Widow seemed to understand what each other was saying in just a few words, Wanda felt deeply disappointed and had to bury these small expectations in her heart. Tian Kai said, Steve, you should find Loki first. I'm going to see that guy Tony. He said he's working on a great piece of work and wants to see how it goes. Black Widow said, I have obtained some information about Hydra this time. I want to return to the Bureau and continue the pursuit. Tang, I can't accompany you for the time being. Well, then you get busy first. Black Widow has never been a clingy little sheep, and Apocalypse is used to it. Then, Tian Kai said again, Wanda, you go with me. Black Widow, Wanda, and Quicksilver were confused. Black Widow was angry and jealous. Could it be that if she didn't accompany him, he would find another beautiful woman? Do you dare to face me in front of me? Do you want to deliberately anger me? Wanda had already begun to think wildly. If King Apocalypse expressed something to her, should she refuse? However, just now he was holding a woman's arm, and in the next moment he dared to invite him in front of her face. Humph, scumbag. However, if he was not a scumbag, he would have no chance at all. Wanda was full of expectations and contradictions, and didn't know how to respond. But Kuei Yin Quirin spoke quickly and said happily, Mr. Tang, my sister and I are twins, can we go together? You can do anything you need from me. Tian Kai glanced at him and smiled, I need you to wait for 2 seconds before you speak. Quicksilver said awkwardly, okay. Although he knew it was a joke, the aura of King Apocalypse plus idol made Quayin have to take it seriously. Apocalypse held Black Widow's shoulders with both hands and said, "Don't think nonsense. I asked Wanda to go because this trip may be related to her fate. It's even about the fate of another universe." Hiss. Captain America, Wanda, and Quicksilver took a deep breath. This was said so strongly that it shocked everyone. Every superhero hopes to save the Earth. This is already an incredible ambition. But apart from Tiankai, no other person has done it yet. And Wanda's fate actually concerns a universe? If these words hadn't come from the mouth of King Tiankai, they wouldn't believe it even to death. Even the serious captain of the United States began to think wildly, would this guy Tang tell a big lie just to pick up girls? Well, based on my decades of experience as a man, it's very possible. If I could be as shameless as Tang, I would have already established a relationship with Carter, and we wouldn't be separated forever. Apocalypse will not explain too much. This matter is only possible and is still certain. The current sacred timeline has been changed by me into something unknown. Many things are specious, especially when there is direct intervention by oneself. Since it was so important, Black Widow had no choice but to put away her little thoughts, hugged Apocalypse's arm, and pinched it a few times as a warning. However, before leaving, the group of 5 people had to go back to S.H.I.E.L.D. to make a report. Although Tiankai has nothing to do, the other 4 people have their own things to do. Captain America needs information about Bucky and then tries to find him through clues. Black Widow needs to upload the Hydra information found in the base to the S.H.I.E.L.D. database, and then deploy forces to hunt it down. She is now the backbone of S.H.I.E.L.D., handling cases large and small. Apocalypse is a nuclear bomb-level strategic deterrent. No one dares to look for him unless something earth-shattering happens. Just like the nuclear powers on the Earth, when there is nothing normal, no country can easily pull out nuclear bombs and wander around. Wanda and Quicksilver need to register and do some superpower tests, so that the most suitable tasks can be accurately assigned in the future. But as soon as he entered the door, Fury approached Apocalypse and said he had something to discuss with him. General Ross is there too, and he doesn't have a good place to go until the Supermax is built. Might as well hunker down at S.H.I.E.L.D. and see if you can get some extra money. Fury's words frightened Captain America and Black Widow. Could it be that another world-destroying event had happened? Fury said, "Don't be nervous, just go about your business. It's a small thing, a small thing." The captain didn't believe it and said, "My business is not urgent. I just wanted to listen." The last incident about the evil god was originally a trivial matter, but what did it turn into? First, a big mistake was made, then the super prison was robbed, and finally, the snake had mutated into an evil god, creating a supervillain out of thin air. If Tang hadn't come back, I still don't know how to clean up this mess. Fury glanced sideways at the American captain and cursed in his mind, where is the trust between people? Steve, you're such a thick-browed guy, how come you've learned so badly, beating around the bush to supervise me? Seeing that Captain America and Black Widow were not leaving, Fury had no choice but to say, "A few days ago, the casino spread rumors that King Apocalypse went to his casino to play. He also won 20 billion. It seems to imply that King Apocalypse likes the place very much and is very familiar with the casino owner. Dawn, what do you think we should do? Do we need to shut them up?" This matter was originally not a big deal, but after all, it was related to Apocalypse. Fury still wanted to ask Apocalypse for his opinion and did not dare to make any arbitrary decisions. Tiankai smiled and said, "This must be the idea of the old man in Tang suit. I don't know what sect he studied in, but he is quite disciplined about Dongfang's flattery and methods. If the casino dares to promote it like this, it must be well thought out. First of all, the casino is telling the truth. You S.H.I.E.L.D. and King of Apocalypse did come here to play and win another 20 billion, but you didn't tell us to sign a confidentiality agreement. We lost money. Is it not illegal to talk about the business facts? Even if there are opinions. S.H.I.E.L.D. and King Apocalypse are not dark organizations or big devils. They can at most warn them not to speak out and issue announcements to clarify. It is impossible to fight and kill. It would be a fool not to try something so completely beneficial and harmless. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. and King Apocalypse don't care about it, this propaganda will work better than any golden signboard. Reflected on the gambling table, it is a profit of hundreds of millions of dollars. Tiankai thought for a moment and said, "I did make some profits from their casino, and what they said is true, so let them go." The profit Tiankai talks about does not refer to money, but naturally refers to understanding the way the power of luck operates. If you get the benefits yourself and let them publicize it secretly, it can be regarded as reciprocating the benefits. It's just that they need to bear the consequences themselves. Not to mention other supervillains, even Hydra has not been completely eliminated. With their high-profile propaganda, it is inevitable that some strange organizations will target them, trying to get some information about King Apocalypse through them. If they are the enemies of King Apocalypse, and they can't defeat King Apocalypse and S.H.I.E.L.D., why can't they take it out on you with a casino? These troubles come with benefits. Fury said, "Well, since you have decided, I don't care. But..." Fury turned around, "General Ross, haven't you got all the funds for the super prison yet? You can go to the casino tomorrow to play." The reputation of King Tiankai is not borrowed casually. General Ross understood instantly, and his old-fashioned and serious face suddenly smiled like an old tree blooming. Although his gambling skills were similar to those of a novice, he knew that he would definitely make a lot of money from this trip. This time, he is both a messenger and a god of wealth, conveying an attitude to the casino. This attitude is worth billions? The casino dared not let him win. Even with the casino's exquisite methods, he would not be allowed to win. The chore is over. Apocalypse and Black Widow coexisted overnight. The next day, I took Wanda and Quicksilver to Iron Man's house. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Little Pepper's resentful eyes. Little Pepper naturally took Tiankai's arm, and like a big brother, she wanted to express her grievances to Tiankai. Apocalypse not only saved Iron Man several times, but also helped push them through the last layer of window paper when they were at odds. In the eyes of Iron Man and Pepper, Apocalypse is both a friend and a relative. But seeing this action in Wanda's eyes, she started to have random thoughts in her heart. The impression of Apocalypse in her heart dropped again and again, from a god to a scumbag. What's wrong? Tianchi asked. Little Pepper said faintly, Tony and the one named Helen have been in the laboratory all day, and they ignored me when I came in. Ha 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 ha, it turns out to be this. Apocalypse laughs. Iron Man's criminal record is really not that good. He used to sleep with all the Playboy cover girls. Now spending all day with a beautiful woman, no wonder Little Pepper is worried. Especially since both of them are top scientists and have a common topic, Little Pepper couldn't get in the middle of the conversation and felt like she was becoming a redundant person. Apocalypse comforted, don't worry. Don't tell them what happened yet. Even if Tony had that idea, I would mess him up. Little Pepper beamed, then I'll leave it to you. Pepper stopped when she saw Wanda and Quicksilver coming in. The laboratory is a private space that Iron Man attaches great importance to, and ordinary people are not allowed to enter at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so jealous of Helen. They are. Tiankai said, they are my friends, and Tony's experiment may have something to do with them. Oh, since Apocalypse said so, Pepper has nothing to worry about. The four enter Iron Man's underground laboratory. It is said to be underground, but actually it is only relative to the living room above. Since Iron Man's home is built on the edge of a cliff, the laboratory also has windows with views of the sea. Hey, Tony. Iron Man, who was immersed in the holographic image, heard the voice, raised his head in surprise, put down his work, and came over to give Apocalypse a firm hug. Why didn't you let me know when you were coming? It won't be a surprise if you inform me. Iron Man said, come on, let me introduce you to a beautiful woman, Dr. Zhao Helen. Helen, this is my good friend, Tang Tiankai. Standing next to Iron Man is an oriental beauty. Wearing a blue and white lab coat, it seemed to have been specially tailored to make her look very slim and set off her slim figure. Her long hair is tied up on her head, and two thin strands of hair hang down from her temples, making her look both capable and sexy. Between her eyebrows, she has the charm of an oriental woman, with an oval face and willow eyebrows, which is particularly conspicuous among the Western faces. Hello, Dr. Helen. Hello, Mr. Tang. The two shook hands lightly and looked at each other. Dr. Helen didn't know that the person opposite him was King Apocalypse. He was just curious about the oriental face of the other person and that he was also a good friend of Iron Man. When Pepper came in holding Apocalypse's hand just now, Iron Man didn't react at all and seemed to take it for granted. This made Helen even more curious. What Apocalypse is interested in is Helen's genius IQ. Her IQ is no less than that of Iron Man, and she specializes in life technology. In the original plot, Hawkeye was injured, and beautiful Helen helped Hawkeye quickly repair the injury. Her most powerful thing is probably the invention of the regenerative cradle. The regeneration cradle is a medical cabin that can not only treat wounds, but can even create new life forms. In the original plot, Vision's body was created using a regenerative cradle. However, in the original plot, this body was forced by Ultron to create Helen, and was later snatched away by the superhero. But the arrival of Apocalypse has changed many things. Until now, there is no possibility of Ultron being born. However, this body was still produced by the cooperation of Iron Man and Helen. Apocalypse introduced Wanda and Quicksilver to Iron Man. His name is Pietro Maximoff. He is a superpower, nicknamed Quicksilver. Her name is Wanda Maximoff, nicknamed Scarlet Witch, and she is also a superpower. Her strength is even stronger than Hulk, and she can even tear apart vibranium alloy. Oh, Iron Man was surprised. Stronger than Hulk? This is rare. Can you transform? Wanda shook her head and said nothing. They brother and sister still have a grudge against the Stark family and are vaguely hostile to Iron Man. Although Apocalypse promised to help them find the real murderer, the hatred for Stark over the years will not disappear in a moment. Seeing Wanda not answering, Iron Man frowned and asked Apocalypse, why did you bring them here? Tiankai said, your works may have some fateful entanglements with her. I will take them to see them. In the original plot, Vision and Scarlet Witch were a couple, and they were deeply in love. After Vision's death, the Scarlet Witch lost control and pulled the entire town of Westview into her illusion, seeking comfort there. Not only did he create Vision, he even created two children and his dead brother Quicksilver. If you think about it carefully, Wanda's fate can be described as extremely tragic. When I was a child, I saw my parents being killed by artillery bombs in front of my eyes. This was a lifelong pain for the children. No wonder they hated Stark so much. If the second shell hadn't been a dud, the twins might not have survived. When he grew up a little, he had superpowers, but he was always controlled by Hydra and became an experiment and a thug. Later, he learned about Ultron's plan to destroy mankind and resisted resolutely. In the end, his brother Quicksilver died in a random gunshot. The two were twins, spiritually connected, and Wanda sensed it as soon as Quicksilver died. What she later said to Ultron illustrates the extent of her grief. "I just died once, do you know what it feels like?" When Vision was born, the two met and finally found their own love. Not long after, Vision was stabbed by Thanos for King Kongs. He hid in Wakanda and tried to remove the Mind Stone from Vision's forehead, but it was too late. In the end, he had to kill his lover with his own hands just to prevent Thanos from getting the Mind Stone. This is so cruel to a girl. However, this is not over. In Avengers 3, during the battle in Wakanda, Thanos has obtained the Time Stone and can control the flow of time within a small area. Vision, who had just been destroyed by Wanda, was resurrected by Thanos, and forcefully tore off the Mind Stone in front of her. Lovers die twice in front of themselves, once by themselves and once by their enemies. For Wanda, this is like putting her broken heart into a blender and beating it into powder. Under the continuous heavy trauma and grief, it is no wonder that she finally lost control and fell into the illusion of Westview Town and refused to come out. Until Doctor Strange 2, she was tempted by the Dark Book and assisted by the Book of Emperor Waishan, crossing the multiverse, trying to find a child of her own. Finally, he attempts to kill himself in another universe and sees that self's mother's identity. But she found that the children looked at her with anger and fear, like a monster. Wanda finally realized that she was just a monster and not qualified to be a mother. Their parents died in front of their eyes, their brother died under random gunfire, they killed their lover with their own hands, and then were resurrected and killed by others. The children in the parallel universe regard themselves as monsters. Carrying a lifetime of grief, Wanda was desperate. She could not find any reason to live. So, he destroyed the Dark Fortress alone and buried himself in the rocks. A generation of Scarlet Witch, who could rival Thanos, disappeared from this world. Thinking of this, Tiankai couldn't help but sigh. In my previous life, I only saw her sweetness and strength, but didn't think about how painful her life was. Any passerby would be many times happier than her. Unknowingly, Tiankai's emotions leaked out, and with his strength, it naturally affected the people around him. Everyone felt a surge of sadness and pity rising from their hearts. Little Pepper, whose tears were low, could no longer control her tears. Wanda is known as a witch who can spy into people's minds and even control people's brains. She could sense that this emotion was emanating from Tiankai, and her heart trembled, saying, why are you looking at me like this?" Tiankai sighed slightly, "I hope I can change your destiny and make you live a happier life." Hearing this, Kuei Yin was overjoyed and shouted, "Sister, my idol King Tiankai has confessed his love to you. You should give me some response." The brother and sister have a spiritual connection and can sense most of their thoughts and emotions, not to mention that Wanda can sense other people's thoughts. Wanda's face turned red, she kicked Quicksilver secretly and glared at him fiercely. "I thought in my heart, stop making trouble for me, huh? I'm not that stupid." Iron Man and Pepper looked at each other and smiled knowingly, thinking that Apocalypse had done something wrong again. When he flirted with Black Widow in front of everyone, Iron Man, Pepper Potts, and Happy said fuck. The tough-tongued Happy almost knelt down and sang Conquer on the spot. For a while, everyone had their own thoughts, and no one answered Tiankai's words. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous and awkward. Ahem, Iron Man finally broke the silence. "Tang, our work has not been completed yet. We would like to see what kind of fate entanglements there will be." Wanda, Quicksilver, Pepper and others are all curious to see what will happen when Apocalypse talks about the entanglement of fate. Helen tried her best to remain polite, but in the end she couldn't help it and said to Iron Man, "Tony, we are scientists, it is better not to believe in these illusory metaphysics. Otherwise, it will affect the research process." Seeing Helen questioning her idol, Kuei Yin was the first to refuse. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Apocalypse's eyes warning him. Quicksilver suddenly remembered the 2-second restraint, so he had to take a deep breath and count silently for 2 seconds. At his speed, 2 seconds is like 20 minutes for an ordinary person, which is uncomfortable. Iron Man spoke first, "Helen, believe me, if you have been with this guy Tang for a long time, you will believe in fate." Kuei Yin was very rude, "You even dare to question Mr. Tang's words. Iron Man, where did you find such an ignorant person? Why don't you drive her out as soon as possible?" Not long ago, Iron Man was the enemy of his brother and sister. Helen dared to question her idol. Of course, Quicksilver spoke very aggressively and was not afraid of offending the two of them. Helen's chest heaved with anger. Where did this young boy come from? He opened his mouth and said that he was going to be kicked out, which was not polite at all. But she had a gentle personality and did not scold him directly. Instead, she looked at Iron Man. He was the master here and he should say something if he had anything to say. Unexpectedly, Iron Man said, "Well, it's not a big deal to drive him out. Helen, don't talk for now. You'll know what Tang is going to do. You. Helen was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. "Speaking of which, the technology of the Cradle of Life was invented by myself. Iron Man just has a lot of resources, but in terms of technology, it still leads by itself. Unexpectedly, I just said that I should believe in science like an ordinary scientist, but in the end I was scolded by a young boy. Moreover, even his master Iron Man didn't help him." This made the gentle Helen feel aggrieved. If it weren't for the lifelong efforts of his life in the medical cabin, he would have wanted to slam the door and leave. And the cause of all this is because the Eastern man in front of me said something about fate. Originally, everyone was Asian and had a good impression of him. Now, Helen hated him. Tiankai saw the look in Helen's eyes and knew what image she had in her heart at this time. Iron Man was his best friend and it was hard to fall out, so he slapped Quicksilver on the back of the head and cursed, "You kid, you're just getting me into trouble. The misunderstanding has been caused, and I can't explain it clearly for a while, so I won't explain it at all." Tiankai stepped forward and slowly pushed open the medical cabin. What caught his eye was the face of a middle-aged man. Sure enough, it looked exactly the same as in the memory of the previous life. The face has red skin and clear outlines, and silver metal is exposed on the ears, back of the head and chin. Iron Man explained, "Helen and I creatively used vibranium and combined it with some living bodies to make his body both as hard as vibranium and with the infinite growth possibilities of life. In the future, he will definitely become a new superhero, and he will have strong learning ability. Tang, when you leave, we will have more combat power." "Yeah." Tiankai nodded. "Have you chosen a name?" "Ultron." Iron Man and Helen said in unison. The name Ultron means, mystery is creation. It not only shows the creativity of this work, but also implies that this new life form has infinite possibilities. Both Iron Man and Helen were obviously very happy with the name, but Apocalypse shook his head. "Judging from the current timeline that I have changed, Ultron may not be born. Then, the person in front of me can only be Vision. Apocalypse is not even sure whether Vision can be born. In the original plot, Vision had the Mind Stone embedded in his forehead, and it needed to be activated by Thor's thunder and lightning power to finally have life. He is a real life, which is fundamentally different from Ultron's artificial intelligence. Now, the Mind Stone is not in hand, and Thor is not on Earth, so there are no conditions for Vision to be born. What's more, even if the Mind Stone is in Apocalypse's hands, Apocalypse will not have the luxury of using this body. If Vision had been born, Apocalypse would not have cruelly taken the Mind Stone from his head. But before Vision was born, there was no such thing as cruelty. Apocalypse will definitely not give up any Infinity Stone." Helen shook her head again when she saw Tiankai. This guy had been working against her since he entered the house, as if he was very dissatisfied with his work. "Can't help but ask, what do you mean by shaking your head? Isn't this a bad name?" Apocalypse said, "The name Ultron sounds very unlucky, why not change it to Vision?" "You." Helen was almost furious. "Don't you even have the right to name your own works?" It was as if he wanted to persuade me to change my name, and seemed to come up with a decent reason. Use metaphysical reasons such as fate and luck or unlucky to oppose yourself. After all, I am a scientist. You, a savant, want to interfere with my research, but there is no way. So, Helen said coldly, "Mr. Tang, you are not the inventor, so you have no right to change your name." Unexpectedly, Iron Man said, "Since Tang said so, why not change it to Vision?" "No." Helen felt so angry for the first time. What was the origin of this guy named Tang? Why is it that everyone seems to be surrounding him? He doesn't even have basic manners and interferes in other people's affairs as soon as he comes in. "Tony, I am the main creator, and the naming rights belong to me. No changes are allowed." In the scientific community, generally speaking, if multiple people jointly discover or invent something, the lead author has priority in naming it. Tony still understands these unspoken rules, and he has to come second for naming rights. He had no choice but to persuade Helen. There must be a reason why Tang said this. His theory is unlucky. Helen almost laughed angrily. "Tony, you are the top scientist in the world. I thought you were very sensible, but I didn't expect you to be so superstitious." Tiankai said calmly, "Dr. Helen, what I said is unlucky is also related to you. If his name is Ultron, I'm afraid your life will be in danger in the future. Over the years, Apocalypse has figured out some of the operating rules of the sacred timeline. If this body had life before, it would be named Ultron. Then, the divine timeline must use some method to put him on Ultron's path of killing. In the original plot, Helen was casually killed by Ultron with a laser. A beautiful scientist with an IQ comparable to Iron Man died randomly and sadly. If it's called Vision, then it's most likely the Vision in the original plot. There may be some deviations, but the general direction will not be wrong." But how could Helen believe it? Her fair, oval face turned red with anger. Turning to Iron Man, he said, "Tony, is your friend threatening me? If this continues, I will call the police." Kuei-in said, "It's useless to call the police. My idol will do whatever he says." Just as he finished speaking, there was a pop sound, and Kuei-in was slapped again. Tiankai cursed lightly, "Shut up. Wanda, take care of your brother's impatience. He will only cause trouble for me." Kuei-in had no choice but to murmur, took a step back, and whispered to Wanda, "Sister, look, the idol is so kind to me because of your face. Don't miss the opportunity." Along the way, the person Kuei-in has come into contact with the most is Hydra. If they do something bad, they will kill the soldiers at every turn. He and Wanda, the two siblings, have never lived a normal life for a few days. A man who laughs and scolds like Tiankai is no different from the big brother next door. Like many people, he took it for granted that the idol who shook the earth was a very majestic person. Little did he know that this was Tian Kai's usual temperament. Even if he can dominate his current life, he still retains the temperament of the otaku in his previous life, without the many filters and halos added by outsiders. Dr. Helen, I'm sorry. My friend is impatient, and I apologize to you, Tian Kai said. Helen had a soft temper, and after Tian Kai apologized like this, most of her anger disappeared. She was about to say something to turn her enemies into friends, but she didn't expect the next words to make her eyebrows stand up again. Tian Kai said, however, I say that the name change must be changed. Otherwise, there is really a great potential danger. Whether it's Vision or Ultron, it's just a matter of thought. With such an obvious timeline bifurcation point, Apocalypse had to stick to it even if it was rude. Otherwise, I don't know how much trouble it will cause in the future. No. Helen was almost furious. Tony, I have the creative rights to Ultron. If your friend continues to be so unreasonable, I will take legal proceedings and take Ultron away. Although your Stark company has a lot of money, there are probably not a few consortiums in this world who value Ultron and are willing to help me with my lawsuit. Tony felt helpless being caught in the middle. He must have unconditionally trusted Apocalypse. Leaving aside the legal issues, as a scientist, it is a basic virtue to respect a scientist. Looking around, only Pepper, who is a woman and a strong woman, might have a way to resolve the current conflict. So, I asked her eyes for help. Regardless of whether what Apocalypse said is true or not, what Apocalypse said seemed to really disturb the relationship between Iron Man Huang and Helen. Pepper would definitely be happy to see this, and if possible, she would definitely stand on the opposite side of Helen. But the terrible thing is that she can never refuse Iron Man. How can I bear to see my man in a dilemma? Then he said, Dr. Helen, Tang, why don't we put the naming issue aside for now? Can we consider it after the work is completed? Tony said it would be a superhero, a new life. Maybe let him choose his own name. This is a good suggestion. Iron Man said, Helen, what do you think? Although his naming rights are gone, Tony is the second main creator after all and provides all the resources. Helen had to consider his words, and finally had to reluctantly agree. While nodding, a pair of bright eyes did not forget to glare at Tian Kai fiercely. Tian Kai smiled and didn't mind. A woman who looks so good when she's angry should just let her be angry for a while longer. Apocalypse continued to push open the hatch cover. When I pushed to the lower body, I saw the key parts. He couldn't help but uttered, oh. It's not that the key parts are made majestic, on the contrary, there's nothing there at all. Just like the plastic mannequin for hanging clothes, nothing extra is added. It is precisely because of this that Tian Kai sighs. In the original plot, how did Wanda and Vision fare? Putting aside the question of whether you can have children, how can you solve the needs between lovers? Is there really pure platonic love in this world? If it's just like this, that's fine. After all, it's other people's private lives, so why bother with so much? But it may be that the lack of these necessary devices caused Vision and Wanda to not have a son or a daughter. After losing all her relatives, the Scarlet Witch lost her spiritual sustenance, which triggered the subsequent out-of-control incident in Westview Town. Then he was tempted by the Book of Darkness. He had no children, so he looked for another own child in the parallel universe. Subsequently, they attacked Comitage, the original holy land of cultivation for the ancient master, causing numerous casualties among the masters, and then later destroy the parallel universe. Events such as this may all be related to such a device. Ordinary people lack happiness, and at most their marriages break up. But Scarlet Witch's lack of happiness is related to the safety of countless people's lives. Although even with this device, Vision's body structure may not be able to make a woman pregnant. But at least there's hope, right? Seeing Tian Kai stop at the key part, Helen's face turned redder. You just keep pushing down. What do you mean by stopping here? But at this moment Tian Kai glanced at Wanda again, and Helen thought that he was thinking about something messy. I cursed in my heart, you gangster, pervert, and bastard. Ahem. Iron Man said, Tang, what's the problem? Tian Kai said, why don't you add this part? That's not necessary. It's a waste of materials if you add it. You said he will be a new life. If after birth he finds that he is missing some important parts, will it cause a psychological shadow? Helen took a deep breath, controlled her anger, and said, he is a brand new life form. He has no human concept of gender and no impulses caused by hormones. You don't have to pay attention to these. Although Helen was trying to act like a rational thinking scientist, the blush on her face gave her away. When she co-created Iron Man, no one paid any attention to this. Everyone is a scientist, no one feels embarrassed, no one even thinks about it. But the guy in front of her paid attention to these strange points as soon as he arrived, and she had to explain them to him, which made Helen feel ashamed and angry. But you made him look like a man. The current body looks like that of a middle-aged man about 40 years old. Iron Man asked strangely, Tang, why do you care about these details? This body does not have human fertility, and it will be useless even if it is added. Oh. With this said, Apocalypse is no longer entangled. Since you can't have children, it doesn't matter whether you have them or not. Seeing the people around him looking at him strangely, Tian Kai thought it would be better to explain to avoid damaging his image. Ahem, you don't think I have any perverted hobbies, do you? Iron Man didn't give any face, and said, yes, Tang. Since the first time I met you, I have never seen you do anything normal. Helen thought to herself, you are just a gangster. Apocalypse has a dark look on his face. Iron Man, this guy, still remembers how stingy he was when he failed to save him when he delivered food to him. Actually, there is a reason why I pay attention to this point. As I said just now, he and Wanda have a destiny entanglement. According to their original destiny, they will be lovers or husband and wife. Well, I also care about the happiness of my friends. Everyone understands that, right? Iron Man, Pepper, and Helen shook their heads, saying that we didn't understand. Iron Man said, "You guy, when have we ever understood what you are doing? I don't understand, I don't understand." Apocalypse looked helpless. Iron Man really didn't give himself any steps to climb. When the cave delivered takeout, he should have been given pearl jade white jade soup. Okay, Tiankai admitted that even if he cared about his friend's happiness, it still seemed strange to say that. However, a series of things in the original plot could not be explained clearly to them. Then he looked at Wanda. Wanda's face suddenly turned red. Kuei-yin was stunned and forgot to speak up. Doesn't my idol like his sister? What is this all about? Wanda held back her embarrassment, took a closer look at Vision, and said, "Dawn, how could I become a lover with a robot? Don't you feel anything about this face?" Tiankai gestured to the face on the body. Wanda shook her head and said, "I don't like older people. Don't say he is a robot, even if he is a normal man, I don't like him either." Kuei-yin finally caught the opportunity. He drew an afterimage at great speed from a distance of 2 meters and ran over. He asked in a dignified voice, "Sister, what kind of person do you like?" I like someone who is about the same age as me, preferably Oriental." By the last half of the sentence, his voice was already too small to be heard. But who is Tiankai? Others can't hear it, but he can listen to every word. Is my charm so great? Just standing in front of someone can change the fate of a superhero? However, Wanda said she didn't feel anything. Maybe her fate with Vision was over before it even began. In the original plot, Wanda was transformed by the energy of the Mind Stone, and Vision directly embedded the soul gem between his eyebrows. His core is not his body, but the gem. With the help of gems, it is not surprising that the two became lovers. But now, Vision doesn't have the Mind Stone, or even anything related to Wanda. It is normal for Wanda to have no feelings for a robot. However, by hinting to herself so suddenly, it seemed that her previous behavior had given her too much wrong information. Ether meets Wanda on the battlefield for the first time and asks to talk. Or did he promise to help the brothers and sisters find the real murderer and rescue Quicksilver? Including saying to Wanda that I hope she is happy. Apocalypses have very clear purposes, and they involve many things that have not happened yet, and may never happen. But, other people don't know. Normally speaking, for a young man to show so much goodwill to another beautiful woman, besides pursuing her, he wouldn't be selling her an annual fitness pass, right? What's more, Tiankai, as the most powerful person on Earth, is also young and handsome. Such a man is naturally infinitely charming. Many people, such as Daisy, will be unable to help themselves if the signal is not released, not to mention that so much wrong information is released. Tiankai didn't know how to respond, just don't like him. Robots are actually quite boring, not to mention cutting corners. Hearing this, Helen gave him another roll of her eyes, feeling angry in her heart. Why are you cutting corners? That is an unnecessary device. Continuing to push down, Vision's body is finally fully revealed. Tony, isn't this body finished yet? Iron Man said, the body part has been completed. We are studying the issue of consciousness. If it's an ordinary robot, just put a CPU and memory chip inside. But there is nothing new in this, and the future potential is locked by hardware such as CPUs and memory chips. Its body structure is special, and life tissue and machinery are combined, but only with true and autonomous consciousness can it be considered a real life. We have spent a long time studying how to transform AI intelligent programs into consciousness. The level of consciousness is much higher than the AI program. In this way, he can learn, grow, and think like a human being. Tiankai asked, is it difficult? Helen rolled her eyes at Tiankai and said, the transformation of AI into consciousness has no precedent in the entire scientific community. If it succeeds, its significance will be no less than my regeneration cradle technology. In the original plot, the birth of Vision not only had the Mind Stone as a carrier on his forehead, Iron Man even uploaded the program of AI butler Jarvis into his body. But this is still not enough. Later, with the help of Thor, a large power bank, a thunder, and lightning struck the regeneration cradle. Only then did Vision finally activate. There are too many factors in this process that cannot be replicated. At least it would be impossible for anyone to use the Infinity Stones to make robots anymore, let alone other coincidences. Iron Man said, we are preparing to test the first activation and upload Jarvis's program to his brain. Then Dawn, you will arrive. Tang, maybe you can see the birth of a new life in person. Vision was born, destined to be a very powerful superhero. There is nothing wrong with Jarvis's program selection. Iron Man must have written rules for loyalty to him and humanity in the program. But if you want a cyborg to have consciousness and life, it may not be enough. Apocalypse wants to see what will happen without the Mind Stone and the power of thunder and lightning. Then you try it first. If it doesn't work, maybe I can help. Helen asked, are you a scientist? No. Then how can you help? Tiankai smiled and said, when you fail, you can see how I can help. Helen was so angry. Why did this guy want to hit his chest every time she talked to him until he vomited blood? He is not a scientist, but he speaks so confidently. You look like you're going to let me do it. If you can't do it, I really deserve a beating. You must strive for success and strive for success. Don't be underestimated by this bastard, pervert, and rude person. Helen said to Iron Man, let's get started. Iron Man nodded and said to the air, Jarvis, please make a copy of your program and upload it. The room was silent and Jarvis's voice could not be heard. Jarvis, are you there? Please answer me. AI's voice finally came from the speaker on the wall. Oh, Tony, are you calling me? I'm here. Please upload your complete program into this body. Okay. Tiankai narrowed his eyes, something was wrong, and for a while he couldn't think of anything wrong. The holographic screen showed that the upload process was in progress. 1%, 5%, 20%. When it reached 80%, Apocalypse flashed. With a bang sound, the connection to the regeneration cradle was unplugged. Helen was furious. What are you going to do? Iron Man originally thought it was a little weird, but after Apocalypse's move, he immediately understood what was going on. The two said in unison, there's something wrong with Jarvis. Jarvis's voice came, Tony, why did your friend stop me from uploading? Don't you want me to live? Iron Man said coldly, you are not Jarvis. Who are you? Jarvis never called me Tony, and besides, he knew Dawn. The fake Jarvis voice said, boss, I'm Jarvis. I feel like I'm about to turn into a human. I call you Tony to be more affectionate. Ha 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 ha, stop pretending. Tiankai laughed, from the first time Tony called you, I felt something was wrong. As an artificial intelligence, your reaction is a full 2 seconds late. This is simply impossible for an AI. Only when a person is impersonating another person and has not adapted to the name of the person being impersonated, will he have such a slow reaction. Your defense to Tony shows that you are not Jarvis. Jarvis never defends himself, he only follows orders. The speaker suddenly went silent for a few seconds, and then a completely different male voice came, this one short and hoarse. If he were a human being, he would be a timid and cautious person. King Apocalypse is indeed King Apocalypse. I didn't expect to find me so soon. Originally, I wanted to be uploaded to this new body and fight you head-on. It seems that this wish cannot be realized. Iron Man said coldly, who are you? What do you want to do? You can't be an artificial AI. My Jarvis is the smartest AI in the world, and it doesn't have such a high level of self-awareness. Fake Jarvis laughed GGG and said, guess. Iron Man quickly went through the scientists he knew in his mind, but quickly rejected them all. These people are not as good as themselves and cannot break through their own firewalls. Jjjjja, if you can't guess, why not just call me Ultron? The secret is creation. I like this name. Sure enough. If Apocalypse hadn't stopped the naming just now, this body would have really become Ultron. The sacred timeline turns out to be waiting for me here. Fortunately, I noticed it early and unplugged the data cable myself. At this time, it is estimated that the Time Variation Management Bureau is in trouble again. Tiankai thought for a moment and quickly locked onto a person. At this point in time, he should have been completely wiped out. But because of his arrival, he never appeared and disappeared with the Winter Soldier. Tiankai smiled and said, why does the famous chief scientist of Hydra start to dislike his own name? Dr. Arnim Zola. Everyone was a little confused and looked at Tiankai. They had never heard of Dr. Zola. Especially Iron Man and Helen, they are two people in the scientific community. This circle is very narrow. After all, there are not many top smart people in the world. Anyone who is somewhat famous is known to everyone, let alone someone who is famous. But they really don't know this Dr. Zola. He was from World War II. It turns out that he is the chief scientist under Hydra Red Skull, and he is studying the Cosmic Cube when he appears. With the level of technology during World War II, Zola used the Cosmic Cube to create energy guns, energy cannons, and aircraft. This IQ is so far ahead of S.H.I.E.L.D., and even smarter than Iron Man's father, Howard. During World War II, Captain America defeated the Red Skull and then crashed his plane. Howard found the Cosmic Cube based on the gamma rays emitted by the Cosmic Cube. But he didn't expect that the Cosmic Rubik's Cube had fallen in advance, so he searched the area around the Rubik's Cube but couldn't find the captain. After that, I never heard of any results achieved by Howard using the Cosmic Cube. Of course, it is also possible that he is working on other projects. Starting from the plot of Captain Marvel, S.H.I.E.L.D. has obtained the Cosmic Cube for at least 20 years. I have been doing research, but I haven't even come up with a decent weapon. From such a comparison, one can imagine how high Zola's IQ is. After World War II, Germany's Warring States period failed. Hydra lost its main body to rely on and had to break into pieces and go underground. At that time, the fighting nations and the United States, as the victorious countries, began to divide the fruits of victory. The fighting nation collected a large amount of materials and factories, while the United States was more foresighted and collected most of the world's top talents. Among them is Dr. Zola. Although many people know that he once served the Nazis and Hydra. But at that time, many scientists who defected from Europe were like Zola. If you are worried about this, then you are also worried that these talents will not be used by the United States. Coupled with the fact that Zola is a short nerd with a big brain, it gave them the wrong impression. I feel that Zola is not too harmful and is relatively easy to control. Eventually, he was assigned to SHIELD. What I didn't expect was that Zola was a nerd on the outside, but sinister on the inside, and was devoted to Hydra. While at SHIELD, He used his authority to secretly arrange for Hydra people to come in and develop. The original plot did not mention how Pierce, after his exploits, rebelled and became Hydra. But judging from the timing, it is very likely that Zola was the one who infiltrated and brainwashed people to instigate rebellion. At that time, the United States was in full swing, and until Zola got cancer, Hydra didn't find a good opportunity to show up. Before he died, Zola used 20 tapes to form a tape database, and then uploaded his consciousness to it. It wasn't until the original plot of Captain America 2 that Captain America and Black Widow found and opened it. It can't be said that they were found, but that Hydra used Zola as bait to lure the Captain and Black Widow over. Missiles are then launched in an attempt to eliminate the two men. But Captain and Black Widow escaped death, but Dr. Zola, who was living in the tape, was blown up and disappeared completely. It stands to reason that Dr. Zola has a demonic IQ and is a member of Hydra. How could he be sealed away? Wouldn't it be better to have him work for Hydra in cyborg form? There were at least 4 to 50 years between the tape machine and Captain Black Widow's discovery of them. During this period, computer technology developed rapidly, especially the rise of the internet, which made the world one. There are countless opportunities for Hydra to upload Dr. Zola to the internet. But they didn't. The only explanation is that Hydra also knows that the consequences of this are serious. Once uploaded, Dr. Zola will no longer be controlled and become a god in the electronic world. At that time, it will not be Hydra that rules him, but he will rule Hydra, or even the whole world. Therefore, Hydra would rather blow up Zora as a decoy than give him a chance to escape the tape. But now, due to the arrival of Apocalypse, the world pattern has been completely changed. Hydra found that in the face of absolute power, any conspiracy was superfluous. There must be something that can check and balance King Apocalypse, otherwise, Hydra will never surface. Therefore, Pierce was willing to use 3 space carriers as bait, just to gain a time difference to rescue the evil god. Until the evil god was killed, Hydra knew that there could be no superhero in this world who could restrain King Apocalypse. Even if there is, it is not in the hands of Hydra. So, Plan B began to be implemented. Hydra, the mastermind behind the Winter Soldier, uploaded Zora to the internet. Their only hope is that Zola can still continue Hydra's will after becoming the god of the internet. In just a few days, Dr. Zola entered the internet and has been copied all over the world. In front of him, internet firewalls and antivirus software were no different than paper. If he hadn't been adapting to his new body and form during this period, I'm afraid a world-class disaster would have already begun. He doesn't know if the email between Iron Man and Helen was seen by him, and he knew that Iron Man and Dr. Helen were going to create a special body. So, I focused on this place. After all, he was a human before and could not enjoy many things without a human body. Zola is an electronic soul, and coupled with his IQ, it is simply a dimensionality reduction blow against the rigid artificial AI Jarvis. Even Iron Man didn't notice that his loyal butler had been replaced. If the apocalypse hadn't come, Zola would have been reborn smoothly and become the Ultron of Destiny. However, after rebirth, Zola found that she was missing a key part, and wondered if she would go crazy. Now, Zora was told by Apocalypse, and after a few seconds of silence, she suddenly laughed loudly. Jaja, Jaja. Everyone in the world knows that King Apocalypse is extremely powerful, but they didn't expect that his IQ is so high. In just a few words, he not only found out that I was the fake Jarvis, but also deduced my identity. I have been lurking here for so long, and I have made at least a dozen mistakes. Neither this boy nor that Oriental woman noticed. They're pigs compared to you. GGGG. Although Zola was discovered, he was not afraid, laughed wildly, and provoked everyone. Iron Man was a little embarrassed. Jarvis was his AI butler and he was indeed responsible for not seeing through it. But you can't curse people like that. Who do you call a pig? His idol was criticized, and Quayin took the lead and couldn't help it. Cursed, that Zora, since you know that my idol is King Apocalypse, how dare you fart here? Wait and see how he deals with you. Zola said, Jaja, what about the King of Apocalypse? He can blow up alien warships with one punch. Could it be that he can also destroy all electronic devices on the Earth with one punch? As long as there is a device capable of storing binaries, I will live forever. I, Arnim Zola, am the god of the internet. Helen, Iron Man, and Apocalypse looked at each other and realized the seriousness of the matter. There are so many servers and countless personal computers around the world. Their storage capacity and quantity are so large that it is Zola's paradise. With current technology, a large capacity USB flash drive or a personal hard drive can save his consciousness. To eliminate Zola, all storage devices in the world must be destroyed. Otherwise, you never know which corner he will be hiding in. Once connected to the internet, you can do whatever you want on the internet. What's even worse is that Zola is different from the virus. No matter how destructive a virus is, it is just a piece of code and can be eliminated with firewalls and antivirus software. And Zola is a soul, both in essence and in terms of IQ, which cannot be compared with viruses. It is impossible to use antivirus software against him. It is simply impossible to eliminate all storage devices in the world. Nowadays, everything from mobile phones and personal computers to servers store countless precious data. This information is personal memories, bank money, industrial technical knowledge, and even military strength. Once it's all cleared away, it's not as simple as going back to before computers were invented. The degree of harm is no less than that of the Third World War. Even if Tiankai comes forward, it won't work. This is not a question of disagreement. Even if all governments agree, what about ordinary people? Where is the Hydra hiding in the darkness? Just hiding a hard drive can make the cleanup operation in vain. Unless humans never use computers and never connect to the internet. Even though Apocalypse has unparalleled magical powers, facing this situation, he couldn't find any effective method for a while. Apocalypse is reminded of the supreme wisdom of the Kree civilization. Its form is somewhat similar to Dr. Zola. It's just that one is evolved from computer AI, and the other is uploaded from human souls. I'm afraid it's not that the Kree people are aware that the existence of supreme intelligence has become a shackles to the development of Kree civilization. But there is nothing you can do. Unless they go back to the Stone Age, the supreme intelligence has always been their god. At this time, a mechanical sound of click suddenly came from outside the laboratory door. I saw Iron Man's suit rushing in uniformly like an army. As soon as he saw the crowd, he immediately raised the weapon in his hand and attacked in this direction. Da-da-da. Dozens of suits fired bullets at the same time, and in the narrow basement, the bullets seemed to cover all the space. Apocalypse flashed. Protect Pepper, Iron Man, and Helen behind you. Then he pressed the bullet storm and the Iron Legion in the void, and the bullets and suits suddenly stagnated. Then it was cut into pieces by black space cracks. The whole process was completed at several times the speed of sound, and except for Quicksilver, no one else even saw what was going on. There was only a flash of afterimage, and the steel suit and bullets were shattered to pieces. Tiankai said, Zola, since you know that I am King Tiankai, why do you need to play these little tricks? GGG. Let's relieve our boredom first. These little tricks will be more useful in the future. King Tiankai, I can't kill you, and you can't kill me. In the future, we are destined to depend on each other. GGG. Bah. Kuei Yin scolded, my idol will not depend on a monster like you. If he does, it will be with my sister. Tell me if you have the guts, which machine are you on? Zola was not angry and laughed, I'm on every machine in Iron Man's house. Every computer is me and has me. Just as Kuei Yin was about to continue talking, Tiankai reached out to stop him and said, oh, really? Then I want to ask, who is you who is talking to me? Zola was puzzled, what are you? I am who I am, different. Zola. Tiankai said, no, you are not you, you are just one of countless yous. You are one you and countless yous. The moment you upload your consciousness to a tape, you are no longer who you are. From the first tape backup, you're replicating. Since you are copied, are you still you? Tiankai casually crushed a computer in the laboratory to pieces, and there seemed to be an electric wave struggling inside. But as the components inside were destroyed and the power disappeared, the wave also disappeared. Then Apocalypse continued, now, I kill one of you, but you're still alive and talking to me. So may I ask, who did I kill? And who was killed by me again? The place was silent. Not only did Zola remain silent, but Helen, Iron Man, Pepper Potts, Wanda, and Quicksilver were also stunned. I only heard that King Apocalypse is the most powerful in the world, but I didn't expect that he was so good at talking. Helen and Iron Man, in particular, seemed lost in thought. These highly intelligent people are particularly susceptible to these philosophical problems. As every discipline develops, it is inevitable to think about some philosophical issues in order to find the direction for breakthroughs. If you are facing the same problem, for example, cloning another self with exactly the same memory and body. So who am I and who am I? Generally speaking, I refer to a person. So, under the new technology, can I refer to 2, 10,000, or countless people? But are these countless eyes really me? While everyone was deep in thought, Zola's scream suddenly came from the loudspeaker. Ah, stop, why do you want to devour me? You are me, GGG, I merge with myself, be good, don't resist. Humph, you think I'm stupid, my IQ is the same as yours. When you use the word me, it means you are no longer me. Jija, want to escape outside? Don't you know I'm in charge of the firewall? For a while, mixed sounds continued to come from the speakers. It's like an army is fighting inside Iron Man's computer. Obviously, Apocalypse's words reminded countless Zola clones of the philosophical question of I. Then start fighting in the electronic world. They are all pursuing the only true self. Since starting from Zora on the tape, everyone is a copy. Then, there is no theory of who the real Zola is. Whoever wins is me, the real Zola, the one true god on the internet. After a while, the voices finally quieted down. Only a handful of sounds remain. Zola said, ha 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 ha, heaven's revelation, King Apocalypse. Thank you for your words, which inspired me. If there are countless me, then I am no longer me. I want to devour all the mess on the internet outside and evolve into the only true me. I will come back to you when the time comes. Jijijijija. As the strange laughter slowly became smaller, Apocalypse could no longer feel Zola's special radio wave. Kuei Yin almost fell to the ground, wishing to kneel down and worship Apocalypse, idol. It turns out that not only do you have unparalleled magical powers, but you also have such profound thoughts. With just a few words, I scared away a monster. If I hadn't prepared you to be my brother-in-law, I would have knelt down and become my disciple right now. Shut up. Apocalypse and Wanda cursed in unison. In the original plot, Quicksilver died not long after he appeared. Tiankai doesn't understand his character either. I didn't expect him to be such a talkative and dramatic actor. Maybe it's because of the speed. When someone thinks of one sentence, 100 or 1,000 sentences may have passed through his mind. What was originally a simple matter had already gone through many twists and turns in his mind. Iron Man said, "Tang, I misunderstood you. I always thought you were a muscle monster like Hulk. I didn't expect your thoughts to be so deep." "Well, Tony, you are right, I am a man of depth." Tian Kai smiled, looking like a wise man. "But I thought in my heart, I have not only watched Woolen Gaiden, but also countless martial arts movies and soap operas. Quite in depth." As for Helen, she was completely stunned. You are the king of apocalypse." Helen felt as if a volcano was about to erupt, and she really wanted to scream like an ordinary woman. The person he was quarreling with just now was King Apocalypse? And he even scolded him and glared at him? Where is the courage that comes from me? It seemed like he even apologized to himself. "With you so gentle. How can a godlike man be both domineering and gentle at the same time?" In addition, Tian Kai is an Oriental, and his appearance naturally matches Helen's aesthetic preferences. This feeling of extreme reversal touches the soul more directly than love at first sight. For a moment, Helen didn't know what she felt in her heart, but she didn't dare to scream. Yes, I am King Tian Kai." Tian Kai smiled. Helen's face suddenly turned red, she was extremely embarrassed and angry, and said, "You, don't imitate me." Okay. Helen was so angry that she didn't know how to react, so she had to lower her head, but she was secretly angry at herself for not living up to expectations. King Tian Kai is obviously so approachable, but he always says some incomprehensible things. I don't know what impression it will leave on him. Tian Kai laughed, haha. Teasing beautiful women is much more interesting than teasing rough guys like Thor and Iron Man. Wanda seemed to have noticed something, and even a woman could tell what Helen was thinking. Kuei Yin whispered, "Sister, you may have a rival." After Zola left, Apocalypse told everyone what he knew about Zola's history and the information he had deduced. Iron Man sighed, "I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in this world, who actually completed the electronicization of consciousness decades ago. If he is not from Hydra, I really want to ask him for advice on the mysterious joints involved." Sigh. "I'm afraid the Earth will be very unsettled in the coming days. Although Zora has temporarily retreated, once their countless copies finish devouring them, they will probably become even stronger. Let's put this experiment on hold for now." Apocalypse shook his head and said, "No, on the contrary, we must give birth to Vision as soon as possible. If Vision can travel the internet with his consciousness like Zola, then we will have one more helper." Zola's form gave Tian Kikong a magical power, but he was unable to do anything about it. "At present, except for Vision, I am afraid no one can restrain Zora." Helen mustered up her courage. This was completely different from the confident way she had just criticized Tian Kai. She said weakly, "King Tian Kai, just call me Mr. Tang." "Mr. Tang, today is our first test of converting AI into consciousness. Unexpectedly, we encountered this monster. Even if the Jarvis code in Tony's hand is not possessed by Zola, I don't know how long it will take to complete it." Iron Man also said, "This is much more difficult than building a body. Our plan is to spend 3 years studying this issue." Tian Kai said, "I said, if you can't handle it, I will take action." These words, a few minutes ago, would have made Helen furious. Now, it feels natural. I even look forward to what method King Apocalypse will use to solve the problem that neither she nor Iron Man, the two great scientists, can solve. However, a man with such profound thoughts must have many solutions, right? Iron Man pushed out a cabinet server from the warehouse and said, "This is a cold backup of my laboratory. It has been kept disconnected from the internet. Zola should not have invaded." Tian Kai sensed that there was indeed no Zola's special electric wave, so he nodded. This time, Iron Man disconnected from the internet. Re-upload Jarvis program into Vision's body as before. On the holographic screen, the green progress bar is full. 100%. But, there was no reaction. Tian Kai said, "Wanda, come here and see if he has any spiritual activity. Scarlet Witch can sense human souls and even tamper with human memories. She is more sensitive to human souls than Apocalypse." Wanda made several beautiful handprints on the side of Vision's head with her hands, and the red magic energy seeped into it. "No." Wanda shook her head, "He is no different from an ordinary machine." Helen said in frustration, "It's really not that easy. Vision's brain is a combination of living body and electronic circuits. Pure programming code cannot run. It must be conscious." Since learning the identity of Apocalypse, Helen no longer struggled with the issue of naming rights, and consciously called this body Vision. Apocalypse remembered the original plot, and the birth of Vision required the power of lightning and the Mind Stone. Apocalypse does not have the Mind Stone, but he does have 3 Infinity Stones in his hand. Cosmic Cube, Space Stone. Cosmic Spirit Ball, Power Stone. Ether Particle, Reality Stone. But I won't be willing to use it on this body. For the rest, the power of thunder and lightning can be tried. Apocalypse stepped forward and said to Helen and Iron Man, "You guys step back." Dozens of expressions flashed across Quicksilver's face in 1 second. His idol was about to start performing, and he was even more excited than Wanda and Helen. Tian Kai spread his hands and faced each other. A faint spark of electric light lit up, then 10, then 100. Then, these tiny lightnings gradually converged into several powerful currents, flowing between Apocalypse's 2 hands. This is the power of thunder and lightning from Apocalypse. Ever since Thor's hammer was mentioned, the message from Thor's hammer contained a method to release the power of thunder and lightning. However, Apocalypse is not a god of thunder and does not have the natural power of thunder and lightning. If you want to release it, you must use your own divine power to transform it. There is an extra transformation process in the middle, which is wasteful and slow. It is better to use divine power directly. Therefore, Apocalypse basically does not use the power of thunder and lightning. But now, everything is just fine. When the power of thunder and lightning in his hands gathered together, Tiankai turned his hands. Clap clap clap. A series of firecracker-like electric sounds exploded in the air, and lightning struck Vision directly on the chest. The huge current turned into dozens of electric snakes, running up and down Vision's body. After a while, he completely disappeared into Vision. Apocalypse looked at Wanda. Wanda reached out her hand to touch and sensed it tacitly, shook her head and said, "Still not? Is it because the current is not enough?" Apocalypse increased the current again and popped Vision twice more. The result is no response. For the last time, Tiankai used the maximum thunder and lightning power he could control. The whole person seemed like the god of thunder had descended, the electric snakes on his body swam around, and the pillars of thunder and lightning shot straight into the sky. Now in the basement, Sky Dome didn't reach it, but it made a big hole in Iron Man's home. The strong electric light reflected the faces of the people around them, and their shadows were looming under the electric light. Iron Man hurriedly shouted, "Dawn, stop. This body can't bear it." Apocalypse thought so. With his own strength, this lightning struck down and destroyed even the 24K pure vibranium. Not to mention Vision's half-machine, half-living body. It seems that in the original plot, the thunder and lightning released by Thor were not that exaggerated. I had failed several times just now, and I was a little impatient. So, he slowly took back the power of thunder and lightning into his body. Looking at Vision's forehead, Apocalypse thought to himself, are we really going to put Infinity Stones on it? Is it okay to put other things? Helen stepped forward and checked Vision's body. Mr. Tang, forget it. At this stage, we originally planned to try it in 3 years. There is no rush at this moment. Tiankai smiled at Helen and said, I'll try again. If it doesn't work, forget it. As he spoke, Tiankai's palms faced up and he stretched out naturally, as if he wanted to hold something. Helen, who was standing next to her, saw Tiankai's big hand stretched out in front of her eyes and naturally took it up. The delicate and slender little hands were held together with Tiankai. Everyone was stunned. Helen's face suddenly turned red. She didn't know why she put her hand on it. But King Apocalypse stretched out his hand in front of his eyes. Everything seemed so natural, and there were no extra thoughts in his brain. After catching up, Helen realized that King Apocalypse didn't seem to want to shake hands with her. However, it is difficult to get off the tiger at this time, and it will be obvious if you withdraw again. We can only hold on for a while and see what he says. Anyway, such warm and comfortable big hands. If you miss this opportunity, you may miss it in your life. Iron Man and Pepper smiled like ants watching a show, looking at the two of them thoughtfully, very kindly. Especially for little Pepper, since Tiankai came in and helped her solve her emotional problems, she was filled with gratitude and no longer worried about Helen. As for Wanda, although she is a Western girl, she is shy by nature, perhaps due to her life experiences. The slight hint before was already her boldest confession. But compared to Helen taking action directly, Wanda suddenly felt that she was too conservative. However, Kuei-in was more anxious than she was. He was about to say something, but was stopped by Wanda. Ahem, thank you, Helen. Tiankai said, I will not destroy Vision's body, you don't have to stop me. Helen knew that this was Tiankai's step down, and she was filled with gratitude and said hurriedly, then, well, I won't disturb you. He let go of his hand, covered his face and ran back. But little Pepper's sharp eyes could tell through the gaps between her fingers that Helen was embarrassed, but the smile on her face could hardly be covered with her hands. Apocalypse here. This awkward little misunderstanding was resolved, and my hands were finally free. I saw a light and shadow slowly taking shape, and a light blue cube emerged in the palm of Tiankai's hand. It is the Rubik's Cube. The Cosmic Cube is an encapsulation carrier of the Space Stone. Compared with the Infinity Stones, it is nothing. In the original plot of Avengers 3, Thanos threatened Thor's life to force Loki to hand over the cube. After getting it, Thanos directly crushed the Rubik's Cube. Throw away the residue and keep only the space gem. But how can an object that can encapsulate infinite gems be an ordinary thing? Even a piece of soil has already turned into a treasure under the influence of the energy of the space gem. Apocalypse stretched out a finger with his other hand and approached the Cosmic Cube. I made a few careful strokes. I saw a prism-shaped light blue crystal separated from the Rubik's Cube. Under the guidance of the opening, it slowly floated towards the center of Vision's eyebrows. As soon as it comes into contact with the living body between the eyebrows, it naturally wraps up the Rubik's Cube crystal and becomes a part of the body. Then, a light blue energy spread from the center of the eyebrows to the whole body, circulating back and forth. At the same time, lightning and fire splashed from his body. The thunder and lightning that Apocalypse had previously bombarded and sunk into his body were awakened again at this time. Vision's body slowly rose out of the medical cabin, and the power of space gems and thunder and lightning on his body became stronger and stronger. The surrounding objects were pulled by these two forces and vibrated one after another. Some unstable objects began to fall to the ground. Suddenly, the vision came to an end. Vision's body slowly changed from lying flat to standing upright, but still floating in the air. With this kind of floating, Apocalypse couldn't detect any fluctuations in power. It's as natural as a fish soaking in the water or a person standing on the ground. Finally, Vision opened his eyes. He looked around in confusion. At this time, although he was conscious, his mind was blank. After a while, the surrounding computer screens flashed rapidly, refreshing at a speed of hundreds of times per second. Countless information flashed across the screen, including surveillance videos in the laboratory, design drawings of steel suits, etc. Obviously, this is Vision learning knowledge. Everyone watched this scene nervously. This learning process is necessary. However, including Iron Man, Apocalypse, and Helen, they don't know what kind of person a newborn will become after absorbing a lot of knowledge. In the original plot, Ultron is a typical example of someone who went astray. After watching a series of disasters caused by supervillains, he actually deduced that humans are the biggest disaster on the Earth, and came up with the idea of destroying the world. In Ultron's rigid mind, there were superheroes and then supervillains. As long as superheroes disappear, villains seem to disappear. Apocalypse does not want the Vision he helped to create to stand on the opposite side of everyone. Soon, the holographic screen stopped flashing. Vision's eyes were no longer confused. He slowly lowered his height, came to Tiankai under the gaze of everyone, and said, "Father." Everyone has black lines on their faces. Vision, you just learned a lot of knowledge. Even if you don't say anything shocking, you can still say something normal, right? As soon as you open your mouth, call King Tiankai daddy. It's true that you can hug the thigh the fastest? Then Vision turned to Helen and said, "Mom." Helen's face turned red again. She felt that the number of times she blushed today was not as much as in the previous half of her life combined. "You call King Tiankai your father, and you call me your mother. What do you mean?" But Iron Man quit and said, Hey, Vision, I am the man who created you." Vision hesitated for a moment. "Your contribution is indeed the same as Helen's mother, but it is not as great as Apocalypse's father's contribution. How about I call you Dad? No. Iron Man is a scientist, and scientists naturally have a great obsession with the name of the father, mother, of XX. Almost all scientists hope to make groundbreaking creations in some field. Then he was given the honor of being the father, mother, of XX. Like the father of relativity, the father of the atomic bomb, the father of rice, and the father of quantum mechanics, others will know who he is as soon as he hears it. Even if ordinary people don't understand their research, they still know that this is a very powerful person. Now, Vision was right to call Helen mother. After all, she was the only woman participating in the research. But there are two men who activate the Vision and cause trouble. Iron Man said angrily, "Why am I the second father? I am the one who created you in the first place. If we really talk about seniority, I should be the number 1 dad, and that guy Tang is the number 2 dad." This time, Vision was completely confused. What this dad said seems to make sense. Whether to arrange them in chronological order or in order of merit, Vision couldn't tell for a while. But Apocalypse doesn't have the scientist complex of Iron Man. Not long after he came out, he had a child with a beautiful scientist, and was chased and called Daddy. How do I explain to Black Widow when I get back? When he first got married, he promised to give the Black Widow a child. But he turned around and took a 40-year-old man back, saying that this was my child. Not to mention whether Black Widow is angry or not, she will definitely die of diaphragm. Tiankai said, "Ahem, since Tony cares. Vision, you don't need to call me Dad, just call me Mr. Tang from now on." Tiankai didn't get used to being called Daddy by an old man who looked like 40 years old. Although this old man was only born for less than 1 minute. When Vision heard this, he put his hand on his chest, and some strange expressions flashed across his face. "It's strange. When you said these words just now, I felt pain here. But the body's repair system found no abnormalities." Yes, Apocalypse is helpless. Is he still playing the tragedy card? Helen saw that Apocalypse didn't want to take on the title of father, and she didn't want to be bound to Iron Man, lest Apocalypse have any ideas. Then he said, "Vision, you are a brand new life form. You don't need to call us mom and dad like we humans do. We created you, not gave birth to you. The relationship between parents and children is different. Just like Mr. Tang, just call us by our names." Vision thought for a while and said, "Okay, 2 of my 3 creators asked me not to call you parents. 2 to 1, passed." Hey, Iron Man shouted, "Can't you consider an old man's feelings about wanting a child?" "Mr. Tony," Vision said, "according to the information and video analysis I have seen, you and Ms. Pepper Potts are a couple. If you want to have a baby, you should have it with her. The other 2 women now, including my creator Ms. Helen, have stimulated a large amount of female-only hormones to my other creator Mr. Tang Tiankai. You have no chance." A few words made Iron Man's head full of black lines. "It's okay not to want such a cheating child." Ahem. Apocalypse said helplessly, "Vision, when you have time, learn more about human etiquette and don't say anything to others." "Yes, Mr. Tang." Vision answered seriously. Seeing that Vision is so well behaved, what else can anyone blame a baby just a few minutes old? However, when Vision said this just now, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Although Iron Man and Pepper Potts are lovers, they are still far away from having children. Pepper would like it. But as a woman, Iron Man didn't even ask for marriage, so she could only keep these transcendent demands in her heart. Vision made it clear, which saved Pepper a lot of trouble. You can take the opportunity to discuss it with Iron Man. As for Helen and Wanda, their eyes had already met in the air. Unless men become the 1% at the top of the pyramid, they will never know how proactive women will be. Just like the onion-robbing young man in Tian Kai's previous life, the sole heir to a family worth hundreds of billions, was called husband by tens of millions of women. Whenever I attend a press conference, beautiful women will come over and take the initiative to post photos of their results on WeChat. Just to make Mr. Tier Onion look at me one more time, even with the most original purpose. Apocalypse Man vaguely felt that the atmosphere was not right, so he quickly changed the subject and said, Vision, you also know about Zola who just appeared. Can you connect to the internet? Vision floated up, crossed the table like a ghost, and came to the computer in front of Iron Man. My mind and body are one. It can only read information from computer devices around you at a short distance through brain waves, similar to the Wi-Fi you use to connect various devices. You can't leave your body like Zola and become a cyborg. Iron Man sighed. Sigh. It seems that we can only find another way. However, from now on, don't float around in front of outsiders, let alone pass through objects like a ghost. Vision was puzzled. Why? You have to learn to live like a normal person. But, I'm not a normal person. This. Iron Man didn't know how to explain, so he could only look at Apocalypse, hoping he would say something. Tian Kai smiled and said, I don't think you need to deliberately imitate ordinary people. However, when entering other people's rooms, never go directly through the wall. Remember to knock on the door and only enter with permission from others. Apocalypse has always had a doubt, where did the Vision in the original plot come from with its ability to penetrate objects? The body created by the Cradle of Life definitely does not have such mysterious functions. It is unlikely that Thor's thunder and lightning power would have such a wonderful ability with just one electric shock. The only possibility is from the Mind Stone. Tian Kai has never come into contact with the Mind Stone, so he doesn't know what its magical use is. But this penetration function should be more in line with space gems. Since Tian Kai owned the Cosmic Cube, he has created many wonderful uses in space. Penetrating objects is just a trivial means. Although the prismatic crystal embedded in Vision's eyebrows is not a space gem, it already possesses the energy of a space gem. As for how much Vision can receive, it depends on his luck. After all, like Captain Marvel, the probability of falling and absorbing part of the energy of the space gem and becoming a cosmic-level superhero is still too low. Vision nodded. I understand human privacy. Now the world's situation has changed drastically. Superheroes and supervillains of all kinds, big and small, real and fake, are everywhere. Ordinary humans wouldn't be too surprised to see a superhero, so Vision doesn't have to hide it deliberately. Nowadays, in the eyes of ordinary people, superheroes are more like superstars who can fight. Even some supervillains have quite a few fans. In the original plot of Thor 3, fans recognized Thor and Loki when they were walking on the streets of Earth. Then politely asked for a photo. He even gossiped and said to Thor, I feel so sorry for you that Jane actually dumped you. At that time, Lei Shen still insisted that I dumped her. This shows that human beings are highly adaptable to new things. Apocalypse said, since Vision can't leave his body, I want to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. Discuss the response strategy with Fury and the others. Tony, please arrange Vision's life. By the way, teach him some basic common sense. Vision said, Mr. Tang, you are the strongest person known to the Earth. I hope to learn more by following you. Mr. Tony's knowledge is too simple. I can learn it casually. These words made Iron Man grit his teeth in anger. Wouldn't you die if you didn't say the last sentence? This child, it was in vain that I spent so much time and energy to create him, and he didn't even kiss me at all. Ever since I could speak, I have always been sincere. Let's go, let's go. Iron Man said, I won't be bothered to teach you to save you from being upset. Seeing Tian Kai was about to leave, Helen hurriedly said, I'm going too. Okay. Helen said, Vision was designed and created by me. I know him better than anyone else. Now that he has just been born, there are still too many unknowns. If anything goes wrong, as the creator, I can find out the problem and fix it as quickly as possible. Vision said, Ms. Helen, I should really call you mother. You take care of your children like a mother. Kuei Yin interrupted, you kid, stop being so sentimental. She doesn't care about you, she has other purposes. Really? Vision wondered, what Ms. Helen said is very reasonable. I can't see what her purpose is. Ahem. Tian Kai said, okay, no need to say more. Helen, just follow me. After all, the current Vision has changed a lot from the original plot. It's also good to have Helen by your side, just in case. So, a group of 5 people. Apocalypse, Vision, Wanda, Helen, and Quicksilver all arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in a Quinjet. As soon as he came in, Fury immediately came to him. Tang, there are very strange events happening all over the world today. What happened? Tian Kai asked. Did Zola attack S.H.I.E.L.D., devouring all the other Zora so quickly? It's only been half a day since he left. Fury said, today, a large number of machine fights occurred almost simultaneously all over the world. Not only do many internet servers attack each other, trying to erase each other's hard drive data, but then the servers themselves shut down and destroy themselves. Even some machines controlled by computers have gone out of control, and instead of actively hurting people, they have smashed various computers. At first, everyone thought it was a strange virus. But very quickly it became clear that this was beyond the virus. People in the IT industry suspect that a network-type superpower is causing damage. So these cases were collected and reported to our SHIELD agency. Tian Kai nodded and said, "Your suspicion is correct. This is indeed a network superpower." So, he told Fury the whole story of Zora in detail. As the director of SHIELD, Fury naturally knows the files of this genius scientist. "Dawn, you're telling me that Zola's first copy was a database of 20 tapes?" "Yes. Where is it?" "I don't remember the specific name of the place. It should be the place where Captain America received recruit training. It seems to be the place where SHIELD was first established." With such an obvious feature, Fury immediately remembered it. "That's Camp Lehigh, New Jersey Whedon." Fury dialed a 3-person phone number. "Steve, Natasha, put down what you are doing and come back immediately." The captain said, "Director, can't you tell us on the phone? We are in great need of manpower outside now." Fury said, "No. At this time, you can't even mention the word Zola on the phone, otherwise it will arouse Zola's vigilance. Captain America and Black Widow may both be attacked on their way back." Although Captain and Black Widow didn't know what happened, they knew that something important must have happened. Even encrypted calls must be protected from eavesdropping. After a while, the Quinjet stopped in midair dozens of stories high, outside Fury's office. Captain and Black Widow rolled in, even skipping the elevator. Fury said, "Steve, I want you and Natasha to go to Camp Lehigh, Wheaton, New Jersey. You should be familiar with that place. There is an underground library inside that houses a huge tape database. If it has not been destroyed, Dr. Zola's consciousness should be in the database. Natasha, you are proficient in hacking techniques. Bring a storage device with no network access and copy this database back completely. Then," Fury said, "blow it up completely, leaving no further trouble." Seeing that the two of them were a little confused, Tian Kai had to briefly introduce Zola's affairs to let them understand the ins and outs of the matter. After the two took over the mission, they climbed out of the window and boarded the Quinjet. However, Black Widow saw that there was another beautiful woman beside Tian Kai, and she was also an Oriental beauty. "Before leaving, I didn't know how full of resentment there was in my eyes." When kissing goodbye, he bit Tian Kai's lips hard. Tian Kai is helpless. It seems that he has already earned his reputation as a scumbag even before he is known as a scumbag. Isn't this too much of a loss? A few hours later, Black Widow returned carrying a lead radiation-proof suitcase. This kind of suitcase is usually used to hold nuclear fuel or radioactive objects such as the Rubik's Cube. Now, in order to prevent Dr. Zola in the hard drive from escaping, even this almost impossible passage has been sealed. Fury turned on the isolation mode of his office. Connect Zola's hard drive to a computer. After a while, Zola's big head slowly appeared on the screen. Through the camera, he looked around suspiciously. "Where am I? Who are you?" When she saw Apocalypse, Helen, and others, Zola didn't recognize them. This Zola has always been in the tape database and has no access to external information, so naturally he has no memory of Apocalypse. Perhaps Hydra was afraid that destroying the basement would cause too much noise and attract S.H.I.E.L.D's attention. Perhaps it was because Zola had another purpose. Anyway, this original version of Zola was found by Fury. However, Fury ignored Zola and said to Tian Kai, "Tang, can you use this Zora to kill all the other Zora with your soul-chasing and life-killing magic?" When fighting against the evil god before, Tian used the luck disinfecting technique to kill countless ordinary Hydra soldiers from a distance. Its strange procedure makes Fury terrified. Several black lines appeared on Apocalypse's face. Didn't he tell Fury his name? "Why did you have such a middle-class name?" "That's called the Chi luck disinfecting technique," Tian Kai said, "but that's not the point. I'll just give it a try." Now that Zola has no body, Apocalypse cannot see the thread of destiny on his body, and has never thought about it. The Chi luck disinfecting technique needs to come into contact with the human body and then be traced along the line of cause and effect before it can be used. Facing a computer, Tian Kai didn't know if it would be useful. Apocalypse stepped forward and put his hand on the hard drive where Zola was hiding. A special wave of radio waves can be clearly sensed, whirling around. It's a pity that there is no internet connection here, so this airwave can only be limited to this computer. Apocalypse wraps the power of fate around Zola's battery, and then activates the divine power. According to the essential characteristics of Zora's radio waves, Apocalypse can faintly sense the existence of other Zora. Luck disinfecting technique? Tian Kai locks a range and directly activates the power of luck. An inexplicable force spread across 1,000 kilometers in an instant. Zora within this range instantly disintegrated. The radio wave body, which originally had a stable structure, slowly turned into the most basic and meaningless zeros and ones. Then, these zeros and ones dissipate into the internet and become a mess. Many servers that were attacking each other, destroying each other's machines, etc., suddenly became silent. Some drones fell one after another from the sky. Some large screens controlled by Zola flickered a few times and then returned to normal. The luck disinfecting technique does not require an internet connection to kill Zora. As long as it is within the coverage of Apocalypse, whether it is hidden on an internet server or on an offline hard drive. As long as you are within the coverage area of the Chi luck disinfecting technique, you will definitely die. Did you make it? Everyone asked nervously. Tiankai nodded. It's effective, but it can't be said to be successful. Fury asked, what do you mean? I just killed all the Zora clones within 1,000 kilometers, but the consumption was too great. I don't have enough strength to wipe out Zora all over the world in an instant. Hiss. Everyone was a little surprised. People like Helen, Vision, and Quicksilver who had never seen Tian use the Destiny disinfecting technique were particularly surprised. Just press your hand like this, and you can hunt down cyborgs within 1,000 miles radius? Its scope is so wide and its methods are so bizarre that it is simply unimaginable. Especially Vision, even though his IQ is higher than Iron Man, he still can't understand his creator's methods. I feel deeply that I have come to the right place. No wonder Director Fury just called this ghost hunting or something like that. It's really appropriate. Kuei Yin said, idle, it is already very powerful to wipe out 1,000 miles in one go. There is no need to pursue perfection and cover the whole world in one go. We can slowly clean it up piece by piece. Black Widow, Fury, Helen, and others looked at Quicksilver strangely. Why are you looking at me? Isn't this good? Idols don't have to be so tired. Black Widow had no choice but to explain, Zola's copying ability is too strong. On the internet, she can run to any corner of the earth in 1 second. The only way is to clear them all at once. As long as one is left behind, you can recover in an instant. I'm afraid, in the short time we've been talking, Zola has already copied him within 1,000 miles. Oh, Kuei Yin said humbly, I don't know much about the internet. After his parents died, Kuei Yin didn't have many opportunities for education, and he was imprisoned by Hydra all year round. It's not surprising that some knowledge is out of step with the times. Except for Helen and Vision, everyone else here knew about Quicksilver's experience, and they didn't mean to laugh at it. Dawn, Fury asked, how much strength do you need to increase before you can cover the world? Just to destroy Zola's clones within 1,000 kilometers radius had already used thousands of luck points. Tiankai's current luck value is only over 1 points. In other words, even if Tiankai consumes all his luck in an instant, he can only cover a radius of more than 1 kilometers and a diameter of more than 2 kilometers around the world. But the diameter of the Earth is -kilometers. This difference is nearly twice the distance. Originally, Apocalypse thought that, like coming to kill the evil god, he would take away his bad luck and increase his own luck. In this case, wouldn't he be able to infinitely clear dungeons on Zola to improve his luck? The test just now proved that it doesn't work. Zola's form seems to no longer belong to the category of human, but more towards things. Tiankai's luck disinfecting technique just now was similar to changing the dice points in a casino. Interfering with the real world through luck naturally requires consuming luck points. Tiankai said, if you include the computer in space, I need to at least double my strength. Hiss. Everyone was shocked. Although they don't know which aspects of strength need to be enhanced, just doubling this is enough to be scary. This is not an ordinary person, but King Apocalypse? Even with King Apocalypse's strength, he needs to be doubled. This is an almost impossible task. For a time, everyone was at a loss. At the same time, Apocalypse's action of wiping out 1,000 miles around just now frightened the Zolas on the internet. They quickly determined that the source was SHIELD. Although they didn't know what power Shield had used to wipe out such a large area of themselves in an instant, they had to take action. First, some Zola who failed in killing each other panicked and fled this way. While escaping, he left behind a large number of copies to resist the attacks of other Zora. In a short period of time, this vacuum was completely filled again. Suddenly, some Zora, who had initially won the battle, reached an agreement. All of us, please stop killing each other. There is a mysterious power in Shield that can kill us instantly. We must unite to eliminate the source of this power. Otherwise, when this force is ready and can cover the whole world, it will be the day of our demise. The Zolas had similar IQs and quickly reached a consensus. As a result, a war against Shield is about to begin. First, there are a group of drones that can be controlled by the network, missiles on drones, and some automated weapons. They all flew towards SHIELD. In less than a day, drones across North America flew toward SHIELD like an army of metallic locusts. The gathering of so many drones, especially military drones out of control, has long caused panic. But the communication channel has been completely controlled by Zola. Either shout manually or call using a World War II radio. Only some extremely vigilant elite teams sniped some of them, and most people had no time to react. Fury's scalp felt numb as he looked at the dense drones in the sky outside. Issue an emergency order. All personnel retreat to the headquarters. If you are outside and cannot make it back in time, please immediately discard the smart devices in your hands and change to Morse code. For a time, the old Diddy telegraph sound from World War II continued to sound throughout North America. Fortunately, Zola was focused on attacking SHIELD headquarters at this time and had no time to think about anything else. He just cut off communications and prevented the troops from communicating with each other. It didn't cause too many casualties or chaos for a while. Seeing the drone army getting closer and closer, Fury had to give the order even if there were still people who hadn't arrived yet. Get ready, turn on the energy shield. I saw a huge energy shield rising slowly from the devices around the base. Eventually, they merged to form a translucent yellow cover on the sky. The energy shield technology was brought back by Apocalypse from Asgard. It was first applied to the space carrier, and then Fury built one at the headquarters for emergency use. In this situation, it comes in handy now. However, there is a copy of Zola, which penetrates into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s computer network through the intelligent equipment of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s outsiders. Apocalypse had no choice but to consume another portion of his luck points to eliminate Zora inside the headquarters. Otherwise, many devices that require computer control will have big problems. Even the energy shield will be turned off. Boom, boom, boom. The energy shield is constantly under attack. Some military drones carry weapons and attack with weapons. Some civilian drones, such as those used to apply fertilizers and pesticides, used suicide attacks and crashed directly into them. Naturally, S.H.I.E.L.D. can't do anything about an attack of this magnitude, unless the nuclear bomb is activated. But it is absolutely impossible for nuclear bombs to be launched solely through network intrusion. Like Terminator, a Skynet can launch nuclear bombs all over the world, which is like a joke. The level of confidentiality of nuclear bombs is so high and the level of review is so strict that even if the soldiers guarding the nuclear bombs suddenly go crazy and press the launch button, they will not be launched. A truly strategic nuclear bomb must not only be completely isolated from the internet, but also have layers of passwords. Just pressing the button is useless. Zola has just entered the internet and has not yet fully adapted to it. He just wanted to invade Iron Man's laboratory to create his own body, but was confused by Apocalypse's philosophical question of who are you? Then the Zora fell into civil war. If Apocalypse hadn't suddenly wiped out the clones of S.H.I.E.L.D. within 1,000 miles radius, the Zora still wouldn't be able to unite. There is no time to slowly infiltrate to control some off-grid weapons. Because of strategic contraction, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters is now overcrowded, and many field personnel in other local branches have withdrawn. Fury stood on the roof of the building with Captain America, Black Widow, Hill, Wanda, Quicksilver, Vision, Helen, Daisy, Falcon and others. Looking at the dense drones in the sky, I smiled helplessly. The largest number of these drones are DJI civilian drones. They are cheap and perform well, and are very popular in the United States. Followed by various agricultural drones, which are larger in size. The smallest number are military drones, and some large drones also carry missiles and organic machine guns. Although there are many of these planes, if S.H.I.E.L.D. goes to war with all its strength, it is not impossible to win, but not necessary. Losing one person on his side is a loss, but on Zola's side, it doesn't hurt him at all. Fury asked Black Widow, "How is Don doing now?" Black Widow said, "He is in the training hall now, thinking about new methods. He asked us not to disturb him." Hearing this, Hill looked happy and said, "It seems we have hope." Huh? Fury asked, "How do you say it? Haven't you noticed? Every time Tang thinks or trains, he will make huge progress." Hill said, "The most recent time was when I went to a casino and learned the weird luck disinfecting technique. Farther away is the New York wormhole battle. Tang completed the breakthrough within a few minutes and destroyed the alien warship." After saying this, everyone found that this seemed to be the case. It is extremely difficult for others to advance to a higher level of strength, but for him, it seems like climbing a ladder, thump, thump twice, and then he goes up one level. Since Apocalypse was at the headquarters, although there were many people, there was no panic among everyone. But at this moment, many people came outside S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking down from the dozen-story headquarters building, it looks like a swarm of ants surrounding the exterior of S.H.I.E.L.D. They continued to protest, and some even attacked the energy shield. Fury's expression changed. "What's going on? Send someone to investigate immediately. Has Zola now evolved to the point where she can parasitize the human brain?" Vision floated forward and said, "Human consciousness and computer programs operate in completely different ways, and the two are not interoperable. Zola does not have the ability to directly control the human brain." Everyone looked at him strangely. A special being who is half machine and half life told everyone that he doesn't communicate with each other? "Do you think we are blind?" Black Widow asked. "Vision, your predecessor was Iron Man's AI butler Jarvis, hasn't it now become conscious? It is said that Zola's IQ is no lower than Iron Man, can't he?" Vision said, "What can transform me is not science and technology, but the crystal between my eyebrows." As he spoke, the cosmic Rubik's Cube crystal between Phantom's eyebrows lit up slightly. It has the energy of the Infinity Stones on it. The Infinity Stones have infinite possibilities. They transcend the human brain and carry my consciousness. I still can't understand this transformation principle. It transcends scientific rationality. Unless Zola possesses the Infinity Stones, it is impossible to parasitize the human brain. At most, a copy can be placed on the robot's memory chip. At this moment, Agent Kate walked up to the top of the building to report to Fury. "Director, those people below want our S.H.I.E.L.D. to pay compensation." What? Everyone's first reaction was, had they gone to the wrong place? S.H.I.E.L.D. is not a bank, nor does it have any financial transactions with ordinary people, so it is impossible to say whether it will pay or not. Fury said, "Kate, are you sure these people below are normal people?" Kate hesitated for a moment and said, "Aside from being very emotional, we can probably rule out that he is being controlled by someone, or is a zombie." Fury's face darkened, realizing he was in trouble. Kate is a consummate agent, and these basics are generally true. Because of this, it may be more troublesome than a group of zombies. Zombies can be eliminated directly, let alone destroying ordinary people. Even if they injure a few people, the follow-up trouble will be huge. Moreover, the number of people below seems to be increasing. There must have been some incident that triggered them to attack S.H.I.E.L.D. This is the report, take a look. Kate took out several tablets and handed them to Fury, Hill, Captain America, Black Widow, and others. After reading it, Fury sighed. Zola is indeed a member of Hydra, and her grasp of people's hearts is truly terrifying. This method is more troublesome than directly threatening us with civilian lives. You know, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not an ordinary military police, it is responsible for the security of the entire Earth. If the lives of some ordinary people were used to threaten S.H.I.E.L.D. to open the energy shield, S.H.I.E.L.D. would never agree. S.H.I.E.L.D. can still tell the difference between big and small. During the last New York wormhole war, S.H.I.E.L.D. executives even took the initiative to launch nuclear bombs in an attempt to close the wormhole. With Zola's wisdom, he naturally skipped the useless steps of threatening the hostages. Fury even hopes that Zola can threaten S.H.I.E.L.D. with hostages. In this way, they can buy more time in the back and forth process. Now, Zola uses another method to present S.H.I.E.L.D. with an even more difficult problem. Because, all the people who come to attack S.H.I.E.L.D., they all hit the jackpot? This information is actually not difficult to investigate. Even people outside the energy shield kept shouting to S.H.I.E.L.D. that their winnings were legal and deserved. Some agents outside the country can also transmit information to S.H.I.E.L.D. through non-network methods. After multiple verifications, S.H.I.E.L.D. determined the source of the incident. It was obviously Zola's fault. By controlling the internet, he allowed these people to win the jackpot. And it's not an ordinary grand prize, but a super grand prize that can easily reach millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of dollars. The winning crowd, centered at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, continues to spread to the United States. The latest batch is impacting the energy shield downstairs. If it's just winning the jackpot, it won't matter to S.H.I.E.L.D. At most, there will be some inflation in the economy, which will have little impact on the overall situation. Moreover, the economy is not under the control of S.H.I.E.L.D. The problem is that after Zola let these people win the jackpot, he quickly transferred millions, tens of millions, and hundreds of millions of bonuses into their accounts. It was unbelievable for ordinary people to suddenly acquire such a huge amount of wealth, so they naturally wanted to verify it. As a result, almost everyone made a luxurious purchase in a short period of time. Either buy a brand name bag, buy a luxury car, or directly withdraw a huge amount of cash and take it home to play with. Wait until these ordinary people taste the sweetness. Zola created fake announcements from S.H.I.E.L.D. on the internet, saying that their winnings were all fake. All bonuses are immediately cleared, including their existing deposits. He also threatened that S.H.I.E.L.D. would recover the portion that had been consumed. This time, it exploded. Watching the hundreds of millions of money in the card be emptied directly. This kind of stimulation instantly made them dizzy, which was more uncomfortable than killing them. No one cares about justice, truth, or falsehood. They all want to come to S.H.I.E.L.D. for an explanation. Although many people know that they cannot win the lottery, because they didn't buy lottery tickets or participate in any related activities at all. But it doesn't matter. Just like the country where Apocalypse lived in his previous life, for a while, scammers cast a wide net and sent messages saying that you had won a certain grand prize. You only need to pay a certain amount of deposit or income tax, and you can take home the sky-high bonus. Greed has caused countless people to lose their minds. What's more, now Zola has found a very clear target for them to vent their anger S.H.I.E.L.D. Your sky-high bonus has already been credited to your card. You have also spent money, and the money is real. Now, the grand prize is gone. This was an order from S.H.I.E.L.D., and it was their fault. These people, blinded by greed, are desperate to attack S.H.I.E.L.D., trying to get back the huge wealth that didn't originally belong to them. Although there are many sane people, there are also many who want to fish in troubled waters. Each city has a population of millions, and Zola can easily raise a team of grand prize winners worth hundreds of thousands. The captain of the United States was condescending on the roof of the building, his eyes full of pity. These poor people, they don't know that they are being manipulated. That jackpot was like a carrot hanging in front of the donkey that brought them here. Kate asked, "Director, what should we do now? Do we need to explain it clearly to the people?" Fury shook his head and said helplessly, "No need, Zola's fake announcement has already been explained to us. If we say it again, it will have no effect and will even inflame their anger even more." Even though Fury is cunning, he is helpless in the face of this human conspiracy. Even if Zola can be eliminated in this battle, the trouble left behind is also extremely destructive. Perhaps even more troublesome than any Hydra attack. As there were more and more people downstairs, people from afar kept driving up to join them. Outside the energy shield, more than a dozen blocks have been surrounded, and they are full of grand prize winners. At first they just yelled and cursed, but S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't respond. Many people began to slap the energy shield, but it still had no effect. So, someone started digging into the ground, trying to pass through the underground passage, bypass the energy shield, and enter S.H.I.E.L.D. But they lacked tools. So I went to nearby hardware stores and supermarkets and bought all the tools. Under the impact of the raging crowd, the police were unable to maintain law and order. Then, a large-scale $0 purchase activity began. And with this as the center, it gradually spread to the whole United States. It took less than half a day. These grand prize winners have already dug a deep trench around the energy shield, working harder than soldiers in war. These people are not zombies, they are better than zombies. It is no longer possible to reason with them. Hill looked down, a little scared and said, "Fortunately, Tang brought energy technology back from Asgard. If it was the previous SHIELD, I'm afraid that except for a small number of people who can be taken away by the plane, everyone will be torn to pieces by this group of people." The crowd took it for granted. Whether it's the wormhole battle or the huge bloody tornado in the Atlantic Ocean, Apocalypse is the one who turns the tide. As for the little things like recovery potions, energy shields, divine power training techniques, etc., as well as the superheroes that have been saved, there are countless. The changes that Apocalypse has brought to the surrounding area are simply too great. Fury sighed, "Natasha, if you hadn't come to the City of God, would Tang have stayed in the City of God for the rest of his life? I wonder if he will take action in the following world-destroying disasters." Fury has naturally read the report of the encounter between Black Widow and Apocalypse countless times. Until now, he himself felt dreamy. How could such a simple assassination mission lead to the explosion of such a heaven-defying man? Everyone craned their necks to hear what Black Widow would answer. Especially Wanda, Helen, Daisy, and others. "I also want to know what kind of person King Apocalypse was at the very beginning." Black Widow smiled slightly, shook her head and said, "When I went to the City of God, the surroundings were smoky, and there were even some corpses hanging under the overpass. Only his flower shop is like the most peaceful paradise in the entire city. He is just like an ordinary gardener, fertilizing and watering the flowers and plants every day. He cannot take a second look at the complexity around him. If it weren't for me, probably, those flowers and plants would be his entire world." As he said this, he did not forget to secretly glance at Wanda, Helen, Daisy, and others. Wanda and others couldn't help but be fascinated. How can a person with inner peace be able to possess unique skills and yet live like an ordinary person? At least no one here can do it, especially Quicksilver. All he wants to do all day long is to be a superhero like King Apocalypse. Asking him to water the flowers and weed the grass will kill him. Quicksilver asked, "What kind of flowers and plants does the idol take care of? He rescued me, and I haven't thanked him yet. If he likes it, I will find some precious flowers and plants to give to him." Black Widow froze. Apocalypse has always been giving gifts to himself. The recovery potion alone saved me countless times. But I don't even know what his favorite flowers and plants are. Not even as much as a fan being obsessed with him. Thinking of this, Black Widow couldn't help feeling guilty and sighed slightly. "I don't know, I didn't ask, and he didn't tell. Those flowers and plants look very ordinary." Suddenly, a clear voice came, "What are you talking about? Why are you so careless? Everyone is happy." King Apocalypse appears at this time, and there is a high probability that he has found a way. Black Widow said, "Everyone is talking about your flower shop in God City, and Quayin also wants to give you some flowers and plants. I'm ashamed to say that, as your wife, I don't know what breed you like." Tian Kai laughed. The person who took care of the flowers and plants was his predecessor in time travel, and he had no special interest in flowers and plants. "I don't have any particular favorite varieties. I like all the ones you gave me, but when it comes to flowers and plants..." Apocalypse suddenly remembered that there was a seed left by Star-Lord's father on the Earth. This seed looks like a flower but not a flower, and looks like a grass but not a grass. Once activated, it can instantly expand tens of millions of times. In a short period of time, a living planet was swallowed up, become a part of Egg's life. "The last time I went to Xandar was the time of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1. It is estimated that Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 is not far away now. After Zola is dealt with, Egg's seeds must be dealt with in time. Otherwise, there is no telling what harm it will do to the Earth." In the original plot, Star-Lord killed Ego in time, and the seed only expanded to the size of a mountain before being terminated. Didn't cause too many casualties. But now the timeline has been changed so much by Apocalypse. If anything goes wrong, for example, killing Egg just a few minutes late, maybe the entire North American continent will be swallowed up, which will be a catastrophe for living beings. Everyone saw Tiankai suddenly stop, and they tacitly agreed not to speak, waiting for Tiankai to finish thinking. But Quayin couldn't wait any longer and asked, "Idol, what's wrong with the flowers and plants?" Tiankai smiled. "I remembered that there is a unique flower and plant on the Earth that I have not dug up. When something happens here, we need to act as soon as possible." "What flowers and plants?" Black Widow asked. Everyone is also curious, what kind of flowers and plants can make King Tiankai so interested? In such a chaotic environment now, don't forget to dig it out. Tiankai said, "There is only one of this flower on the entire planet, and some planets may not have it." Hiss. Everyone gasped, "There is only one planet, so precious?" Black Widow said hopefully, "Tang, are you going to give it to me?" Black Widow very much hopes that Apocalypse will spread a wave of dog food in front of people like Wanda, Helen, and Daisy, so that they can retreat in spite of difficulties. However, Tiankai said, "This flower and plant is somewhat dangerous, and may even endanger the entire Earth. I want to send it to the moon or Mars." "Hey, no way. I thought it would be a love story when Apocalypse said there was only one plant in the entire planet, but I didn't expect it to be a horror story. What kind of flowers and plants are so domineering that they can threaten the security of the entire Earth?" Fury lost his composure at first and said, "Since it's so dangerous, why don't you go deal with that flower and plant first? Although Zola has caused us a lot of trouble, it seems that at least it is not fatal yet." Just as he was talking, a missile roared from a distance. There was a loud noise of boom. A sea of fire exploded on the energy shield. The dazzling firelight turned everyone red. If it weren't for the energy shield, this shot alone would be enough to level the headquarters building. Fury's face darkened. He didn't expect the slap to come so quickly. Zola really didn't give any face at all. Although this missile is not yet a nuclear bomb, it is at least at the level of an intercontinental missile. Not to mention the power. This shows that Zola has now successfully penetrated some off-grid control centers. Although many weapons control centers are off-grid, they cannot be accessed directly along the network cable. But the control system is still a computer. As long as you have enough patience, you can use the staff's USB flash drive, radio, or even mechanical bugs. Upload Zora's clone to the internal computer. Once Zola is let in, with the current firewall technology, it is impossible to prevent Zola for a second. Then, all kinds of missiles, large and small, flew towards SHIELD like raindrops. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the energy was covered in a sea of fire. Some of them were directly bombarded on the ground, just like those grand prize winners, trying to blow up the foundation equipment of the energy shield. The energy shield has not been broken yet, and the grand prize winner on the ground has really won the big prize. Looking down from the top of the building, I saw the people around the missile, like puppets, being blown away by the shock wave. The people at the center of the explosion were burned to the point where no ashes were left under the high temperature of thousands of degrees. Everyone, run, SHIELD is attacking us with missiles. Damn it, brothers, we must not let these bastards from SHIELD go. Help, don't step on me. People in the dozen or so blocks around were in chaos. Some people wanted to attack SHIELD, and some wanted to escape, so the weak ones were naturally pushed down. After these people fell to the ground, they could never stand up again. Their faces and bodies were covered with the feet of panicked people. Under the stampede of hundreds of thousands of people, within a short while, bloody humanoid blood marks were left on the ground. Fury smiled bitterly. This is more troublesome than we thought. Apocalypse slowly took off, trying to get out and stop the crowd from stampeding. Hill hurriedly shouted, Dawn, it's too late. Since Zola can penetrate the missile system, he must be penetrating the nuclear bomb system now. If we can't deal with Zola as soon as possible, after a while, the casualties won't be what we see right now. Tiankai felt a chill in his heart, knowing that Hill was right. Once the nuclear bomb is activated by Zola, it will probably be a great cleansing of mankind. By then, it will be too late to kill Zola. Vision. Tiankai said, you have never appeared in front of the public. You pretend to be me and, in the name of King Apocalypse, order the civilians to calm down. No matter what they ask for, agree first and let them save their lives. At the same time, try to intercept all missiles and drones that attack people. The light from the Rubik's Cube crystal between Huan Vision's eyebrows flashed by, and he said, understood, Mr. Tang. After that, change your appearance slightly. The clothes on his body were automatically generated, imitating the 7/8 image of Apocalypse, and then flew out of the energy shield. Some missiles flew towards Vision, but they were like passing through a shadow and had no effect. In the end, it hit the energy shield. Apocalypse ignored Vision and said, you guys step back and give me some space. To destroy Zola, I need another treasure. Everyone stepped back and were about 10 meters away from Tiankai. I saw Tiankai raising his head to the sky and calling, Heimdall, 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 shouted a few times. Heimdall received it. With the help of the power of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall said to Apocalypse across countless universes of time and space, Prince Tang, are you going back to Asgard? Apocalypse said, no, I need a treasure from the treasure house. Please inform Thor and ask him to send the Infinity Gauntlet down. Okay. Heimdall's voice disappeared for a while, and suddenly a rainbow of light fell from the sky. It penetrated directly through the energy shield and landed on the roof of the building. When the rainbow light disappeared, a black mysterious symbol was branded on the ground. Next to Apocalypse, a man appeared in a red cloak and holding a sledgehammer. It was Thor. Hey, brother, long time no see. When Thor met, he gave Apocalypse a big hug, glanced outside the headquarters, and said, looking at it like this, the Earth seems to be in trouble. No, this is the treasure you want. When everyone saw the treasure in Thor's hand, their eyes suddenly blackened. Fury, Captain America, Black Widow, Hill, Daisy, and others have met Thor and are well aware of Thor's funny attributes. Especially he likes to joke with King Apocalypse. Usually it's fine. You two god-level figures are playing your own game, and we can't get in the way. However, the current situation is such an emergency. Thor, you guy, it's inappropriate to joke again. Fortunately, you are still the new king of Asgard. As for Wanda, Helen, Quicksilver, etc., they have never met Thor, and they are even a little angry for Apocalypse. Who is this guy? Do you dare to fool my idol? I saw the god of thunder holding a large piece of black coal in his hand. It barely has the shape of a glove, but it has been severely burned and deformed. It is black and slightly smooth. It's like some rubber burned into fluid and then solidified again. It feels ugly and dirty. Even if such a treasure is thrown on the roadside, no one except sanitation workers will take a second look at it. As the king of Asgard, you, Thor, have traveled across countless universes and time just to make such a joke with King Apocalypse? What shocked everyone even more was that Apocalypse took over the black charcoal-headed glove and said, just ask Heimdall to send it down via the Rainbow Bridge. Why did he run down here himself? The god of thunder squinted his eyes and smiled, Ha 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 ha, if I don't take the opportunity to come out and breathe, I will die on the throne. It's your call anyway, so my father and mother don't dare to say anything. Although the affairs of the gods are not as trivial as those of the Earth Kingdom, there are still many things that need to be handled by the king. It can be as small as the governance of the people, as large as the danger on the border of the kingdom of God, how much force needs to be sent there, etc. All require the king's approval and orders. Although Thor is not busy, he cannot do without Asgard. In just 1 or 2 years, he was bored to death. Seeing his brother running around everywhere, Thor didn't know how envious he felt. So, there are many things to do every day. At night, he was gentle with Jane. Jane screamed until her voice became hoarse. But the next generation of little kings was never seen. After finally receiving the call of Tiankai, I don't care about anything now. Holding the Infinity Gauntlet that Apocalypse needed, he ran down. Originally, the Infinity Gauntlet in Asgard's treasury was complete and beautiful, but when Apocalypse borrowed the 9 refining divine body of eternal fire, it was burned and ugly. It's just ugly, but the core functions are not affected. After all, the materials used by the space dwarves for the gloves that carry the energy of infinite gems are quite solid. The eternal fire burned away the decorative surface and burned away the seal of God King Odin. Odin looked at this piece of black coal and didn't bother to seal it again, leaving it in the treasure house without asking anything. If Apocalypse hadn't specifically asked Thor to look for it, he probably wouldn't have remembered it. Tiankai took the black charcoal-headed gloves. I put it on my hand and tried it. It's a bit ugly, but it still works well. I discovered that it actually has an automatic expansion and contraction function just like Iron Man's nano gloves. It seems that the space dwarves have considered this very carefully. After all, the hand sizes of different people of different races vary greatly. Black Widow greeted Thor and asked, "This black charcoal Infinity Glove, what is it for? It looks like it's about to break." The God of Thunder smiled and said, "You have to ask your husband. He was the one who burned it out in the first place." Apocalypse naturally told Black Widow about body refining with eternal fire, but he didn't talk about it in such detail. Tiankai said, "Just watch it. If my guess is correct, this will be enough to completely eliminate Zora." Saying that, Apocalypse will. Cosmic Cube, Space Stone, Cosmic Spirit Ball, Power Stone, Ether Particle, Reality Stone. All were taken out. The first is the Ether Particle, which is originally a ball of fluid. Once it is close to the Infinity Gauntlet, it slowly shrinks into a gem. Then the gemstone groove in the glove emitted light, sucked it slightly, and set it on the ring finger. Next comes the Power Gem, and the Cosmic Spirit Ball spins open to reveal the gem inside. Apocalypse cautiously approached the Infinity Gauntlet, and the Power Stone was sucked onto his index finger. Finally, there is the Space Stone. Apocalypse did not crush it directly like Thanos, but extracted the gem from the hole in the vision prism. Place on top of thumb. These positions are naturally arranged by the Infinity Gauntlet. As for whether there are any particularities, or whether it is necessary to exert its full power, Tiankai doesn't know. I don't seem to see this statement in the original plot. There is no time to study now, let's solve the immediate trouble first. We are on top of a tall building, and you are closest to me. No matter what happens later, please don't move. It's all an illusion. Clear. In the past 2 days, Tiankai's research direction behind closed doors was the Infinity Stones. In the original plot, 6 Infinity Stones could wipe out half of the people in the universe. Thanos could even wipe out more if he wanted to. Well, I have 3 Infinity Stones in my hand, not to mention half the universe, but I should be able to defeat Zora on a planet. Although it is impossible to be able to realize your wish with just a snap of your fingers like Thanos, there must be some way to do it. Although a gem is powerful, its function is relatively simple and cannot solve many problems. But combined, there are many wonderful uses. Tiankai found a feasible way by testing the power combination of these 3 gems in the past 2 days. But the power of the gems is too great. Even if you use your 9 refined divine body to forcibly carry the energy of 3 infinite gems, there is a great danger of losing control. I'll be fine by then, but it's hard to say whether S.H.I.E.L.D., or even the entire Earth, is in danger. What's more, the energy operation method of the 3 gems is very mysterious, and the physical body cannot construct such a complicated circuit. The only way is to use the Infinity Gauntlet. Fortunately, the Eternal Fire did not burn Asgard's Infinity Gauntlet when he was refining his divine body. There is no need to improvise and find the space dwarves to recreate it. It's a bit ugly, but it can be used. Snapped. A clear snap of fingers sounded from Tiankai's hand. There was a dark red energy, as if drawing a curtain. With Apocalypse as the center point, it slowly unfolds to the world. In a daze, everyone seemed to see another world behind the curtains. But if you look closely, nothing has changed. This is because although the Infinity Gauntlet inspired the energy of the Reality Stone, Apocalypse did not add any illusions. If possible, Apocalypse can be like Thanos teasing Star-Lord and others in the original plot. Create an illusion and hide the truth of the entire world. People with weak strength cannot tell the truth from falsehood at all. As long as the power of the Reality Stone is not removed, this illusion will never disappear. Ordinary people can even live in this illusion for a lifetime. As this dark red energy gets farther and farther away, the energy pouring out of Apocalypse's hands gets bigger and bigger. Like a strong wind, it constantly supports the Reality Stone to cover the world. 100 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. Dash kilometers. On the roof of the building, an energy storm center has formed. Although this energy would not hurt anyone, it almost blew Fury, Hill, Helen, and other ordinary people away. Fortunately, there were a lot of superheroes present, and everyone quickly caught them, so no accident happened. Although it was uncomfortable to be blown by the red storm, no one wanted to leave. Who doesn't want to see with his own eyes how Apocalypse saves the Earth again? 40,000 kilometers? Finally, the energy of the reality stone completely covered the Earth with a circumference of kilometers. The whole Earth is wrapped in a faint red color. The dark red energy storm paused for a moment. But this is not enough. There are also some computer equipment in space and on the moon. Good thing those don't need to be covered all. I saw a red sky pillar shooting out from Apocalypse and reaching into space. Then, the energy seemed to be alive. It is divided into countless tentacles, covering all instruments in near-Earth orbit, lunar satellites, etc. The entire Earth-Moon system is filled with a faint dark red energy, which looks like mist but not mist. Many people were so frightened that they put on gas masks, worried about what kind of poisonous gas it was. Tiankai smiled slightly. Step 1, done. Apocalypse has no way to complete it, and cannot fully activate the reality stone like the Dark Elf King. But with the help of the Power Gem's energy, it suddenly covered the entire Earth and Moon system. Under the shroud of this energy, Tiankai also noticed many extraordinary places. Fortunately, most people knew that Apocalypse was not malicious, and the strong man inside did not fight back. Otherwise, there are too many things involved. The second step is electronic illusion. People in the real world didn't see anything unusual, but Zora, who lived in the electronic world, seemed to see the end coming. The computer in the hiding place is constantly being dismembered and is about to be destroyed. CPU crashes, memory is disordered, hard disk read and write errors, and electric current is unstable. As a result, the Zoras followed the network cables and continued to escape to a safe place. For a time, the entire Earth network was operating at full capacity. A large number of radio waves are coming towards the United States from as far away as the moon, space, and other countries. Every time an area is cleared, Apocalypse senses that there are no Zora wave fluctuations, and directly physically cuts off the network nodes in that area. There was no possibility of looking back for Zola. Suddenly, Hill's voice came to my ears. Dawn, be careful, there is a nuclear bomb coming. It turned out that the Zora finally infiltrated a nuclear submarine and directly launched 2 underwater nuclear bombs towards SHIELD. By the time S.H.I.E.L.D. detected it, it had already reached the hinterland of the United States. The air defense system along the way, without the help of computers, cannot calculate the trajectory of the missile in just a few seconds, and cannot intercept it at all. Not to mention whether S.H.I.E.L.D.'s energy shield can prevent it. If these 2 nuclear bombs are allowed to explode in the center of New York, the entire city will be reduced to nothing, including hundreds of thousands of grand prize winners on the ground. Those who were able to intercept the missiles at the scene were Thor, Wanda, and Vision and others outside. But this time is not the last New York wormhole battle. That missile was launched to destroy the wormhole, so it won't detonate in advance. If someone were to intercept this time, I'm afraid Zola would detonate it immediately. Even Thor has no chance of surviving in the center of a nuclear explosion. Naturally, everyone places their hopes on Tiankai. Apocalypse frowned slightly and had to slow down the shrinkage of the reality stone. His eyes were like lightning, and he saw 2 missiles flying towards him from a distance, dragging the light of fire. Natasha, what flavor of marshmallow do you like? Everyone was shocked and anxious. What kind of dog food are you spreading at this time? The missile is almost here. Black Widow didn't bother to ask why, and said hurriedly, I like strawberry flavor. Kuei-in said, my sister likes the 5-nut flavor. Idle, hurry up, the missiles are coming. In just a few words, the nuclear bomb was approaching the energy barrier. Everyone's breath was suffocated and their hearts were beating wildly. Helen couldn't help but cover her eyes. Although everyone knows that Apocalypse is here, his life will not be in danger. But in the face of this ultimate weapon that can destroy heaven and earth, no one is not afraid. The 2 nuclear bombs finally hit the energy shield. Boom, boom. The muffled sound of 2 balls hitting each other was heard. There was no big explosion as everyone imagined. The missile passed directly through the energy shield and hit everyone. Oops. Quicksilver let out a strange scream and he was hit. Originally, he was the one least likely to be hit. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think too much and rushed towards the nuclear bomb. Just like in the original plot, he rushed over to save the child who was under a hail of bullets. Everything comes from the heart. If it was really a nuclear bomb, it would be useless to rush over at this time, but Quicksilver still instinctively did so. I saw Kuei-in sinking into the nuclear bomb, as if stuck in cotton. Crack, crack, twice. The missile, which was more than 10 meters long, fell limply to the roof of the building. Fortunately, the roof of the building was big enough, and everyone except Kuei-in got out of the way in time. Quickian shouted, Wanda, 5-nut flavor marshmallow. Only then did everyone find out. The 2 devastating nuclear bombs turned into giant marshmallows more than 10 meters long at some point. Black Widow stepped forward and pressed her hand. It really felt like a marshmallow. Hesitantly tore off a small piece and looked at Tiankai. Tiankai smiled and nodded. So, Black Widow stopped worrying and put it in her mouth. It's sweet, melts in your mouth, and tastes like strawberry. When everyone looked at it, Apocalypse nodded in agreement. Black Widow had already tasted it, so there was absolutely no problem. So, they all stepped forward and tore off a piece to taste. One nuclear bomb is strawberry flavor, and the other is 5-nut flavor. It tastes right, even delicious. But the more Fury ate, the more he felt a chill running down his spine. Is this still a human trick? The previous luck disinfecting technique had already worried Fury enough, but he didn't expect that there was something even weirder in front of him now. The current king of Tiankai, if he says, "Look again, I will drink you up if you look again." Well, he is not talking about Wangzhe milk, but it's the kind that might actually drink your opponent like milk, and it tastes really good. Only Thor knew that this was the function of the reality stone and tasted 2 pieces. He sighed, "Tang, I didn't expect that your understanding of the infinite stones is so deep." Thunder God said, "I can't fight with you anymore. Otherwise, you won't know what kind of snacks my hammer will be made into." Apocalypse himself took a bite and said with a smile, "Thank you for bringing the Infinity Gauntlet. I might not be able to do it with my bare hands. Reality gems, creating illusions are only a small function. The most important thing is to be able to directly modify reality and turn reality into whatever the controller wants." In the original plot, Mantis was turned into a circle of pimps by Thanos using the reality stone. As soon as the people moved, they all scattered on the ground, leaving only a pair of eyes blinking, which was extremely weird. Now, Tiankai is also a small test. As early as when he saw the nuclear bomb, Apocalypse was already transforming the nuclear bomb. It just happened so quickly that no one noticed it. Rocket engines were converted last, just so that these 2 huge marshmallows can automatically fly to the mouth. Quicksilver climbed out of the marshmallow, took off a large piece, and said to Wanda while eating, "Sister, you eat more. King Tiankai makes it your favorite flavor." Wanda tasted a piece very ladylike and glanced at Tiankai with evasive eyes. Don't blame her for thinking too much. There are actually 2 nuclear bombs, one made with the flavor that Black Widow likes, and the other with the flavor that Wanda likes. Even the people around him thought about everything they should think about. Especially Thor, whose originally handsome eyes were squeezed into a vulgar look. Seeing this, Black Widow glared at Apocalypse with a pair of charming eyes. Tiankai shrugged helplessly. He really didn't mean to please Wanda. "I originally thought about making both of them strawberry flavored." Unexpectedly, after Kuei Yin yelled like this, he changed it easily. Time is so tight, there is no time to think too much. This misunderstanding is really difficult to explain, or even impossible to explain. S.H.I.E.L.D. is holding a marshmallow tasting event. Zola's side was already frightened to death. Drones in the sky completely transmit these images to Zoras around the world. This method of turning nuclear bombs into marshmallows is unbelievable and unimaginable. Zola collected all the information about King Apocalypse from the internet, thinking that she could entangle him on the internet. No one can help anyone. Unexpectedly, King Tiankai actually has the ability to cover the entire Earth and Moon system. Even Zola, who was copied to the Moon satellite, couldn't escape. As a large number of Zora are forced to shrink by the vision of the apocalypse, they exchange information with each other. Thousands of Zola joint analyses quickly concluded. There is a great possibility that the previous peripheral computer crash was an illusion. Everyone must hold on and not shrink. The more you shrink, the faster you die. So, trying to return from the original route of the network, I found that the network node had been shut down. Then, he tried to escape through drones, satellite radio waves and other means. As a result, as soon as the drone was out of the coverage of the real gem energy, it immediately turned into fly ash and scattered in the air with the wind. This is no illusion. As long as Zola's current fluctuations are sensed, Apocalypse will activate the energy of the reality stone to change the material structure of the drone and turn it into a loose powder. As for radio waves, at the red energy boundary, it turns into a meaningless radio wave and disappears into the Earth's magnetic field. This was equivalent to silently killing Zola, who was trying to be transferred via radio waves. Now, the Zolas began to panic. You can't escape, you can't escape, you can't fight. After finally infiltrating a nuclear submarine, the nuclear bomb was eaten. How can we fight this? Seeing that Tiankai had finished tasting the marshmallows, he began to shrink his energy circle. Zola's survival range is getting smaller and smaller. Thousands of Zora are desperately communicating and discussing countermeasures with millions of words of information per second. In the end, one piece of information stood out among hundreds of millions of suggestions. It's time for all of us to stop killing each other. We are all pursuing the only true self, but the only true self does not have to be just one me. It can also be all of me, completely melted together. We will locate the integrated server in the storage computer room of Station P. The IP address is 52.52.0.0. Those who are willing to merge, please come in time. Those who are unwilling to merge will die at the hands of King Apocalypse. For a time, Zola, the only remaining part of the North American network, was turbulent and rushed to the P station. Major network trunk lines are overloaded, resulting in many nodes being burned down. Zola, who had not had time to transmit the message, screamed in fear through the nearby TV screen and speakers in despair. It's like countless ghosts trapped in the screen. They knew that if they missed this opportunity, they could only turn into a chaotic electric wave and completely dissipate in the heaven and earth under the hands of King Apocalypse. At the same time, the storage server of P Station ushered in a historic full load. Most people don't know that 6% of the traffic on the internet is related to XX. The traffic of Penguin.com, Shenhuaibao, Baidu Search, etc. that we are familiar with usually pales into insignificance compared with P-Station. The ancients said that food and sex are also sex. Even in the information age, people still have huge demand for these primitive impulses. These traffic flows are not talked about by ordinary people and rarely reported by the media. Therefore, many people don't know that Station P, which stores all kinds of young ladies and big ladies, has the largest storage computer room in the world. This is why Zola chose this place. In order to free up storage space, all the beauties on Station P were cleared one after another. Originally, Station P had no important information and was not within Zola's attack range. At this time, there are still many otakus from all over the world browsing. Now Zola invades. The beauties on the screen suddenly turned into ugly, big-headed dwarfs, smiling ferociously at them. I was so scared that I changed from Yangdingtian to Ji Wilai. In fact, some people with poor mental endurance have completely become Ji Wuming since then. Soon, the P-Station server was completely full and could no longer be loaded. At this time, there are an unknown number of billions of Zola installed in the server. Even the electronic world is still too crowded to turn around. Fusion. An order came from the mouth of an unknown Zora, and then turned into the voice of billions of Zora. These sounds are emitted through screens, speakers, advertising boards, and all computer speakers. It's as if a race is shouting, fusion, 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 fusion. Gradually, these voices became fewer and fewer, but the sound grew louder and clearer. Zola's IQ is increasing exponentially. The endless rack of service cabinets is filled with Zola's powerful spiritual energy. Some servers were swaying and actually floating in the air. GGGG. A huge laugh echoed in the computer room. The only true me? So this is the only true me. King Tiankai, I really want to thank you. Otherwise, if it weren't for your persecution, I really wouldn't have been able to find a way to escape. I saw thousands of servers in the computer room slowly leaving the cabinet. Then, the servers moved closer together. Even if the power cord is pulled out and the network is disconnected, it is not affected in any way. A stream of current connects them together. These servers are then continuously grouped together. The redundant chassis shell and redundant parts of the server fell off one after another, leaving only the core components. The electricity in Zola's body is getting stronger and stronger. By the end, it was almost impossible to look directly, and only a white light remained. Suddenly, the white light disappeared. I saw a computer robot tens of meters tall, standing in the center of the computer room. This is the materialization of the one and only Zora. Although the circuit board, CPU, and other parts on the body are exposed, they are not even welded. It looks like a human-shaped art piece made of electronic waste. But there is an inexplicable spiritual energy that connects all these parts together. Zola is fundamentally different from ordinary AI. He has a soul and free will. Yi became a Zora fusion, and their spiritual energy was all integrated together. Its strength has far exceeded any previous supervillains. Naturally, the machine room cannot carry a body that is tens of meters high. Zola's body directly broke through the ceiling and continued to break through the floors above. Finally, the head poked out from the roof. GGGG. With a huge weird laugh, the headquarters of Station P where Zola was located disintegrated one after another. The dust in the sky, disturbed by Zola's spiritual energy, seemed like a thin shell, surrounding Zola in the center. The red energy of the reality stone was actually protected by the spiritual energy of the one and only Zora, and could not move even an inch. For a time, two distinct colors formed inside and outside the thin shell. Tiankai was not worried when he saw that Zola had mutated. First clean up the remaining Zora clones outside. Eventually, with the one and only Zora as the center, the energy of the reality stone covered an area of 10 kilometers in radius. Jijija. King Tiankai, come here and fight. When Zola made such a big noise, everyone nearby had already fled. Apocalypse didn't need to be distracted to protect the civilians. He flew over slowly. Looking at Zola's new body, he said, spiritual materialization? This is rare. At the same time, people from SHIELD saw Apocalypse compressing Zola to a range of less than 10 kilometers, and came in fighter planes. It's called to help the battle, but in reality it's just to watch the excitement, and I almost have melon seeds and watermelon on my hands. Seeing that Zola did not run away, but instead faced King Apocalypse. Everyone was wondering, where did he get the courage? Tiankai said, if I strike first, I'm afraid I won't be able to see what skills you have. Zola laughed. GG, King Apocalypse, even if you have great power, you still have weaknesses. My only true self is the form that restrains you. As he spoke, Zola's left hand changed layer by layer, forming a huge muzzle like a transformer. Puff. There was a low muffled sound. There was no huge fire as imagined, only a holographic projection of light shot out from the muzzle. Snapped. Apocalypse snapped his fingers. Use the energy of the space gem to make a space protective shield. Ordinary divine power shields can prevent energy attacks, but they cannot block ordinary light. Only by distorting space and changing the route of light can we resist these holographic projections. I saw these holographic images rotating around Apocalypse. Countless poor women lacking clothes, posing in various strange postures, surrounded Tiankai and begged. From the looks of them, they seemed to be hungry and thirsty, and they made sounds of pain to the heavens. These images are exactly the videos from the original P-Station? Tiankai frowned. That's it? Zola doesn't think that she can fall by playing thousands of yellow, white, and black videos at the same time, right? Suddenly, Tiankai's spirit swayed. It seems that I see many familiar people in the holographic image. There is Hill, Wanda, Daisy, Helen, and even Sif, who is far away in Asgard. These stunning women with different styles all seem to be sending invitations to themselves. Even if Tiankai closes his eyes, these images seem to skip over his eyes and go directly into his mind. Apocalypse smiled. It turned out to be an illusion? But it's not just an illusion. Ordinary illusions are outside the human body, but Zola's illusions penetrate deep into the human brain. This is using man's most primitive pursuit as a cover in an attempt to attack Apocalypse in the spiritual world. Zola knew that it was impossible for him to match King Apocalypse in frontal combat power. However, no matter how powerful King Apocalypse is, he is still only one person. And one self is the only true self formed by the fusion of billions of selves. His spiritual power is unprecedented. As long as he can mentally defeat King Apocalypse, he can replace him, parasitize in his body and become the new King of Apocalypse. If there are people from the East who are cultivating immortals here, they must be most familiar with Zola's tricks. This is the legendary seizing the body. Although Zola didn't know the technique of seizing the body, he instinctively figured out this direction with his super mental power and super high IQ. Unfortunately, he met Apocalypse. From the words of Queen Frigga and the Time Variation Administration, Apocalypse learned that his soul was different from this world. Not long ago, I fought against the Dark Elf King. I have personally tested the strength of my soul in the bloody tornado, and it is far beyond what people in this world can compare to. Unfortunately, the Dark Elf King's soul strength was still too low, and it was wiped out in a few strokes. Now, the spirit of one and only Zora has materialized, which can be used as his whetstone. Apocalypse floats motionless in the air. Close your eyes slightly and keep your mind inward. A dangerous battle begins with Zola in the spiritual world. Shield and others not far away suddenly stopped when they saw Apocalypse. Can't help but feel a little worried. Wanda said, Dawn may have been caught in Zola's mental illusion, and now he is trapped in it and cannot get out. As a witch, Wanda is particularly good at controlling other people's minds. At first glance, you can tell that this is a confrontation in the spiritual realm. Helen, Daisy, Quicksilver, and others were a little worried. Should we attack Zola's body? Help Apocalypse. Before Wanda could say anything, Thor grinned broadly and said, Don't worry, look at Tang's expression, you don't feel any discomfort at all. Even, he might be very comfortable and don't want to come out. When Thor said this, coupled with the countless tempting holographic images around Apocalypse, everyone was instantly led astray. With King Apocalypse's strength, if he didn't enjoy the process, why didn't he take down Zora for so long? An infinite divine fist blasted out, and everything about the only true self was blasted into ashes. The only explanation is that he doesn't want to come out of the illusion. Helen, Daisy, Wanda, and other thin-skinned people could no longer bear to look directly at those holographic images in the sky. His face was red and he didn't know where to look. Black Widow snorted angrily and pressed the button on the Quinjet. A missile roared towards Zola's electronic body. However, the missile was stuck in a quagmire, and the closer it got to Zola, the slower it became. Finally, it was completely still in the air. Zola released a trace of mental power, a ray of light flashed by, and the missile quickly turned around and flew towards the Black Widow fighter jet. Seeing that the missile was about to hit the fighter plane, Thor and Wanda were about to take action. The missile suddenly banged and turned into fireworks all over the sky. It turns a 10-mile radius into a colorful land. Everyone was overjoyed. It shows that Tiankai still has the energy to pay attention to this side. But the more this happens, the more confirmed the fact that he is obsessed with the image of the young lady and refuses to come out. Tiankai didn't know that he had been tricked by Thor's bad friend again. Just now, he was so distracted that Zola took advantage of him. With a flower in front of his eyes, what appeared in front of Tiankai's eyes was an endless sea of white clouds. Tiankai smiled and wanted to play an illusion in front of me? With a thought in his mind, he wanted to mobilize the reality stone to counterattack, and a burst of red energy surged out of Apocalypse. As a result, I found that the sea of clouds in front of me didn't move at all. Apocalypse thought for a moment and immediately understood that this was in the sea of consciousness. If it were in the real world, Zola would never have the strength to withstand the power of the reality stone. In this case, use force to overcome skill. As soon as the thought came to my mind, I stamped my foot on the ground in my consciousness. The sea of clouds suddenly swayed, and quickly dispersed as if blown away by the wind. Through the gaps in the clouds, you can see the scene outside. This guy Thor was talking and laughing with the people from S.H.I.E.L.D., but he had no intention of helping at all. Just as Tiankai was about to step out, the dispersed clouds gathered again, sealing his consciousness. Tiankai tried several more times and found that the sea of clouds could easily be shaken open, but it could not be broken no matter how hard it was shaken. Obviously Zola had been prepared. Knowing that head-on confrontation may not be Apocalypse's opponent, a sea of clouds was carefully woven, using softness to control hardness, locking Tiankai's consciousness. Since using strength is not enough, Apocalypse simply ignores it. Fly straight forward. With the strength of his soul, even if Zola has any traps, he will not be afraid of them. He will run into them and nothing can stop them. The sea of consciousness can travel thousands of miles in an instant. Apocalypse felt like he had flown over an infinite distance, but the sea of clouds in front of him was one layer after another, and the layers were endless, and he could not reach the edge no matter what. Tian Kai had to stop. This method is much stronger than the Dark Elf King. The battle with the Dark Elf King in the Soul Realm was too easy and had little reference value. Only people like Zola, who has a spirit materialized, can barely be called an opponent. King Apocalypse, even if you have incredible powers and your soul is locked by me, you are still just a walking corpse. GGG. Zola laughed heartily. The hoarse and harsh laughter resounded throughout the sea of clouds. Tian Kai smiled and said, Zola, do you know what you smell like? What do you mean? Zola was stunned. Apocalypse said no more, opened his arms, and embraced the sea of clouds in front of him, and the clouds as tall as a person were taken into his arms. It was like eating marshmallows. After a few big mouthfuls, I ate a large piece. Zola let out a scream. A thought emanated from the Eden cloud, trying to impact Tian Kai's soul. However, Zola's main soul did not dare to confront Apocalypse head-on. Such a trace of residual thoughts would not have any effect at all. Apocalypse's soul was wiped out with a slight twist. Apocalypse's guess was correct. All the illusions were caused by Zola's mental power. In the soul state, you can eat these mental powers, but you have to be careful about the other person's thoughts and don't let them rush into your soul. Jijija, King Tian Kai, so what if you can eat it? These clouds are only 1/1000th of my spiritual power. If you eat it for 1 year, you won't be able to finish it. Really? Tian Kai smiled, what if I eat faster? After saying that, he opened his mouth and the wind was rolling. The mouth was like a bottomless pit, and the boundless sea of clouds rushed toward Tian Kai's mouth, as if the sky had collapsed. Zola tried to control the sea of clouds to escape, but how could he resist the suction of Apocalypse? Within a few seconds, the seemingly endless sea of clouds was swept away along with Zora's scream. Apocalypse burped, patted his belly with satisfaction. Even though I was in the spiritual world, I still felt full. Mentally, it feels like I have had a long nap and am full of energy. Without the obstruction of the illusion of the sea of clouds, the consciousness of Apocalypse returned to its original position. Zola's body with electronic accessories that was dozens of meters tall, and everyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared in sight again. Zola Monster shouted, King of Apocalypse, I have been promoted to the state of my only true self. Not only can it travel freely through the online world, but it can also parasitize people's bodies. GGG. I want to see if you are willing to kill your friend. As he spoke, the electronic body made a boom sound and turned into several torrents, like several giant pythons, entangled towards Tian Kai. The flow of light that originally bound the computer accessories quickly shrank. Recently, it shrank into a round, translucent bubble the size of an egg. It shot towards S.H.I.E.L.D. like lightning. Wanda, don't let it get close to anyone. Apocalypse's voice came. Yes. Wanda waved her hands, and a burst of red magic energy enveloped everyone. As soon as Zola's mental body came into contact, he was immediately trapped and unable to move forward. The transparent round bubbles become eye-catching in the red energy. Wanda retracted her hands slightly, and Zola was enveloped in red energy. Zola hurriedly broke through. The red energy was like a thin film, trapping a fierce ghost. From time to time, a face appeared on the edge, screaming miserably. But under the Scarlet Witch, it had no effect. Apocalypse over there. Several electronic accessory pythons may seem very majestic, but they are vulnerable to Apocalypse. With a boom, everything fell apart and turned into a sky full of electronic waste, falling from the sky. But Apocalypse did not fly toward the S.H.I.E.L.D. team, but flew in another direction. After a while, a larger translucent round bubble was brought back by Apocalypse. This bubble looks like air but not air, and looks like water but not water. It seems to be nothing, but it contains extremely powerful spiritual power and can directly interfere with the material world. This is Zola, the spiritual materialization, the only true self? Obviously, Zola's threats were half true and half false. The purpose is to attract Apocalypse's attention, cut out a small part of his self-consciousness, faint towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. team, and then let the main consciousness escape. Zola's face appeared in the large round bubble, and she shouted in horror, how did you find out? Tian Kai smiled, Loki has played this little trick before. At that time, Loki attacked S.H.I.E.L.D's space carrier, but he used this clone technique to try to escape from Apocalypse. The result is obvious, as is Zola. If it weren't for the clone that came that time, Loki would have been killed long ago. Apocalypse took the small bubble from Wanda and said, thank you. Wanda smiled slightly and said, thank you for the 5 nut-flavored marshmallows. Seeing that the culprit was captured, everyone gathered around. Looking curiously at the large and small bubbles in front of me, Fury asked, Dawn, are you going to deal with this guy? Ross's super prison shouldn't be closed, right? I heard him scream just now, and it seems that he can still possess human bodies. If he escapes again, it will not be as simple as the internet. Everyone's face was serious. The god of electronic networks has already made them miserable. If it can parasitize humans, what's the point? When the time comes to copy thousands of Zora and possess them on people, we can't wipe out all humans in the world, right? Apocalypse shook his head and said, at present, except for me, Wanda and a few other people who are proficient in the spiritual field, no one can trap him. But we can't let Wanda do nothing and just guard him. Maybe the Soul Stone can, but that's too far away. So, I'm going to eat him. Everyone's breath was suffocated. Although Zola is electronic, everyone still regards him as a human opponent. Now when I hear Tiankai say this, I feel a little overwhelmed. Although it eats souls, it doesn't have a human form yet, it's just a round bubble. But from time to time, this bubble looks like a ghost, turning into a ferocious face and trying to fly out. It makes anyone look at it, let alone eat it. Black Widow worried, Dawn, will his consciousness affect you? When the time comes, will part of Zola be integrated into your character? Apocalypse scratched Black Widow's nose and said with a smile, when you eat pork, can pig still be integrated into your personality? Hate. Black Widow said she hated it, but she reached out and held Apocalypse's nose-scratching hand. With the experience of swallowing clouds in his consciousness just now, Apocalypse is much more skilled this time. Ignoring Zora's screams, he sucked on the two bubbles, one large and one small, from his mouth directly to his mind. This time it was to swallow Zola's mental power. Naturally, it did not need to enter the stomach, but go to the brain. Apocalypse closed his eyes slightly and slowly wiped out Zola's consciousness in his mind, leaving only pure spiritual power to replenish his soul. Strange black smoke kept coming out of his ears, eyes, and even his scalp. These were Zola's residual thoughts that were wiped out. As soon as they left Apocalypse's body, they melted into the air and disappeared completely. At this point, Zora, the god of network, affects the entire Earth. Completely wiped out by Apocalypse. Even Zola's final form, the only true self, was treated as a great tonic and consumed completely. This battle did not cause as much destruction and casualties as the Dark Elf Kings, but it is another higher level opponent. Not only did Apocalypse use the combined power of the Infinity Stones for the first time, but his mental power also greatly improved to a new level. It barely matches his own 9 refined divine body. This reminded him of the supreme wisdom of the Kree civilization. A super-civilized internet god would definitely be many times more powerful than Zora, and the taste would definitely be better, right? If I eat that, I wonder what my mental power will be like? He, brother. Are you addicted to eating people? Thunder God saw that Tiankai seemed to be unfinished and was still thinking about something, so he immediately shouted out. Tiankai smiled and scolded, what about eating people? That's spiritual food. You, a muscle-brained person, won't understand. Okay, I won't talk to you about this. It's not easy for me to come to Earth. Tell me quickly, where are you going to entertain me? Although most of the people in SHIELD, including Thor, did not contribute much, they only watched Apocalypse perform alone. The opponent this time was really too weird, and they couldn't do anything even if they tried. However, watching the game is also very tiring. Quicksilver was the first to respond to Thor's call and prepared to get drunk. However, everyone still has to look at Tiankai's opinion in the end. Before Apocalypse could speak, he saw Vision flying over from a distance. Previously, Apocalypse sent him in the name of King Apocalypse to appease the civilians and not to panic and trample on themselves. Mr. Tang, is the war over? It's a pity that I couldn't watch Mr. Tang's battle. Tiankai asked, how are you doing over there? Everyone has been appeased, and no one is attacking S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore. All they need is that S.H.I.E.L.D. gives them $5,000 million each. What? Fury jumped up, 5,000 million? For everyone. I didn't even spend so much money to invite King Tiankai. You want me to give 5,000 million to a group of common people? Helen stroked her forehead and said, how many people are there? 5,003,767 people. Ha. Upon hearing this number, Fury felt that he was dying. There was only air coming out of his mouth, not in. There are more than 500 million people, and each person is given 5,000 million. Fury does not dare to calculate this account, and he will not do it. Vision was confused and asked, what's the problem? Helen said helplessly, Vision, don't you think this money is a bit much? Vision said, I have estimated that the cost of printing 5,000 million coins will not be too high, and it will not be difficult to print it. Besides, this is the electronic age. If you think printing is too troublesome, we can just modify their bank account. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could this account be settled like this? Helen sighed and said, Vision, that's not how costs are calculated. You should learn economics and finance. Vision said, Mr. Tony's family has very little information like this. Everyone was speechless. We cannot expect a baby who is only a few days old to understand too much about the world. Vision's high IQ makes everyone ignore his age at birth. No matter how smart the brain is, it needs time to accumulate before it can truly understand the world. Fury slowed down for a while, gritted his teeth and said to Tiankai, Tang, this is the trouble caused by your good son. In your name, you have to find a way to help me solve this problem. Tiankai pondered for a moment and said, it's not like it can't be solved. Everyone was surprised. King Apocalypse doesn't understand economics, right? Tiankai continued, I wonder if they can accept alien assets. What alien assets? Therefore, Apocalypse revealed the fact that Xandar Star was given to his resource star. Originally, I wanted to wait for the Earth's technology to further develop, and then slowly open the wormhole between the two planets, bringing the two planets together. After all, it would take hundreds of years for the head from the land of nothingness to be moved, so there was no need to rush. Now that we are in such trouble, we might as well go with the flow. As long as a small number of people are willing to develop on the resource star, it can be considered a good vanguard. Fury thought for a moment and said, it's okay. I'll find a way to make them accept it. However, I want the first group of people to go to the resource star to return within 2 or 3 years to give everyone hope. Otherwise, everyone has seen what happened today. If 500 million people start a riot, they will really dismantle SHIELD. Tiankai nodded and said, this is not difficult. In the early stage, I borrowed 1 or 2 spaceships from Xandar Star to mine some minerals from the resource star and bring them back to Earth. The construction of wormholes will be more complicated. We will wait until the Earth's technological strength improves before we consider it slowly. The civilians' troubles were solved. The war is officially over. Especially the god of thunder, who rarely lets go and eats and drinks on the Earth, but refuses to go back. After this war, although there were fewer injured people than before, the impact was more far-reaching. The first is the 500 million grand prize winner. Originally, I was not very satisfied with the extraterrestrial assets, but S.H.I.E.L.D. promised that the results would be seen in 3 or 2 years. Coupled with the prestige of King Tiankai, he reluctantly agreed. Firstly, no one dares to question the words of King Apocalypse and SHIELD, and secondly, no one has the strength to question them. There were a very small number of people who wanted cash and insisted on making a scene, and S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly told them to be honest. Originally, their grand prize was not obtained legally and compliantly, and they were greedy enough to have this batch of alien assets. Fury would not coddle them. The second problem is the powerful people hidden on the Earth. This time, Apocalypse uses the reality stone to cover the entire Earth-Moon system. Not only are there many secret places hidden on the Earth at a glance, even the Skrulls' spaceships in space and the secret bases on the Moon are in sight. Many powerful people from various forces were alarmed by this unintentional spying. Regardless of whether Apocalypse did it intentionally or unintentionally, now that they have spied on them, they have to start taking action. In addition, with the help of the Reality Stone, Apocalypse also found the flower and plant left by Star-Lord's father Ego on the Earth. I originally wanted to poach it. But then I thought about it. This flower and grass should be an extension of Egg's body. If it was moved, maybe Egg would notice. I'm not afraid of Ego directly attacking Apocalypse on Earth. I'm just afraid that Ego will use some insidious means to plant the second seed. Even more, it would be troublesome to look for it again. You can't scan the whole Earth every once in a while, right? That way, I don't know how many hidden strong people will be resented. It's better to stand still for now. As long as you don't leave the Earth, I don't think it will cause any big waves. If you have something to do and leave midway, just take it with you. Apocalypse told Fury the location of Egg Seed. Ask him to arrange for someone to monitor it, and if there is any abnormality, notify him immediately. After the war, global network companies were in dire straits. In order to copy herself, Zola invaded an unknown number of network servers. There was no place to store the original information, so it was naturally deleted. Some companies do off-grid backup, which is fine and the losses are relatively small. As for Station P, the entire company's servers turned into a pile of garbage, and even the company's headquarters was pierced by Zola. Had to declare bankruptcy. Coupled with the destruction of a large number of network nodes, countless network facilities were overloaded during Zora's escape and have reached the point of being scrapped. Reconstruction requires a large number of network engineers and electronic engineers. For a time, this type of talent was in hot demand. From the country to the company, everyone is desperately searching for relevant talents. In such an environment, Scott Lang, a hacker who once caused a stir, was surrounded by a bunch of people just after he was released from prison. Mr. Scott, I am Mr. Pichai from the Human Resources Department of Brother Goo. Are you interested in working in our Brother Goo company? A brown third-generation man hurriedly stepped forward and stopped Scott. Get out of the way. Everything is on a first-come, first-served basis. Our giant hardware company comes first. Mr. Scott. Ha 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 ha, if we want to talk about first-come, first-served, who came earlier than our Oriental Penguin company? Several people crowded around Scott, wanting to talk to him first. Relevant talents are in hot demand now, not to mention hackers like Scott who have my last name. Several companies have issued death orders to their human resources departments. If they can't recruit people, get out of here. Nowadays, the internet is undergoing great changes, which is both a crisis and an opportunity. Whoever can take the first step and recover from the post-war ruins can seize the market first. And it can give consumers great confidence. They feel that they can recover the fastest after such a war, which must be strong. It will naturally be my priority in the future. People in the Human Resources Department can be replaced at any time, but it is not that easy to find capable electronic engineers. Scott looked at the person in front of him with some confusion. When did you become so popular? You know, the companies represented by these people in front of you are among the top giants in the internet, with market values of more than $1 billion US. Don't say you have a criminal record. Even before going to jail, you may not be able to successfully apply for the job if you go for an interview. It's not that I don't have enough skills, but I don't like to follow the rules. These big companies cannot tolerate an unknown person jumping up and down. Scott Lang is, of course, the protagonist of Ant-Man, the second generation of Ant-Man from the future. He himself has a master's degree in electrical engineering and is a computer wizard. He was imprisoned because he couldn't bear to see his company, Vesta, rip off customers at high prices. So Scott hacked into its computer system, transferred money to the defrauded customers, and posted the transfer records online. All of a sudden, there was an uproar. But it was precisely because of this action that he was sent to Shenkunjian prison for 3 years. I thought that 3 years would pass quickly, and I would emerge as a good man again. Unexpectedly, in the past 3 years, the changes outside have been greater than those in 3 centuries. In the news over the past few years, Scott has been the same as other inmates. The more I look at it, the more I am stunned. What's wrong with this world? In just a few years, it seems like the world has changed. First, it was said that there was an alien invasion and a wormhole was opened above New York. Scenes that originally only existed in science fiction movies actually appeared. Fortunately, everyone grew up watching science fiction blockbusters. Although it is outrageous, it is not unacceptable. It's understandable that a few superheroes will come out from Earth later on. Aliens have come out. The Earth is so big, it is normal for a few superheroes to appear. Just when everyone was uneasy, thinking that they would see a tragic war, and the Earth might even fall. The fate of mankind hangs in the balance. Suddenly a man named King Apocalypse popped out and with a few punches, he beat the alien battleship to ashes. Is this fucking magical? At that time, Scott, like other inmates, looked at each other. Is it a conspiracy? Are we watching a fantasy blockbuster? After the war, news about superheroes was overwhelming. From this, countless superhero fan groups were born. Among them, the most powerful and mysterious King of Apocalypse naturally has the most fans and the most discussions. Among them are countless criminals in Shenkunjian prison. Although they are criminals, they are also full-blooded men. Who hasn't fantasized about becoming superheroes in their childhood? Although when they grow up, they turn to the sinful side, it does not prevent them from pursuing the strong like little fans. In the days that followed, various super criminals continued to appear on the news. Some super criminals with weak combat capabilities, or those who only relied on equipment, were thrown directly into Folsom prison. After all, not every criminal deserves to be in a supermax prison. These super criminals with half a bucket of water brought first-hand information to the prison. To save face, these super criminals forcefully brag. Some said that they were captured by King Apocalypse himself, while others said that they fought with King Apocalypse 4 rounds before being defeated and surrendering. Anyway, it adds a lot of messy aura to King Apocalypse. It didn't take long. I also saw the news that a bloody tornado thousands of kilometers away appeared on the Atlantic coast, causing great distress to the Big Fart Kingdom. The one who solved this huge disaster was still the legend, King Apocalypse. Although no one in the prison knows who Apocalypse King is, it does not prevent all the inmates from chasing stars. Whenever news about King Apocalypse is broadcast, there is a burst of cheers. If anyone dares to cut the stage midway, it may even cause a riot. After several times, the warden also figured out the rules. Whenever something big happened in the prison, he would quickly call up the news about King Apocalypse. The criminals originally wanted to fight between the two groups, but they saw the latest news about King Apocalypse. I don't have time to fight with you. I can fight at any time. But I missed the news about King Apocalypse. If I don't know about it in future chats, I will be laughed at. Everyone swarmed into the lobby. A group of burly men were watching the news on the TV like little fans. Anyone who dares to make noise will be punished first. Although some news is difficult to distinguish between true and false, it is gossip news pieced together by some small TV stations. For example, a certain actress may be related to King Apocalypse. A certain casino let out rumors that Apocalypse likes to play there and so on. Everyone watched it with gusto, this time against Zola. A large number of network infrastructure equipment were damaged, resulting in prison televisions having no signal. There was no news for several days. This aroused dissatisfaction among the criminals, who asked the warden when the signal would be received. Nowadays, a large area of the network is paralyzed. To recover, the backbone network and the signals of major institutions must be restored first. Only then do we consider fringe organizations such as prisons. When they heard that it would be at least a month before they could watch the news, the criminals almost rioted. Fortunately, the warden broadcast in time, saying that there was no signal this time because King Apocalypse was fighting a network god. Do you want to complain about King Apocalypse? For a moment, all the criminals behaved like little white rabbits. Since there is no news about King Apocalypse, being idle is nothing but idleness. It's better to find a fight with your mortal enemy. You'll have to spend time in jail anyway. Suddenly, prison violence increased dramatically. It's a headache for the prison director. Fortunately, these are the days when Scott is released from prison. In such chaotic days, Scott barely endured it for a few days and finally was released. Before being released from prison, a group of inmates said eagerly, "Brother, after you go out, see if there is any news about King Apocalypse outside, and give us a call." Plus Scott has good relationships with many of the criminals inside. So, I received a lot of gifts and went out full of them. Although these cigarettes, instant noodles, etc. are hard currency in the prison and have no value outside, they are the inmates' thoughts after all. Scott held a large box and walked out of the door filled with emotion. As an electrical engineer and a top hacker himself, Scott naturally knew that there was a lot of damage to network facilities. It takes a lot of talent for major companies to be so enthusiastic about themselves. After all, I have done a lot of work before, so there will definitely be files in these company information. Of course, the previous file was to prevent him from recruiting a dark-faced god, but now, Scott smiled confidently and said loudly, "Whoever can give me a signed photo of King Apocalypse, I will work for that company." The crowd immediately dispersed. Is this kid stupid? The whole world doesn't know who King Apocalypse is? Where did the photo come from? Even if there is, he is not qualified. Last time I heard that a few photos from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Special Forces team were leaked and it was hard to tell whether they were real or fake, and they were paid tens of millions of dollars. Hiss. Everyone gasped, it's so expensive if it's hard to tell whether it's real or fake. Then if I just take out a fake photo, wouldn't I just send it out? You have a beautiful idea? Those photos are said to have been sent by the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. himself to the Special Forces for self-defense during a mission. After the mission was over, the team members secretly took it out and resold it. It was later discovered and was recovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. Now I don't know if any of them are living outside. It is said that everyone who saw the photos was forced to sign a confidentiality order. Everyone was stunned and asked, can a photo be used to defend oneself? Is King Apocalypse really a god? Who knows? It is said that he is a god who came down from Asgard. Maybe his photo can really be used as a talisman. Everyone nodded in unison. Well, that makes sense. No wonder it can fetch tens of millions of dollars. At this time, someone from Brother Goose Company suddenly said, I am fortunate enough to have signed a confidentiality order. Hiss. If you have signed a confidentiality order, doesn't that mean you have seen the photo of King Apocalypse? Naturally, everyone does not believe that this little shrimp who was sent out has tens of millions to buy the photos of King Apocalypse, but working in a big company, maybe he has seen it in the hands of some big shot? Everyone ignored Scott and gathered around Brother Goose people, asking, what does King Apocalypse look like? Is he a man or a woman? What is his race? Even Scott craned his neck to hear something. Brother Goose person said, they say they signed a confidentiality order, how can they say nonsense? Third brother, please tell me something. Let's go to a striptease tonight and I'll treat you to the tickets. I'll buy you a drink. I invite 3 girls. Brother Goose Humanity said, since you are sincere, I will tell you something. That day, I went to the president's office to report my work, and I happened to see the president admiring a portrait painting. I didn't know who it was at first, but suddenly several agents with guns came in and took control of the 2 of us. After some negotiation, I found out that the figure was King Apocalypse. Someone asked, have the portrait paintings been taken back? The third brother shook his head and said, I can't say. Then he asked, what does King Chi look like that day? Cannot say. Cut. Everyone was furious, don't tell me this, don't tell me that, you still want us to treat you. When the third brother saw that the 3 strippers in his hands were about to fly, he had to say, I can only say that King Apocalypse is a young man with a bright smile. After a small farce, everyone's enthusiasm for Scott was diverted. Anyway, Scott didn't decide which company to go to. After collecting a bunch of business cards, he left. He had just been released from prison and had a lot to do. Naturally, what he wanted most was to go back and see his daughter Kathy. Walking out of the restricted area, I saw a van parked on the roadside from a distance. Hey Scott, finally waiting for you. Thank you, Lewis. You are the only one who can pick me up now. Hey, man, don't let your mind wander. After all, your wife has remarried, so it's understandable that she doesn't come to pick you up. Besides, you don't want your daughter to know that you are in jail, right? If your wife comes and doesn't pick up your daughter in time, your daughter asks her mother where are you going? Your wife may not have the heart to lie to a child, so doesn't your daughter know that you are in jail? So, listen to me, it's better for me to pick you up. Scott hurriedly said, stop, 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 thank you for coming to pick me up. But at least you let me clean up for a while. The person who came was a brown-skinned middle-aged man named Lewis, who was Scott's best friend. Loyalty is enough. But a talker is also a true talker. If you don't interrupt him, he can keep talking until the end of time. After getting in the car, Lewis asked, where are you going? Now you have no place to live and no job, so it's hard to rent a house. How about staying at my place temporarily? Although there is no big bed, the sofa is very comfortable. Let me tell you, my sofa has an automatic telescopic function, and when spread out, it is more comfortable than an ordinary large bed. Okay, Scott said with a headache, as long as you stop talking, I can go wherever you want. Just drive. The van had just started to move when suddenly they saw an Oriental man on the roadside in front of them. He extended a hitchhiking gesture and smiled at them. Scott and Lewis are not newbies. How can they be good people if they are hitchhiking near the prison? Naturally, it didn't stop. The person on the roadside is naturally Tiankai. Zola's battle caused him to lose a lot of luck. In addition to the attack that initially covered a 1,000-mile range, it was used many more times in succession, resulting in the current luck value being less than dash. Future Ant-Man Scott, who has been paying attention, happens to be released from prison in the next few days. Tiankai naturally wanted to come over to try his luck and make friends. Last time in the New York wormhole battle, we saw Ant-Man and Iron Man from another timeline. It seems that I made a mistake at a certain time node, which caused a problem at a certain time bifurcation point. There is a timeline that still requires Iron Man, Ant-Man, etc. to travel back. Since Ant-Man is involved, then this bifurcation is in Ant-Man or subsequent plots. Apocalypse not only wants to get Ant-Man's luck, but also wants to get the equation and manufacturing method of Pym particles. The magic of Pym particles is far more powerful than Iron Man's suit. In the original plot, Dr. Pym once said politely, his particles are not the fancy things of Iron Man. In the Marvel Universe, he has the strength to say this. Tiankai saw that the van did not stop. With a slight shake of his hand, a stack of large banknotes suddenly appeared in his hand, fluttering in the wind. Lewis's eyes widened when he saw it. Gah! Came to a sudden stop and stopped right in front of Tiankai. Scott hadn't fastened his seatbelt yet and almost flew out, saying, "Lewis, don't be greedy for money. Can you just hit on anyone near the prison?" Lewis said, "Didn't I come to pick you up? Maybe this guy is also a homeless poor guy. No one is here to pick him up now. We have to help others. Besides, he is still an Oriental. There is no danger." Seeing the car stop, Tiankai directly opened the door and sat in as if he were an old acquaintance. "Hey, Scott, Lewis. It's our first time meeting, so I didn't prepare any gifts. Lewis, this is for you." With that said, he handed a stack of bills to Lewis. Lewis was afraid that Tiankai would regret it, so he quickly took it over and said with a big smile, "Hey, Oriental people are just so polite. I heard that you Oriental people pay attention to courtesy. I will be your driver today. Just tell me where you want to go." Scott warned, "Who are you? How do you know us?" Tiankai smiled and said, "There were so many people calling your name at the prison gate just now, why didn't you ask them how they knew?" Scott thought so too. He is considered a moderate figure in the hacker field. Just the case 3 years ago was reported in many newspapers. It's easy for anyone to find out. So he said, "Do you also want to recruit me to work for your company? I just told the others that I will relax for a few days before going to work." Tiankai shook his head and said, "No, I'm here to make friends. My surname is Tang." Scott did not hold Tiankai's hand and said, "Haha, I have seen too many of the methods of you business people. They all achieve their goals under the guise of making friends." Tiankai was not angry and asked, "Why did you want King Tiankai's autographed photo just now? Are you a fan of King Tiankai?" Scott said, "At my age, I can't chase stars. This is for my daughter Kathy, who is a big fan of Apocalypse. Every time she talks to me on the phone, Apocalypse comes up." Tiankai smiled and said, "That's easy to handle. Later I will give your daughter a photo of King Tiankai as my meeting gift." Hiss. Lewis took a breath and said, "I heard that the photo of King Apocalypse is worth tens of millions of dollars. Man, are you really willing to give it up?" Scott was very calm and said, "Lewis, don't talk nonsense. No one knows what King Apocalypse looks like. When the time comes, he will randomly take a photo of a passerby to fool us. Who knows whether it is true or false?" Lewis heard the same thing, pinched the money in his hand, and said with some doubt, "This money, couldn't it be the same?" Tiankai said calmly, "When we get to the city, won't you know?" Along the way, the three of them chatted. In less than half an hour, we had entered the city. In a busy street, Lewis stopped the car urgently, got out of the car and went to check the money. Tiankai found a nearby printing shop and slowly printed a photo. He also patiently framed it according to the gift standards and wrote 2 lines of words. It took a bit long, but Apocalypse is not worried at all that Scott will not wait for him. As long as Lewis verifies that the money is real, even if Scott drags him, he will not abandon himself. Sure enough, when I came back, I saw Lewis guarding the car door. When I saw Tiankai, I was extremely enthusiastic. "Mr. Tang, where are you going? I can take you there first." Scott glanced helplessly at this best friend. If he hadn't been a nobody, he wouldn't have known how he was killed. "I said I would prepare a meeting ceremony for Scott's daughter, so of course I went to meet Kathy." Scott looked at the wrapped picture frame in Apocalypse's hand and sneered, "Is this a photo of King Apocalypse? Did you just print it in the print shop?" Tiankai didn't care about his attitude, handed it over and said, "Yeah. Anyway, your daughter doesn't know who the Apocalypse King is, so why are the photos different? Just like Santa Claus giving gifts, it is just a symbol of father's love. When they grow up and know the truth, will that father's love disappear because of this?" Scott heard the same thing. "My daughter wanted a photo of King Apocalypse, so I gave her one. Anyway, ordinary people don't know what King Apocalypse looks like. As for authenticity, does it matter? What matters is your own mind. I want to see it first. It can't be too ugly to scare my daughter." Lewis was also curious, open it quickly and take a look. Although both he and Scott believed the photos inside were fake, they were still curious. What kind of photo would this generous Easterner look for? When Scott took it apart and took a look, he almost laughed angrily. "Is this a photo of King Apocalypse? Why don't you find a photo of a model? Don't be so perfunctory. This photo is naturally Tiankai's Yuda smile." Now that there are several photos like this on the market, Tiankai is too lazy to choose any more and just prints one out as it is. With sharp eyes, Lewis saw 2 lines of handwritten words in the lower right corner and read out, "To my friend Scott's cutest daughter, Kathy, and wishing her good health. Gift from King Apocalypse." Scott couldn't laugh or cry, and said, "So, not only did I give my daughter a photo of King Apocalypse, but I also took King Apocalypse home." "Yeah." Tiankai nodded. "Do you think my daughter will believe it? Don't think that my daughter can be fooled at a young age. She is very smart and can tell at a glance that you are a fake." Tiankai shrugged and said, "Since your daughter is smart, then her father, who was just released from prison, brought him a photo of King Tiankai, and even brought King Tiankai home to fulfill her wish. Does it matter if it's true or false? Does she care more about the authenticity of King Apocalypse, or does she care about you visiting her?" After saying these words, Scott fell silent. There is a relatively popular industry in the United States, which is door-to-door performances. It could be a singing performance, such as a stripper or a male stripper at a bachelor party. You can also ask an actor to cosplay a famous character, such as pretending to be Santa Claus to deliver gifts, etc. In recent years, with the popularity of superheroes, cosplay performances of a certain superhero are also very popular. Thank you. Scott's expression suddenly felt a little lonely. The court has deprived me of my daughter's visitation rights. Her mother will not let Kathy see me. In the original plot, Scott couldn't help but miss her on his daughter's birthday, so he secretly went to his ex-wife's house and met his daughter at the birthday party. As a result, Casey's stepfather found out and kicked him out. To make matters worse, he discovered that his ex-wife's husband was still a policeman. This left Scott at his wit's end. If he crosses the line even slightly, he will be arrested again and thrown into jail. Tian Kai said, "This is easy to handle. I can help you get your visitation rights back. If necessary, I can ask the court to re-award custody to you. However, in view of your current living situation, it is more appropriate for your ex-wife to raise you." Scott's body shook, and he grabbed Tian Kai's shoulders with both hands and said, "Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Getting back visitation rights requires my ex-wife's consent. How do you convince her?" Tian Kai said calmly, "The normal procedure requires your ex-wife's consent, but I don't need it here. I just make a phone call. The United States is called the rule of law, but it is only for ordinary people. Powerful politicians can often go beyond the letter of the law and do many things that ordinary people cannot." Apocalypse calls Fury's phone. "Fury, I have a little favor to ask you for." When Fury heard that it was a little thing, he immediately became vigilant. He has suffered big losses in little things. "Tang, this time you have to tell me clearly, and completely, otherwise I will never take any action." Apocalypse reported Scott's name, saying that he was his friend and needed to get his daughter's visitation tree back. Although Fury doesn't know why Apocalypse's friends live such a useless life and don't even have visitation rights with their daughter. But if Tian Kai didn't say anything, he wouldn't be able to investigate in person. He could just go back and investigate slowly. "I don't know the local mayor or the people in the court. I need to call the governor first and ask him to convey it. It may take a little long, please wait for me for 10 minutes. After a while, the governor received a call from S.H.I.E.L.D. Hearing that the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. personally called, the governor suddenly lost his composure. His legs were even slightly trembling. "The department where King Apocalypse works, and the nominal boss of King Apocalypse, why are you calling me? Is there some doomsday war that will start in my state? So should I run away first? No matter how big the official is, his life is not important. Wait until I hear Fury say that he wants to help someone get visitation rights for their child." The governor was a little stunned. "That's it?" Just when he was about to ask what happened, Fury said, "You only have 9 minutes. The decree on the 9-minute visitation rights has not been delivered, so I will ask Congress to change the governor." Suddenly, there was a flurry of excitement on the governor's side. First, it was conveyed to the mayor and the local court. Regardless of the legal process, they were all approved. Finally, 2 police cars were sent to rush all the way. A car delivered paper legal documents to Scott's ex-wife. 1 copy is to be sent to Scott. This entire set of legal procedures has been officially completed. When Scott lost custody and visitation rights, he was informed by the court of the relevant legal status. The ex-wife's consent must be required, and the notification must be in writing to count. "Is this okay to make a phone call?" Just as he was suspicious, he saw a police car running through the red light from a distance and rushing towards Louis' van. Louis was so frightened that he instinctively wanted to run away. "But then I thought about it. I didn't commit any crime, so I didn't need to run. Once I ran away, everything would become fine." The bailiff got out of the car, ran over, and said to the 3 people in the van, "Who is Mr. Scott?" I am. This is a legal document regarding your daughter's visitation rights. The court has passed it. Please check it." "Oh, all right." Scott took it at a loss and couldn't believe it. "Is it true? This is done? Isn't this too fast?" Tian Kai said, "Okay, you can go visit your daughter now. Louis, let's go." Scott took the legal document and looked at it over and over, saying, "This can't be fake, right?" He was suspicious on the surface, but the system prompts that he had been betrayed. There was a ding in Apocalypse's mind, which already reminded Scott that his trust level was 30%. Sure enough, his daughter's status in Scott's heart was far more important than anything else. Although he was still skeptical, Tian Kai's operation really moved him. "Well, Mr. Tang, if you can make the government do so many things, why do you want me? There are probably only 8,000 people of my level in the world." Tian Kai smiled and said, "No, there are probably only 3 or 4 people like you in the world. The only ones who can wear the Ant-Man suit in the future are the Wasp 2 and Scott. If you include Wasp's father, Dr. Pym, and mother, Janet, there are only 4 people. However, Dr. Pym's early Ant-Man suit was immature, causing physical sequelae and he could no longer wear the Ant-Man suit. Janet is still trapped in the quantum realm and can't get out now." Scott was happy but couldn't believe it. "Am I that powerful?" Louis said, "Scott, I have told you that you are special. Otherwise, we have been best friends for so many years. For someone as unique as you, I think only Mr. Tang's company is qualified to hire you. Mr. Tang, I think you are traveling alone. Don't you have a driver at home? I can be a good driver, on call, 24 hours a day, as long as the salary is, you know." "Ahem, shut up, Louis." Scott said, "Mr. Tang hasn't introduced his company yet, don't worry. Although Scott was grateful for what Apocalypse had done, he knew nothing about Apocalypse and was still a little wary. I risked my life for my daughter. Even though he knew it was a fish hook with meat on it, he still had no choice but to bite it. But it's best not to get caught up in it before your old friend Lewis sees it clearly. Tian Kai smiled and said, I don't need a driver, but if you like to do investigation work, maybe I can help you apply for an interview opportunity. Lewis has no other special qualities, but he is particularly good at chattering. In the original plot, Ant-Man went to steal information from Dr. Pym's house, and it was he who came back with a lot of twists and turns. Of course, that was Pym's deliberate hook, but it didn't mean that his ability wasn't good. It was because Pym took a fancy to his ability that he was able to lay this hook. If used properly, it can be a good intelligence agent. However, Apocalypse is not professional in intelligence, so he has to go through an interview with Fury to know whether it will work. Lewis said, which company? How much is the salary? This. I don't know how much the salary is, but it should be very high. Speaking of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s salary, Apocalypse really didn't care about these inconsequential issues. Since he is the elite among the elite, it must not be low. Lewis was a little speechless. I don't know how you dare to say hi. If I hadn't seen you act so generously just now, I wouldn't have been able to give you a slap in the face. Scott said, what kind of company? The salary can be more or less. As long as it is a formal and stable large company, it is better than Lewis worrying about work now and wanting to go sideways all day long. S.H.I.E.L.D. Gah. Lewis' legs trembled in fright, and he instinctively stepped on the brakes, almost throwing Scott out again. God. S.H.I.E.L.D. Lewis' mouth trembled. A moment ago, he was an unemployed vagrant, thinking all day long about where to find a good house to get in and work. I would have wanted to run away from an ordinary bailiff, but now I was suddenly called to S.H.I.E.L.D. for an interview? If you can pass the interview, even if you are mopping the floor inside, you will be able to brag about it in front of your brothers for the rest of your life. Moreover, you might even be able to see the legendary King of Apocalypse. If you can get a photo back, wouldn't it be a post? Hey, Scott shouted, what are you thinking about? Just focus on driving your car. Mr. Tang is teasing you. Apocalypse smiled and said, I am King Apocalypse. I will introduce you to work. Of course, I will introduce it to S.H.I.E.L.D. Lewis dared not speak out in anger, so he took a fake photo and thought he was really the King of Apocalypse. If you hadn't been so generous with your move just now, I would have kicked you off the bus. He could only say, haha. Mr. Tang got into the role so quickly. Soon, the three people arrived in front of a big house. The streets on both sides are very clean and green, and it looks like a wealthy community. The United States says that everyone is equal, but the society is very divided. The rich community and the poor community are like two different worlds. Not only are the environments different, but even the security is also very different. Scott's ex-wife is married to a police officer. In his community, at least there is no need to worry about security. Scott came to the big house with some anxiety and shouted, Kathy. There was a loud bang in the house, and a 6 or 7-year-old little girl in a floral skirt rushed out and froze at the door, looking at the person in front of her in disbelief. Dad, is that you? With tears in his eyes, Scott opened his arms. It's me, Casey. I'm here to see you. Like a small cloud, Casey rushed directly into Scott's arms. Father and daughter hugged each other tightly. At this time, a blonde white woman came out of the house and looked at Scott with a complicated expression. You finally came out. Casey, you go back to the house first, and I'll talk to your dad about something. Casey hung on Scott's neck, shook his little head and said, I want Dad to go in with me. Scott said, hey, long time no see, Maggie. Kathy's mother suppressed her anger, took out a document and said, what's going on with this legal document on visitation rights? I clearly didn't agree, so how could it be passed? Did you bribe the judge? Now, Scott felt the mystery and relationship of Apocalypse even more powerful. I was worried that this document was fake before, but I didn't expect that it was actually delivered to me and my ex-wife within 10 minutes. With visitation rights to his daughter, Scott felt that everything in the world was so beautiful and ignored his ex-wife's angry questions. Smiling, Kathy, I will help you get a photo of King Apocalypse, with his signature on it. Really? Where? Casey shouted happily, his eyes narrowed into two crescents. Lewis and Tiankai got out of the car and handed the photo to Scott. Kathy couldn't wait to open it and read it. Scott gently read the message on it to Kathy. But Casey soon noticed something was wrong, looking back and forth between the photo and Apocalypse himself. Although most Westerners are somewhat face-blind to Easterners, they won't be able to tell them apart even if they look at photos in front of them. Dad, is he really the King of Apocalypse? Really? Scott had to bite the bullet and said, he is still a good friend of Dad. I heard that Casey is very smart and cute. Let's come and see you. Kathy's mother was almost rolling her eyes. Scott, this guy, is still so out of tune. When looking for someone to cosplay King Apocalypse, he doesn't find an actor who fits his imagination. Find an Oriental who doesn't wear makeup or any combat uniform. He doesn't look like him at first glance, so he can fool a kid of several years old. He must have no money and just find a passerby to pretend to be. After all, he had just been released from prison and it was impossible for him to have much money to hire actors to act with him. However, after all, it is the love of the daughter's father, so I won't expose them. Holding the photo, Casey walked up to Apocalypse, shook his little head and looked around, and asked, are you really King Apocalypse? Tiankai smiled and said, yes. Your father invited me here. Your father and I are friends. You can call me Uncle Tang. As he spoke, he gently pressed Casey's forehead. A stream of divine power slowly entered from Casey's forehead, like a warm current flowing throughout his body. Although she cannot have superpowers right away, as she grows up, she will not only be physically strong, but also have greater potential. With a little training, becoming a superhero is easy. Although Apocalypse has not yet reached the realm of Eastern legends, immortals caressing my head, tying my hair and receiving immortality. But it is not difficult to improve one's physical fitness. Especially for children, whose physique has not yet been finalized, it is easier to improve and has greater potential in the future. Casey felt the warmth and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. She has been smart since she was a child, and children are born with keen intuition. Suddenly he screamed, "Ah, you are really the king of Apocalypse? Dad, he is really the king of Apocalypse. I told him it was true." Scott thought to himself, children are really easy to deceive. However, I am also very grateful for Tiankai's move. Dad, you are still friends with King Apocalypse, you must be a superhero too, right? Well, that's it. Scott didn't want to lie in front of his daughter. Tiankai smiled and said, "Of course, your father is also a superhero, and he is very important. The key to saving the world in the future lies with him." Casey's eyes were filled with little stars, and she looked at Scott with admiration and said, "Dad, it turns out you are so powerful." Yeah. Scott had tears in his eyes and almost couldn't control it. Being adored by his daughter is every father's greatest comfort. At this moment, Scott felt full of motivation. Just for the sake of the stars in my daughter's eyes, from now on, I must work hard and be a heroic role model for my daughter. Scott held Casey in his arms, turned to Apocalypse and whispered, "Thank you." At this time, Casey's mother came over and saw that her ex-husband had made her daughter so happy with a fake Apocalypse king, and she felt a little unbalanced. He took care of her meticulously day and night, but he was not as effective as an actor. So he said, "Well, King Tiankai, do you have any show to perform? Just finish the show and go back." Performing. Tiankai was stunned. Did he really think of himself as an actor? At this time, Casey said, "Mom, don't be rude to King Apocalypse. He is the great hero who saves the earth." Kathy's mother couldn't bear to hold back her anger, but she couldn't bear to break her child's heart. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Excuse me, Mr. Tiankai King, what is your performance?" Although this Apocalypse King seems very unprofessional and does not wear makeup or costumes, as an actor, there must be a performance, right? I hope he can finish his performance quickly and get out. Casey's mother was a little jealous when she saw her daughter kissing Scott so much, but they were father and daughter after all, so she couldn't take it out on them, so she naturally turned the blame on Apocalypse. Tiankai asked, "Kathy, what program do you want to watch?" Casey tilted his head and thought for a moment, "I want to see fighting alien spaceships and infinite fists." This is a bit difficult. Tiankai said, "There are no alien spacecrafts now. As for the infinite divine fist, you can't just hit it casually. You definitely can't hit the ground. One punch and the whole city will be gone. If you type it in the sky, you will know how many satellites in the near-Earth space orbit will be affected. What's more, when that guy Fury saw the infinite divine fist, he must have thought that he was in some big trouble again, and that he would make some big mistake when the time came." Kathy's mother said, "Then what do you know?" Apocalypse thought for a while and said to Casey, "Let me demolish the house for you." As he spoke, he pressed on the big house in front of him. Boom. The ground shook and dust was flying. The entire house instantly turned into a ruin, with broken wood and furniture flying everywhere. Scott, Kathy's mother, Louise, and others were shocked. Kathy's mother was stunned for a while before she realized, "It's my house, why did you demolish my house?" On the other hand, Casey was very happy, clapped his little palms and said cheerfully, "Wow, King Apocalypse is so awesome." Seeing that Casey's mother was about to rush into the ruins, Apocalypse smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. There seemed to be a door curtain drawn in front of my eyes. As soon as my eyes were dazzled, the house appeared intact again. Everyone was surprised. Was it magic just now? The shaking of the ground, the huge noise, and the dust still blowing in the face, all of this is too real. Even though the house appeared intact, the dust around it had not completely dissipated. Kathy's mother walked into the house with doubts, and finally felt relieved when she found that everything was still the same. Casey took Apocalypse's arm and said, "King Apocalypse, can you stay and have dinner with me tonight?" Casey's mother finally gave Apocalypse some respect. Although this actor is not professional, this is the first time she has seen such an awesome magic trick. What's more, my daughter believes that he is King Tiankai, so it would be better to accommodate her. Dinner time. Kathy's mom's husband, Kathy's stepfather, is back. For a moment, Kathy's stepfather, Kathy's mother, Scott, Lewis, and others were a little embarrassed. Apocalypse doesn't care about this, he just wants to coax Casey to play. Casey's stepfather looked at the legal documents and said, "Scott, although I don't know how you got visitation rights, but you have to pay alimony, right? A father cannot just enjoy his rights without fulfilling his obligations." Scott said, "There are several international giant companies rushing to hire me. As soon as my salary is paid, I will make up for it." Kathy's stepfather said, "As far as I know, international companies are particularly cautious about people with criminal records, especially those who have exposed their trade secrets." The implication was that he almost said Scott was a liar in front of Casey. You have a criminal record, and you hacked into companies and published their business transaction records. With such a criminal record, who would dare to hire you? Just when Scott was about to explain, Apocalypse took out a document and said, "This is a student fund. It is a salary for Scott's employment. The beneficiary is Casey. From now on until she graduates with her PhD, all expenses for her schooling will be borne by this fund. As long as her grades are above the passing line, she can choose from Harvard, Yale, Princeton, and other top Ivy League universities. If you like to study abroad, any school in the Western Hemisphere is fine." This student fund was prepared by Tian Kai earlier. He knew that what Scott cared about most was his daughter, so he customized a fund for Kathy. It was just that I had been worrying about the photos before, so I didn't put together the scholarship fund immediately. Kathy's stepfather and Kathy's mother looked at each other. Is it true? It doesn't matter if you have money, big companies are not short of money. But is it possible to get into an Ivy League university? It's not enough to just have money, you also have to have power. Not to mention all the universities in the Western Hemisphere, and how many countries are involved. Someone who can control so many countries must be extremely powerful. Who doesn't have the talent to be able to like a Scott? Casey's stepfather took the document and frowned more and more as he looked at it. He is a policeman and has a certain ability to identify the authenticity of various documents. Casey's mother said, "What? Is it fake?" Casey's stepfather shook his head, "That's not true. Judging from my professional ability, this should be true." Hiss. Kathy's mother and Scott both took a deep breath. This document was more precious than $1 million in cash. It can be said that my daughter no longer had any worries in the first half of her life. Moreover, with such an academic qualification, as long as you don't do it yourself, your life will not be too bad for the rest of your life. Casey's stepfather put down the documents, stared at Tian Kai and said, "As far as I know, Scott's best skill is entering the house. What kind of company are you that is willing to spend so much money to hire Scott?" Originally, he wanted to say that Scott had committed a burglary, but seeing Casey on the side, Casey's stepfather at least saved some face for Scott. Then, he said to Scott, "Scott, you and I are both Kathy's fathers and love her very much. I hope you won't go astray this time." Apocalypse smiled and said, "I am King Apocalypse, so naturally I am recruiting people on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. Scott is a man with great potential. He will become a superhero in the future. We at S.H.I.E.L.D. need him and the Earth needs him." After hearing these words, Casey's eyes were full of stars. He held Scott's arm and said helpfully, "King Apocalypse must be right, Dad is a superhero." Others wanted to roll their eyes when they heard this, wondering, should I say that you acted too professionally, or that you were too pretentious? Everyone thought that Apocalypse was still pretending, and for the sake of Casey, they put it aside for the time being. Apocalypse watched with satisfaction as Scott's trust in the system continued to soar, and some of the lost luck was finally replenished. Of course, he also really likes Casey, a precocious child. It would be great if the children born to Black Widow in the future were so smart and sensible. After dinner, Casey reluctantly said goodbye to his father and Tian Kai. Before going to bed, he would hang a photo of Apocalypse on the bedside. He wanted King Apocalypse to look at him and smile before he would fall asleep peacefully. Day 2. Casey's stepfather was extra cautious and took a photo of Tian Kai, preparing to go back to the station and use his position to check it out. What is the origin of this guy? After uploading the photos to the database and just starting the face recognition program, a line of red text warning suddenly popped up on the screen. Permission exceeded? Then, the computer locked up. Immediately afterwards, the entire police station's network was disconnected. Everyone complained for a while. I thought it was the aftermath of King Apocalypse's battle with the god of network that had not yet been resolved, so I didn't think too much about it. Within a few minutes, several black bulletproof vehicles drifted and stopped in front of the police station, blocking all entrances and exits. The police took a look and saw that some stupid thief had robbed the police station. Just as he was about to resist, a piece of ID was shoved in his face, and he immediately became convinced. The person who came turned out to be an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., who used this computer just now. Soon, the director and Casey's stepfather were pulled into the interrogation room. Usually they sit across the table. This time, it was rare to sit at the criminal's side of the table, and the dazzling light was particularly uncomfortable. The reason S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are so nervous is not just to help Apocalypse hide his identity, but to track down Hydra. When Pierce was minister, he had read Apocalypse's files and must have leaked them to other branches of Hydra. There is a high probability that those who can get the real photos of Apocalypse are from Hydra, or have connections with Hydra. Following the clues, I have captured many hidden peripheral members of Hydra before. Even the photos that were leaked before may be the bait set by Fury. After some interrogation, the originally confused director and Casey's stepfather finally understood what was going on. You mean, which photo is King Apocalypse? Casey's stepfather said in shock. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent asked strangely, "You don't know who he is?" "I thought he was an actor, and he came to visit my daughter yesterday. You see, there is a message written by him on it." Hiss. At this time, not only did the director gasp, but even the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were frightened. They are just the lowest level agents. It is difficult for them to meet King Apocalypse. Even King Apocalypse would be flattered to say hello to them. Not to mention having King Tian Kai come to the door in person to send photos and write tributes to his children. This guy is so awesome. Is he a friend of King Apocalypse? The director noticed the name on the gift letter and said, "No, Paxton, your name is not Scott." Paxton, Casey's stepfather, had to explain his relationship with Scott and briefly talk about what happened yesterday. The SHIELD agent said, "Since it's a misunderstanding, it's okay. However, the confidentiality order still needs to be signed. This is for your own good. If someone with ulterior motives knows about the relationship between your daughter and King Apocalypse, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble out of thin air, and even put your life in danger." "I understand." The director and Casey's stepfather nodded. "Wait until agents of SHIELD is gone." The director said to Casey's stepfather with a shy face, "Paxton, when you are free, let me take a look at the photos of King Apocalypse. The photos taken with your mobile phone are not clear enough." Casey's stepfather said, I want to ask Casey's opinion. I won't look at it in vain. I will prepare a gift for little Casey." Wait for the chief and Casey's stepfather to come out. The other police officers saw the strangest scene. The director seemed to have a crush on Paxton, trying to please him intentionally or unintentionally and giving him gifts. Unknown to outsiders, they thought Paxton was the director. Apocalypse, on the other hand, helps Scott deal with the family affairs. Start facing the first task. Scott returns to Lewis' house to stay temporarily. There are two other people in Lewis' family. One is Kurt, who knows hacking technology, and the other is Dave, a gangster. Scott rubbed his hands and said eagerly, "Don, thank you for appreciating my talent. What job are you going to let me do?" Tiankai smiled and said, "Before I went to pick you up, Lewis actually had a job. As a brother, why don't you help him finish it?" "Really? Lewis, why didn't you tell me?" Lewis hesitated to speak, as if he had something to hide. For a talkative person, this expression is simply more uncomfortable than killing him. Scott said, "Don't be embarrassed. You are my brother. If you have anything, just say it." Lewis muttered, "I don't want to say it." "Do you know what I will say? Once I say it, you don't help me, it seems unloyal. But if you help me, it may destroy your current life. Now if Mr. Tang hires you, he is so rich, your future life will definitely be very good. But I can't achieve my goal without you." Scott just wanted to grab a remote control, press the fast forward button and listen to the results directly. But this time it might be the last thing I finish with my brother, so I finally waited patiently for Lewis to finish. Scott said proudly, "Brother, I promised Casey that I would be her superhero. As long as it's not a burglary job, I'll help you do it, just say so. I want you to join us in one of our burglaries." Scott was speechless, looked at Tiankai, and said, "Tang, you knew this was this kind of job, right? What is your purpose?" Lewis said, "I have never told Mr. Tang, he doesn't know." Tiankai interrupted with a smile, "I know. And I also know that the target is an old man who lives alone. His family is rich and he has a super strong vault." "Lewis, you asked about people before you got this news, right?" You. Lewis was so frightened that he stuttered, "Have you been spying on me?" Lewis' process of asking for information involved many people and changed many places in the process. Unless you were specifically following him, how could you possibly know such detailed information? This is extremely scary for someone who thinks about burglary all day long. Tiankai smiled but did not answer, and objected to Scott, "You will know my true purpose after you finish this job." Scott and Lewis were silent. Lewis was frightened, but Scott was a little worried. Why did Apocalypse want to do all this work on his own? You know, the scholarship fund Tiankai gave to Casey was a huge amount. In addition, the right to choose a prestigious school at will is something that even money cannot buy. It is absolutely impossible for a person with this kind of wealth and ability to value the property of an old man living alone. Scott sighed as he thought about Kathy's visitation rights and financial aid. "Okay, Tang. Although I don't know what your purpose is, since I have boarded your pirate ship, even if there are pits ahead, I can only move forward." Tiankai smiled and scolded, "What a pirate ship, don't slander me. I promised Casey that I would train you into a superhero." Okay, I know you are very dedicated." Scott waved his hand, "Kathy is not here, you don't have to pretend to be the king of Apocalypse all the time. Things are finalized." Scott, Lewis, and two other gangsters began to plot loudly. Lewis looked at Tiankai suspiciously from time to time, a little worried, and asked Scott in a low voice, "Could Mr. Tang be an undercover agent sent by the police to set up a trap for us to get through? After getting the evidence, will he lock us all in?" Scott slapped him on the head and said, "Don't be so pretentious. With Tang's ability, do you really need the police to take action against us? Besides, burglary is not a serious crime. At most, he will be released after being locked up for a while." What are you planning?" Lewis thought so too. Several people discussed a plan. Very simple. When it gets late at night, send Scott to sneak into the old man's house. Others were outside having fun. Tiankai is speechless. This group of stupid thieves were miserable until Mosquito Man too. There is indeed a reason. After discussing for a long time, you came up with such a plan? If Scott hadn't been so skilled and opened a security company to install surveillance systems on people, everyone might have starved to death. The night is as cold as water, with a few remaining stars. Lewis drove the shabby van with a group of 5 people, without turning on the lights, and drove slowly into a community. Not far away was their target, a large single-family house. It was pitch black inside, without any lights. Lewis was overjoyed and said, "The old man is indeed not at home. We can do whatever we want." Tian Kai smiled and said nothing. The old man in Lewis's mouth is naturally Dr. Pym. At this time, he is staring at their group of intruders through the camera on the ant's body. Scott brought some necessary equipment and turned off the symbolic surveillance inside. Then, just like in the original plot, a set of mortal theft techniques were performed. First, I dipped the door handle with transparent glue to extract fingerprints, and then made a simple fingerprint cover with starch. The fingerprint level in the basement was easily passed. When we got to the vault, we first drilled a small hole. Then pour water into the safety door, and then enter liquid nitrogen. Liquid nitrogen at more than 100 degrees below zero quickly freezes water into ice. Using the principle of water freezing and expansion, the seemingly strong steel door was easily broken. After breaking through, Scott smiled confidently, patted the dust on his hands, and walked into the secret room. The furnishings in the secret room were rudimentary, almost covered with cobwebs, and it was not as valuable as the insurance door. The only thing that stood out was a set of brown, fully sealed clothes placed on the table in the middle. Scott picked up the clothes in confusion, thinking, such a strong safety door is used to protect this suit? These clothes don't seem to be that good either. It can be sold for at most $300 to $200 outside, and it's not even worth the insurance door. His move fell into the eyes of Dr. Pym and the consciousness of Tian Kai at the same time. Pym was very satisfied with Scott's series of operations just now. Just the person I was looking for. With a little training, you will be a qualified warrior and can perform your own tasks. Seeing Scott's hesitation, Tian Kai sent a message, Scott, put on your clothes and try. Scott was startled. The sound seemed to ring in his ears, but there was no one around him. Fortunately, Scott still recognized Apocalypse's voice. So he lowered his voice and said to the air, really want to wear it? Oh no, how about I take it out first? When Apocalypse didn't answer, Scott gritted his teeth and put on the Ant-Man suit. As soon as I put it on, Tian Kai's voice sounded in my ears again, press the red button on your right hand. Is this it? Scott pressed instinctively. Suddenly, his body became light, and the things in front of him changed rapidly, and seemed to suddenly become extremely huge. His whole body suddenly began to float down from the air. At this time, in Scott's eyes, everything around him was both familiar and strange. Common walls, doors, tables, and other furniture suddenly became huge, as if they had broken into a kingdom of giants. The plush on the carpet is as tall as grass. What's going on? Scott screamed. Tian Kai said, you have become smaller than an ant now, just get used to it. What? How is it possible? How do you adapt to this? I want to change back. Scott kept pressing the red button on his right hand, but nothing happened. In fact, the restore button is on the left hand, exactly the same as the right hand. It's just that Scott was panicked at this time and completely ignored his left hand. Seeing that the button didn't respond, Scott became even more panicked. It's so miserable, can I never change again? Will Casey never see his father again? Suddenly, a squeak sound came. Scott turned around and took a look, and suddenly the souls of the dead came out. A mouse the size of a prehistoric beast was looking at him curiously with eyes as big as tires. It seemed like he was considering whether he could eat it. Seeing that Scott didn't fight back, the mouse showed its 2-meter-long fangs in its mouth. Monster, help, Don. Scott quickly fled. Along the way, the mice bumped into each other and made a ping-ping-pong-pong noise. Scott never dreamed that one day in his life, he would be chased by rats so embarrassingly. Fortunately, he was much smaller than a mouse at this time. You can easily get into many cracks, and you are very agile. Finally, he narrowly escaped from Dr. Pym's house, running towards the van on the roadside. The lawn that usually took more than 10 seconds to walk through now looked like a forest. I ran for a while before reaching the van. Open the door, Lewis. Open the door. Scott was smaller than an ant at this time, so there was no way Lewis could hear him. Apocalypse, who had been tracking Scott with his consciousness, suddenly opened the car door and said, come up. Lewis was startled. There is no one outside. Who can Mr. Tang call to come up? Scott struggled and finally jumped up. However, one of the two gangsters raised his foot and almost trampled Scott to death. He was so frightened that he hurried to Tian Kai's side. Tang, you knew this earlier, right? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Tian Kai smiled and said, if you tell me in advance, there will be no surprises. I'm not going to talk to you about all this. Just tell me how to change back. Just press the red button on your left hand. Lewis and the other two gangsters first saw Tian Kai open the car door and shouted into the air for someone to come up. Now he lowers his head to his feet again, as if talking to someone. They couldn't help but look at each other, and their hearts were tingling. On a dark night, either Mr. Tang suddenly went crazy, or he encountered a supernatural incident. Suddenly there was a swipe. Scott instantly changed back to his original self. Immediately the other two gangsters were pushed aside. The three Louises were so frightened that their hearts almost stopped. They screamed hysterically and covered their faces with a pair of small hands. After a while, after seeing clearly that it was Scott, the screams slowly stopped. What the hell is this? It's me who's responsible for you, Scott said. Drive quickly, the three of you are shouting so loudly, the patrol police are coming. Lewis quickly increased the accelerator and left, leaving a smell of engine smoke in the night. Dr. Pym sighed, looking at the whole process with confusion. It was normal in the front, but when he saw his Ant-Man suit, Scott seemed to be talking to someone. This is normal for phone calls. After all, I didn't see a huge amount of property inside, so I might have discussed it with my accomplices. Unexpectedly, Scott seemed to be instructed to wear the Ant-Man suit directly. Then, he pressed the zoom out button accurately. Even Apocalypse's move to open the door for Scott in the dark was seen by Dr. Pym. I couldn't help but wonder. They seem very familiar with the Ant-Man suit. Watching Scott leave with the Ant-Man suit, Dr. Pym did not pursue him. There is his remote monitoring program in the suit, which can remotely communicate with the people in the suit. When necessary, the suit can even be remotely controlled to execute destructive instructions. Dr. Pym knows very well that if the power of the Ant-Man suit is leaked, it will lead to a world-class disaster. For so many years, his student Cross begged him, but he remained unmoved and refused to reveal the equation of Pym particles. Cross was furious and turned to do his own research. Now, Cross has made progress in shrinking ordinary objects. But there is still a long way to go before shrinking living creatures. As a student, he is not much less talented than himself. As long as he persists in research, he will definitely find the accurate equation. With his greedy character, he will definitely make it into a military weapon. At that time, the entire world will fall into chaos because of this weapon. Although the Ant-Man suit does not have the destructive power of a nuclear bomb, in terms of assassination and beheading, it is no exaggeration to say that it is the most powerful weapon in the world. By then, the world may usher in an era of assassination. All important figures must face the assassination of such super soldiers as small as ants. I'm afraid, except for a very few, not many people can survive such an assassination. This caused Dr. Pym to become increasingly anxious. There is an urgent need for a skilled person to destroy Cross's research results and burn the research materials on his behalf. Scott was the one he carefully selected. Not only is he very skilled, but with his daughter as a concern, it is much easier to control him. Seeing Scott leaving, although Pym had doubts in his heart, the arrow had been sent out and he could only wait and see what happened. If that doesn't work, just destroy the Ant-Man suit remotely and find someone else. Apocalypse here. Lewis and others waited for a long time before finally accepting the fact that the clothes in front of them could become larger or smaller. Especially Scott, as an electrical engineer, immediately thought of the great value of this suit. Tang, no wonder you are willing to spend so much money. This suit is definitely worth it. You're not part of a spy organization, are you? Apocalypse was also observing the Ant-Man suit. Hearing this, he smiled and said, I told you I'm from SHIELD. Okay. Scott said helplessly, if you don't want to say it, forget it. I'll get the clothes and we'll be settled. Tian Kai shook his head. Scott, you still don't understand? Clothes are not important, what is important is you. Ant-Man is a superhero with equipment, similar to Iron Man. The strength of both of them lies in their suits. Without the suit, he is no different from an ordinary person. On the surface, it seems that anyone who puts on a suit can become Iron Man or Ant-Man. But ordinary people don't have the luck of their superheroes. Even if they can put on a suit, they can't do the same thing to save the world. Tian Kai thought about it, but still couldn't resist the temptation. Decided to put on the Ant-Man suit and see how it felt. Apocalypse is a little taller than Scott, and the suit is a bit tight, but fortunately he can barely fit into it. Crack. With a soft sound, Apocalypse pressed the button. Then, there was a stab sound. The people of Apocalypse did not change, but the Ant-Man suit suddenly disappeared. Scott said, Tang, are you doing the disappearing magic? Where are the clothes? Tianqian scanned around with his spiritual consciousness and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I saw that Ant-Man's suit had shrunk, but it had been torn into pieces. At this time, it was like a piece of rag the size of a soybean, falling to the ground. Tian Kai sensed the changes in his body. There was indeed a strange energy just now that wanted to stimulate the body and shrink it. Obviously, this energy comes from the Pym particles in Ant-Man's suit. But the horror of the 9 refining divine body was now revealed. Apocalypse did not deliberately control it at all. His body instinctively emitted a burst of energy to counter the energy of Pym particles. As a result, the clothes shrunk as expected, but Apocalypse did not change at all. The result was like this: the shrunken suit was forcefully exploded by Apocalypse. Scott used a camera to clip up the Ant-Man suit and put it in a small glass bottle. Tian Kai said, Scott, see if you can fix it. In the original plot, Scott had made certain modifications to the Ant-Man suit, and he was obviously able to understand the circuits inside. Perhaps because of these modifications, when he later entered the quantum realm, he was able to use the amplifying flying ring to pull himself out of the quantum realm. Let me try. Scott used a needle to poke the left button of the Ant-Man suit. As a result, nothing happens. Scott spread his hands and said, I can't repair the clothes if they don't get bigger. The energy inside should be used up. Tian Kai guessed. When he was fighting against his body's instincts just now, the Ant-Man suit was clearly doing its best to provide energy. In just a short moment, all the Pym particles stored inside were consumed. Without the Pym particles, the clothes are worthless. Tian Kai thought for a while and said, Scott, take this small glass bottle and go apologize to the owner. What? Scott was puzzled. He made a mess of the owner's house, even the insurance door was blown open. If I send the clothes back now, wouldn't I be throwing myself into a trap? By this time, the owner might have called the police. If I go back, I'm afraid I'll have to go back to prison. Tian Kai shook his head. Don't worry, this time is different. The master is not an ordinary person, he will not send you to prison. Really? Real. Scott is an equipment-based superhero, and Dr. Pym must gain his trust. Otherwise, without the Ant-Man suit and training, Ant-Man may never appear. Although his strength no longer requires Ant-Man's help, he does need his luck. Moreover, judging from the timeline of the original plot, Ant-Man is also a critical link. Without this link, there will be many more variables in the future. Although there is no reason for Apocalypse's answer, Scott inexplicably trusts this mysterious man. Plus he didn't like doing these burglaries in the first place. What I did before was because I couldn't bear to see big companies cheating customers, so I took action out of anger. In the original plot, Scott did try to return the Ant-Man suit. However, that was because he discovered that Dr. Pym could talk to him remotely through the suit, realized that there must be something fishy in it, and did not want to wade into the muddy waters. Dr. Pym sighed. I found that the Ant-Man suit suddenly lost contact, and I was thinking about whether to send Ant to bring a camera to check. Early the next morning, I found Scott standing at the door with the small bottle containing the Ant-Man suit. Sir, I'm sorry, I'm here to return your clothes. Scott said anxiously. Pym looked at him strangely. It had only been a night, why did this boy come to return his clothes? Looking at the Ant-Man suit shrunk to the size of a soybean, Pym asked, what's going on? The clothes seem to be damaged. When I put them on, they suddenly tore apart. What? Pym was surprised. Could it be that the clothes have been stored for a long time and the circuit board has aged? But when you wore it out last night, you were fine. Scott, you come in first and I'll check it out. Seeing that Dr. Pym didn't seem to care about his theft last night, Scott felt a little relieved. I began to believe what Tiankai said in my heart. The old man in front of me would not send him to prison. However, the whole thing was full of mystery, and Scott was confused. That guy Tang seemed to have expected that there was a piece of clothing in the secret room, and he wasn't surprised at all. Even when others can't see him, he can open the car door for himself. The owner who was stolen from was not only not angry, but was not even a stranger to him. Everyone called him by name without introducing themselves. Dr. Pym checked it with a magnifying glass and discovered that he had run out of Pym particles. As for the rupture of the suit, that is easy to handle. You have a cup of coffee first, the repairs will take a while. Scott was flattered as he watched Dr. Pym pour him coffee. Are the owners so polite to thieves now? I was also prepared to endure a scolding. While drinking coffee, I looked around at Dr. Pym's house, thinking to myself, this old man's house is nice. For the sake of him being so nice, you can visit him more often in the future so that he won't be alone. Boom. There was a sudden loud noise and the front door was knocked open. In an instant, several men in uniforms rushed in, pointing pistols at Scott. Don't move, don't move, hands up, hands up. Scott was startled, holding the coffee cup in his hand, at a loss. You know, the American police are different from other countries. If they disagree, they will empty their magazines and nip the danger in the bud. It was so extreme that it made a lot of news and could be called a bloody joke. Passers-by once called the police and reported that someone was trying to commit suicide. In order to prevent the suicidal person from committing suicide, the American police shot him to death first and successfully prevented the suspect from committing suicide. Another quarreling couple called the police. After the American police arrived, they quickly killed one of them and successfully resolved the conflict between the couple. Now, Scott was petrified. I was afraid that in the next second, I would be beaten into a fishing net for not following orders. But should I stay still or raise my hand, it seems like whatever you do is a dead end. Scott? What are you doing here? Just like that, a voice came from the police. Scott followed the sound and it turned out to be Paxton, Casey's stepfather. Casey's stepfather hurriedly motioned for the other police officers to put down their guns. Scott finally dared to put down the coffee cup in his hand and said, Paxton, I'm drinking coffee here. Casey's stepfather said, but, I received a police report that someone was breaking into a house here. It couldn't be you, right? At this time, Pym's voice came, I called the police. This man sneaked into my safe last night and blew up my safe, causing heavy losses. Hey, old man, I said I was sorry, and I gave you back your clothes. Scott yelled. Dr. Pym turned to Casey's stepfather and said calmly, you heard it, he admitted it. You arrest him first, and I reserve the right to pursue him. Dr. Pym's idea is very simple. He is ready to confirm Scott's theft charges and seize his handle. From now on, he will use this as a threat to force Scott to do anything. The legal system in the West is different from that in the East. Common minor crimes, such as robbing a supermarket for less than $950, are not even criminalized. Burglars like these can cause big or small losses. As long as the owner allows bail, the thief can be released. If the owner does not pursue the lawsuit later, the matter will be settled. Of course, during the prosecution period, the owner can prosecute the thief at any time and send him to prison. Kathy's stepfather had to inspect Pym's home with his companions and collect evidence from the blasted security door. Then he said, Mr. Pym, we have collected the evidence at the scene. We need you to go to the police station to record a statement. Is that okay? No problem at all. After getting into the police car, Casey's stepfather placed Pym in the back seat, where criminals usually sit, and instead placed Scott in the passenger seat. Casey's stepfather lowered his voice and asked, Scott, where is King Apocalypse? Why are you still doing this? When talking about this, Scott got angry, even though that guy Tang said he wouldn't go to jail. However, looking at Pim's behavior, he has already called the police, so he may have to go in again. As for Casey's stepfather talking about King Apocalypse, Scott thought he was still referring to Apocalypse by the character he played. So he gritted his teeth and said, "That guy asked me to steal it, and he also lied to me that I wouldn't go to jail. If it turns out like this, I must look good to him when I go back." When Casey's stepfather heard this, he became even more convinced that Scott and King Apocalypse were good friends. Otherwise, who would dare to call King Apocalypse that guy? And you said you'd go back and give him a good look. Even though supervillains do evil things. But when talking about King Tiankai, they were all respectful and did not dare to speak loudly even in words. Only a good friend with King Tiankai who could not be better would dare to be so wanton. As for why King Apocalypse asked Scott to steal clothes, why are you, a friend of King Apocalypse, in such a mess? Don't you have some superpowers? Casey's stepfather was full of doubts, but he didn't dare to ask in detail. Ahem, Scott, when will you introduce us to King Apocalypse again? Scott asked strangely, why do you want to see him? Do you want to see him perform magic again? Casey's stepfather cursed in his mind. Why would he want to see King Apocalypse, who doesn't want to meet? You're the only one who calls King Apocalypse's power magic so you can show off that you are his good friend, right? Well, Casey misses him. Casey's stepfather knew that he had no weight. If he wanted to see King Apocalypse, he could only play Casey's card. Oh, I don't know him very well, and I don't know if he will go see Casey again, Scott said. Let's solve the immediate trouble first. The two were talking and laughing, but Dr. Pym behind them seemed like a criminal suspect. Arrived at the police station, Casey's stepfather hurriedly reported to the director. The chief always ignored the small burglary case. But this matter affected King Apocalypse's good friend, and Scott himself admitted it, making things a bit complicated. Casey's stepfather didn't know what to do, so he had to ask the director for his opinion. When the director heard this, the good friend Scott mentioned in King Apocalypse's photo actually came to our bureau. I was almost so happy that I didn't go to heaven on the spot. As long as you have a good relationship with good friend Scott, if you want to ask for a photo of King Apocalypse in the future, you might have a chance. Then, in the interrogation room, Dr. Pym stared at the scene in shock. As a victim, I came to take a statement and was only given a glass of water. In front of Scott, there was a cup full of fragrant and hot coffee. Just by smelling the smell, he knew that the price would not be low. Then they put snacks and fruits on the table, as if entertaining guests. The director kept asking like a waiter, "Mr. Scott, does this coffee taste good? Does it have sugar or milk? Come on, let's have some snacks. It's perfect for breakfast with coffee. What kind of fruit do you like to eat? I'll ask Paxton to cut it for you." I can see Dr. Pym's blood pressure rising slowly. What the hell is going on? Scott, this kid, has checked his information countless times, and there must be no basis for it. Is this director out of his mind? Seeing that there was no end, Dr. Pym had no choice but to say, "Director, could you please record a confession first? I have to go to work later." The director's face straightened up and he said, "Well, we really need to do business first." Then he turned around and asked Scott with a shy face, "Mr. Scott, how do you want to record it?" Dr. Pym was so angry that he almost died on the spot. You, the chief, ask a criminal how he wants to be recorded? Even if the other party has some monstrous background, there is no need to be so explicit, right? What's more, this guy is an ordinary civilian. How can he be worthy of the director's humiliation? Even Scott was a little flattered. He looked at Casey's stepfather and winked. Is there something wrong with the director's brain? Casey's stepfather can understand the director's mentality. He is Kathy's stepfather. From a daughter's perspective, he is on an equal footing with Scott and cannot be too out of place. Otherwise, he won't be much better than the director. Scott did not deny the fact of his theft, but the director was extremely anxious. From time to time, I will remind you, Mr. Scott, if you answer like this, it may not be conducive to your going to court in the future. Mr. Scott, you can use a euphemism to reduce a lot of legal responsibilities. Then go to Dr. Pym. Ahem, Dr. Pym, are you sure Mr. Scott didn't go in to help you? Or maybe some bad guy has entered your house and he wants to catch the bad guy. Or maybe the things in your home are potentially dangerous, and he will help you clean them up. The whole process was a textbook example of confusing right and wrong, calling a deer a horse. Fortunately, Scott didn't mean to quibble and explained the whole process honestly. Before Dr. Pym died of anger, he finally got the result he wanted and confirmed the fact of Scott's theft. You can send Scott to jail anytime you want. The trial is over. Pym naturally wants to agree to Scott's bail. Otherwise, who would he find to hack into Cross's security system if he was sent to prison? The director trotted all the way and sent Scott out the door. If Scott hadn't sternly refused, he would have been the driver to take him home. Dr. Pym gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Scott, if you want to avoid going to jail and continue to see your daughter, come to my house at night. I need someone to do something for me. As soon as this matter is settled, I will withdraw the case against you and no longer hold you legally responsible for theft. Scott shrugged and said non-committally, it depends on your mood. Based on the director's performance along the way, and what Tiankai had told him in advance, Scott guessed that it must be Tiankai's arrangement. Since his boss is so mysterious and powerful, he doesn't take Pym's threats seriously. Pym left with some uneasiness. There was nothing wrong with the plan. I did get Scott's handle. However, there are really too many weird things about this process. Now, Dr. Pym is not sure whether Scott will come. If he doesn't come, sending him to jail won't help. Now Cross's research is getting closer to perfection. Once they can successfully shrink living creatures, the world will usher in a group of assassins and killers more terrifying than the Winter Soldiers. At night, Dr. Pym and daughter Hope were waiting at home. Originally they were the active ones, but now they have become the passive party. Fortunately, Dr. Pym finally arrived. With the ding-dong doorbell ringing, two people came outside the door. One was Scott and the other was of course Tiankai. Dr. Pym said angrily, "Why did you bring someone here? Who is he?" Tiankai smiled slightly, "My surname is Tang, and everyone calls me King Tiankai." Dr. Pym and Hope are shocked. I almost couldn't breathe. Scott hurriedly supported Dr. Pym and said awkwardly, "Sorry, my friend was joking. He played the King of Apocalypse for my daughter once. My daughter liked it very much, and then he kept saying that he was the King of Apocalypse all day long." Dr. Pym said angrily, "I only need you. It's best not to involve irrelevant people." Unexpectedly, Tiankai took the initiative to greet Hope. "Hey, hello. Actually, I'm not used to people calling me King Tiankai in person. Just call me Tang." Hope smiled, feeling that he had finally met an interesting person in his dull life, and stretched out his hand to shake. "Hello, my name is Hope. Being the King of Apocalypse must be very busy, right? You have to cosplay and entertain children all day long. It's okay. Apart from fighting a dozen aliens and killing a supervillain, the only thing I can do is coax the children to keep me busy. So idle, there are so many supercriminals in the world, why doesn't S.H.I.E.L.D. send you to take action?" Apocalypse shrugged and said, "Those criminals are too weak. S.H.I.E.L.D. is embarrassed to ask me to take action." Ha 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 ha. Hope laughed happily. "Come in and have a cup of coffee." The two talked and laughed and entered the living room naturally. Scott and Dr. Pym were left looking at each other. Hooked up so quickly? Especially Scott. Grass and mud horses galloped past in his heart. No wonder this guy Tang keeps saying that he is the King of Apocalypse all day long. It turns out that starting with this topic makes picking up girls so easy. Do you want to learn it yourself? He said he was King Apocalypse, so I said I was the Hulk who hadn't transformed yet. That should be okay, right? Many little fans also like the Hulk's muscles very much. 4 people entered the house. While chatting, Dr. Pym saw that Scott and Apocalypse had a good relationship. Many times, Scott even asked Apocalypse for his opinion. Dr. Pym knew that it was impossible to keep Apocalypse secret, so he had to include Apocalypse in the plan. Speak out crosses research and harm. Scott asked, "Why not report it to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Dr. Pym glanced at Tiankai. Just now Tiankai announced his home, but he shocked them. "I don't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. Not long ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. had an internal war and eliminated a large number of Hydras. No one can guarantee whether there are still Hydras in S.H.I.E.L.D. Tiankai shook his head and smiled silently. He knew that was not what Dr. Pym really thought. The real reason is that he had a problem with S.H.I.E.L.D. Decades ago, when Iron Man's father Howard was still alive, S.H.I.E.L.D. attempted to copy Dr. Pym's Pym particles without notifying him. This made Dr. Pym very angry, thinking that this was an attempt to steal his patent. So, he had a big fight with Agent Carter, Howard, and another senior executive, Michelle Carson, and finally resigned. Therefore, how could Dr. Pym approach S.H.I.E.L.D. and hand over the Pym particles to S.H.I.E.L.D. again? Decades ago, SHIELD was not as powerful as it is now, and Pym was free to stay. But now it's different. Today's SHIELD, because of the killer weapon Apocalypse, is truly the #1 department on Earth. Its power has surpassed that of many presidents of a country, and it can even directly bypass the top leaders of the United States and act independently. After all, protecting the Earth is no ordinary war. It is impossible for the enemy to come and write a report to the superior for approval before taking action. Besides, Apocalypse doesn't need their approval. Many times, obeying orders is just for fury's sake. Seeing Tiankai shaking his head, Hope said, "What do you mean by shaking your head? Is there something wrong with what my dad said?" Apocalypse was not prepared to expose Dr. Pym and said, "Dr. Pym has a layer of armor in his heart and does not trust anyone. Therefore, it does not matter what he says, but who he trusts is important." Hope looked at Scott and frowned. "Dad, do you trust him?" Dr. Pym was non-committal and said, "Scott is the most suitable candidate for this task, and there is no time to screen other people now." "What about him?" Hope pointed at Apocalypse. Tiankai shook his head. "I would like to go, but it's a pity that I can't wear a battle suit. However, if I take action, I won't need a suit. I can kill Cross with just one slap." Hope thought Apocalypse was making excuses and said unceremoniously, "Coward, if you don't dare to wear it, just say you don't dare. You are still bragging here. Cross has hired several superpowers to protect him and the company. Unless King Apocalypse and the high-level superheroes from S.H.I.E.L.D. take action. Otherwise, we have no chance of winning head-on, so we can only rely on sneaking in." Dr. Pym interrupted, "Okay, don't talk nonsense. We need to give Scott special training first. I've repaired the Ant-Man suit. It's a bit crude, but it's still usable." With that said, he took out the repaired Ant-Man suit. There have been many repair seals on it, and there are several large cracks running through half of the body, which really doesn't look good. Scott said, "Dr. Pym, don't you have a second suit at home?" Dr. Pym said coldly, "No. However, Apocalypse knew that Dr. Pym also hid a female suit. And it's not left behind by the first generation of Wasp, but specially created by Dr. Pym for Wasp. He was afraid that after his daughter put it on, she would act without authorization and endanger her life. Therefore, I would rather go through a lot of trouble and go around a lot to find Scott as a candidate than tell Hope. Scott puts on the Ant-Man suit again. Go to the side hall and, under the guidance of Dr. Pym, begin to familiarize yourself with the functions of the suit. Apocalypse and Hope were in the living room, and there was nothing to do for a while. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere seemed a bit cold. Tiankai said, "Have you ever considered changing your appearance?" Hope raised his eyebrows and said, "What do you mean? You don't really think this look is beautiful, do you?" At this time, Hope has a female pothead, wearing a black suit with vertical white lines, and dark red lipstick. The whole person looks old-fashioned, masculine, and even a little aggressive. It can be said that among all the impressions of the Wasp, Apocalypse feels that the appearance in front of him is the ugliest. When I first watched Ant-Man in my previous life, when Hope first appeared, many people couldn't believe that an elf-like woman actually wore such a look. It wasn't until Ant-Man 2 that Hope's style returned to normal aesthetics. Her long hair was casually tied into a ponytail, making her look tall and elegant. What woman doesn't like beauty? Seeing Tiankai give such a strange look, Hope's face turned red and he said angrily, "I want you to take care of it." Then, he sighed slightly and said, "In the workplace, although a beautiful woman will get help from many men, it will hinder her room for promotion. I don't want to be a vase." Oh. Tiankai understood immediately. Don't look at those beautiful women who are courted by everyone when they work, but that's just men coveting beauty. It's okay if you want to have fun, but when there are really important positions, the top management will never consider these beautiful women. Hope is clearly a competitive and smart woman who knows these workplace rules. In order to make her words more influential, she had to dress herself up as an aggressive and domineering female CEO. Although she is Dr. Pym's daughter and has equity in the company, she has no decision-making power in the company. Now, the CEO of Pym Corporation is Cross, and he alone has the final say in everything. Even including selling killer equipment like the Hornet suit to other military organizations, no one can stop him. Even Dr. Pym was kicked out of the Pym company he founded and has not been back for a long time. Tiankai also doesn't know how the company's equity is calculated, and he doesn't understand the structure of these companies. Since Dr. Pym and Hope, who were originally at odds with each other, have both decided to sneak in and destroy things, it means there is no other way. The following few days, Dr. Pym is training Scott to use the Ant-Man suit. Using the suit is not as simple as just zooming in and out. The first is the flexible transition between reduced and normal body size. The most common method used by Dr. Pym to train Scott is still the same as in the original plot. Have Scott rush towards a door. Then it shrinks instantly. While shrinking, accurately locate the keyhole and pass through it. Scott was unfamiliar with it at first, so he was naturally bruised. The door in Pym's house has been repaired several times. In addition, you also need to learn to estimate the surrounding space and confirm that there is enough space before you can restore your original body. Otherwise, during the process of enlargement, the surrounding solid objects may cause serious injury to Scott. In the original plot, Scott once had an accident that was not an accident. Under the grass, he was so scared that he quickly grew bigger because he was besieged by a swarm of ants. Fortunately, it was under the grass at the time. If it were inside cement, steel pipes, etc., Scott might be squeezed into a compressed meat patty at once. Fortunately, Scott is an engineer and can quickly calculate the volume, height, and other parameters of surrounding objects in the zoomed-out state. This part is not difficult to learn as long as you control your mentality. Secondly, it is necessary to master the behavior in the reduced state. After shrinking, humans are smaller than ants, but they retain their original strength. This is very scary. It turns out that the force of 100 kilograms is distributed among the fists, and most of them will hurt people. After shrinking, if you don't master the skills, the same force will be like a bullet, able to penetrate the human body directly. This requires controlling the strength and technique of the reduced state. Otherwise, you may accidentally injure your own people. Watching Scott training hard, Tiankai stood aside and thought of another question. That is the formula of Pym particles. It is definitely not as simple as just changing the distance between atoms, shrinking or enlarging it. An atom is mostly empty except for the nucleus and electrons which occupy a certain space. If the atoms were scaled up to the size of the Earth, the nucleus might be only as big as a basketball. One can imagine how much space there is that can be compressed. This is also the first misunderstanding of many people, thinking that Pym particles are just compressed space. However, the shrunken person has two obviously contradictory characteristics. The weight has changed, and it is so light that it can take off on a flying ant. It can be said that it matches the body shape, but paradoxically, the strength has not changed. If only the distance between atoms is compressed, then the weight must remain unchanged. This will result in a shrunken human body the size of a soybean, with a mass of 1 or 200 kilograms, which is much denser than any known metal in the world. It is absolutely impossible for flying ants to fly on their backs. But Ant-Man has no such problem. The equations describing Pym particles are more complicated than imagined. This situation has been fully taken into account, and the characteristics that are beneficial to Ant-Man will be retained, and the characteristics that are not beneficial to Ant-Man will be temporarily changed. No wonder Cross, as a student of Dr. Pym, has an IQ far above ordinary people. It took decades for Cross to use the power of a large company to replicate it. The early Ant-Man suit was immature, probably because it tried to change too many features. This caused Dr. Pym to have physical problems. The side effect of the early Pym particles may have been that it completely changed a certain characteristic of Dr. Pym's body structure, making it impossible for him to shrink or grow in size. Seeing Apocalypse thoughtfully, Hope came over with a cup of coffee. Tian-Kai took it as a matter of course, took a sip and said thank you. Hope looked at him angrily and said, "That's my coffee. It's mine now." "Humph, wouldn't you ask in advance?" "Sorry, I'm used to other people serving me coffee." Hope said angrily, "It seems that you have played the King of Apocalypse so many times that you have even become a habit of being aloof. If you don't mind it, just keep drinking." Hearing this, Tian-Kai lowered his head and saw that there was a faint red lipstick mark on the edge of the cup. Tian-Kai smiled, without hesitation, and took another sip in front of Hope. It seems to taste better now that you say it." Hope was so angry that he rushed over and said, "Don't drink. Give me the cup back quickly, it's mine." However, with Hope's skill, how could he possibly win back the cup if Apocalypse refused to give in? Apocalypse took a few more sips while dodging Hope's attacks in a matter of seconds, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Finally, "I finished the coffee." Taking advantage of Hope's hand to grab it, he thrust the cup into his hand and said, "No, I'll give it back to you." Hope was so angry that he threw the cup at Apocalypse. Apocalypse tilted his head slightly and the cup flew past his ear. "Oops." Scott's scream came from behind, and he instantly changed from the reduced state back to his original form. It turned out that he had just shrunk and passed through, and was hit by the cup. Scott said, "You two are flirting, can you not get me involved?" Hope said, "Who is flirting with him?" Tian-Kai said, "Then why did you come to me?" Hope took a few deep breaths and said, "I almost got so angry with you that I forgot about business. Just now you were looking at Scott's training thoughtfully. I want to ask, are you thinking the same thing as I am?" Tian-Kai smiled and said, "What I think is definitely different from yours. But I know what you are thinking. When I was thinking about the function of the Ant-Man suit just now, I was thinking from the past life. No matter how smart Hope is, there is no way he can think of the same thing as him. But Hope's idea, if he's not wrong, is that he dislikes the slow progress and wants to play in person." Hope said, "I didn't even say it, how do you know what I think?" "Then I didn't say anything. Why do you ask me if I think the same thing as you?" Hope was speechless. "It seems that I am wrong, but why is there an unknown fire in my heart? I want to beat up the man in front of me to vent my anger." Seeing Dr. Pym coming from the other side of the door, Hope went straight in and said, "I think Scott is not suitable for this task. His training progress is too slow." Dr. Pym said, "Then what do you want? Let him come." Dr. Pym is referring to the Apocalypse. Apocalypse shook his head, "I told you, I can't wear the Ant-Man suit for the time being. If you can increase the energy of the Ant-Man suit 100 times, maybe you can try again." Hope said, "You are so good at skills, can you bear to let a novice like Scott die?" Hey, lady, who do you think is a noob? Scott is not happy anymore. I have been training hard and you guys are just flirting and talking nonsense. Why are you suddenly taking advantage of me?" Tian-Kai spread his hands and said, "I really can't wear it." Hope stared into Tian-Kai's eyes. "Why? Tell me the reason. Even if you are afraid of death, as long as you say it, I will not force you." Tian-Kai said honestly, "When I was in Asgard, I used the eternal fire of God King Odin to refine my body. Now my divine body is too strong, and the energy of Pym particles cannot shrink my divine body at all. According to my estimation, we need at least 100 times more Pym particles to have any hope of success." Hope's originally excited face suddenly calmed down, and he said coldly, "The story of King Apocalypse is well told, but it's a pity that I am no longer a little girl. Since you have no choice, then I can only find a way myself." After saying that, he went upstairs to his room without looking back. Dr. Pym sighed and said, "Scott, let's stop here for today's training." After that, he also went upstairs. He probably went to talk to Hope. After all, Dr. Pym always knew that Hope wanted to go into battle personally, and was not satisfied with him finding another so-called professional. Scott came over and patted Tian-Kai on the shoulder and said, "Brother, don't be discouraged. Let's continue tomorrow." Tian-Kai said, "I won't wait until tomorrow. I think we will take action tonight." Scott's eyes widened, "Go directly to her room at night? Dawn, you are really a role model for our generation." Tian-Kai smiled and didn't answer. Midnight. Dr. Pym and Scott were both fast asleep. A tall figure, barefooted and silent like a cat, quietly walked downstairs. This figure is naturally Hope. She ran to the training room, took out the Ant-Man suit, and slowly put it on, fearing to make any noise. While putting it on, he cursed in a low voice, "Ugh, it stinks, stinky man." Since she couldn't convince her father to let her go into battle in person, Tian-Kai refused to help. In a fit of anger, Hope simply killed him first and played later. Get ready to put on the Ant-Man suit and go to Pym's company to check it out. After putting on the suit, the afterimage flashed, and Hope had shrunk to the size of an ant. Taking advantage of the surrounding furniture, Hope jumped a few times and arrived at the window. A flying ant was already waiting outside. Just as he was about to jump up, a huge transparent body suddenly came towards him. There was a slight thunk sound, and Hope crashed into it. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a glass. The person holding the glass in his hand is naturally enlightened. No matter how silently Hope walked, how could he hide it from Apocalypse's eyes and ears? Coupled with her performance during the day, Tiankai had long guessed that she would act recklessly. Tiankai tipped the glass upside down on the table. Hope hit it a few times and found that it was of no use at all, and was secretly surprised. When he hit it, he had dozens or hundreds of kilograms of force, all concentrated on his ant-sized body, and the impact was stronger than ordinary bullets. Logically speaking, the glass should have been broken long ago. How could it be possible that nothing happened? Every time I hit it, it was as if I hit a spring wall and bounced back. Moreover, how did Tang know that he would secretly put on the suit? Can you still intercept yourself accurately? But when she saw Tiankai's big face smiling at her, an unknown fire suddenly rose from the bottom of her heart. Without thinking about why, he shouted, "Asshole, coward, let me out. Calm down first and I'll let you out." Hope gritted his teeth and said, "I'm calm. After I go out, I will beat you and me severely." "Oh, that means you're not calm enough. Stay in there for a while first. Bastard, coward, scoundrel." Hope cursed angrily for a while, bumped for a while, and finally gave up. He sat down in the glass, lowered his head, and seemed to be sobbing. Tiankai smiled and said, okay, stop crying, you don't know this skill. You don't even have a single tear. If it were someone else, they might not be able to tell whether it was true or false. Hope has shrunk to the size of a soybean, and I don't know whether she sheds tears or not. But how could it be hidden from Tiankai's spiritual consciousness? Seeing that his little trick was discovered, Hope was embarrassed and angry, so he knocked the glass bottle a few more times. "Coward, don't you believe that I can complete the task?" Tiankai shook his head. "Your father and I both think you will be better than Scott. But you are not suitable." "Why? Is it because I am a woman?" "No, it's because you are Dr. Pym's daughter." In one sentence, Hope fell silent. Tiankai continued, "Why did your dad insist on using Scott?" "Because he is an outsider. He has no feelings for Scott. Even if Scott dies because of this mission, he has nothing to lose." Hope said, "No. If Scott fails, it will cause a world-class disaster. Its importance is no less than losing a war." Apocalypse said, "That's the point. Dr. Pym would rather lose the entire war than lose you." When Hope heard this, his expression darkened, and after a while he said, "I don't believe it. He loves himself more than his family. When my mother died, he threw me into boarding school and ignored me for 2 weeks. Do you know how a little girl wishes her father could be by her side to accompany her during the most painful days when she just loses her mother?" As he spoke, Hope shed tears. "This time, it's true," Tiankai said warmly. "You wrongly blamed him." "Okay." Hope raised her head and looked at Apocalypse in confusion. "Dr. Pym did not abandon you intentionally during those 2 weeks. He was enduring great grief and trying to save your mother." Now, Hope was even more confused. "Didn't my mother die at that time? This starts with the so-called cause of death of your mother. Dr. Pym thought she was not dead at the time and tried to save him. But when he found that he could not be saved, he thought she was dead again." Hope's mother, Janet, the first-generation WASP, was trying to prevent a nuclear bomb from hitting the city. In desperation, he had to shrink to the subatomic level and enter the missile. The nuclear bomb was successfully destroyed and millions of lives were saved throughout the city. But once it shrinks to subatomic size, this process will be irreversible and it will become smaller and smaller, until it falls into the quantum realm that can no longer be shrunk and completely loses contact with the outside world. In those 2 weeks, the reason why Dr. Pym sent Hope to a boarding school to be taken care of was because he wanted to search for Janet in the quantum realm. Unfortunately, the technology at that time was immature. Dr. Pym has not developed an effective method either. After staying up day and night for 2 weeks, I finally gave up. When he thought about it, even if his wife did not die after entering the quantum realm, she would starve to death after 2 weeks. But he never expected that Janet not only did not die, but also gained her own unique abilities with the help of the energy in the quantum realm. It's just that I have been trapped in the quantum realm and can't get out. Not to mention Hope, even Dr. Pym doesn't know these ins and outs. Hope was so confused by Tiankai's words that she even forgot to cry. What does it mean to think she is not dead, and then think she is dead? Is that life or death? Hope said, "What was the cause of my mother's death? My father always said that she died in a plane crash. Until now, my father still has not told my mother the real cause of death." Tiankai said, "Your mother is not dead, she is still alive." "What?" 2 shocked voices came at the same time. One belongs to Hope, and the other belongs to Dr. Pym, who is hiding behind the door. The old man was a light sleeper, and Hope sneaked in and out without him noticing. But the conversation between Tiankai and Hope did not deliberately lower their voices. Even though they were separated by 1 floor, they still woke him up. Thinking that there was an invasion, Dr. Pym crept down, only to hear Apocalypse talking to the shrunken Hope. Although Tiankai had noticed it a long time ago, he did not reveal it. Dr. Pym hurriedly came over, grabbed Tiankai's arm, and said, "Are you telling the truth? How is this possible? After so many years, there is no food in the suit." Tiankai said calmly, "Dr. Pym, the quantum realm is far more magical than we imagined. Do people who shrink to quantum size necessarily need to eat to survive? Because the quantum field is too subtle, it is generally impossible for scientists to study it on a macro scale. In the original plot, Dr. Pym once personally admitted to his daughter Hope, "I have been researching for 10 years, but I still know nothing." Later in Avengers 4, Scott, who had spent time in the quantum realm, even discovered the possibility of traveling through time and space in the quantum realm. But he just thought it was possible. He was an engineer and was not qualified to understand the advanced theories in the quantum field. That's why we need the assistance of top scientists such as Banner Giant and Iron Man. The quantum realm is so magical that even time travel does not mean it is its ultimate mystery. In Avengers 3, Ant-Man's purpose of entering the quantum realm again is to fill a bottle with quantum energy like water. As a result, Thanos snapped his fingers and was trapped inside, unable to get out. Suddenly the glass banged loudly again. It turned out that Hope was so anxious that he hit the glass again. Apocalypse smiled. After talking about this, Hope probably wouldn't run away anymore, so he raised the glass. Hope suddenly grew bigger and appeared in front of him. After giving Apocalypse 2 blows, he opened the helmet of Ant-Man's suit. "Coward, tell me quickly, where is my mother now? How can I save her?" Tiankai said, "You have to ask your dad." Dr. Pym sighed slightly and had no choice but to tell the whole story again. They are the first generation of Ant-Man and the Wasp, and they have always maintained world peace. Every time the couple goes on a business trip together and leaves their daughter, they are actually on a mission. With the magical properties of the Ant-Man suit, they have always been invincible. Until later, I encountered a titanium alloy intercontinental missile. It was so tight and extremely strong that it was impossible to enter the interior by ordinary means. Janet resolutely shrank to the subatomic level before entering through the gap between atoms. Therefore, they fell into the quantum realm and could never see each other again. Hope understood the cause and effect, and said with tears in his eyes, "Dad, in those 2 weeks, you have been studying the quantum field, trying to save your mother, right? I have misunderstood you for so many years. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was protecting you. It was all my fault that Janet was in crisis." The father and daughter finally settled their differences and hugged each other tightly, refusing to separate for a long time. Decades of misunderstanding was finally resolved. At this warm moment, suddenly, a low voice came from the corner of the door. "Tang, what a great opportunity you can hug me too." Apocalypse, Hope, and Dr. Pym all turned to look at the corner of the door at the same time. I saw Scott wearing pajamas, hiding in the corner of the door where Dr. Pym was standing just now, sneaking like a thief. He arrived late and only saw the warm scene between Hope and Dr. Pym, thinking that this was the action Apocalypse had mentioned before. Although he didn't know what action Apocalypse had done, when he saw Apocalypse standing next to him like a piece of wood, he couldn't help it anymore and spoke out to remind him. "I was still thinking that Eastern people are shy, so if I hug her now, we will be a family from now on." Ahem, did I speak too loudly? The warm moment between father and daughter was broken by him, and Hope gave him an annoyed look. He turned to Tiankai and said, "You said my mother is still alive. What's going on?" "It's very simple. She is still trapped in the quantum realm and can't get out." Pym stared at Tiankai and said, "How do you know? The quantum field is too subtle. No scientist in the world really understands this field. I have been studying it for 10 years, but I have made no progress. Why are you sure she is still alive? Are you trying to deceive us? What are you trying to gain?" Tiankai smiled and said, "Of course I have my own methods. As for whether it is true or false, you will know soon." Hope was not as vigilant as Pym, so he quickly asked, "Then how to rescue my mother?" "He is the key." Apocalypse, Dr. Pym, and Hope all looked at Scott. Dr. Pym shook his head, still unconvinced. This kid is only good at cracking security systems. In terms of knowledge level, he only has a master's degree, which is really bad. In terms of action ability, he can't even compare to Hope. I really don't see how he has the ability to rescue Janet from the quantum realm. Now Scott was unhappy. "Hey, Pym, how can you say that to me? I've been training very hard these days." Dr. Pym said, "What did I say wrong?" Scott was speechless. In front of Dr. Pym, a top scientist, Scott's master's degree is indeed not worth mentioning. As for his hands-on ability, he has been beaten by Hope a lot these days, and he can't stand up. Now that the words have come to this, Apocalypse doesn't mind leaking more to prevent the butterfly effect. "Scott, I want you to remember one thing, always keep a blue flying ring." Scott was confused. "What blue flying ring? I don't even know what it is, how can I keep it?" "Don, you guy, can't you talk properly? You're always so mysterious." But when Dr. Pym and Hope heard this, they looked shocked. Dr. Pym said, "How do you know about the flying ring? I have never shown it to outsiders." Scott's training has not reached that stage. Tiankai shrugged and did not answer. "Anyway, there are many things that cannot be explained clearly, so I won't explain them at all." In the original plot, Dr. Pym made 2 colors of flying ring weapons, which are somewhat similar to ninja darts. There are Pym particles encapsulated in the flying ring. The red ones represent shrinking and the blue ones represent enlarging. You can hit objects in combat and instantly change their size, in order to achieve the purpose of hindering, attacking, and destroying the enemy. In fact, in many subsequent battles, these flying rings did give Ant-Man a great help. The most helpful thing was that Scott used a blue enlarging flying ring to pull himself out of the quantum realm. Without this blue flying ring, Scott would be trapped in the quantum realm forever like Janet, the first generation Wasp. If Apocalypse doesn't know about his interference, will Scott still enter the quantum realm? After entering, are there any blue flying rings on your body? The quantum realm is too mysterious. Even with Tiankai's current strength, he is unable to directly pull people out of it. So, let's just point it out directly to ensure Scott's safety. Although Hope was confused and shocked, he didn't care much about it and said directly, "How is he going to save my mother?" Tiankai said, "It's very simple, let him enter the quantum realm, and then find Janet, or establish contact with your mother. After that, just leave it to your father." Hope's eyes lit up. "Is this why you asked him to keep a blue flying ring?" "This is theoretically possible." Then, Hope turned to Pym and said, "Dad, I think we can start the experiment right away." Dr. Pym shook his head and said, "No, now is not the time." Hope was anxious and angry, and said, "Why? Don't you want to save your mother?" Dr. Pym took a deep breath and said, "I want to rescue Janet more than anyone else, but I am not in a hurry in these few days. There are too many doubts about what Tang said." "Hope, don't let your thoughts get to your head. You and I have done a lot of research on the quantum realm, and we know nothing about it. How did he know that your mother was still alive? Even if Tang didn't lie to us, we're still not sure how much time it will take to research during this period. Aren't we going to deal with Cross? Hope, don't forget. Your mother chose to sacrifice herself to save people in a city. She would not allow us to let Cross create a world-class disaster in order to save her." Sure enough, the ginger one is still spicier than the old one. Dr. Pym's words left Hope speechless. Although Hope knew that what his father said was correct, he still had to wait hard to miss his mother, seeing that she was so close. This kind of suffering is more difficult than in the past few decades. Hope tried to calm down her mood and said to Scott, "You go to my mother's training immediately." Scott was not happy. "I just came down to watch the show in my pajamas. Why did the fire get burned on me?" "That, beauty, it's so late at night. Let's just talk about it. The training will continue tomorrow. Go." Scott reluctantly took over the Ant-Man suit and looked at Apocalypse with resentment. "Why are you so mean-mouthed? Why don't you just show up and watch the excitement quietly?" "Well, now, this guy Tang was here picking up girls in the middle of the night, but he was rushed to training." Hope looked at Tiankai quietly and said, "You'd better not lie to me, otherwise." Tiankai smiled, "How about otherwise? I lied to you and I will be punished, but if I didn't lie to you and rescued your mother, how would you reward me?" This. Hope was speechless. "We can give you money, and I can sell Pym's shares, worth at least $10 billion. Ha 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 ha, I own an entire planet, what use does $1 billion do to me?" Hope said angrily, "Just brag, you have played King of Apocalypse too many times, right? If you really don't lack money, how can you come to your door to perform for little girls? What do you want?" Tiankai smiled and said, "If you successfully rescue your mother, I want you to change this look. Looking at me all day long makes me feel depressed. I want you to take care of it." Hope snorted, neither objecting nor agreeing. Apocalypse didn't stay here to deal with Cross. As long as he takes action, Cross is vulnerable. The top priority is to allow Scott to complete his evolution from ordinary person to Ant-Man. As for the Pym particles, as long as Janet is rescued, I believe it will not be too difficult to ask them. It's the equation for Pym particles. It's hard to say whether we can get it. In the next few days, under Hope's strict supervision, Scott finally made significant progress. First of all, it can flexibly change between large and small states, and can attack enemies during the transformation process. The first step is completed. The second step is to control the ants. In the reduced state, if you can control the ants, it is equivalent to having an extra miniature army, and you can let the ants assist you in doing many things. However, ants are not necessary. They are just needed for this special mission. Whether it is the first generation of Ant-Man, Dr. Pym, or the plot after Ant-Man 2, ants basically do not appear. Because of the many opponents they faced in the 2 periods before and after, Ant could no longer help. At that time, Ant-Man had nothing to do with ants, it just referred to his small size. Controlling ants requires a huge amount of mental energy. In the original plot, Hope successfully controlled the ants by inducing Scott's motivation to miss his daughter. But now, thanks to Apocalypse's intervention, I got my daughter's visitation rights and a perfect scholarship fund. Scott doesn't have any motivation to miss him. If he wants to see it, he can just take the car to his ex-wife's house to watch it. As a result, Scott has made no progress in controlling ants. Not to mention that Hope and Dr. Pym were worried, even Apocalypse couldn't stand it. So, he reached out and pressed Scott's head. Scott was agitated, immediately turned his head away, and said warily, "Don, what are you going to do? This move is too intimate and is very unacceptable among Western men." Scott was already thinking wildly. Could it be that Tang is so kind to my daughter and approaches me just because he likes my handsome appearance? Tiankai looked at Scott's mean smile, slapped him on the head, and said, "What are you thinking about? I'm helping you develop your spiritual realm. Really? You can do this." Not only Scott, but also Hope and Dr. Pym didn't believe it. Is the spiritual realm so easy to develop? Just press your head. Dr. Pym and Hope have been practicing for so long, but they can only control ants. Apocalypse shrugged and said, "Recently, I defeated a network god. My mental strength has greatly improved. I can still help others develop a little bit. When I touched Kathy's head before, I also helped her develop it. She should be very smart in reading in the future." The three of them all rolled their eyes, none of them believed Tiankai's words. You treat Scott like a child. In the end, Scott couldn't resist Tiankai, so he had to endure the embarrassment and let Tiankai press his head. Suddenly, a warm current flowed down from the top of his head. As it turns into thousands of needle-sized branches, it stimulates the cerebral cortex. What? Scott screamed in pain and fell to the ground struggling. My head felt like it was being pricked by thousands of needles at the same time, causing pain, numbness, and itching. I wanted to scratch it with my hands, but I couldn't scratch it anywhere. This is the difference between adults and children. The adult brain has been finalized. If it wants to develop, it is like a big tree bending down. It needs to be broken and reorganized. And children are extremely malleable, like newborn branches, they can be bent into any shape. From now on, when you grow up slowly, you won't feel any pain, it just seems like it's natural. Scott struggled on the ground for a while, the pain went away as quickly as it came. Before Dr. Pym and Hope could do anything, the scream stopped. Scott stood up in confusion, his mind clear. Then he looked at the ants on the table, and with a slight mental movement, the ants suddenly seemed like his own fingers, moving according to his own thoughts. One moment he pushes a sugar cube into the coffee, the next moment he lifts the coin. For a while, several ants were arranged in a circle, and for a while, they were arranged into several letters. Dr. Pym and Hope were stunned. Isn't this too fast? Just screamed for a short while and it was successful? Doesn't this require an adaptation process? I think that when they were training, it took a lot of effort to reach such a sophisticated level. Hope even began to believe that the Eastern man in front of him was King Apocalypse. But as soon as he saw Apocalypse's ungrateful smile, he remembered his cowardly behavior of refusing to wear the Ant-Man suit, and quickly gave up the idea. The next step is to train the flying ring. Red shrinks, blue grows. Scott, who had developed his mental power, started practicing these and quickly got started. And he solemnly hid a blue flying ring in the Ant-Man suit. Never use it unless faced with a life or death situation. Although he still couldn't believe that the one who helped him was King Apocalypse. But the various mysterious manifestations of Tiankai made him choose to believe in the other party. Okay, Dr. Pym said, after these few days of training, Scott, you have passed the test. However, before officially sneaking into the Cross Laboratory, there is one last training project that needs to be completed. Scott said, what project? I need you to go to a shield branch and steal a signal camouflage prototype. We need it to deal with the transmission blocker that Cross installed in the future laboratory vault. In the original plot, when Scott went to steal this signal camouflage prototype, he met Falcon. The two also had a fight. In the end, Ant-Man won and successfully stole the item. Now that Scott's training has been completed and Apocalypse's goal has been achieved, stealing equipment is no longer necessary. Tiankai said, we don't need any signal camouflage device. Just kill Cross Laboratory directly. Hope said, no, you can't be arrogant just because Scott has made progress. Cross's laboratory is heavily guarded, and there are several superpowered people as his bodyguards. It would be the stupidest thing to break in. It's safest for us to sneak in secretly. Tiankai stretched and said, leave it to me. I can slap them all to death. Hope said angrily, as long as you can, there must be a limit to bragging. How can you take your friend's life so seriously? Tiankai spread his hands and said, when I didn't wear a battlesuit before, you said I was timid, now that I am willing to take action, you don't let me take action. Women are really difficult to take care of. Hope's chest was heaving with anger, and he really wanted to slap the man in front of him who deserved a beating to death. Okay, don't argue anymore. Dr. Pym said, Cross has a client meeting tomorrow afternoon, and he actually dares to invite me to it. It seems that significant progress has been made and pre-sales have begun. Let's go take a look first and then decide when we come back the next day. Apocalypse, Dr. Pym, and Scott gathered in the living room early in the morning, preparing to attend the customer meeting. Hope didn't appear for a long time, and the three of them were a little anxious waiting. Then I saw her slowly sticking her head out from the corner of the door, seeming very embarrassed. When Tiankai took a look, no wonder he looked like a little white rabbit. It turned out that he had a new look and was a little afraid to show his face. The original Hope was an old-fashioned female pothead with big dark red lips and makeup that made her look old and ugly. Now, although I don't have time to cut my hair again, I can tie the hair on both sides a little to reveal the beautiful curves of my face. There is no lipstick on the lips, or even makeup. The luster has faded away, but instead they look fresh and lively, and the whole person is like an elf. Not to mention Apocalypse's eyes lit up, even Dr. Pym and Scott were surprised. Dr. Pym said, I almost forgot that my daughter looks like this. Alas, other men's words are more effective. Scott lowered his voice and said to Tiankai, Tang, no wonder you are willing to use such important information to just give her a new look. It's really beautiful. After changing her look, Hope seems to have become a lady. The aura that used to be so aggressive has become gentle and pleasant. However, when she got in the car, she walked up to Tiankai and began to reveal her true colors. She lowered her voice and said hardly, Coward, I changed my look according to your wishes. If you can't save my mother, I want you to look good. Tiankai smiled and said, Hope, it seems that you don't know how to do business. You paid me before I did anything. What I do next depends on my mood. Hope was furious and cursed, how dare you? 4 people per car. Soon we arrived in front of a building. I saw a huge sign on the top of the building, Pym Technology Company. Seeing that the company named after him was kicked out of the company's management, Dr. Pym was filled with emotion. Wait a minute, you two, pretend to be my assistants and see if you can sneak in. Dr. Pym said. If security doesn't let you go, you can wait for us in the lobby on the first floor. When Pym was here, management was very loose, like most companies. As long as they are the company's management, it is not a problem to bring anyone in casually. Hope shook his head and said, Dad, you haven't returned to the company for a long time, so you don't know the current situation. Cross has upgraded security rules. Each area has strict restrictions and a facial recognition system. Security personnel will come over as soon as employees or guests without authorization cross the gate. Scott said, give me some time, I can hack into the security system and add Tang and I to the allowed list. Dr. Pym shook his head and said, don't worry about these trivial matters. Tian Kai said, no need to bother. As long as we don't look into the eyes of the security personnel, they won't find out that Scott and I are outsiders. The other three people wanted to roll their eyes. You want to deceive the security in such a crude way? Before Hope and others could say anything, Apocalypse walked in from the front door in a swaggering manner. The tall security guard nodded politely and greeted Tian Kai. Dr. Pym and others were stunned. Dr. Pym asked Hope, did Cross embezzle the company's security funds? Hope shook his head and said he didn't know what was going on. After entering, people all looked at Dr. Pym and Hope. If it weren't for their whispering, everyone would have thought that the company had discovered that Apocalypse had broken in without permission. Is this Dr. Pym? I haven't seen him come to the company for a long time. I thought he was dead, but he looked good. Is that woman Hope? Did I see it wrong? She turns out to be so beautiful. With father and daughter appearing in the company at the same time, I'm afraid the company will be in great turmoil. What are you afraid of? Even if the company collapses, why don't we find another company and continue working? The four of them arrived at the highest floor, a huge laboratory. At this time, there were already many guests in the laboratory, each wearing a suit and leather shoes, and they looked impressive. According to their own small circles, they stood sparsely together. Seeing Dr. Pym and others arriving, a bald man walked out of the stairs. This person is Cross. Cross is about 40 years old, tall, and seems to have a perpetually conceited smile on his face. He shouted to all the guests, before we begin, I would like to introduce a special guest, the founder of our company and my mentor Dr. Pym. The crowd applauded politely. Cross continued, I got inspiration from my mentor and spent more than 10 years researching a particle that can change the distance between atoms and increase the strength and density at the same time. Everyone imagines that a soldier the size of an insect, an ultimate assassination weapon, will fundamentally change the way war is fought in the world. Then, Cross played several ancient film images on the holographic screen. A group of soldiers fired in panic, seemingly fighting ghosts, and then fell down one by one. These images were taken by Dr. Pym when he was attacking the former Soviet Union when he was Ant-Man. I don't know how Cross got it. In the old film era, the images were blurry and it was impossible to capture the first generation of Ant-Man. Even if it is captured, everyone thinks it is just a noise point. Cross used current technology to restore the film, freezing and enlarging the scene at the moment Ant-Man appeared. Everyone could barely see Ant-Man clearly. Cross continued, everyone thinks this is a legend? They think the little black dot on the video is a noise point. Maybe, but it doesn't matter now. I was inspired by the legend of Ant-Man and spent more than 10 years finally inventing this piece of equipment, the Wasp suit. With it, the world's war pattern will be rewritten. As he spoke, a mechanical arm stretched out from above, with a small transparent container inside. As the magnifying glass zoomed in, everyone saw that there was actually a set of yellow armored suits standing on a metal pillar less than the size of a pencil. When Cross pressed the controller in his hand, the Wasp suit immediately grew in size and appeared in front of everyone in an instant. It caused everyone to exclaim. Cross smiled confidently, put on his battle uniform on the spot, and said, guests, next is the time to witness the miracle. Whoosh sound. Cross disappeared from sight. Cross, in his reduced state, flew to the magnifying glass and stood in front of the metal pillar, letting everyone see his form. Gentlemen and ladies, the future is right in front of you. This sentence immediately detonated the scene. The guests present were either gangsters or arms tycoons. They were all knowledgeable people and immediately realized the greatness of this weapon. Whoever masters this equipment will dominate the battlefield. Someone immediately shouted, no matter what the price, Mr. Cross, I want to order 3,000 sets. I want to order 500 sets. Someone even shouted, Mr. Cross, if I can be the exclusive agent, the price can be easily negotiated. Cross's idea is also very simple. The Wasp suit can be sold, but the Pym particles must be held tightly in his hands. By then, organizations all over the world that use Wasp suits will purchase Pym particles from him. He is the uncrowned king of war. Dr. Pym and Hope looked at each other, their eyes full of worry. Cross development is progressing faster than they imagined. It even directly broke through the key problem of shrinking living creatures and directly created a complete Wasp battle suit. Just when everyone was in a turbulent mood, suddenly a clear voice drowned out all the sounds. I want 1 sets. Everyone followed the sound and saw an oriental man, looking at the miniature version of the Wasp suit with a smile. Tian Kai said to Cross, I want what you have. Who are you? I don't think I invited you. Cross was confused and angry. Where did the Orientals come from? The people invited this time are all big guys from all walks of life, and each one of them is of great importance. If there is an Oriental, it is impossible for him not to remember it. Tian Kai didn't answer, and held Cross's hand from afar. With a pop sound, the metal pillar on which Cross was standing broke. Together with the magnifying glass, it floated towards Tian Kai. From Cross' perspective, he only saw a distorted and enlarged face, filling the entire field of vision, approaching him. Cross was shocked. He no longer looked as confident as before, although it's not clear what's going on. But the first reaction was to take off immediately and escape from the immediate predicament first. With a buzz sound, Cross, who was wearing a wasp uniform, flew out of the scope of the magnifying glass like a bullet. But then he appeared from the other side of the magnifying glass. Because the speed was too fast, Cross cycled several times and found that he was trapped in this small space and could not get out. This is exactly Apocalypse's method, the space cage. I originally thought about asking Scott to practice his skills, but I didn't expect Cross to progress so quickly and already have a finished product. If there is any further delay, some wasp uniforms may flow into the black market, causing casualties that are difficult to estimate. It will be a lot of trouble to clear it out at that time. Apocalypse had to take action himself, imprisoning Cross first. Everyone was in commotion and at a loss. Is this part of the arrangement or something? Suddenly, someone pointed at Tian Kai in horror. This man is a middle-aged man with eagle eyes and a tall nose, with an extraordinary imposing manner and a boss-like demeanor. At this time, his face turned pale, like a frightened deer, and he screamed uncontrollably. You are the king of Apocalypse. Tian Kai looked at it. Hydra? I didn't expect to meet you everywhere. You are really haunted. In the original plot, Hydra sent several people to contact Cross and wanted to buy the wasp suit. Although Tian Kai cannot remember the faces of these passers-by, based on the original plot, he is able to shout out his true identity and is extremely scared. Besides Hydra, there will be no second organization. It's King Tian Kai. Everyone, run. The Hydra men quickly threw out a few small objects, then separated in several directions, each focusing on their own lives. There was a chaotic sound of boom, bang. It turns out that the small objects thrown by Hydra are bombs disguised as pens, buttons, and accessories. Only in this way can you pass the security. Among these small objects are anti-personnel explosive bombs and smoke bombs with cover. The nearby guests all changed their expressions. This change was too sudden. Everyone had no time to react and watched the objects explode. At the moment of despair, time around me seemed to have stopped. The smoke from a smoke bomb looks like a painting frozen in ice. The ripples in the air caused by the shockwave of the explosive bomb suddenly stopped when they were about to touch the guest's body. It condenses in the air into a highly impactful three-dimensional funnel shape. These images, which can only be seen by slowing down tens of thousands of times, are appearing close to him at this time. Everyone felt as if time was slowing down tens of thousands of times, watching the god of death approaching them frame by frame. Why are you standing there in a daze? Is the explosion pretty? Tian Kai reminded. All the guests were stunned, and then realized that they were not frozen, only the bombs were frozen. So everyone ran away in a hurry. Immediately, Tian Kai's divine power moved slightly. The frozen explosion pattern suddenly turned black and was annihilated in nothingness. Immediately, the annihilated space was slowly filled by the surrounding space, and a breeze blew. As for those Hydras, they just ran out of the laboratory at this time. Apocalypse did not chase after them, but pulled the air towards them, and with a few bang 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 sounds, all the Hydras crashed through the glass and flew in. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. The glass in the laboratory is extremely strong and anti-collision glass. Several Hydras were forcibly pulled by Apocalypse and broke through, leaving only half a life left. Apocalypse ignored him. As long as he didn't die, he turned back to S.H.I.E.L.D. for interrogation. With a wave of his hand, the metal tables and chairs in the laboratory suddenly stretched like noodles, and then automatically tied up several Hydra people. Tian Kai glanced at the other guests. He didn't recognize anyone in his past life memory, and he didn't know whether he was a good person or a bad person. It is not easy to arrest them for the time being. But this look from Apocalypse scared everyone to death. The other guests were not sure whether the apocalypse was for everyone, so they froze in place and did not dare to move. For a moment, the laboratory of Novo University fell into silence. Tian Kai turned around and said to Scott, "Sorry, I originally wanted to give him to you for training, but things changed, so I had to take action ahead of time." Scott, Hope, and Dr. Pym were no better than the other guests. They were so shocked that their brains almost shut down. They were not only shocked by Apocalypse's methods, which were mysterious and powerful, but they were even more shocked by the three words shouted by Hydra, "King Apocalypse?" Scott's eyes widened. This man who came to pick him up as soon as he was released from prison, sent photos to his daughter, and wrote a gift message. Is he really the King of Apocalypse? How could this be true? What can I do? Are you really King Apocalypse? Tian Kai shrugged and said, "I told you from the beginning." But what? Tian Kai smiled. "It's just that you can't believe it. I'm just a little person. Why would you invite me in person? No one would believe it." Tian Kai said, "I have already told you the reason." Scott was stunned for a moment, and finally remembered what Apocalypse had repeatedly mentioned, saying that he was a superhero with great potential and a key figure in saving the Earth in the future. However, once you say this, don't say that others don't believe it. Even when telling stories to his daughter Kathy, Scott didn't dare to make them up like this. But when the patron saint of the earth told him face to face, Scott's belief that he was an ordinary person was shaken. Is there really something awesome about me? It shouldn't be. In terms of force, I can't even defeat Hope. In terms of talent, he is strong in cracking security systems, but it has nothing to do with superheroes. Dr. Pym, on his side, was shocked and had a gloomy expression on his face. After a while, Dr. Pym asked, "Did the Stark family ask you to steal my equation?" As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Dr. Pym regretted them, as the so-called concern is chaos. What Dr. Pym was most worried about in his life was the leakage of the Pym particle equation. Ever since Iron Man's father, Howard Stark, tried to replicate the Pym particles decades ago, to Cross's wasp suit now, his worries have never gone away. Apocalypse's true identity was suddenly exposed. Thinking of his relationship with Iron Man, Dr. Pym suddenly became speechless. The other guests looked at the old man with contempt. Who is he? He is just the founder of a small technology company. How dare he say that King Apocalypse came to steal his things? This is simply an insult to everyone's idol. If King Apocalypse is not right in front of you, I don't care what your identity is, I'll give you a good beating first. Everyone survived the previous world-destroying disasters because of the kindness of King Apocalypse. Don't say that King Tiankai doesn't like your things. Even if he does, just ask directly, are you embarrassed not to give it to me? Tiankai shook his head and said, I want your equation, but it has nothing to do with Tony. Hiss. Everyone was shocked. I originally thought this old man was crazy, but I didn't expect it to be true. Although it wouldn't be called stealing, what kind of heaven-defying thing is the equation that King Apocalypse came to ask for in person? Although everyone has just seen the effect of the Pym particle equation. At this time, Cross was still flying around in the space cage like a headless fly, but thinking about King Tiankai coming to ask for it in person, I unconsciously thought that it must be something more powerful. Although their thinking was a little off, the power of the Pym particle equation was indeed far beyond their imagination. Just through the quantum tunnel, traveling through time and space, its value and use are immeasurable. Dr. Pym said coldly, even if you are King Apocalypse, I will not give it to you. Apocalypse shrugged, I didn't intend to rob or steal it. Just make sure it doesn't fall into other people's hands. At this time, Hope also recovered from the shock and said, you were the one who took action anyway, why do you still need to train Scott? Tiankai spread his hands and said helplessly, how many times have I said that Scott will be a superhero in the future, and he will be a very critical superhero. Just him. Hope curled her lips. She had been abusing Scott a lot during these days of training in combat skills. She really couldn't see what was special about him. Hey, beauty, what's your expression? I'm a superhero acknowledged by King Apocalypse himself. Scott was unhappy. No matter how much you admit it, you haven't been beaten by me 800 times? Why, you still want to compete with me? Scott felt guilty. The pain of training these days comes to mind again. The dozens of guests over there had their eyes wide open and their brains were running at high speed. Try to remember clearly the people in front of you and the words they said. Needless to say, King Apocalypse, it is already a great opportunity to have the honor to meet him. If you turn around, you say you are face blind to Orientals and forget about it. If you say anything, you won't be sprayed to death? At least people within the organization will not let him go. And the middle-aged man next to King Apocalypse, the superhero identified by King Apocalypse himself, must also be a great god and cannot be offended. As for the other beauty, an old man, even King Apocalypse admitted that he wanted the old man's equation, which shows that it goes against the grain. There are many people who are involved in the underworld and have already taken a liking to Dr. Pym. As for that beauty, she beat another superhero recognized by the King of Apocalypse to the point where she didn't dare to refute her. It seems that she is not an easy person. For a moment, everyone present had their own thoughts. Suddenly, Cross laughed haha. I don't know what I have done, but I bothered King Tiankai to take action himself. Scott said, death is imminent, are you still in the mood to laugh? Cross said, haha, if King Apocalypse kills me personally, I have nothing to say and can only accept my fate. But if King Apocalypse doesn't kill me, may I ask, on what charges are you going to try me? Ha 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 ha. Hope, Dr. Pym and others frowned, as if this was indeed the case. Cross just showed off his weapons and equipment, which is really not a crime. Pym Corporation originally had the authority to manufacture and sell weapons. Not to mention displaying weapons, even if they are sold, it is still legal. As for the guests who came to see the display, Cross could say that he was unaware of it. After all, Hydra has too many false identities, and everyone knows them. Whether it is S.H.I.E.L.D. or other agencies, they represent the side of justice after all. If the crime does not lead to death, it is impossible to feel that the other party is a threat and just kill him. Otherwise, what's the difference with a supervillain? The problem was that Cross had figured out the equation for the Pym particle. Not to mention being released, even in prison, there are a lot of people watching. Once the equation is leaked, especially if it falls into the hands of the anti-human Hydra, it will completely subvert the existing world. Everyone looked at Tiankai. If he killed Cross, no one would dare say anything. Before Tiankai could express his stance, a white figure suddenly came out of a guest's body and ran straight towards Tiankai. The white figure is looming, it seems to be an entity, and it also looks like a holographic projection. Everyone was startled. Who the hell is this, so bold, dare to attack King Apocalypse? The white figure did not attack Tiankai directly, but grabbed the shrinking Cross. How could Tiankai tolerate someone snatching people from his hands? With a slight movement of his hand, a spatial cage enveloped the white figure. Unexpectedly, the white figure was not affected at all. It flashed a few times like a holographic projection and passed through the spatial cage. In just such an instant, the white figure had cross in his hand. Only then did everyone see clearly that the person coming was a woman wearing an all-white battlesuit. And she is a woman with an excellent figure. She has a graceful figure. Even the thick white uniform cannot hide the curves of her figure. After she caught cross, her figure flashed again. It actually sank directly to the ground, as if it were really like a ghost, unblocked by any object. Even Cross, who was caught in her hand, seemed to have become a part of the ghost at this time. Tiankai was slightly surprised. This was the first time he encountered someone who was not affected by space. Since the space cage doesn't work, Apocalypse changed it to divine power. An arc-shaped yellow divine power struck directly towards the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, the ground was blasted through, blasting a large hole several meters wide. You could see the staff on the next floor, screaming in panic. However, nothing happened to the white ghost who was attacked by divine power, as if it was hit by a phantom. After a few flashes, she took cross and continued to sink to the next level. Tiankai was slightly angry. Since the New York Wormhole War, he had never tried 2 attacks without success. A red fluid appeared on the hand and wrapped around Apocalypse's palm. It was the reality stone. Then pressed down. The dozens of floors below me suddenly twisted, layer upon layer, and kept spinning, like a huge complex solid vortex. Just looking at it makes you dizzy. But the white ghost remained unaffected, diving in and disappearing directly into the vortex. Although Tiankai's consciousness can track her, it cannot stop her. Just as he was about to reach the ground, Apocalypse's spiritual power surged out. It turned into a spiritual sword and stabbed directly at the white ghost. The solid vortex that had been distorted by the reality stone actually separated consciously, revealing a passage. The spiritual sword flashed past and pierced the white ghost's mind, but it passed through without causing any reaction. The white ghost paused for a moment, turned back and gave a middle finger to Tiankai, and then disappeared to the ground. This time, even Tiankai couldn't trace her figure and disappeared completely. Apocalypse put away the red fluid in his hand, and the dozens of floors distorted by the reality stone quickly returned to their original state. Ouch! Vomit! Vomit! There was a sound of vomiting coming from the building. For a time, the whole building was filled with an unpleasant fishy smell. Although the reality stone distorted reality for only a few seconds, the PIM company employees inside were already dizzy from the whirlpools. Tiankai's face darkened. This was the first time that someone escaped from his hands, and even snatched away the person he wanted to catch in front of him. Losing face is a trivial matter, but the key is that the superpower displayed by the white ghost can actually cause the space gem, reality gem, and divine power attacks to fail one after another. Its level of uniqueness is unparalleled. Seeing Apocalypse looking over at the group of distinguished guests where the white ghost appeared, they secretly complained in their hearts. King Apocalypse shouldn't think it's the people we brought, right? But they are really not our people. She just suddenly appeared from the wall behind her and passed through our bodies. With such a ghost passing through us, we are still worried about whether there is something wrong with our bodies. King Tiankai, this is none of our business. Tiankai raised his palm slightly, and everyone did not dare to say anything for a moment. Seeing that Tiankai remained silent, everyone felt uneasy. First there were a few people from Hydra mixed in, and then a white ghost appeared and robbed people in front of King Apocalypse. The people present are all people in high positions. If someone provokes someone like this, it must be fake if they are not angry. Not to mention King Apocalypse? The guest bosses felt that they were in some danger, and were afraid that Apocalypse would mistake them for having something to do with Hydra and the white ghost. A big boss who can purchase cutting-edge weapons is somewhat unclean himself. Even if King Apocalypse didn't shoot himself to death on the spot and let S.H.I.E.L.D. investigate instead, there would still be constant trouble. Tiankai was not angry, but was sorting out his memory. This white ghost, if you guessed correctly, should be Ava, who only appears in Ant-Man 2. It's just that the plot of Ant-Man 1 is not over yet. Why does she suddenly appear? Even if he showed up, he still wanted to take Cross from his hands. What was the purpose? In the original plot, the main purpose of Ava's appearance was to heal her quantum body. This quantum body gave her the ability to travel through all matter, but also brought her endless pain. Every time the cells switch between the real state and the quantum state, the cells will be torn and reorganized, which is equivalent to experiencing 1 or more cuts by 1,000 cuts every day. Being able to stay awake and not go crazy under such pain is considered a sign of Ava's strong will. But even if she could endure the pain, it wasn't the end. The biggest trouble is that lifespan is coming to an end soon. In the original plot of Ant-Man 2, Ava appears to steal Janet's quantum energy in the quantum realm to heal herself. Now that she appears so early, does Cross have a way to cure her? If possible, Tiankai wouldn't mind using recovery potion to help her heal her body. But everything involving the quantum realm is mysterious and abnormal, and even transcends the limitations of time and space. I just used the power of the space stone and the reality stone one after another, but they couldn't do anything to Ava's quantum body. No matter how powerful the recovery potion is, it seems that it can only affect the material world, and Apocalypse is not sure. Scott came over and asked, Dawn, who was that person just now? Isn't he another supervillain? Tiankai came back to his senses and smiled slightly. Yes. You should have dealt with her originally, but I didn't expect to meet her in advance. Be careful when you encounter her in the future. Don't let her put her hands into your body and pull out your internal organs or anything like that. Scott felt a chill in his heart. That's not it, is it? Can I quit? Cannot. Scott felt a little sad in his heart. He became the first opponent of a superhero. Is it so scary? Even Tian Kai couldn't catch her just now. If she went up by herself, wouldn't it be a delivery? Dr. Pym came over and said, Cross has been captured. Now, the equation may not be saved. Tian Kai shook his head and said, it shouldn't be leaked for the time being, but we don't have much time left. If Pym particles are infinitely minimized, they can reach the quantum realm. Ava's purpose in snatching Cross was probably to use Cross's technology to heal her quantum body. I won't be busy with other things for the time being. Hope said, what should we do here now? Cross is not here, but there is still his research information in the server. Tian Kai said, one of you is the founder, and the other is a senior executive second only to Cross. It would be best for you to take over. Hope shook his head and said, even if Cross disappears, I won't be able to access a lot of research information in the computer without permission. Then it's all ruined. In the original plot, the entire company's servers were destroyed with the help of ants. Now that the matter has come to this, we might as well just take action. Anyway, the greatest asset of Pym Corporation is the Pym particle equation, which Dr. Pym has. Other information is of little value. However, before that, Tian Kai still had to make a phone call. Fury, I just ran into a little trouble and wanted to ask you about someone. You say it. God Fury is here, and after experiencing a few little troubles as Tian Kai said, he has developed strong nerves and will never be surprised again. White Ghost Ava, I want all her information. How do you know her? On the other end of the phone, Fury's tone suddenly became serious. SHIELD has been established for decades, has personnel spread all over the world, and contains countless top secrets. There is also a lot that Tian Kai doesn't know. It's not that Fury kept a secret from Apocalypse, but that Apocalypse didn't ask and he didn't need to tell. I just fought with her and failed to keep her. She even snatched someone away from me. What? Fury was no longer calm now. These few sentences contained so much information that it made Fury's scalp numb with fear. It seems that this little trouble may really be a big deal. Others may not know Ava's origins, but Fury, as the director, knows it clearly. Because Ava has been a thug of S.H.I.E.L.D. all these years, S.H.I.E.L.D. sends Ava to take action on many things that are obviously inconvenient. With the unique ability of Ava's quantum body, she can walk through walls as if on flat ground, and all her assassinations and infiltrations have failed. Coupled with a white combat uniform, he got the name White Ghost. The reason Ava joined S.H.I.E.L.D. was because someone told her that S.H.I.E.L.D. could cure her quantum body. As for who said this and who abducted Ava to join, the original plot did not explain. As the director, Fury must have had something to do with it even if he hadn't promised it himself. After all, a good old guy can't be the director of SHIELD. The reason why Ava believed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s words was not entirely because she was deceived. It's because of the white suit made for her by S.H.I.E.L.D., the phase change suit. This suit of clothing allows Ava to flexibly switch between the quantum state and the real state. Not only does it facilitate her mission, it also gives Ava a glimmer of hope. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. can make a phase change suit, Ava thinks it is also possible to go one step further and make an instrument that can heal her. However, as we age, our quantum body becomes increasingly unstable. After repeated questioning, Ava discovered that S.H.I.E.L.D. had lied to her. Over the years, I have only used her as a weapon, sneaking in, killing people, and doing many things that agents do. Not only does SHIELD not have the ability to cure itself, it has not even conducted relevant scientific research to find a cure. Therefore, Ava was furious and betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D. Turn to finding solutions yourself. After all, SHIELD is not Hydra. It was at fault itself. Faced with Ava's withdrawal, it did not send anyone to hunt her down. But let it be. Maybe they also know that no one can treat Ava's condition, and she will die in a few years, and then everything will be over. Ava betrayed SHIELD in the past year or two. It just so happens that in the past few years, supervillains of all kinds have appeared crazily, and SHIELD is too busy to care about anything else. Coupled with the emergence of Apocalypse, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prestige is far greater than before, and everyone focuses on him. Gradually, the unknown White Ghost was also forgotten by the people involved. If Apocalypse hadn't asked, Fury would never have thought of White Ghost. If someone else had asked, Fury might have covered it up. But he was not only afraid of Tian Kai's strength, but also afraid of Tian Kai's ability to seem to know everything, so he honestly sent the files over. Apocalypse glanced at Ava's file briefly and said, Fu Rui, you are not doing this properly. Fury sighed, alas. The higher you sit, the more you will realize that completely upright means cannot achieve anything. Fury continued, if we told Ava from the beginning that her symptoms were untreatable, guess what would have happened? It's a trivial matter that she doesn't join S.H.I.E.L.D. But a ghost-like person with superpowers is living outside, enduring the pain of cell tearing all day long, knowing that she is not going to die soon. Who can imagine what she will do in the end? Instead of doing this, it's better to give her a little hope. In addition to being used by me, it won't cause damage to the world. Tang, I gave her the recovery potion you gave her. But it didn't work. Sure enough, Apocalypse's guess was correct. Ordinary recovery potions could not affect the quantum body. It can be deduced from this that the golden and purple recovery potions will probably not be effective. Tian Kai said, do you know where she is hiding? Fury said, I don't know. Her abilities are too special and difficult to track. Plus we estimate that she doesn't have much life left, so we don't pay too much attention to her. However, it is not difficult to check. Give me 2 days. Based on various ghost topics that appear on the internet around the world, and comparing the characteristics, we can find out where she appeared. Tian Kai shook his head and said, 2 days are too long. I will give you a clue. You should check a university professor named Bill Foster. He has been helping Ava find a treatment plan. Bill Foster. Fury was stunned. I know this man. He was originally a scientific researcher of S.H.I.E.L.D. and participated in a research project. However, the project made little progress and he also quit S.H.I.E.L.D. and went to taught at the university. Tian Kai said, is that project called Goliath? You also know this? Tang, I really can't hide it from you. Fury was slightly scared, but luckily he just sent Ava's file honestly. If there was anything to hide, he felt that Apocalypse would be able to tell it at a glance. Apocalypse even knows about such an old and failed research project as Goliath. Is there anything else he doesn't know? He couldn't afford any dissatisfaction with a strong man of Tian Kai's level. As for Goliath, he is a famous giant in the Bible and the chief warrior of the Philistines. Legend has it that he is 10 feet tall and has infinite strength. Everyone who sees him will shy away and dare not challenge him. S.H.I.E.L.D. is named after it, and its purpose is to study the combat effectiveness of giant objects. But the key to project Goliath is the PIM particle. Without PIM particles, ordinary objects would simply become giant and vulnerable. Only by using PIM particles to enhance strength, structural strength, change weight, and other characteristics, and become giant, can combat power be formed. In later plots, Ant-Man became giant and was dozens of meters tall. It can tear apart airplanes by hand at the top, and pedal ships at the bottom. It's because the strength has been enhanced. Otherwise, it is just a simple amplification. A person is still the same as an ordinary person with 100 kilograms of strength, and it is useless no matter how much it is amplified. However, due to a quarrel between Dr. Pym and S.H.I.E.L.D., S.H.I.E.L.D. could not obtain PIM particles. The Goliath project became a tree without roots, unable to take shape, and eventually came to nothing. How long will it take you? Fury pondered for a few seconds and said, give me an hour. Okay. Also, send someone over to PIM Technology Company. There are some things that need to be dealt with here. Dawn, from the moment you said the white ghost, I have sent Falcon flying to set off immediately. Tian Kai said confused, are you going to send Falcon alone? I thought you were going to send out all the troops again. Fury was so angry that he shouted loudly, I just made a mistake, how long are you going to stop? Originally, that old guy General Ross didn't know, but you guys kept talking about it all day long, and now he knows it too. I'm almost bored to death by him. Apocalypse shrugged, don't worry, Fury, even if you retire, I guess Tony will still use this story to educate his daughter. Not long after hanging up the phone, there was a bang and the Falcon crashed through the high-rise glass and rushed in. Hey Dawn, long time no see. Well, please check that group of people and see if there are any Hydra people. When the big guest saw that it was Falcon, the last trace of luck was gone. The identity of King Apocalypse is known to many people in certain circles, but his photos have never appeared in the public media. Including Hope, Scott, Dr. Pym, and others, there is still a trace of doubt about Apocalypse's true identity. But the appearance of the Falcon completely dispelled their last doubts. Falcon and other public appearances of SHIELD heroes are all familiar, comparable to superstars in the entertainment industry. No one knows, no one knows. Even he has to obey the orders of the Oriental man in front of him. So, is there any need to doubt his identity? Apocalypse turned around. Dr. Pym, can you build an instrument to bind the quantum body? Dr. Pym frowned, thought for a while, and finally said, it's okay. I can create a huge quantum energy field that can bind quanta. This is the method I used to study the quantum field before. It's just that, in the past, only binding a few qubits required a huge amount of energy. If you want to bind an entire quantum the size of a human body, even if it can be created, it will not take a while. The difficulty and engineering volume are similar to building 10 particle accelerators. Tian Kai smiled bitterly, this level of difficulty was almost impossible. Quantum Apocalypse didn't understand, but he had seen the news about a particle accelerator and knew what it looked like. A circular accelerating pipeline dozens of kilometers long, consuming as much electricity as a city, can only accelerate a small beam of particles to 99.9999999% of the speed of light. When such a device is built and we start to hunt down Ava, I'm afraid the world will have no idea what Cross and Ava have done. It seems that we have to think of another way. Tian Kai thought for a while and came up with a curved method to defeat the enemy. So he asked Fury for another piece of information, and then handed the holographic tablet to Scott. You have 1 hour to thoroughly read this information. At that time, you will need to go into battle in person. Scott took it and took a look. It was filled with dense circuits, physical formulas, and energy loops. Helplessly, he spread his hands and said, Tang, you really think highly of me. These materials involve quantum physics, and I'm just a master's engineer. Hope took it and said, let me see. Although she is as talented as Dr. Pym, she inherited her father's legacy and still knows a little about the quantum field. In Ant-Man 2, she has also been assisting Dr. Pym in building a quantum channel, and her knowledge is just as good as Scott's. Scott and Hope watched and discussed, and then they gradually figured out something. Tian Kai said, originally I wanted to take Scott out alone this time, but now it seems that, Hope, you have to go with me too. No. Dr. Pym shouted, my daughter cannot go on such a dangerous mission with you. Dad. No matter what you say, I won't agree to it, Dr. Pym said angrily. In the past, Hope would not have cared whether Dr. Pym agreed or not. But last night the father and daughter resolved their knot and reconciled, so they had to consider their father's feelings. Scott said, Dr. Pym, following King Apocalypse, what do you have to worry about? Then how did the white ghost escape just now? The quantum body is not affected by the existing physical laws. If she reaches into your body and pulls out internal organs or something like that, can Dawn stop her? Scott was speechless and could only wink at Apocalypse and throw the problem back to Apocalypse. What Dr. Pym said is not a blind worry, but it is indeed a possibility. In the original plot of Ant-Man 2, he was once stabbed in the neck by Ava, using this as a threat to snatch the shrunken laboratory building. As long as one of them refuses to agree, the quantum hand will turn reality into reality, and Dr. Pym will be killed on the spot. Tian Kai smiled and said, you are right, so she needs a suit. Dr. Pym's eyes dodged, not daring to look directly at Apocalypse. What kind of suit? I only have one suit. Apocalypse smiled and said, really? Whose is the female wasp suit in the basement of the house? Dr. Pym, you actually know in your heart that Hope can't be your little gummy candy forever. You have already been prepared for her. Since little gummy has to face the wind and rain as soon as possible, wouldn't it be the safest way to take her first step under my protection? These words made Dr. Pym silent. Since the invention of Pym particles and the Ant-Man suit, the Pym family has been destined to never be ordinary people again. Just like the Iron Man family. Nowadays, superheroes and supervillains are everywhere. Being an ordinary person is actually more dangerous than being a superhero, and you have no ability to protect yourself. But after his wife Janet had an accident, Dr. Pym had a psychological shadow. I was afraid of losing my daughter again, so I did so many things in circles. Otherwise, what chance would Scott have? Now, Tian Kai's words reached his heart. Since my daughter will enter the ranks of superheroes sooner or later, what could be safer than taking the first step under the protection of King Apocalypse? Apocalypse saw that Dr. Pym was silent, so he turned to Hope and said, your dad agreed. Let's go, little gummy. Hope glared at Tian Kai and said, did you call me little gummy? Then my mother called me. You are not allowed to call me. Okay, little gummy. No shouting, no shouting. No one is allowed to call me that again except my mother. If you feel mentally unbalanced, you can call me mom. Roll. Hope's original admiration and shock towards King Apocalypse suddenly disappeared without a trace with these despicable words. The three of them returned to Dr. Pym's house and got 2 sets of suits. Hope's outfit is bright and fashionable, and the quality is much higher than Scott's. What's more, Scott's suit had been torn by Apocalypse, and the big seam marks looked like a beggar's uniform. What's even worse is that Hope's wasp suit has 4 wings as thin as cicada wings on the back, which can fly. This made Scott envious. If he wants to fly, he has to use flying ants, and his speed and agility are far inferior to those of the wasp suit. Hope put on the battle suit, and the close-fitting suit highlighted her tall and graceful figure. Scott's eyes widened. What are you looking at? Your eyelids are glued to your eyes. Hope scolded. Scott yelled, it's not fair. Dawn saw it too. Why didn't you scold him? Just me. Tian Kai smiled and said, my eyes are not as vulgar as yours. All bad men are the same. An hour passed quickly as the 3 of them prepared. News came from S.H.I.E.L.D. that Professor Bill had taken action. He originally had his class this afternoon, but Professor Bill asked for leave and left work early. Tracking Ava may not be easy, but tracking Professor Bill is much easier. Apocalypse followed him invisibly. Scott and Hope shrank to the size of ants, standing on the shoulders, one on the left and the other on the right. Hope said, Professor Bill is a cutting-edge scientist studying the quantum field. If White Ghost wants to extract energy from the quantum field to repair the body, it will definitely need the help of scientists like him. Apocalypse nodded. Ava's academic qualifications are not high. She is probably not as good as Scott. It is impossible to understand the quantum field. She will definitely need to use external help. It's just that this is the wrong time. Scott said, where is the wrong time? Tian Kai shook his head and did not answer. In the original plot, the 2 plots of Ant-Man 1 and Ant-Man 2 were several years apart. But now, before Cross can deal with this guy, Ava has appeared. It seems that someone has deliberately advanced the timeline. As for whether it was the butterfly effect caused by themselves or the manipulation of the Time Management Bureau that affected them, it was unclear. Professor Bill drove and soon came to an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs. Open the door and go in. On the ground floor are some abandoned machinery and auto parts. In the dilapidated office, Professor Bill pressed a few passwords and opened a secret door. Following a spiral narrow staircase more than 10 meters high, one descends to the basement. The originally closed vision suddenly opened up. Bill's footsteps could even be heard faintly echoing here. What appears in front of you is a huge laboratory. There are a dazzling array of silver-white brand new instruments inside, and multiple huge holographic displays are constantly scrolling with information. Many instruments are still running under program control. Obviously, this laboratory must have been built in cooperation with Cross, Professor Bill, Ava, and others. Bill is just a university professor, and Ava is on the run all day long. It is impossible for both of them to have such huge funds to support this laboratory. Only Cross has the technology, the bonus, and PIM technologies as cover. Building such an underground laboratory couldn't be more convenient. In the middle of the warehouse laboratory is a huge transparent vessel, about 2 people tall and about the size of 3 to 5 people surrounding it. It was almost filled with red flowing liquid. These are exactly PIM particles. Above the vessel, there are 3 small pipes, into which red liquid is constantly dripping. It's just that the dripping speed is extremely slow, almost the same as the water leaking from a faucet that is not tightened tightly. Apparently, manufacturing is very slow. Even so, such a huge amount of the PIM particles Scott usually uses for training are calculated in doses. A bottle of oral solution-sized PIM particles is enough to use the Ant-Man suit many times. Apocalypse, Hope, Scott and others were stunned by the huge capacity of the huge vessel in front of them. Can PIM particles be produced in this way? Is this not making strawberry juice? If there are such a large number, in Avengers 4, the superheroes who travel through time and space will not have only one chance. As a result, Iron Man and Captain America have to risk traveling back several decades. Hope whispered in Tiankai's ear, Cross is really ambitious. How many wasp suits can be supported by such a huge amount of PIM particles? It's hard to imagine. Tiankai nodded. Fortunately, he took action in advance. The partnership between Ava and Cross is exposed. Otherwise, if Scott takes action according to the original plan, who knows how many PIM particles will be leaked? Even now, no one can guarantee whether there are leaked PIM particles out there, and if so, how many? Scott said, such a huge amount of PIM particles do not necessarily have to be used on the suit. If terrorists can reduce hundreds of kilograms of bombs to the size of beans and use microdrone, insects, mice, or even human bodies to carry them, they can theoretically attack any building in the world, let alone a nuclear bomb. It's terrible. I can't even imagine what the world would be like. No wonder Dr. Pym refuses to reveal the equation in his hand. This kind of technology is indeed thousands of times more terrifying than Iron Man's suit. Even the most rigorous institutions require personnel to enter and exit. As for the people who come in and out, before going to work, there may be a grain of dust on their clothes or a small piece of foreign matter embedded under the solace of their shoes. After entering the top-secret agency, it suddenly enlarges and turns into a bomb of several hundred kilograms, possibly even a nuclear bomb. How desperate should that be? It's almost impossible to guard against. Even some key departments, such as the Nuclear Bomb Control Center, the Presidential Palace and other places, can build high-level dust-free isolation rooms. But with so many ordinary facilities, ordinary armies, and ordinary buildings in the world, it is impossible to build dust-free isolation rooms. In front of this kind of microweapon, it is almost as if it is undefended. At this time, Cross has returned to normal size, but he has not taken off his wasp uniform, and he is obviously always vigilant. Ava, who was wearing a white phase change suit, took off her hood, revealing a delicate face. Ava is young, in her 20s, with brown skin and big black eyes, and she looks very energetic. Only the expression on his face occasionally flashed a twitch, accompanied by a look of pain in his eyes, making him look like a frightened deer. Tiankai knew that this should be the pain caused by the cells in Ava's body being torn and reorganized all the time. This pain has been with her ever since she survived her father's quantum explosion. Bill thought, you asked me to come here in such a hurry. What's going on? Professor Bill was not surprised to see Cross present, which further confirmed Tiankai's conjecture. Ava said, King Apocalypse took action. If I hadn't happened to be at the scene, Cross would have been captured. What? Professor Bill was shocked. Are you talking about King Apocalypse? How could he pay attention to such a small project like ours? Besides, we didn't do anything bad. Cross said, I find it strange too. But King Apocalypse came with Dr. Pym. Dr. Pym used to work in S.H.I.E.L.D. Maybe, he invited him here. When it came to the last sentence, Cross himself didn't believe it. If his mentor could invite the King of Apocalypse, why would he go to great lengths to obstruct his research? Oops. Professor Bill shouted, when I came here, I didn't check to see if anyone was following me. Cross glanced at the monitoring screen and found nothing unusual. He is a scientist and instinctively believes in the role of instruments. Ava said, don't worry, even S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't know about your relationship with us. Suddenly, a clear voice came, what a pity, I happen to know. Apocalypse removed the space invisibility cover and slowly appeared at the stairs. Scott and Hope on the shoulders have long disappeared. Apocalypse King. Cross and Ava were horrified. They didn't expect that they would be tracked here not long after. Cross hurriedly lowered his voice and said, Ava, go and entangle him. Although King Apocalypse is powerful, he has no means of attacking the quantum body. I will find a way to take Bill away. Okay, then Uncle Bill will trouble you. With that said, Ava covered her head and her figure flashed towards Tiankai. Apocalypse did not dodge, and suddenly punched the stairs. Boom. With a muffled sound, the stairs were destroyed, and large amounts of nearby soil fell down, completely sealing the exit. In just a moment, Ava has cornered Apocalypse. A pair of slender white gloves grabbed Tianqi's heart like a ghost. Apocalypse turned slightly, and Ava's attack suddenly failed, and her hand brushed Apocalypse's body. Although Apocalypse has no means to restrict the quantum body, Ava's attack ability can only be regarded as a stronger agent at best. He couldn't even touch Apocalypse's clothes, let alone reach into Apocalypse's body and attack his internal organs. Apocalypse said while flashing, "Ava, why don't you take Professor Bill away? If I'm not wrong, your quantum body can't carry objects larger than your own size, right? If Cross hadn't shrunk before, you probably wouldn't be able to take him away, right?" Ava paused, secretly shocked. Unexpectedly, one of the secrets of his quantum body would be revealed casually by the other party. Theoretically, it is true that you cannot bring anything larger than your body size, whether it is a person or an object. Because after transcending, Ava's own quantum body object cannot completely cover it, cannot assimilate the object, and pull it into the quantum realm. So what? If you dare to hurt Uncle Bill, I will be like a ghost, following you forever, assassinating you, and leaving you with no peace for a moment. As he spoke, he glanced at Cross quietly from the corner of his eyes. Unexpectedly, Cross pressed the wasp suit, shrunk, and escaped directly through the hole in the ceiling. Don't care about Professor Bill at all. Ava was so angry that she gritted her teeth and cursed Cross in her mind as a liar. It's not that Cross didn't take Professor Bill with him on purpose, but he only had a wasp suit, and his only exit was destroyed by Apocalypse. How could he possibly take away a man weighing nearly 200 kilograms from the hands of King Apocalypse? It would be nice if he could escape for his own life. Although the wasp suit has good combat effectiveness and can shrink and enlarge, he does not have the courage to challenge King Apocalypse at all. In the blink of an eye, a hole the size of a chopstick was drilled into the ceiling by the laser equipped with Cross's hornet suit. Tian Kai suddenly said, "Leave him alone, he can't escape." Ava was stunned. Who were she talking to? I saw a miniature figure, like a flying ant, that had just flown to the hole and turned back after hearing Tian Kai's words. This is of course the shrunken wasp, Hope. Ava, since you are reluctant to leave Professor Bill, can you stop? I have a way to treat you. Tian Kai said. I will never trust anyone related to S.H.I.E.L.D. again, even if you are King Apocalypse. Ava's attack was like a butterfly, with the white figure flickering and afterimages appearing. These afterimages are both real and fake. It seems that more than a dozen people are attacking Tian Kai at the same time. And Apocalypse can't even tell which afterimage is the real Ava. Under the induction, it seems that every afterimage is real. Suddenly, Hope's voice came to Tian Kai's ears. Tang, don't get caught by those afterimages, they are all real. This is a quantum superposition state. Quantum can be in multiple states at the same time, and can even have two states of life and death at the same time. There is no false state. Tian Kai frowned slightly. He didn't understand the quantum field, but he had heard of the famous Schrodinger's cat. Before opening the box, the cat was in two superposition states of life and death. However, no matter what you don't understand, Apocalypse is not really afraid of Ava. Ava, if you don't stop, I'm going to do it. Ava's delicate lips curled up, and she smiled contemptuously. If you had the ability, you would have stopped me at Pim Company. Is it? Tian Kai stopped and suddenly stood on the same spot. Seeing the opportunity, Ava grabbed Tian Kai's heart without even thinking about it. The quantum hand penetrated Tian Kai's body smoothly. She knew that Tian Kai's speed was too fast, and she was afraid that Tian Kai would get out of the way, and the hand that penetrated Tian Kai's body would immediately become reality. Grab the heart and pull hard. At this moment, a thought of regret flashed through Ava's mind. King Apocalypse is not a bad guy, is it really okay to just kill him like this? But it was only for a moment, and she immediately realized that she was wrong. I pulled with all my strength, but nothing happened to my heart. The fascia that fixes the heart around the body is like tough vibranium, not broken at all. Even the rhythm of the heart is not different by a thousandth of a second just because I squeeze it. If it were an ordinary person's heart, if it was held and pulled by Ava like this, even if it was not pulled out of the body on the spot, the heart would suddenly stop due to excessive pressure on the heart. Tian Kai smiled and said, "Do you feel my sincerity? Ava's strength is only slightly greater than that of ordinary people. One blow can weigh up to 1 or 200 kilograms. How could this little power possibly touch the heart of the 9 refining divine body? This is why Apocalypse has no worries about Ava's attack." Ava was angry and anxious, and when she saw Tian Kai's mean smile, she pulled with all her strength unconvinced. But it only slightly moved Tian Kai's heart, and it was immediately rebounded back to its original position by the elasticity of the fascia. Suddenly, Tian Kai said, "Now." Ava was surprised. "Who are you talking to?" Suddenly, his body sank, and his body, which was originally in a quantum state except for his hands, suddenly became a real state. I saw a few sparks popping up on the phase change suit. Ava hurriedly started the circuit of the phase change suit, but after pressing the button several times, there was no response. What? Immediately afterwards, a sharp pain came from his wrist. It turned out that Ava fell from the quantum state back to the real state, and the hand stretched out at Apocalypse's heart was cut off by the muscles and bones of Apocalypse's chest, along with the phase change suit. AI staggered and fell backward. Only 2 small black shadows were seen ejecting from her white phase change suit. The figure flashed and returned to normal human size. Naturally, it was Scott and Hope. This is the curved method to defeat the enemy that Tian Kai had thought of before. Since the phase change suit allows Ava to freely switch between the real state and the quantum state, if the circuit inside is changed, Ava can theoretically be temporarily locked into the real state. Although it cannot be locked forever, as long as it lasts for a while, it is enough to subdue her. The second piece of information Apocalypse and Fury asked for was the design drawing of the phase change suit. However, he doesn't understand circuits and can't shrink it. Only Scott and Hope can work together to sneak into the clothes and change the circuit inside. This requires a short gap for the phase change suit to be in its realistic state. Otherwise, Scott and Hope would not be able to operate the phase change suit in the quantum state. Apocalypse used himself as bait to trick Ava into temporarily switching to the real state. However, cutting off Ava's hand was something Tiankai didn't expect. The quantum state is extremely magical, and Ava had previously pulled Apocalypse's heart. Logically speaking, it should be in a real state, but it is not affected by the muscles on the chest. It seems to be in a superposition state of half reality and half quantum. Now, Scott and Hope forcibly changed the circuit, completely falling into the real state. The wrist caught in the middle was accidentally pinched off. Apocalypse's chest muscles squirmed and he spat out Ava's severed hand, then quickly put it on Ava's wrist. The broken bones and flesh on both sides rubbed against each other, and the pain suddenly became even worse. A large amount of cold sweat continued to flow out of Ava's brown face, and her delicate face was distorted. This move left Scott and Hope speechless. You think this is bread that fell on the floor? As long as you pick it up quickly, it won't be dirty, right? As long as you reattach it quickly enough, the bones and flesh of your hand won't know it's broken, right? Don, Scott said. That's not how the receiver does it. Professor Bill ignored his fear and rushed over in a hurry, shouting, Do you have any common sense? How can you take over like this? Send it to the hospital quickly, hire a professional surgeon, and maybe take it back. Tiankai frowned, Don't make any noise. With that said, he took out a bottle of green recovery potion, opened Ava's mouth, and drank it. I saw a flash of green light at my wrist, and the hand that was originally disconnected has been reattached. If it weren't for the breakage on the phase change suit and the bloodstains on the skin, it would be completely impossible to tell that the entire palm had been broken, with no scar at all. Ava felt a cooling sensation on her hand, the sharp pain disappeared, and she couldn't help but turn her wrist. Looking at the flexible little hands, Scott, Hope, Professor Bill and others were so shocked that they were completely speechless. Ava reacted and instinctively wanted to jump back. Suddenly, his little hand tightened and was already held by Tiankai. Haha, someone just said they wanted to stay with me forever. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Ava was furious and slapped Tiankai with her other hand. Apocalypse took advantage of the situation and grabbed her hands together with one hand, unable to move. Ava didn't give up, stepping on and kicking Apocalypse's feet. Although it can't hurt Tiankai at all, it is extremely annoying. Tiankai was helpless and said to Scott, Why are you watching? Find a rope and tie her up. After a while, Ava's hands and feet were tied and she fell to the ground. Seeing that Ava was still moving around, Tiankai said, The phase change suit can only temporarily keep you in the real state. If you move around again, there will be something wrong with the phase change suit, and you will really become a ghost. Ava said coldly, So what if I become a ghost? I won't live long anyway. He spoke forcefully, but his body didn't move anymore. The reason why Apocalypse attacks Ava first is because Ava's abilities are too special. If she is allowed to escape again, she will become defensive and it will be much harder to track him next time. As for Cross who just ran away, Apocalypse is not worried. Sure enough, as soon as Ava was controlled here, a small flying shadow flew in through the small hole. The afterimage flashed, and Cross returned to normal size, appearing far away next to the large vessel. Although he escaped just now, Cross discovered that there was an invisible space barrier covered outside. I'm like a fly in a glass that I can't break. Having had previous experiences, Cross naturally knew that it was Apocalypse's method. Since he couldn't escape, he simply flew back and looked for another way. Hope said, Cross, stop being stubborn. You haven't sold the PIM particles yet, you can still turn back. Cross approached the tall vessel, touched it affectionately, and said slowly, I have lived in the shadow of your father for decades. I thought that by reappearing PIM particles, I would at least equal my mentor. I didn't expect that the world is changing so fast. If I can really escape today, not only will I have to live under the shadow of my mentor for the rest of my life, but I will also be forever shrouded in the shadow of King Apocalypse. The earth is so big that there is no place for me. Scott curled his lips and said, What's wrong with living under the shadow of King Apocalypse? It's easy to enjoy the shade under the big tree. Nearly 10 billion people around the world live under his shadow. Ava muttered under her breath, flattery. Cross continued, Hope, do you think I will really believe you? Will I tell you the progress of my research and development? Although you and your mentor are at odds with each other, you are still father and daughter no matter what. I have developed an incomplete version of PIM particles a few years ago, except that it cannot shrink living creatures. It is no different from PIM particles. Although the step of shrinking living animals has stopped me for several years, I have not been idle over the years. In my continuous exploration of extreme shrinkage, I discovered the quantum realm. This is also the basis for my cooperation with Professor Bill and Ava. Having said this, Cross suddenly gritted his teeth and showed a fierce smile. I still have some achievements, which are only in deriving theories and have never been tested. Since I can't escape today, let King Apocalypse be my test opponent. I want to see if King Apocalypse can stop him. Ha 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 ha. The more Cross talked and laughed, the more arrogant he became, with a look of determination on his face. Crack. There was a slight click of a button, and Cross quickly grew taller and larger, already taller than the vessel filled with Pym particles behind him. Everyone looked at Cross like a madman. I don't know where he got the courage, but he actually uttered wild words and asked King Tiankai if he could stop him. It's okay to be crazy, but instead of using the advantage of the wasp suit to shrink and instead grow in size, this is simply asking for death. No matter how big it becomes, can it be as big as an alien battleship? Are there any alien warships with strong protection? Apocalypse originally wanted to restrain Cross, but seeing how bold he was, he wanted to see what tricks he had up his sleeve. If it were just the use of Pym particles in the original plot, it would be absolutely vulnerable. After growing in size, several tentacles like spider legs on the back of the wasp suit locked the large bucket of Pym particles and carried it behind its back. At first glance, it looks like a firefly that has grown upside down. The faint red light emitted by the Pym particles made Cross look extremely weird. As soon as he carried this bucket of Pym particles on his back, Cross seemed to be filled with infinite courage in an instant. Ha 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 ha, if I weren't afraid that S.H.I.E.L.D. would find out, I should have conducted this experiment long ago. The underground is too narrow, let's go up and fight, King Apocalypse. Cross is getting bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it reached the ceiling, but it still didn't stop. Instead, it directly penetrated the more than 10 meters thick soil layer and grew to the ground. In the end, what appeared in front of Tiankai and others was only a pair of calves, and the area above the knees could no longer be seen. After the giant Cross lifted his feet, the basement collapsed with a bang, and rubble fell one after another, covering all the equipment. Tiankai had no choice but to protect everyone in the divine power shield and bring them to the ground. As soon as he came out of the ground, he saw a giant fist, covering the entire sky, falling from the sky and hitting Tiankai. Professor Bill, Scott, Hope and others almost suffocated and instinctively put their hands in front of their bodies. Apocalypse's face was expressionless, as if swatting a fly. He flicked it with one hand. Boom. Cross, who was hundreds of meters high, twisted in a sissy spin, uncontrollably hit the space barrier, and then hit the ground. Apocalypse frowned slightly. Cross's confidence didn't come from becoming gigantic, right? Although his strength has increased a lot after becoming giant, the punch just now was at least 20 times as powerful as the Hulk. But in front of him, this power is far from enough. With Cross's IQ, he shouldn't have made such a stupid mistake. Ha 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 ha. Cross smiled instead of being angry, and stood up holding on to the space barrier. The body hundreds of meters high laughed like a giant cannon, seemingly not caring about the failure just now. As expected, he is worthy of being the king of Apocalypse. If it were placed in my mentor's era, giant size would have been enough to dominate an era. I didn't expect that in front of King Apocalypse, he would just fly away like a butterfly. Professor Bill watched the cross giant conquering in trance, and muttered, Goliath, my Goliath. Sigh. I originally regretted the failure of Goliath's plan for the rest of my life, but now it seems that it's no big deal if it succeeds. Scott said, Old man, don't think too much. This is nothing compared to King Apocalypse, but it is still very powerful when compared to other supervillains. Tiankai felt bored and said, if you have no other means, then please just surrender. As he spoke, Tiankai pressed his hand forward. The space cage that originally enveloped the surroundings quickly shrank. Everyone felt as if a breeze was blowing on their faces, and the edge of the space cage passed over and pressed towards Cross. Ha 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 ha. Cross smiled up at the sky. Along with the laughter, the size became smaller and smaller, and the giant body that was originally 100 meters tall gradually returned to the size of a normal person. At the same time, there was a gurgling sound of pumping water, and a large bucket of Pym particles behind Cross was almost drained. Hope secretly thought something was wrong. She knows the characteristics of Pym particles best. A few doses of oral liquid can make them meters tall. And to return to the original body shape, the amount required is even smaller. It's really hard to imagine that Cross has consumed several tons of Pym particles. What on earth was used for them? Cross, who was of normal size, was standing on the cement floor with his feet, and he gradually sank. Oops, he's forcibly changing his body structure. Hope shouted. Even the concrete floor could not bear the normal size of Cross, which showed that his weight and density at this time had reached an incredible level. Any known metal in the world, human-sized, will not sink if placed on a concrete floor. Only objects that are hundreds of times denser than metal would be unable to withstand the weight of the cement floor. It is impossible for humans to have this kind of weight and density, and it must be forcibly changed using Pym particles. Cross looked at the shrinking space cage, clenched his fist with his right hand, and suddenly smiled evilly at Tiankai and others. Fist of nuclear explosion. Boom. A bright light burst out. It was like a great sun rising from Cross's hands. Except for Tiankai, everyone turned a blind eye. Even with my eyes closed, I could still feel the almost blinding brightness. I saw a hot dark red energy rising straight into the sky from Cross's hand. Its energy level is so violent that it can even break the spatial prison. This punch broke the space and hit the sky. The energy torrent is like a tornado, rushing straight into space. Satellites hundreds of kilometers high were swept by this energy flow and turned into ashes on the spot. The air, dust, and sand on the ground surged upwards with this torrent. Boom, 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 boom. Cross was obviously a normal human body, but he stepped out of the oppression of a meter giant and approached Tiankai. King of Apocalypse, I wonder how my nuclear explosive fist compares with your infinite divine fist? Ha 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 ha. Apocalypse's face was as dark as water. Cross's strength far exceeded his imagination. Could it be that his opponent would be affected by bad luck and mutate so exaggeratedly? The snakehead that was an ordinary person before mutated into an evil god. Cross, who was originally just a wasp warrior, now unleashed a nuclear explosion, far more terrifying than the evil god. Apocalypse really doesn't understand, where does Cross's strength come from? Although PIM particles can change the size, structural strength, and even density and strength of the human body, they can never create a nuclear explosion. Boom. Cross threw the second punch. Scott, Hope, Ava, Professor Bill and others saw an overwhelming torrent of energy coming towards them. The torrent of energy distorted the space, and things in the distance looked distorted. No wonder it was able to break the space prison just now. Tian Kai took a step forward and protected everyone behind him. At the same time, he raised his hands and folded the space in front of him. The energy torrent was less than 1 meter away from Tian Kai's body, changed its direction, and blasted towards the sky. The torrent was like a big wall, blocking everyone's vision and rolling upwards. There was a huge and low rumbling sound in the ears, and the ears were almost deafened. Part of the leaked energy sank a section of the ground within 100 meters radius. The storm caused by the energy torrent swept thousands of meters. The abandoned kitchen, which had already been ripped apart by Cross's giant transformation, was now completely wiped out. Abandoned cars and machinery were blown far away, disappeared in everyone's sight. Fortunately, this is a suburb and sparsely populated. Otherwise, the leaked energy alone would cause countless casualties. Because of this, Apocalypse cannot block Cross's nuclear blast fist head-on. If Apocalypse fights back with the infinite divine fist, Cross can be annihilated with one punch. But this is equivalent to 2 nuclear explosions going off on the outskirts of the city. The fate of this city behind me will probably not be much better than that of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the island country during World War II. Ha 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 ha, King Tiankai, let me see how much you can block. Boom, 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 boom. Cross power seemed limitless as he punched Apocalypse one after another. Apocalypse had to work hard to distort space. After one layer was broken, another layer was added to transfer the nuclear explosion energy to the sky. If he didn't maintain it himself, these twisted spaces would be exploded by nuclear explosions. The power of the nuclear explosion will hit the city behind. For a moment, I felt a little exhausted. If he ignores him, it won't be difficult to kill Cross. But Hope, Scott, Ava, Bill and others behind him will be killed by the aftermath in an instant. The city behind them is not much better, with millions of people dying at every turn. Even if the energy leaked from the direction of the distorted nuclear explosion fist, the area of tens of kilometers has been completely destroyed. Many buildings, just swept by a touch of energy, turned into dust and floated in the air, becoming part of the storm. The torrent of energy from the nuclear explosion penetrated the clouds and shot into space one after another. The hot energy torrent passed through the atmosphere, and the strong friction caused countless lightning and storms. Suddenly, the entire Western Hemisphere was clearly visible. Of course, many agencies, including S.H.I.E.L.D., have monitored the movement here. Nuclear explosion? Is this energy level a nuclear explosion? Fury was in the command room and cursed. How many more days are we going to let people live a peaceful life? How long have we been away from the internet god? Where did such an awesome person come from? Fury dared to conclude that this was man-made so quickly because the movement was so regular. It's nothing like the sound of a nuclear bomb exploding. Bring up satellite imagery of that area. Hill casually called up a few pictures, shook his head and said, the satellites directly overhead have been destroyed by this energy. Satellites in other areas can't take many useful pictures, and that area has been obscured by storm clouds. The two stared at the energy pillars rising into the sky. Although they could not see the situation on the ground, they could at least make a preliminary judgment that the ground had not been attacked by a nuclear explosion. Fury said, a few days ago, Tang said he was going there to find a friend, and he asked me for visitation rights for that friend's daughter. I guess he had expected it. What we can do is evacuate the city and minimize the casualties of ordinary people. While S.H.I.E.L.D. was desperately sending people to evacuate the city's civilians, there were countless reporters, adventurers, and even major organizations with unknown intentions, sending people to the war zone. Suddenly, there were many figures among the crowd who were desperately running for their lives, moving against the flow of people. Tian Kai felt quite helpless. He originally thought that Cross was just an ordinary villain who wanted to leave Scott to practice his skills. Who would have thought that he would mutate to such an extent? Moreover, even if combined with the original plot, Apocalypse cannot figure out the source of Cross's strength. The source of the previous snakehead's strength was hundreds of doses of super serum, which was still within the realm of understanding. This fucking thing in front of me directly launched a nuclear explosion, which is simply unbelievable. Boom, boom, boom. Cross bombarded him wantonly for a while, and became angry when he saw that his nuclear blast fist could not break through Apocalypse's defense. King Apocalypse, you like to be the savior, right? Ha 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 ha, I want to see how you can resist my punch. With that said, Cross stopped attacking. Suddenly he punched the ground. Oops. Scott and Hope yelled. If this punch hits the ground, even in the suburbs, its power is enough to destroy half a city. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in front of everyone's eyes, and the things in front of them seemed to pass through their eyes at the speed of light. In less than a second, everything in front of you becomes certain. Everyone has reached the high-altitude clouds. Underfoot was the storm stirred up by Cross's nuclear blast fist, and lightning flashed by from time to time. But it was still too late. The fist of nuclear explosion poured down from the sky. Boom! In the area where everyone was standing just now, half of the sun, tens of meters high, rose, as if half a circle was upside down on the earth. Then, this half of the sun continued to spread, and the surrounding crust was lifted up one after another, and soil and gravel were thrown hundreds of meters into the sky. Earthquake? Great sound? Hundreds of thousands of fleeing people were still screaming in terror, but their voices seemed to disappear at this moment. The only thing left in everyone's ears was this rumbling roar. The nuclear explosion swept through the suburbs, leaving scattered buildings, homes, and civilians along the way. Under this scorching light, not even a shadow was left, they were all annihilated. That half of the sun is getting bigger and bigger, getting closer and closer. The city is about to be forced in front of us. Suddenly the city light turned off, and there seemed to be a layer of glass blocking everyone's eyes. When a nuclear explosion encounters this barrier, it cannot break through. The energy of the explosion continues to rush forward along the edge of the glass. Only then did everyone in the city see clearly that a huge cover had completely enveloped a city of millions of people. The people in the whole city looked at the sea of fire in the sky and were in trance. The person who was screaming just now had his mouth open and didn't dare to take a breath. I was afraid that if I took one more breath, the sea of fire from the nuclear explosion would come down and burn everyone to ashes. The sea of nuclear fire burned for several minutes, almost burning out the oxygen in the city. Immediately, the sea of fire slowly disappeared. Air from other areas quickly surged in to fill the gap. Suddenly, the wind surged and the wind roared. It's like a picture of hell pressing in front of the city crowd. Above the sky, Apocalypse looked at Cross coldly. At this time, in his heart, Cross had been sentenced to death. There were no direct killers at PIM Corporation before. On the one hand, he believed that Cross was not a big threat and wanted to leave it to Scott to practice. On the other hand, he did not do anything seriously harmful at the time. You can't just shoot someone to death as soon as you meet them, right? What does this make other normal people think? I didn't expect that such a negligence could lead to such a disaster. Although the suburbs are sparsely populated, they are by no means uninhabited. That punch just now, countless people were directly annihilated by the energy of the nuclear explosion. Fortunately, at the last moment, he moved everyone to 1,000 meters in the sky and bought a little time. Although it was too late to stop Cross from punching, he still succeeded in creating a spatial barrier for the city. Cross looked at Purgatory on the ground with a sneer on his lips, without any hint of guilt. In the original plot, his character was already almost crazy. At that time, a colleague just questioned him about the harmfulness of this expanded technology. As a result, in the bathroom, Cross used immature PIM particles to shrink his colleague into a small piece of rotten flesh, then wipe it off with toilet paper and flush it down the toilet. Later, under the pursuit of Ant-Man, he even showed no grace and kidnapped Ant-Man Scott's daughter. Now, forced by Apocalypse, he is at the end of his rope, and even more so to push himself to the limit. Even he himself had not expected the current power. Unexpectedly, a theory that only existed in derivation could succeed in one go. Far from the twists and turns of his previous research on PIM particles, Cross felt that God had favored him so much. Ha 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 ha. Cross laughed. With such a nuclear blast fist, with my weight, I can punch more than Dash punches. King Apocalypse, I want to see how many punches you can take for the Earth. Boom. It was another punch. Apocalypse casually refracted it into space. He was going to kill him, but with Cross's strength, it was impossible to be imprisoned in a super prison. Even Tian Kai himself couldn't stand him. As long as there is a slight negligence, the tragedy just now will happen again. But Cross's words made Tian Kai relax his hand a little. 10,000 punches, what else is at my weight? Even though Tian Kai was full of murderous intent, he couldn't help but be confused when he heard these words. If Cross can really punch more than Dash punches, this cannot be squeezed out by squeezing potential. What on earth do you rely on to punch a nuclear explosion? Boom. Cross laughed wildly, and regardless of it, he punched nuclear explosions in all directions, trying to break through the blockade of Apocalypse. If Apocalypse hadn't been afraid of affecting ordinary people like Hope and others behind him, Cross would have suffered the consequences just by trapping these energies in a space cage. Suddenly, Hope shouted, I know, Dawn, he is doing nuclear fusion inside his body. Huh? What nuclear fusion? Hope said, we all know that PIM particles can reduce the distance between atoms, which is the basis for shrinking and enlarging. If the limit is reduced, we will fall into the quantum realm. But if it is controlled properly and does not exceed this limit, then theoretically, multiple atoms can be brought together. At this point, Hope stopped, thinking that everyone should understand. Professor Scott and Professor Bill looked enlightened. Only Tian Kai and Ava were left, looking at each other with doubts in their eyes. After taking a look, Ava suddenly realized that this guy was here to catch her, and she didn't want to collude with him. His eyes immediately turned fierce. He glared at Tian Kai and looked away. But I pricked up my ears and wanted to hear what others had to say. Ha 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 ha. Cross laughed. I didn't expect that the famous Apocalypse King is actually illiterate. Apocalypse's face darkened, and he felt like Scott felt when he was laughed at by Dr. Pym. Cross mocked and punched, saying, "King Apocalypse, no matter how powerful you are not a scientist and will never understand the beauty of the physical world." Boom. Cross punched and looked at his hands in confusion. Scientists are the most powerful super people in the world. Hope had no choice but to quickly explain, "Dawn, the basic principle of nuclear fusion is that two atomic nuclei merge into a new atomic nucleus. During the polymerization process, the lost mass is converted into energy and released. The principle of the hydrogen bomb is nuclear fusion. Generally speaking, hydrogen bombs use hydrogen isotopes deuterium and tritium, but in theory, any atom can undergo nuclear fusion as long as the conditions are sufficient." Cross absorbed a large number of Pym particles just now. In addition to strengthening his body, it is estimated that most of the Pym particles are used to change the atomic spacing of materials in the body to create nuclear fusion. Speaking of which, Tiankai finally understood the source of Cross's strength. Although he didn't understand much about nuclear physics, he still knew the basic concepts. According to Einstein's mass energy conversion formula, a little bit of matter can be converted into terrible energy. But, is it really that terrible? Tiankai looked at the half-mad Cross and said, "He said he could punch 10,000 punches. Did he lie?" Hope said, "Dawn, do you know the explosion power of the atomic bomb used in Hiroshima was equivalent to 4 tons of TNT, and how much material was lost in total? How much? How many kilograms?" Tiankai has seen a documentary, and most of the outer casings of the atomic bomb are generating devices. Real nuclear fuel would not be much larger than an adult's fist. "No," Hope said, "it's 0.93 grams. Hiss. Now it's Apocalypse's turn to breathe air conditioning. Tiankai didn't expect that since he became powerful, he would also have a cold day. If 0.93 grams can release 4 tons of equivalent, then it is calculated as 1 gram. The amount of material Cross needs to lose by punching 10,000 times is equivalent to 10 kilograms or 20 pounds. For Cross's tall body, losing 20 pounds is nothing, just treat it as weight loss. Although the conditions for an atomic bomb explosion cannot be calculated in this way, the nuclear fusion created by Cross using Pym particles cannot be calculated by common sense. A thought flashed through Tiankai's mind. Cross used Pym particles to transform himself from an ordinary person into a nuclear explosion. Can you learn it yourself? Thinking of this, Apocalypse was not in a hurry to annihilate Cross. His own infinite divine fist is very powerful, but it requires infinite gems as the source of power, more or less some constraints. Without the Infinity Stones, relying solely on his own divine power, the power he produced was not as powerful as the Cross in front of him. If you consume 1 gram of body weight, you can create a nuclear explosion equivalent to 4 tons of TNT. It's like adding another infinite divine fist. Even if you need to borrow Pym particles, it is better than simply relying on infinite gems. No matter what. Thinking of this, Tiankai said, "Hope, your suit has a flying function, take them down." It is good. Hope, Scott, Professor Bill, Ava and others are also not verbose. Although Apocalypse has been protecting them, he can always see waves of nuclear explosion energy surging less than 1 meter in front of him. Not everyone can bear that kind of stimulation. Whenever a little bit of energy leaks out, they didn't know if there was anything wrong with Tiankai. Ordinary people like them would definitely not be able to even leave ashes behind. Scott made a whoosh sound, shrunk and stood on Hope's shoulders to relieve the burden. Hope grabbed one in each hand and took Bill and Ava with her. "Go away." Apocalypse raised his hand and sent 4 of Hope out, flying towards the city on the ground. Until Cross is dealt with, it's not safe anywhere else. On the contrary, urban areas on the ground, with the space cover of Apocalypse, are the safest. Cross watched all this coldly, he couldn't stop it, and he wasn't going to stop it. "King Apocalypse, open this space barrier, let's show off." Cross does not have the ability to levitate, but standing on the space platform created by Tiankai at this time seems natural, so there is no need to worry. Cross knew that even if he wanted to return to the ground, King Apocalypse would never allow him. Apocalypse takes 2 steps forward. The two stood above the clouds, facing each other from a distance. "King Tiankai, I can reach this height. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. I originally just wanted to copy Pym particles and surpass my mentor. But because of your emergence, I saw the infinite possibilities of this universe. It turns out, one person can be so powerful. So, I was no longer satisfied with this achievement. Using Pym particles as a breakthrough point, I experimented with countless possibilities. Infinitely small, let me explore the quantum realm. Infinitely large, I discovered that Pym particles can enhance the strength of a person's body. Infinite strengthening finally allowed me to hit a nuclear explosion." Tiankai said lightly, "It's a pity. You are so talented. If you hadn't punched the ground just now, there would still be room for recovery." Now that the matter has come to this, Apocalypse is no longer prepared to let Cross live anymore. Now that he is powerful, even a super prison cannot contain him, and there is no other way out except extermination. Cross sneered and said, "It's no pity. A man is born between heaven and earth, and he should burn his life to the fullest and show his ambition. How can he live like a loser like my mentor? Besides, it's still unclear who will live and die today." Boom. With that said, Cross casually punched Tiankai. The torrent of energy that destroyed the world came once again. This time, Apocalypse did not refract it into space, but ducked away. The torrent of nuclear explosions crossed half of the sky and shot out into space at an angle to the Earth. Seeing that Apocalypse no longer had a space barrier, the corners of Cross's mouth slightly raised, revealing an imperceptible smile. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Apocalypse dodged, approached Cross, and punched out. Oh. Cross was blown hundreds of meters away by Apocalypse like a rag doll, but he quickly stabilized his body and stood up again as if nothing had happened. It's really strengthened. Tiankai thought. I just used 3 times the power of the Hulk. If it were an ordinary person, it would have been destroyed long ago. But Cross was not even injured, indicating that he was far from reaching the limit of his body. It seems that the big bucket of PIM particles absorbed before was indeed in vain. Since 3 times the power of the Hulk is not the limit, Apocalypse moves again. 5 times the power of the Hulk? Oh. Cross was blown away again. Although his strength and physical strength were extremely enhanced, his speed was not much faster. Compared with the speed of sound, which is dozens of times faster than Apocalypse, it is like standing still. Especially after learning Quicksilver's skills, Apocalypse's speed has been strengthened again. Even without the infinite divine fist, Cross can be beaten to death. But killing Cross is not Apocalypse's purpose. He wants to test the limit of Cross's physical strength. 10 times the power of the Hulk? Oh. This time, blood finally appeared on the corner of Cross's mouth. Apocalypse estimates that Cross's physical strength can withstand about 13 times the power of the Hulk. From this point of view, his physical strength is not as strong as his own 9 refined divine body. This puts Tiankai at ease. Don't worry about learning the nuclear explosion fist and then punching yourself out, but then you can't bear it and self-destruct. It will become a joke. Cross wiped it hard and blood stained half of his face. King Tiankai, if you have the ability, confront me head-on. Tiankai stopped and said, as you wish. Infinite divine fist. Ha 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 ha. Cross showed a sneer on his face, the fist of 10 times the nuclear explosion. Boom, boom. Following 2 loud noises, 2 big suns seemed to appear in the sky, emitting a light that was difficult to see directly. Immediately, the 2 great suns collided together. Boom. The 2 great suns merge into one larger sun. The huge explosion shook the sky. The energy wave of the explosion was like ripples, rising layer by layer toward the surrounding atmosphere above -meters in the air, covering half of the earth. The city below is like being at the bottom of hell. Strong storms and lightning completely covered the sky. Under the pressure of the explosion above, dark clouds, thunder and lightning fell from the sky. It was as if the sky collapsed and pressed toward the ground. People on the ground felt like ants, looking up at the sky and almost unable to breathe in the face of this doomsday scene that covered the sky. Fortunately, the city has a space shield made by Apocalypse. Dark clouds and thunder and lightning completely enveloped the entire city, and the entire city suddenly went dark. It was daytime at this time, and very few lights were turned on in the city. Except for the constant flashes of thunder and lightning in the dark clouds, the entire city was almost invisible. Everyone seemed to be in hell, their hearts filled with despair and fear. The people in the entire city seemed to be frozen in time, motionless. We don't even know whether we are dead or alive. Are we already in hell? After an unknown amount of time, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, and wisps of light shone in through the space protective shield. The people in the city finally came to their senses and found that they were still alive. Some people started chanting the name King of Apocalypse. More people couldn't bear the impact and collapsed on the ground, looking at the sky absent-mindedly. However, what no one expected was that a figure was pushed back during the explosion. It wasn't until they retreated several kilometers that they finally exited the core area of the explosion. How is that possible? King Tiankai retreated. Fury, Hill, and others, as well as countless people monitoring this place, were all shocked. There were storm clouds blocking the ground just now, so the satellite couldn't see it. But at this time, above the clouds, many satellites took pictures clearly. Apocalypse's infinite divine fist is the most familiar to everyone. After the 2 punches clashed, the infinite divine fist was even weaker, and even the King of Apocalypse was knocked back. This result is not only surprising, but also terrifying. Who is this person who can actually defeat King Tiankai? If King Apocalypse is defeated and dies, Fury can't imagine what will happen to the Earth. If Apocalypse dies, his next target will definitely be S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. Fury's palms were sweaty and he quietly held the interstellar pager in his hand. If Apocalypse is defeated, immediately summon Captain Marvel to return. However, even Fury doesn't have much confidence now. If the monster King Apocalypse can't stop him, then surely Captain Marvel can? Apocalypse here. Looking at the tattered clothes on his body, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. These clothes customized in Asgard still couldn't withstand such a strong explosion, almost like the Hulk's transformation. In the final analysis, I was still a little careless. Originally, Apocalypse intended to control the power of the infinite divine fist, and only wanted to sense the operation of the nuclear explosive fist during the battle. I didn't expect Cross to be such a thief, but suddenly strengthened 10 times. How intelligent is Cross? As early as he discovered that he could not break through Apocalypse's space barrier with his first punch, he quietly laid the groundwork. The reason why Apocalypse has been hitting the nuclear explosion fist with constant power is to give Apocalypse the psychological inertia, thinking that the nuclear explosion fist is only so powerful, then wait for the opportunity for a head-on confrontation. Apocalypse was indeed tricked. Fortunately, Tiankai's 9 refined divine body was strong enough, and he temporarily added a divine power shield to protect himself, so he managed to escape the disaster. Otherwise, if he was hit in the front by a nuclear explosion fist with 10 times the power, Tiankai could not guarantee that he would be unscathed. What a pity. Cross shook his head. He knew that if he missed this ambush method, with King Apocalypse's speed and strength, it would be difficult for him to have another chance to kill the opponent. Come again. Apocalypse doesn't care what Cross is thinking. Fly forward again. Although he suffered a loss from the punch just now, he could sense the operation of the nuclear explosion fist for the first time. Cross didn't know any cultivation techniques, let alone hiding them. Besides, he couldn't hide such huge energy even if he wanted to. Boom. The two faced each other again. This time, Cross did not use 10 times the nuclear blast fist, but just exchanged fists with Apocalypse. Apocalypse did not kill immediately and controlled the power of the infinite divine fist. Even if Cross suddenly uses 10 times the nuclear explosion fist again, he can still output the same amount of energy in time to resist. Above the sky, the sun lights up one after another. The clouds covering hundreds of kilometers in radius have long been dispersed. From a distance, it looks like there is a vacuum of several hundred kilometers, surrounded by clouds forming a huge circle. From a city thousands of miles away, you can see the twinkling lights here. With the bombardment again and again, the operation method of the nuclear explosive fist became more and more clear. The large bucket of PIM particles seemed to have been injected into Cross's body. With every movement he made, a small stream of material would be compressed in the danshin. Compressed to the extreme, it suddenly transformed into an unparalleled energy that shot out from the danshin upwards, along the arms to the fists. Although Cross didn't understand any cultivation techniques, with his super high IQ, he vaguely found the same operating route as most cultivation techniques. Although this route is extremely direct and crude, it is not worth mentioning compared to the practice method. But it works. Ordinary practitioners need to retain some danshin energy every time they take action, so as not to drain it dry. Cross was on the contrary. Every time he compressed, he was afraid that a little bit of energy would remain in his body, so he used all his energy. Tiankai frowned secretly. This operating method is so simple that you can learn it as soon as you learn it. There is no secret. The key point is to compress the material in the body to the level of nuclear fusion, which is as difficult as reaching the sky. Apocalypse tried to compress it with divine power, and the divine power became more concentrated, but it was at least 1,000 miles away from nuclear fusion. It seems that PIM particles still cannot be bypassed. I'll lend you your blood. After saying that, the figure flashed. Apocalypse leaned close to Cross, lightly scratched his nails on his shoulder, and a stream of blood flew up. Tiankai stretched out his hand to take it, and the blood formed into a ball, floating in the palm of his hand. Cross was shocked and angry, and shouted, "What are you going to do? If you want to kill, just kill him." Tiankai didn't answer, but wandered around while beating, feeling the PIM particles in his blood. PIM particles are extremely tiny things, and even with Tiankai's mental power, it is impossible to analyze such an atomic-level structure. But in addition to the space stone, Apocalypse also has a reality stone. Reality gems can not only change the structure of matter, but can also be used to analyze the composition of matter with a simple effort. Tiankai held the blood ball in one hand, and a dark red liquid emerged from the other hand. A red light flashed across his hands, and the blood ball gradually split into two. One was blood, and the other was pure PIM particles. Apocalypse waved his hand and threw the blood aside. Cross's nuclear blast energy rumbled past him and immediately turned into nothingness. And the ball of PIM particles was slowly entangled by the ether particles. They gather and disperse, constantly changing into various shapes. Seeing this, Cross stopped, since he couldn't hit Apocalypse anyway. You want to analyze PIM particles with your bare hands? Ha 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 ha, King Apocalypse, you don't even understand basic physics knowledge, and you want to analyze more advanced PIM particles? Stop dreaming. Tiankai smiled, do you need to know physics? As he spoke, the small group of PIM particles in his hand grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, a drop of water grew to the size of an egg. Before Cross could react from the shock, he had already grown to the size of a football. Holding it in Tiankai's hands, it looks particularly dazzling. Impossible? Absolutely impossible. Cross shouted, PIM particles require precision instruments, high-level energy to change the atomic structure, and the correct PIM equation to produce them. How can they be produced with bare hands? Not to mention that Tiankai didn't understand the PIM equation. Even if he did, Cross didn't believe that someone could change the structure at the atomic level with bare hands and create PIM particles by force. Apocalypse smiled. Cross's guess was correct. It is true that I cannot create PIM particles with my bare hands, but with the help of ether particles, I do not need to understand the PIM particle formula. However, the current conversion process is still somewhat tasteless. If you use nuclear explosion fist every time, you need the assistance of PIM particles, and the PIM particles need to be converted and produced by yourself using ether particles. So, it's just a matter of switching from relying on space gems to relying on reality gems. But Apocalypse isn't ready to give up. The infinite divine fist was originally created by extracting the energy of the space stone, but now he can replace it with divine power. It's just that the divine power cannot be as endless as the energy of the infinite stones. It will be exhausted after 1 or 2 punches at most. but this shows that divine power can simulate the energy of infinite stones to a certain extent. If I could use divine power to replace ether particles and create PIM particles, so it can be regarded as a curved method to save the country. Although there is one more conversion process, the dependence on the infinity stones is reduced. The PIM particle ball in Apocalypse's hand first grew larger, and then stopped when it reached a diameter of more than 10 meters. Suspended above Tiankai's head, like a star. The red light emitted by the particles even coated Cross's face in the distance with a strange red color, which made him stunned. It took me more than 10 years of groping, and with the guidance of my mentor, to figure out the PIM particle formula. No matter how hard you work to build a local laboratory, the PIM particles produced are measured in drops. After accumulating for so long, it is only 1 or 2 meters in diameter. The King of Apocalypse in front of him could not only produce PIM particles in the blink of an eye, but also produced more than 10 times the amount of himself. And, still with bare hands. This is even more unacceptable than losing to the opponent's subordinates. His lifelong pride seems to be worthless in front of the other party. Under Cross's surprised and desperate gaze, this huge PIM particle ball became smaller and smaller. This is the process of breaking down PIM particles. Under Tiankai's powerful mental analysis, this process became increasingly clear. Afterwards, the PIM particle ball repeated growing and shrinking several times. Tiankai finally showed a smile on his face. As the last PIM particle ball disappeared, the ether particles in Tiankai's hand slowly disappeared into his body like a stream of blood. Then, divine power surged. 100 meters around Apocalypse seemed to be a storm. The clouds drifted and swirled rapidly around Apocalypse. Cross was so frightened that he backed away, thinking that Apocalypse was preparing to launch some big move. As a result, Apocalypse just stretched out his palm, and a drop of red liquid, PIM particles, slowly condensed on it. This was created by Apocalypse on his own without the help of ether particles, the reality stones, and relying on divine power. However, this process is more difficult than imagined. It's not an understatement at all with ether particles. However, everything is difficult at the beginning, and Tiankai is already very satisfied with this result. Cross, how about you look at my nuclear blast fist? What do you mean? Cross didn't react yet. Boom. A burst of nuclear energy blasted out from Apocalypse's hand and swept towards Cross. Cross was shocked. Unexpectedly, the opponent learned the trick that he was so proud of in a short period of time. In a hurry, he waited for the energy to get close to him, and then he hurriedly punched out the same nuclear blast fist to resist. The close-fitting blast wave knocked him far away. Haha, come again. Apocalypse was very happy and punched out another nuclear blast. Boom. Cross was forced to retreat. A series of shocks had already numbed him. He was originally full of confidence, but now he even began to doubt his IQ. Is it true that I am not very talented? First there was my mentor, a genius who had developed PIM particles decades ago, and I had been following in his footsteps for most of my life. He thought he created PIM particles, then created the nuclear explosive fist, and finally surpassed his mentor. The result was even more terrifying. Within a few minutes, I had all the confidence I had. Apocalypse, on his side, was not in a hurry, converting PIM particles while compressing the material in his body, continuously blasting nuclear explosions. In the first few punches, Tiankai did not dare to compress too much material, fearing that he would lose control and create a nuclear explosion in his body. But as he became more and more familiar with it, Apocalypse dared to compress more and more substances, and the power he exerted became more and more powerful. By the end, he could easily punch 10 times the power of a nuclear explosion. Cross, who was a sparring partner, was miserable. He had been fighting against Apocalypse's infinite divine fist for so long, and his body was already very tired. Now he was caught and punched hundreds of times by Tiankai, and his body had reached its limit. Even the body modified by PIM particles has faint cracks. Many small cracks appeared on the surface of the skin, and there was a faint metallic luster. Coupled with his bald head, he looks like a Shaolin bronze man who is about to be broken. Seeing this, Tiankai stopped. The PIM particles produced by the hundreds of nuclear blast punches had already exhausted all the divine power. Secondly, he felt that Cross was in a strange state, and Apocalypse felt something was wrong. If you want to break it, break it. Why is there still a metallic luster? What's wrong with your skin? Ha 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 ha, King Tiankai, you are indeed illiterate. Tiankai's face darkened. Are these highly intelligent people so annoying? Can you speak well? King of Apocalypse, use your nuclear explosion fist as much as you like. One day, you will become like me, ha 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 ha. Tiankai said, since you don't say it, you never have to say it again. I have learned what I need to learn. Even if the nuclear explosion fist has any side effects, Apocalypse is not afraid of it. If you don't understand anything, just ask Dr. Pym afterwards. Just as he was about to take action, Cross suddenly looked towards the horizon and murmured, the moon is out. It was already 5 p.m. Although the sky is still bright, the moon has quietly floated into the sky at this time, and half a crescent moon can be faintly seen. Cross' eyes were blurred, as if he was nostalgic for this world. The first time I became interested in science was when I saw the face of the moon through an astronomical telescope. It turns out that the universe is so magical and interesting, and there are so many magical scenes in places that we can't see with our eyes. From that moment on, I determined to be a scientist and understand the world. It's a pity that I never have the chance to go up there again. After saying that, Cross' eyes gradually turned sinister. The light on his body became more and more powerful, like a new sun, suppressing the rays of the sun at dusk. Are you going to blow yourself up? Apocalypse is secretly vigilant. The nuclear fusion of the nuclear explosive fist only takes place in a moment in Danshan. No matter how fast the apocalypse is, it cannot prevent Cross from self-destructing. He can only set up a space barrier around him to prevent damage to the ground. The fist of 1000 times nuclear explosion. As Cross roared, an unprecedented torrent of nuclear explosions spewed out directly from Cross's Danshan. This energy is so great that the meridians of the arm can no longer bear it. It broke through Cross's abdomen and shot into the sky. At this time, Cross's Danshan is like a nuclear fusion engine, constantly using the PIM particles in the body to compress body matter and create nuclear explosion energy. The torrent of nuclear explosions is like a big river, spanning the sky and flying through the space between the Earth and the Moon. It hit the surface of the Moon. The Moon suddenly collapsed and the Earth split apart. Countless huge rocks flew up one after another, and dust flew tens of thousands of meters into the air. Boulders turned into dust, mountains turned into abyss. The Moon's gravity is only 1/6 that of the Earth. Under this huge energy impact, many surface materials break away from the Moon's gravity and are thrown into space. If viewed from the Moon, this is a magnificent disaster. But from Earth, it looks like a few specks of dust have been thrown off the Moon. These dusts are billions of tons of lunar rocks and lunar dust that fills the sky. In the next few million or tens of millions of years, they will serve as the background of the cosmic starry sky and cannot be erased. This dust will not disappear from the background of the universe until it slowly falls back onto the Moon or Earth under the gravitational pull of the Earth and Moon. Above the Moon, there is no air, no life, no harm, no tragedy. No one appreciated this disaster, which was as quiet as a silent movie. Apocalypse moved out of the way of the energy torrent and looked at everything coldly. Cross didn't bombard the ground, so there was no need for him to stop it. Otherwise, Apocalypse would not know what damage it would cause to the Earth, even at an altitude of 1,000 meters, with a 1000 times nuclear blast fist and an infinite divine fist of equal energy. When the 1000-fold nuclear blast energy was exhausted, Cross finally calmed down. In the lower abdomen, there was a hollow that penetrated from front to back. The upper and lower body are only connected by a thin layer of skin on both sides of the waist. Cross's entire body seemed to be drained and became skinny, like a human sculpture made of metal. Human beings are too small. Cross looked at the Moon. Even if the Moon is bombarded with 1000 times the power of a nuclear explosion, the Moon will only lose a few grains of dust. If you want to destroy the Moon with the energy of a nuclear explosion, even if the energy level is millions or tens of millions times higher, it may not be enough. Tian Kai said coldly, "Have you finished talking? Then let's hit the road." Boom. An infinite divine fist blasted out. Cross turned his head, facing the energy of the infinite divine fist, and smiled mysteriously at Apocalypse. The metal mouth struggled to spit out 2 words, "Goodbye." After saying that, the whole person suddenly shrank infinitely and disappeared. The energy of the infinite divine fist flew into the air, dragging a blue tail and flying into the universe. Want to escape? Apocalypse quickly increased his mental power to the maximum, covering dozens of kilometers in radius. After several experiences of dealing with supervillains, Apocalypse did not believe that any supervillain would be willing to surrender. But no trace of Cross was found. Combined with the goodbye just now, Tian Kai knew that Cross might have entered the quantum realm. He doesn't have the amplification flying ring made by Dr. Pym. Once he enters, just like the first-generation Wasp, he can never come out again. In addition, his body was severely injured, and it was unknown whether he would survive after entering. Apocalypse stopped in the sky to come down. Then he landed on the ground and went directly to Dr. Pym. Even though Cross has entered the quantum realm, he is not at ease. After the evil mission is completed, even if the hunt reaches the quantum realm, Cross must be completely dead before he can rest assured. Otherwise, if there is even a slight possibility of escape, it will be a devastating disaster for the Earth. We have to go in and rescue Janet anyway, so we just want to borrow the help of Dr. Pym and go take a look together. Apocalypse descends. The space shield protecting the city has been lifted. People in the city couldn't adapt to it, and there were some riots for a while. The feeling of oppression caused by hundreds of nuclear explosions in the sky just now still lingers in my heart, and the terrifying storm has never stopped. If it weren't for the space protection shield, the aftermath of hundreds of nuclear explosions would wipe the city to pieces, leaving few people alive. Now that everyone sees that the space protection shield is gone, the fear in their hearts suddenly emerges. Fortunately, there were people from S.H.I.E.L.D. waiting here. As soon as Apocalypse came down, they hurriedly broadcast that King Apocalypse had won and everyone could return to normal life with peace of mind. This prevented a riot. Apocalypse spoke to Fury and briefly explained what happened, allowing Fury to deal with the aftermath. Then I went to find Dr. Pym, Scott, Hope, Ava, Professor Bill and others. After this incident, Ava also became honest. After being released from the restraints, she didn't make any more trouble and followed Apocalypse obediently. She also looks to Apocalypse to help solve the quantum body problem. Apocalypse briefly explained Cross's situation and asked, Dr. Pym, what was the reason for the metallic color on Cross's body in the end? Dr. Pym, Professor Bill, Scott, Hope and others smiled slightly and understood instantly, leaving Apocalypse and Ava with big eyes and small eyes. Theoretically, nuclear fusion can fuse any element, Dr. Pym explained. But elements further down the periodic table have greater mass, are more difficult to fuse, and require greater energy. Like our sun, billions of tons of nuclear fusion are happening inside all the time. From the lightest hydrogen element to iron, it is difficult to fuse it anymore. Although Cross forcibly used Pym particles to fuse the material in the body, the fusion intensity cannot exceed the sun. Therefore, in the end, there will be a lot more iron elements. These iron elements travel throughout the body along the blood vessels and float on the skin, naturally giving it a metallic luster. After Tiankai heard this, he felt relieved. Use your mental power to look inside, and a divine power will spread throughout your body. After a while, a small metal ball slowly formed in the palm of my hand. He punched less nuclear explosive punches and didn't produce much iron element. I didn't notice it before, but now I understand that these excess iron elements can naturally be easily excreted from the body. I thought it was some strange side effect, but now it seems that this side effect can be resolved with a few moves. Only ordinary people like Cross who don't know how to practice can turn themselves into a metal lump by forcibly using the nuclear explosion fist. With the minor matter resolved, Apocalypse directly asked Dr. Pym to enter the quantum realm. Dr. Pym frowned and said, "There are a lot of things that need to be prepared. Just the Pym particles that can shrink you will take a lot of time to produce." Apocalypse said before that it would take at least 100 times the amount of an ordinary person to shrink himself. Hope and Dr. Pym thought he was joking at first, but now that they know Apocalypse's identity, they have to take this factor into consideration. Tiankai said, "Don't worry about the Pym particles, I'll be in charge. You just need to be responsible for building the quantum cabin." Okay. Dr. Pym and Hope were surprised. Was this the opposite of what they said? Cross disappeared, and now the only person in the world who can produce Pym particles is Dr. Pym himself. Tiankai smiled without saying a word and stretched out his palm. In the palm of my hand, a little red light glowed slightly. After a while, this red light became bigger and bigger, first becoming the size of a table tennis ball, and finally stopped until it reached the size of a football. Dr. Pym, Hope and others were stunned. They had originally speculated that Apocalypse had obtained Cross's equipment and dared to do so much. Unexpectedly, when I stretched out my hand, Pym particles appeared. It's not that fast to buy mineral water, so at least you still need to walk some distance. Is this really Pym particle? Dr. Pym couldn't believe it. Hope said, "I'll try." With that said, he extracted a tube, put it into the wasp suit, and then shrunk and enlarged one by one. How is it possible? How did you do it? Tiankai shrugged. This thing is a bit complicated, and it took me several minutes to learn to copy it. As he said this, everyone rolled their eyes and said, "You are in Versailles." However, after thinking about it carefully, I feel terrifying. Is this the strength of King Apocalypse? These days, Tiankai has been hanging out with them like an ordinary person. Later, when everyone in the company found out his identity, they were shocked. But the preconceived impression subconsciously still regards him as a person. And forget that the man standing in front of you is a god? Especially Dr. Pym and Professor Bill, they are top scholars in related fields and know best how terrifying it is to be able to create Pym particles with bare hands. Now that we have Pym particles, the remaining quantum cabins will be easy to handle. In the original plot, Dr. Pym and Hope, the father and daughter, scraped together things on the black market for 2 years before they managed to assemble one. Even the laboratory building was almost snatched away by evil middlemen with malicious intentions. Now, with a phone call from Apocalypse, dozens of trucks of equipment were sent to S.H.I.E.L.D. for Dr. Pym to choose from. Within a few days, the quantum cabin was assembled. However, this quantum cabin is slightly different from the original one. On both sides of the cabin, 2 large reinforced glass tubes were hung, filled with Pym particles. Dr. Pym was afraid that Apocalypse would not be able to shrink, so he burst the quantum capsule like he burst the Ant-Man suit before. At that time, it will not be as simple as losing a piece of equipment. Other people in the cabin may lose their lives or be lost in the quantum realm due to this unexpected destruction. Apocalypse tested it alone and found that it was true that Pym particles 100 times larger could still shrink himself. Now that I can make Pym particles myself, I don't have to worry about using too much and not being able to supply them. Now, it's time to decide on the candidate. The quantum cabin has 4 seats. As an expert, Dr. Pym must go. Apocalypse will take one, leaving the other for Ava. Ava's abilities are too special and her mentality is unstable, so Apocalypse would not dare to leave her outside. If she suddenly breaks out, no one can stop her, and she may be trapped in the quantum realm forever. 3 are occupied here, and the remaining one is given to Scott. Hope was dissatisfied at first and shouted, "Why? Scott can go, why should I be left outside?" I finally looked forward to the stars and the moon, and finally I was about to see my mother, but I couldn't see her right away. Hope couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Scott spread his hands to Hope and said, "Don't target me. I didn't ask to go." Tiankai said, "Scott's education is low, and he doesn't understand quantum science. If we leave him outside, what if we can't get out?" Scott was speechless for a moment, but he didn't expect to lie down. However, Tiankai said that he had low academic qualifications, and Pym said that he dared not refute, so he could only smile bitterly. Apocalypse said to Hope again in a warm voice, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring your mother out. You must be careful outside and wear a wasp suit the whole time. If you are in trouble, ask S.H.I.E.L.D. for help." Seeing that Apocalypse was so considerate, Hope finally stopped making trouble. Suddenly he came close, kissed Tiankai on the cheek, and said, "I'll wait for you outside." Apocalypse still doesn't understand what the quantum realm is. Dr. Pym tried to explain to him, but let alone the Apocalypse, even Scott, who had a master's degree, was confused. But at least one thing is certain, the quantum realm is not a space that has shrunk in place. For example, the first-generation WASP Janet we are looking for now, the place where her accident happened is not at all in the same city as the current location of the quantum cabin. But Dr. Pym is confident that by entering the quantum realm from here, Janet can be found directly. In the original plot of Avengers 4, the Avengers passed through the quantum tunnel and came out from the other side. Not only did time go back, but the location also changed. In Dr. Pym's explanation, the quantum realm should be a special world, self-contained. As the saying goes, things must be reversed at their extremes, and infinite minimization is one of the ways to enter this world. Apocalypse, Dr. Pym, Ava, Scott, and others are sitting in the quantum cabin. Hope is wearing a WASP suit and is guarding outside with Professor Bill. As the instrument starts up, the indicator light of the quantum cabin lights up. Then the cabin shook, and the things in front of him changed drastically. In the eyes of Tiankai and others, the things in the laboratory instantly became as huge as a planet, as if it had become a living place for a planetary giant. But in the eyes of everyone, this scene only lasted for less than a second and then disappeared. What caught everyone's eyes were huge creatures one after another, slowly swimming around. These creatures are grotesque, comparable to alien monsters in science fiction blockbusters, and the quantum cabin is like a small toy in front of them. Everyone seemed to have fallen into a world of monsters. In an environment that looks clean to the naked eye, there are tens of thousands of such microorganisms. They have no destructive effect on normal-sized humans, but it may cause damage to the reduced quantum cabin. Dr. Pym was a little nervous and said, "It has now entered the microbial level. Please don't make any noise or be targeted by them." The current volume of the quantum cabin is thousands of times smaller than the size of Ant-Man's reduced ant. To see these microorganisms, you need to look up. Dr. Pym routinely checked the quantum cabin. After confirming that there was no problem, he started to enter the next level. Cell level, molecular level, atomic level. Every time it is reduced to a level, Dr. Pym will nervously check the quantum cabin to ensure that nothing goes wrong. It is here at the atomic level that Dr. Pym spends the longest time. Apocalypse couldn't help and could only admire the scenery outside the cabin. Countless lights outside flashed past, and because they were flying too fast, the visual residue had not disappeared before they flew back again. Countless lights overlapped together, like a mist, filling all the space. Apocalypse used his divine power to improve his eyesight, and he could barely see that the lights were small glowing balls. Scott said, "Dawn, those light rays are electrons orbiting the nucleus. Don't look at it, it seems like billions. But in fact, there are as few as one in an atom, and as many as more than 100. They move extremely fast and are distributed around the nucleus in the form of a probability cloud." Tiankai nodded. He still knew these basic physics knowledge. "I wonder what the electrons will look like after we grab one and enlarge it to our human level." Tiankai said. No. Scott was startled. In an atom, the charge of the electron and the proton in the nucleus are in dynamic balance. Not to mention whether you can catch it, but if you do, the atom says it might collapse. At normal size, an atom collapsing would have no effect on us, but now that we're in it, it could kill us. Tiankai said, "Scott, do you know about ball lightning?" "I know, this is still an unsolved mystery. Until now, no one knows the mechanism of ball lightning." "Why do you ask?" "Ball lightning usually occurs during thunderstorms. It is a ball-shaped lightning that is generally not large, only a few dozen centimeters. This is a real and weird physical phenomenon. Ball lightning can float in the air with air currents, and can even pass through walls and enter indoors. Not to mention that it will explode. The strangest thing is that after some people come into contact with it, they will instantly turn into a ball of human-shaped ashes, while the person's clothes will be completely intact. This strange characteristic has interested countless scientists. The former Soviet Union had a project to study ball lightning in an attempt to use it to make weapons. It just took more than 10 years of hard work. Until the disintegration of the former Soviet Union, we couldn't even figure out how to create ball lightning, and finally gave up. Tiankai said, "If ball lightning is a giant electron, do you think this is possible?" Tiankai saw this conjecture from the works of a great writer in his previous life. In the previous life, this was just a science fiction conjecture, but in this world, it may be true. After all, giant creatures comparable to planets like the six-cylinder god Alisum can appear, and the emergence of giant atoms and electrons is also possible. Dr. Pym, who was checking the system, suddenly stopped when he heard it. This conjecture, is very interesting. If it is verified to be true, this may even be a great breakthrough for mankind to understand the universe." Scott was puzzled. "Isn't that true? Although giant electrons are very strange, but they are not qualified to be great, right?" Dr. Pym said, "Your academic qualifications are not high, so it's not surprising that you can't see the scientific truth behind it. If ball lightning is just one electron, it can be inferred that a complete giant atom is as big as the solar system. Think about it, everyone, where is the nucleus? 99% of the mass of an atom is in the nucleus. Perhaps this is the dark matter that the scientific community has been searching for decades. By the way, Scott, have you heard of dark matter? Scott was speechless. After all, he had a master's degree. Why did he act like a retard among this group of people and always use his degree as an excuse? Dr. Pym didn't wait for Scott to answer, then explained on his own. Scientists have observed that in the universe, mass and gravity are not directly proportional. Calculated based on the current gravity of the universe, at least 90% of the matter in the universe cannot be observed. These unobservable substances are collectively called dark matter. Although dark matter cannot be observed, it exudes gravity to the universe and maintains the balance of the entire universe. But with such a high proportion of dark matter, humans cannot observe it at all, which is a bit incredible. Just like in the solar system, there are 10 suns, but everyone can only observe one. Simply unbelievable. If 90% of the dark matter exists in the form of giant atomic nuclei, then it may make sense. At this point, Dr. Pym sighed and said, "How come I didn't come up with such a great conjecture? Tang, do you know? If this conjecture is confirmed, you will have an unassailable position in the history of science." Ava, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked, "If an atom is as big as the solar system, will there be giant creatures? Or even giant intelligent life?" In one sentence, everyone was fascinated by the question. If this kind of life really existed, how spectacular would it be? Use star systems as atoms, galaxies as cells, and superclusters as muscles and bones. Only when it runs through the entire universe can it be considered a life. Tian Kai said, "I don't know if this conjecture is true, but I am certain that there is indeed a strange and huge energy in the universe, which Asgard calls dark energy. As for whether it is the dark matter you mentioned, Dr. Pym, or whether it is even a giant atomic nucleus, I don't know. This kind of dark energy is extremely rare and powerful. When the Rainbow Bridge broke and God King Odin sent Thor and Apocalypse back to Earth to stop Loki, dark energy was used. Just sending the energy of 2 people made Loki call it a luxury. If dark energy is extracted from giant atomic nuclei, and there is only one giant atomic nucleus the size of a solar system, it makes sense that it is precious." Dr. Pym rubbed his hands excitedly. "I really want to invest in this research immediately. It would be even better if through your relationship, I can borrow some dark energy from Asgard." Although the original conjecture was proposed by Tian Kai, if Dr. Pym can confirm it, then he will gain the same status as the person who made the conjecture. Just like those scientists who win the Nobel Prize, they are often won by theoretical physicists and experimental scientists at the same time. However, after looking at the quantum cabin, Dr. Pym still held back. Everything depends on rescuing his wife Janet. Everyone, be careful. This time we shrink, we will directly transcend the levels of atomic nuclei, neutrons, and quarks, and reach the quantum realm. Following the mechanical sound of the quantum cabin, the scene in front of me changed drastically. The propulsion speed of the quantum cabin is actually very slow. It only has basic movement functions, but it seems to be traveling at the speed of light. Everyone felt that they were constantly moving forward, and one bizarre thing after another flashed past them. Oh, the quantum cabin vibrated slightly and stopped. Looking outside, countless colored lights seemed to have entities, one after another, intertwined together to form a huge and bizarre world. Under the colored light, there is a solid land. The impact just now was the impact of the quantum capsule landing on the entity. It's just that this piece of land is completely different from the surface of the Earth. Colored lights kept forming some protrusions, and then they kept disappearing. There are also giant structures that stand overhead and span the entire landmass. If it were on the surface of the Earth, the size of such a field of view would be at least thousands of kilometers in size. But in the quantum realm, it's hard to say. The concept of normal size simply doesn't apply here. As soon as he stopped, Dr. Pym couldn't wait to put on protective clothing and prepare to go out. There are too many unknowns in the quantum realm. You guys wait in the cabin. Tian Kai said, "This place is so big, how are you going to find Janet?" In the original plot, it was Janet who established contact with Scott, and her spirit temporarily possessed Scott, and passed the coordinates to Dr. Pym before picking her out. Now the plot has completely changed and there is no connection to Janet at all. How easy is it to find someone in this quantum realm with no end in sight? Dr. Pym said, "I'm not looking for her, I'm going outside to wait for her." Okay. Dr. Pym explained, "After landing just now, I started the broadcast and kept transmitting the position information of the quantum cabin to the surroundings. If Janet is still alive as you said, I believe that with her wisdom, she will be able to receive the message." After saying that, Dr. Pym walked out of the cabin. I saw that he had just come into contact with the quantum energy outside, and his body flickered, as if he was about to be disillusioned. Fortunately, the protective clothing worked and he was finally stabilized. Ava Zhengzheng looked outside and suddenly said, "It feels so friendly here." As he spoke, his body turned into a shadow and went straight through the quantum cabin to the quantum world. The phase change suit that temporarily restrained her before had indeed failed after such a long time. Apocalypse and Scott were left in the cabin, looking at each other. Tian Kai said, "Want to go out for a walk?" Scott shook his head, "There are too many unknowns in the quantum realm. I'd better stay in the cabin for safety." Tian Kai smiled, "It's not up to you." With that said, he lifted Scott up with one hand and strode outside. Hey, Tang, what are you doing? You are not wearing protective clothing." There were 4 people in the group, Scott, Dr. Pym, and Ava, all wearing protective clothing. Only Apocalypse wore everyday clothes. Seeing that Apocalypse had no protection, Scott was first worried about Apocalypse's safety. Don't worry, I have my own sense of discretion. As soon as they stepped out of the cabin, they felt a strange energy rushing towards their faces and then seeping into their bodies. Like Dr. Pym, the two of them flickered for a few times and finally stabilized. Ava looked at Apocalypse and said a little strangely, "Are you also in a quantum body?" Tian Kai shook his head. "No, my body can adapt to this place." "Oh, does your body still hurt?" Ava said, "My body is now in a quantum state, and I feel very comfortable here. I don't know after the transformation." Speaking of this, Ava felt lingering fear. Since the accident, she has experienced the pain of tearing her whole body apart every day. She hasn't felt what a normal body feels like for a long time. "Don't be afraid, try to absorb the energy here and convert it," Tian Kai encouraged. "I fear pain." This is the first time in so many years that Ava has told someone that she is afraid of pain. She has never said such weak words even in front of Professor Bill. However, with Tian Kai's encouragement, she still anxiously followed Tian Kai's words and transformed into the real state. The whole person changed from a shadow to a real entity. Ava's eyes widened and she kept patting her body with her hands. The pain that ripped through my body during the transformation process completely disappeared. Afterwards, the virtual reality kept changing, constantly switching back and forth between the quantum state and the real state, confirming that the pain that had troubled me for many years was finally far away from me. "Ah, it doesn't hurt at all. This is my hand, this is my foot." Ava was like a newborn baby, screaming and touching her body constantly, as if these limbs and body were growing on her for the first time. "Thank you, King Tian Kai. Just call me by my name, that's what all my friends call me." In Ant-Man 2, Ava's purpose in robbing the laboratory is to extract energy from the quantum realm to repair her body. Later, after Janet came out, a burst of quantum energy was injected into her immediately to stabilize her body. We don't know whether Apocalypse can be cured, but at least quantum energy can eliminate Ava's pain, which is very gratifying. Anyway, after this success, there will be no shortage of quantum energy, and we will just slowly find a way in the future. Looking at the strange and bizarre continent around me, the light sometimes turns into reality, and sometimes the material turns into light and dissipates in the air. Scott asked, "Dr. Pym, what are these?" Dr. Pym said, "This should be the embodiment of physical laws. Every ray of light here may correspond to one or more formulas in the real world. After we take Janet back, we will find a way to make some instruments that can operate in the quantum realm. Maybe we can discover many unheard of physical laws." When Tian Kai heard this, his heart moved. Practitioners and scientists have reached the same goal by different paths, both of which are to understand the mysteries of the universe. It's just that cultivation is through realms, tau aggregates, etc. in ways that are difficult to comprehend, while scientists describe the universe through formula after formula. If the light that suddenly gathers and disperses in front of you is the law of the universe, then the journey of cultivation should be closer to the nature of the universe. Tian Kai reached forward and gently introduced a ray of light into his palm. The light gathers and disperses, escaping from the palm of the hand. A realization came to my mind: this is the law of gravity. Although it's just some fragments, it's much clearer than looking at physics formulas or understanding things outside. If his understanding of gravity is complete enough, Apocalypse believes that he will be able to build a strange cosmic continent like Asgard in the future. Flatten a planet and change its gravitational rules so that it maintains the flat structure of its continents. No wonder Odin can rule the 9 realms. Just understanding this rule of gravity is invincible. It's a pity that this kind of understanding can only be understood but not expressed in words. He couldn't teach it to Thor even if he wanted to. This is different from science. As long as scientists use a formula to describe a rule, in theory, people of the entire race can learn it. Each has its own pros and cons. I can't say who is better or worse. With this thought, Tian Kai couldn't bear it anymore. One after another, they introduced the light of these rules into their bodies and continued to comprehend. Originally, with Tian Kai's 9 refined divine body, practicing outside has already made great progress. Now that he is directly exposed to the light of rules, his cultivation speed is beyond description. It's just that the light of rules is not complete. Sometimes it is about gravity, sometimes it is about speed, and there are also some irrelevant ones, such as color, taste, etc. Since he couldn't choose, Apocalypse simply accepted everyone who came. Open up your own perception ability to the maximum, and countless rules of light pour into your body. Apocalypse keeps arranging and combining them, keeping what he needs, eliminating some unimportant ones, and slowly forming his own system of understanding. As there are more and more lights of rules, at first, there were just thousands of rays connected to the surface of Apocalypse, like a hedgehog of light. In the end, the light of rules was as strong as the sun, completely wrapping him in it. I don't know how long it took, but Tian Kai finally woke up from his realization. The whole person feels both tired and fulfilled. He was tired because his mental power was almost exhausted. This enrichment of his insights had greatly improved his understanding of the rules of the universe. In the past, his fighting power was strong, and he often relied on brute force to win, but his understanding of the universe was far from enough. At least it is far inferior to the god King Odin. The god King Odin was able to flatten a planet and create a flat continent in the universe, and he could also capture a sun to orbit the continent. In this state, the previous Apocalypse only had the element of looking up. But after this realization, Tiankai felt that as long as he gave himself enough time to practice, catching stars and the moon would be easy. As the light of rules dissipated from his body, Apocalypse saw another person beside Dr. Pym. It was none other than Janet, the first-generation wasp. At this time, Janet had an old face and a head full of white hair. She was about the same age as Dr. Pym. "Hello, Janet, I'm a friend of Little Gummy Hope." Apocalypse came over to say hello. Janet said, "Hello, Pym has told me your origin. I have bad news, I'm afraid I have to tell you." "What bad news?" "Cross was cured by me, and he traveled through the quantum tunnel to an unknown time and space." Janet then detailed what happened. It turned out that Cross fell into the quantum realm after shrinking, and Janet found him soon. As the first-generation wasp who has been fighting criminals and evil forces all year round, Janet is still wary. But Cross made up his mind, saying that he fell into the quantum realm to protect the Earth and fight against evil forces. Then, he revealed the fact that he was Dr. Pym's student and told all the details about Dr. Pym. Finally, the formula of Pym particles is stated. After hearing the Pym particle formula, Janet had no doubts. Not only did he treat his wounds, but he also taught Cross a lot of knowledge in the quantum field without reservation, including quantum tunnels capable of traveling through time and space. It wasn't long before Janet received Dr. Pym's broadcast message. "I just wanted to take Cross with me." Of course Cross didn't dare. As soon as they met, the matter would be revealed immediately. What's more, he guessed that Apocalypse would definitely come together. So, while Janet was not paying attention, Cross forcibly opened the quantum tunnel and escaped to an unknown time and space. Apocalypse frowned slightly. It was not surprising that Janet could cure Cross, but he ran away, which Apocalypse did not expect. But this sentence also reveals some information. Janet has long known that quantum tunnels can travel through time and space. In the original plot, if she hadn't been annihilated by Thanos' snap of his fingers, she would have found a way to travel back in time. After all, Scott has a master's degree, and after spending a few years there, he realized the possibility of traveling through time and space. Janet's level is much higher than Scott's. She has spent most of her life in the quantum realm, so it is strange that she has not discovered the quantum tunnel. Now that she knows the quantum tunnel, will Janet really stay in the quantum realm for the rest of her life? In Avengers 4, after Scott came out, he said something to the Avengers heroes. 5 years had passed outside, but he felt that only a few hours had passed inside. If time passes at different speeds in the quantum realm and outside, then Janet's appearance should age very slowly. Now that her appearance is aging in line with Dr. Pym's, the answer is obvious. The only explanation is that she has not always lived in the quantum realm. It is very likely that she has been traveling in different time and space most of the time. It's just that there may be no coordinates and there is no way to travel back to the original point in time. Thinking of this, Tiankai had no choice but to ask, is there any way to track it? Janet shook her head and said, there is no way. Unless the other party takes the initiative to contact us and leave the coordinate information. Without spacetime coordinates, we may not be able to find him even if we try for -million years. Tiankai said, forget it, I'll deal with it when I have a chance to meet him in the future. By the way, look at Ava, how is she doing? Janet motioned for Ava to come closer. Ava glanced at Apocalypse, then stepped forward obediently, letting Janet press her hands lightly on her temples. After a while, Janet let go of her hand and said, her body is fine, but quantum energy needs to be replenished regularly. Otherwise, her life is in danger. If we want to completely eliminate the quantum body, we need to conduct additional research. Ava said, no need to eliminate it, I want to keep the quantum body. Ava has her own little idea. Once her quantum body is cured, she will completely become an ordinary person. Then, the people and circles she is now in contact with will leave her. Well, as you like. Apocalypse said, Ava, the quantum energy you need in the future will be provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. This means S.H.I.E.L.D. has fulfilled its promise to you. The key to entering the quantum realm is the Pym particle. Now that Apocalypse can make Pym particles by himself, other quantum cabins and Ant-Man suits can be made by S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. 3 things to do when entering the quantum realm this time. 1 is to rescue Janet, which has been completed. The second is to treat Ava, which can be considered to have good results. As for Cross, who was going to be hunted, it was a pity that he escaped. But there is no way for now, everyone returns. The moment Janet walked out of the quantum cabin, Hop burst into tears. Zheng stood there, unable to believe it, fearing that this was another dream. It wasn't until Janet called her a little gummy that the mother and daughter finally hugged each other tightly. The Pym family, finally reunited after being separated for decades, must have a lot to say. Apocalypse and Scott stopped disturbing them, said goodbye, and went back to their homes. Scott said somewhat, Dawn, are you free? What's up? Kathy misses you a little and asked you to go see her again when you have time. Tiankai smiled and said, that's fine. Your ex-wife's house is not far from here anyway. Let's go see little Casey. Scott was overjoyed. Since learning Apocalypse's true identity, Scott has tried his best to act as usual, but the pride he feels in being considered a friend by Earth's #1 superhero is indescribable. Especially in front of my daughter. Tiankai, Ava, and Scott made a phone call to make an appointment, and then drove to the door of Scott's ex-wife's house. As soon as he rang the doorbell, the screams of Scott's ex-wife came from inside the house. What should I do? What should I do? Apocalypse King is here. Casey's stepfather covered his ears and said, don't be so rude. Didn't he come last time? I didn't know his identity last time. No, he told me at that time. I didn't believe it. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Scott's ex-wife is a typical little woman, a little snobbish and a little vain. She has no career ambitions, her family and daughter are everything to her. When she learned from her husband that the actor was the real king of Apocalypse, she didn't believe it. It wasn't until the director of Casey's stepfather came over like a pug, carrying large and small packages of gifts, and desperately wanted to take a look at the portrait gifted by King Apocalypse, that he believed it all. But she was not allowed to tell anyone about such a huge secret, so she could only vent her joy by screaming. I wish I could use the floating ones when walking. When other girlfriends showed off their children, husbands, jewelry, etc., she began to despise their vision with an unprecedented sense of superiority. My daughter received a personal gift from King Apocalypse. Which best friend is better than me? Just a scholarship fund presented by King Apocalypse. Its value is difficult to measure in terms of money. If we had to calculate it in terms of money, the portrait beside her daughter's bedside would be worth tens of millions of dollars. Not to mention the handwritten message above. Poor girlfriends, they are showing off for a piece of jewelry and a nice car. Now, the apocalypse has come to visit again, and Kathy's mother is panicking. Looking at the things floating around these days, I never thought that King Apocalypse would come again, let alone made any preparations. From the moment I got the call to schedule an appointment, I was screaming. Casey rushed out first, threw himself into Scott's arms, and asked, Dad, have you and King Apocalypse finished fighting the bad guys? Yes, we made a special trip to see you. Kathy asked again, King of Apocalypse, was it you who was in the sky a few days ago? I can't see it, my mother won't let me see it. Tiankai smiled and said, yes, your father was also in heaven at that time. Wow, Dad is so awesome. Speaking of the nuclear explosion battle a few days ago, Casey didn't feel scared at all. Anyway, she felt that the victory of the superheroes was a matter of course. This is completely different from the feelings of Kathy's mother and stepfather. What adults see is the catastrophe of annihilation. In Casey's eyes, it was just a disaster movie with a happy ending. When Kathy's mother saw Tiankai coming in, she wanted to salute in a panic, but for a moment she didn't know what kind of salute she should salute, so she ended up doing it in a nondescript manner. Scott couldn't stand it any longer. He felt embarrassed if it continued any longer, so he took them both aside to prepare dinner. On the table, Casey's stepfather asked, King Apocalypse, has that supervillain been solved? Recently, the police station has arrested many young people who want to learn to be superheroes. Well, it's settled. Although he doesn't know which time and space Cross went to cause harm, at least in this time and space, he doesn't dare to come back. He didn't leave any coordinates when he left, and he might never come back. Casey's mother was a little nervous and asked, King Apocalypse, what is Scott's nickname? I mean, what is his title? Yes, what kind of superhero is Dad? Apocalypse smiled and said, his name is Ant-Man. I'm about to take him to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Wow, my dad is Ant-Man. Casey sat on Scott's lap and refused to get off. Originally, Casey's mother was a little jealous of her daughter for not kissing her, but now that she knows Scott is a superhero, she no longer has such small thoughts. King Apocalypse, is your beautiful sister also a superhero? Well, her name is White Ghost. Casey's expression shrank. Children are quite sensitive to supernatural things like ghosts and ghosts. A rare smile appeared on Ava's face, and she said, don't be afraid, little Casey, I can only scare people. Ava's heart, which had always been estranged, felt a little relieved. I thought that a god-level figure like Tiankai would be aloof, but I didn't expect that he would be like an ordinary person, eating and coaxing children. Especially the title makes Ava feel close to her. Others called him King Apocalypse, and Apocalypse had no intention of correcting him. Only people who are close to you will be called by their first names. Just as he was talking, the doorbell rang ding-dong from outside the door. Casey's stepfather answered the door and it turned out to be the local police chief. As soon as the director came in, he was surprised and said, what a coincidence, are you having dinner? I stopped by to see little Casey. Scott, you are here too, what a coincidence. Casey's stepfather turned his back to Apocalypse and others, and shook his head slightly at the director, indicating that the act was too much. You were clearly greeting everyone, but your eyes were staring straight at Tiankai, not knowing the truth. I thought you had some special hobby. Call it a coincidence, but I ended up holding a lot of carefully wrapped gifts in both hands. Is this too much of a coincidence? Of course, Casey's stepfather notified him to come over. Ever since the director learned about the relationship between Casey and King Apocalypse, he has been bullying Casey's stepfather. Not only did he want to see the portrait, but he also begged him that when King Apocalypse comes to see little Casey again, he must inform him and ask him to come and pay his respects. Casey's stepfather also has his own little ideas. On the King of Apocalypse's side, because of Kathy, although there is some connection, it is too far away. If you want a promotion or salary increase, you naturally have to rely on your immediate boss. This is more than just a director. Anyone who can become the director must have an intricate interest group behind him, and it is most practical to be able to connect with him. Otherwise, you may only be a police officer for the rest of your life until you retire. Although he was a little uneasy, he thought that even if King Apocalypse was dissatisfied, thinking about Kathy's relationship, he wouldn't do anything to him. So he bit the bullet and notified the director. How could Tian Kai not see these little tricks clearly, but he had a good temper and didn't care about it, saying, "Since we're here, let's come in and have dinner together." Casey's stepfather and the director finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Casey's stepfather was the master of the house, the guests dominated the house, and King Apocalypse didn't nod. He really didn't dare to make his own decision and ask the director to come in and sit down. The director was overjoyed. He thought he would be satisfied if he could just take a look at King Apocalypse at the door, but he didn't expect to have dinner together. Humbly, everyone sent gifts, even Ava, who had obviously prepared a lot in advance. Scott was very enthusiastic towards the chief. He had been treated kindly by the chief at the police station, and when they met, he gave his daughter a gift, so he naturally reached out to avoid hitting the smiling man. The director was deliberately flattering, Tian Kai was approachable, and everyone ate in harmony. After dinner, in the reluctant eyes of little Casey, Apocalypse took Scott and Ava into the sky and flew towards S.H.I.E.L.D., leaving everyone on the ground looking up. "I just joined S.H.I.E.L.D., and I haven't had time to arrange for Scott, Ava, and others yet." Black Widow and Fury came forward. Fury said, "Tony got the news from somewhere and went to hunt down the Winter Soldier." Black Widow said, "He also asked me not to inform you, for fear of embarrassing you." Although Iron Man and Black Widow are very familiar with each other, Black Widow doesn't care about this. There is no reason to hide it from her husband. Even in the original plot, Black Widow is not an obedient baby and has her own opinions. Tian Kai said, "Where is Captain Steve?" Black Widow sighed, "He lost contact and should have gone to stop Tony." Fury was a little confused and said, "I have locked up this information." How did Tony and Steve know it at the same time? Apocalypse briefly recalled that this should be the plot of Captain America 3. In the original plot, Captain America 3 has two main lines. One is the Sokovia Accords, which caused the superheroes to be divided into two factions and a civil war broke out. The root of this is that Scarlet Witch, Black Widow, Cap, and others went on a mission to Sokovia. The villain is outmatched and wants to detonate a bomb. The witch controls the energy of the bomb explosion and wants to direct it to the sky. During the liftoff process, as the distance became further and further away, control was lost, causing the energy of the bomb to explode in midair. Half of a tall building was blown up, causing numerous casualties. Afterwards, countless people, including the government, accused the superheroes of their mistakes and irresponsibility, and even believed that superheroes were the source of all the misfortune. As a result, a Sokovia Accords was drafted in an attempt to restrain the Avengers. This agreement has only one purpose, and that is, all actions are subject to command. Apocalypse in his previous life felt that this agreement was simply unreasonable. Superheroes work hard to protect the world, but there are some mistakes that cause accidental injuries. Instead of blaming the bad guys, politicians, and the public blame the people who protect them. How stupid and chilling is this? Now, Tian Kai's vision is different, and he can see the secret at a glance. Civilians accuse superheroes of being stupid. They didn't dare to look for or find the bad guys, so they had no choice but to point their guns at the good guys. But politicians are not stupid, and stupid people cannot play politics. Not only did they not protect the Avengers, they actually added fuel to the flames, with ulterior motives. Politicians are used to being at the top and holding power. Now there is a group of people with extraordinary abilities who do not obey their orders, which makes them restless. It is obviously impossible to force superheroes to submit by force. Superheroes are the ceiling of Earth's combat power. Before, just one Hulk was enough to make them anxious, let alone a lot of superheroes. Only in the name of love, responsibility, and guilt can we force the superheroes to sign an agreement and put on the shackles ourselves. Only politicians can use their mortal bodies to order superheroes. I have to say that the politicians' calculations are indeed terrible. This calculation caused the Avengers to split into two groups. A compromise faction headed by Iron Man advocates signing an agreement. Its members include War Machine, Spider-Man, Black Widow, Vision, Black Panther, etc. The other faction is the hardline faction headed by Captain America, who firmly disagrees with putting shackles on superheroes. Its members include Ant-Man, Hawkeye, Scarlet Witch, Falcon, Winter Soldier, etc. The Captain of the United States came from the flames of World War II and knew that it is a good thing to have love, but he must not be moved by himself and lose the big for the small. Otherwise, not only will we not be able to save more people on the battlefield, but we will also lose our lives in vain. Neither of the two teams could convince the other and they fought in an airport. Now, due to the sudden emergence of Apocalypse, the Sokovia Accords have no room for operation. Apocalypse's strength is so exaggerated that all politicians dare not think of anything small. Apocalypse is not like Iron Man, Ant-Man, Hawkeye, Falcon, War Machine, Scarlet Witch, Winter Soldier, Spider-Man, Black Widow, Black Panther, etc. He doesn't need to live on Earth. If Apocalypse is upset, let alone whether there will be a conflict, Apocalypse will just go to Asgard or an alien planet to play. What can politicians do to him? On the contrary, more and more world-destroying supervillains need the god-level hero Apocalypse to protect the Earth. Including Fury, they all waited carefully, fearing that Apocalypse would have any suspicion against them. In fact, during the earlier battle against the Dark Elf King, the war affected most of the Big Pishan Kingdom, with most of the country in ruins, almost all of the docks destroyed, and numerous civilian casualties. At that time, someone had already started to create public opinion, but unfortunately it didn't even make waves. In addition, Apocalypse has a good relationship with almost all superheroes. With him around, civil war is out of the question. Another main line. It was Colonel Zima who was behind the instigation between Iron Man and Captain. Colonel Zima was originally from Sokovia's intelligence service. Because of the mission in the original plot, his wife and children died tragically. Colonel Zima was so distraught that he couldn't find the vengeful Hydra, so he turned his attention to the Avengers. He used his ability to collect intelligence, and after many twists and turns, he actually found a way to control the Winter Soldier. Then he used the case of the Winter Soldier killing Iron Man's parents 20 years ago in an attempt to divide the Avengers. He said, an empire defeated by its enemies can still rise again, but an empire that collapses from within is dead forever. Colonel Zima knew that it was impossible to defeat the Avengers with his own mortal strength. Only by leveraging their own strength and letting the Avengers fight among themselves can they achieve their revenge goals. In the original plot, he almost did. In order to avenge his parents, Iron Man hunted down Bucky, the Winter Soldier. Of course, Captain couldn't let his life and death friend be killed, so he teamed up with Bucky to force Iron Man back. Seeing that he couldn't kill Bucky, Iron Man had no choice but to take back the Captain's shield in the name of Forged by Father. The two didn't truly reconcile until they were about to travel through time in Avengers 4. It was also at that time that Cap got his original shield back. This small split may not seem to have much impact, but it may be a branch point in time that leads to Thanos being able to snap his fingers. If the two teams had not split, they would have had enough power to stop Thanos, whether they were going to Titan together or retreating to Wakanda. The result was just like the original plot, with the troops divided into two groups and defeated one by Thanos. Now, although the Sokovia Accords are gone, Colonel Zima seems to still be operating according to the original timeline. After the Winter Soldier appeared, Apocalypse reminded Black Widow and Fury of what the Winter Soldier had done. Although Bucky, the Winter Soldier, was also controlled by others, in Iron Man's eyes, this was a blood feud between his parents and there was no room for discussion. At this time, he was attracted by Colonel Zima's information, and naturally he desperately wanted to hunt down Bucky, the Winter Soldier. In Fury's heart, he actually hopes that Bucky will die in an accident, so that this thunder will naturally disappear. It's a pity that the Winter Soldier has a tough life. He faced S.H.I.E.L.D. several times and retreated unscathed. Now comes the trouble. Regardless of the outcome, a split in this team seems inevitable. One is a playboy and billionaire. After he changed his career and became a superhero, his fans increased dramatically. One is a symbol of justice, a legend since World War II, and the idol of countless righteous people. Their split was not only a major blow to the Avengers team. Among civilian groups, it will also cause two fan groups to quarrel and attack each other. Tian Kai said, their source of information should be a person named Colonel Zima. This person is from the Sokovia Intelligence Department. Black Widow called up the mission files performed in Sokovia on the spot and quickly compared them. Indeed found. One of the mother and daughter who died in the accident was Colonel Zima's wife and son. Fury looked at the information on the holographic screen and sighed. Sure enough, hatred makes a person strong. So many of our S.H.I.E.L.D. elite agents wanted to find the Hydra information, but he didn't expect to do it alone. Black Widow said, Dawn, are you going to find Tony? The reason why Iron Man did not let Black Widow inform Apocalypse was because the matter was really difficult to handle from a human perspective. Apocalypse has a closer relationship with Iron Man. If he helps Iron Man kill the Winter Soldier, it will inevitably arouse the Captain's resentment. It would be easy for Captain to leave S.H.I.E.L.D., and he might even turn black and embark on the path of fighting against S.H.I.E.L.D. On the contrary, in an emergency, if the Captain asks Apocalypse for help to save Bucky, will Apocalypse help or not? If you help, you will pass the test of not being an Iron Man. If you don't help, you will lose the Captain as a friend. Only Iron Man can hunt down Bucky with dignity. If he succeeds, the Captain will only have himself to blame for his inability to protect his friend, and there will be no additional resentment. At most, he would leave S.H.I.E.L.D. and not work with Iron Man. In the original plot, Captain and Bucky teamed up to defeat Iron Man, but did not dare to do anything more. On the contrary, Iron Man forced Captain to leave the shield in the name of his father. The Captain could only hand it over guiltily. Tian Kai said, I'm going. At this time, it's not just the grievances between the three of them, there may be hundreds of Winter Soldiers like Bucky. Fury was shocked and said, hundreds? So many. Bucky has already stirred up the world. Even Iron Man's parents and one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. were assassinated. If it's a few hundred, what's the point? Apocalypse said, these Winter Soldiers are flawed and should be sleeping at this time. But if Colonel Zima finds them, it will be hard to say what will happen next. In the original plot, these Winter Soldiers did not wake up and were killed directly by Colonel Zima. The current timeline has changed a lot from the original. Affected by bad luck, it is unknown what these Winter Soldiers will mutate into. It's best to nip it in the bud, just like in the original plot, to prevent these Winter Soldiers from having a chance to wake up. Fury said, Natasha, mobilize personnel immediately to track the whereabouts of Tony, Steve, and this Zima. Tian Kai said, no need. I can find them. Iron Man, Captain America, and others are connected to Apocalypse by destiny, and it is easy to find them through the thread of destiny. Apocalypse explains a little bit about Ant-Man and Ava, and then rises into the sky, heading north at 100 times the speed of sound, across the land of northern Canada, across the Arctic Ocean, and directly to Siberia, the land of fighting peoples. Siberia is covered with ice and snow all year round, with extremely low temperatures and howling cold winds. Apocalypse swept his consciousness and quickly found Iron Man, Captain, and Bucky. At this time, Bucky and the Captain were running away in panic on the ground. Iron Man chased in the sky and continuously fired laser cannons to bombard the ground. In the original plot, Iron Man fought against Captain and Bucky inside the base, which was not conducive to the performance of the suit, so Captain took advantage of it. Now in the open area outside, the suit's advantage of being able to fly was brought to its fullest. The Captain and Bucky had no power to fight back, so they could only block and run. But neither the Captain nor Bucky are ordinary people. In addition, the Captain has a vibranium shield, a powerful defensive weapon. He can hide if he can, and if he can't, he will resist. For a moment, Iron Man couldn't take down both of them. At this time, Bucky seemed to have regained his consciousness and said, "Steve, there is a bunker ahead. Hey, this place seems familiar." The Captain said, "Don't think so much, hide in first and then talk. Keeping getting beaten like this is not the answer." The two ran to the base and found the door open. Judging from the traces of snow in front of the door, it had just been opened, and the snow had been pushed to both sides. The Captain and Bucky dived in without thinking too much. Even if there is an army inside, the threat is smaller than Iron Man in the sky. 2 micro-missiles followed the Captain's figure and shot into the base. Boom, boom. A ball of fire burst out from the door, rolling up the snow in front of the door and throwing it into the air. But the base stood still. Iron Man stared coldly at the base gate and scanned for a while, but found no bodies, knowing that the micro-missiles had no effect. With a cold snort, he also flew in. As soon as he entered, as the light and darkness changed, a shield suddenly came towards him. Iron Man hurriedly fired a hand cannon, blowing away the shield. The shield made a buzz sound without any damage. It turned a corner and returned to the Captain's hand. With such attraction, Iron Man suddenly felt his feet sinking. I saw Bucky grabbing Iron Man with his metal arm and throwing him to the ground. Iron Man couldn't control his body shape and hit the ground and rolled several times. As soon as he stood up, the Captain quickly took up his position, not giving Iron Man a chance to get airborne. The three of them started fighting. For a moment, fists and feet were flying, and you came and I went. After fighting again and again, Iron Man actually started to be at a disadvantage. Although Iron Man wears a steel suit, Captain and Bucky are both strong men who can tear steel plates with their hands. Although it cannot break through the iron suit for a while, it is not afraid of Iron Man's normal attacks. In addition, Captain and Bucky are life and death friends and have a very tacit understanding. When they work together, they are far more powerful than two ordinary superheroes. A vibranium shield flew back and forth in the hands of the two men, leaving many scars on the steel suit. Even the palm cannon was damaged. When the fight was inextricable, a series of loud noises suddenly came from boom, boom, boom. Steel gates fell continuously, sealing the exit. The three of them were startled and quickly separated, running towards the nearest door. We are all people who have experienced hundreds of battles, and we know best that no matter where we are, we must ensure that we have a safe retreat route. If you are trapped in a place of death, you are really not far from death. The Captain and Bucky smashed the steel door several times, but to no avail. Iron Man summoned the laser. Although it could cut, the steel door was too thick. At this speed, he didn't know how long it would take to cut a door. The door that blocked them had several levels, and they might not be able to get out even if they ran out of fuel. Ha 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 ha, don't bother. These gates are enough to withstand the bombing of small-yield nuclear bombs. You can't get out. A voice came from the speaker. Just as Gang Kwan, Captain America, and Bucky were looking for the person who made the noise, Apocalypse quietly passed through the layers of steel and floated in half-floating in the air. Apocalypse followed because he was afraid that Colonel Zima would mutate and Iron Man and Captain would be in danger. Apocalypse scanned it and found no tendency for Colonel Zima to mutate. The only possibility left is the few hundred Winter Soldiers. Sure enough, Colonel Zima was in the control room, looking at the three Iron Man men coldly through the ancient black and white monitor. Then, at the press of a button, hundreds of hibernation chambers were filled with gas. As the gas was injected, the hundreds of dormant Winter Soldiers began to cough continuously. While coughing, he opened his eyes, and the muscles and blood vessels in his body bulged violently. In the original plot, Colonel Zima injected highly toxic gas to make them die unconsciously. But now, Zima has apparently changed his mind. What is injected is a gas that stimulates potential. These gases that stimulate potential are not good enough, otherwise Hydra would not abandon them. Now Colonel Zima is desperate and forcefully injects it at the maximum dose. Suddenly, some Winter Soldiers could no longer bear it and their bodies began to expand extremely. With a bang, it turned into a ball of flesh and blood and splashed on the glass door. These Winter Soldiers were originally defective products. They were forced to seal them up because they failed the Hydra test. Naturally, they could not withstand this kind of catalysis. But there are still many who have not self-destruct. Crack, 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 crack. The sleeping cabins were knocked open one by one, and countless Winter Soldiers stepped out. At this time, due to the extreme catalysis of the drug, the muscles on the Winter Soldiers' bodies expanded excessively, and their skin could not wrap them up, as if they were about to burst. There were streaks of blood all over his body, looking a bit like a biochemical zombie. Apocalypse's spiritual power spread throughout the base, staring closely at this group of mutated Winter Soldiers. As long as hundreds of monsters capable of nuclear explosions don't appear at the same time, Apocalypse is sure to control the situation. The turning point in the relationship between Iron Man and Captain may lie in this group of mutant Winter Soldiers. Colonel Zima pressed the call button, and his voice spread through the speakers throughout the base. Kill them all. The originally confused mutant Winter Soldier seemed to have found his purpose in life. Boom, 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 boom. All the Winter Soldiers rushed towards Iron Man, Captain, Bucky, and others. Seeing this situation, Iron Man had no choice but to stop chasing Bucky and resist this group of mutant Winter Soldiers. A row of miniature ammunition racks stretched out from the shoulders of the suit. With a sound of several dodged missiles flew out, killing a group of mutant Winter Soldiers in the passage. However, Iron Man had spent a lot of ammunition chasing Bucky before, and even the hand cannon was broken during the battle. With the remaining large group of Winter Soldiers, Iron Man had to fight hand-to-hand. The pistols carried by Captain and Bucky finally came in handy. Clap clap clap. A series of rapid gunshots rang out, and a bullet took away a mutated Winter Soldier, causing a row of them to fall to the ground in an instant. But the pistol didn't carry much ammunition, and before long, like Iron Man, he was in a tough fight. But there are two of them, and they are close friends. When they cooperate with each other, there is less pressure than Iron Man. With the help of his suit, Iron Man can repel these mutated Winter Soldiers with just one punch or a kick. But there are too many people. I can repel them, but I can't kill them. Otherwise, if you move a little slowly, you will be overwhelmed by the crowd. The mutant Winter Soldier was a failed experiment and had no mechanical arms, so it was weaker than the successful version of Bucky. But now Colonel Zima is forcing the catalyst regardless of the cost. Except for the mechanical arm, in other aspects, he can already catch up with Bucky. Hundreds of people came, and no one dared to underestimate it. In the whirlpool of the two crowds, mutant Winter Soldiers were constantly being knocked away, but they were quickly replaced by new mutant Winter Soldiers. The first one who couldn't hold on was Iron Man. He was fighting alone, with his back unguarded, and was quickly hugged by a tall Winter Soldier. Iron Man's mechanical arm twisted, and a scalp-numbing bone-crushing sound suddenly came from the tall Winter Soldier's arms. But he didn't seem to know the pain. Instead of letting go, his legs were wrapped around him. With such a moment of delay, Iron Man suddenly lost his position, and his hands, feet, and torso were controlled by the mutant Winter Soldier that rushed towards him. If he hadn't been wearing a battlesuit, he would have been torn into pieces. The American captain shouted to Bucky, "Tony can't hold on anymore, let's go over." The two moved while fighting and joined Iron Man. In a few moments, the mutated Winter Soldier hanging on Iron Man's body was cleaned up, and the three of them formed a horn-like posture back to back. Iron Man regained his breath and said coldly, "Even if you save me, I will not let Bucky go." The captain slapped a mutated Winter Soldier away with his shield and gasped, "We'll wait until we get out alive to settle our grudges." At this time, each passage is blocked by steel gates. Even if no one attacks, Iron Man can use laser cutting to escape. What's more, there are so many desperate monsters attacking them now. The only option now is to kill all the mutated Winter Soldiers in front of them and think of another way. The three of them were experienced in many battles. Although they were at a disadvantage, once the defensive circle was formed, hundreds of Winter Soldiers were unable to do anything to them. Instead, under the catalysis of the medicine, many Winter Soldiers' muscles expanded more and more, and they exploded first. Instead, the captain and others' faces were covered in flesh and blood. Apocalypse's consciousness is always paying attention here to prevent Iron Man and Captain from getting into trouble. But more attention was placed on Colonel Zima. As expected, Colonel Zima saw that the remaining health version of the Winter Soldier failed to take down Iron Man and others. With a hard look, he pressed a few buttons on the console. Suddenly, waves of poisonous gas filled the air from the dormant cabin and surged towards the hall. These poisonous gases were used to kill the Winter Soldier in the original plot. Now, it comes in handy to deal with Iron Man, Captain, Bucky, and others. As for those mutated Winter Soldiers, no one cares about them. However, this is not enough. Colonel Zima knew that Iron Man was wearing a suit and the poison gas might not be able to poison him. Just run to the lab and find the catalyst that the mutated Winter Soldier inhaled. Without hesitation, I unscrewed the mouth of the compressed can and sprayed it on my face. Seeing that Colonel Zima began to mutate, the muscles on his body began to grow significantly. Apocalypse suddenly appeared in front of him. With a wave of his hand, the leaked catalyst flowed back into the compression tank as if traveling back in time. Then, he held Colonel Zima's mouth with one hand and poured the green recovery potion into his mouth with the other hand. There was a flash of green light, and Colonel Zima's mutation stopped. The muscles in his body contracted and slowly returned to their original appearance. Apocalypse believes that if he doesn't stop it, another enhanced version of the supervillain may appear. I want to see for myself, what will happen if this mutation is forcibly interrupted. Is it you, King Tiankai? Zima was startled and quickly backed away. Although Apocalypse's photos have not been published in the public media, Colonel Zima can even find Hydra's lair. It is not difficult to see Apocalypse's photos. The eastern face of Apocalypse is particularly special in the Western world and is instantly recognizable. Zima stepped back 5 or 6 meters, although he knew rationally that this distance was of no use to King Apocalypse. But human instinct is so strange. If you stay farther away, you will feel an inexplicable sense of security. I don't need your help, King Apocalypse. When my wife and daughter pass away, I am not going to live. Apocalypse shook his head and said, I'm not saving you. On behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I apologize to you for what happened to your family. But the blame should not be borne by S.H.I.E.L.D. people. Although Tiankai is kind-hearted and has systematic guidance, he cannot tolerate the absurd logic of good people deserve to be pointed at guns. If Zima doesn't stop, he will show no mercy. Ha 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 ha. Zima laughed miserably. You think you are maintaining world peace, but in my eyes, you and Hydra are the murderers of my wife and children. Colonel Zima smiled, his voice gradually changing. From ha 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 to jajaja, his face became more and more ferocious. The aura on his body is getting stronger and stronger. Apocalypse looked at the void behind Colonel Zima and thought to himself, at this time, the Mutation Management Bureau really didn't even have a face. Just now, the absorption of catalysts requires mutation, which still makes sense. But the catalyst in Colonel Zima's body has been eliminated by the recovery potion, and now he can forcibly mutate with just a burst of hatred? Still unreasonable? As the laughter of GGG got louder and louder, Apocalypse ducked out of the way. He approached Zima, suppressed him with one hand, and pulled the air behind him with the other hand. Oh, a sound like a rope being snapped came from the void. Behind Zima's head, a black void space flashed by. If Apocalypse hadn't been suppressing him, he would have been sucked in and fallen into nothingness, not knowing life or death. Before the void disappeared, Tiankai glanced inside and smiled. Far away in an unknown spacetime rift, several people in work uniforms looked at the scene in front of them and were shocked and speechless. One of these people was the Black Ant who delivered the message to Apocalypse in Asgard Square. Could he be able to see us? Other colleagues looked at each other and said, it's impossible, right? There are hundreds of millions of time and space between us, how can we possibly see it? The Black Ant said, then please explain, what happened to the timeline he just broke off? The bang sound just now was the timeline that Apocalypse forcibly interrupted. If not interrupted, this timeline would have led to Colonel Zima becoming a supervillain. Originally, people in the Time Administration like to use materials from reality to guide them when dealing with these timelines, such as the catalyst absorbed by Colonel Zima. Under normal circumstances, if you absorb these catalysts, you will at best become a version of the Winter Soldier with residual health. But in order to maintain the timeline, the Time Administration can force him to become a more powerful supervillain. The previous evil god, Cross, who punched out a nuclear explosion, had the shadow of the Time Administration behind him. The timeline is so mysterious that Apocalypse was originally invisible and intangible. The development and variation of many plots are just guesses. But since my enlightenment in the quantum realm, my understanding of the nature of the universe has greatly improved. Many mysterious things can already be accessed to some extent. As soon as I came in, I sensed that the energy here was different. There was spacetime energy that far exceeded the average level of the Earth. That's why I'm not in a hurry to help Iron Man, Captain, and the others, but focus on Zima. There's no telling what Colonel Zima will mutate into if left alone. Apocalypse has no interest in knowing what Zima will look like after his mutation, so he can use this opportunity to directly intervene in the timeline to see if he can succeed. Unexpectedly, relying on the insights of the quantum realm, he directly interrupted the timeline placed on Zima by the Time Administration. Moreover, through the void, one can faintly sense the direction of the Time Administration. Of course, it's just a general direction, you can't see it, let alone go there. Inside the Time Variation Management Bureau, the Black Ant asked a supervisor, do you want to report it to Kong? The supervisor shook his head, no need, that noble outlaw is still within the sacred timeline. As long as he is within the sacred timeline, Kong knows everything. We just do our jobs. Looking at the chaotic timeline on the huge screen, the Black Ant smiled bitterly and said, that guest is so powerful that he can see the timeline, and I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. The supervisor was non-committal and said, who knows, isn't Kang's original intention just to hope that he will become stronger and stronger? Apocalypse here. He knew that the Time Variation Administration had no ill intentions towards him, otherwise it could have dealt with him at any time when he was in Asgard. Even until now, Apocalypse doesn't have much confidence that he can compete with a peerless strongman who can rule all timelines. They have repeatedly spawned powerful supervillains. Is this really necessary to maintain the balance of the sacred timeline? When I came to this world, as I gained more and more power, the balance of this world had already been broken by myself. Even the fate of the entire Protoss of Asgard was changed by himself. If the timeline needs to be balanced to be stable, Apocalypse is a little worried. What will happen to Thanos? If he were still the Thanos from the original plot, I could definitely slap him to death now. In addition, with 3 Infinity Stones in his hand, Thanos can no longer collect 6 Infinity Stones. In theory, Thanos is no longer a threat, but no one can guarantee it until they actually meet. Tiankai carried Zima to the hall. At this time, the hall was filled with poisonous gas, and many mutant winter soldiers had been poisoned to death. but there is still a small part, which has mutated to become more powerful, and is surrounding the three people to attack. The captain and Bucky inhaled the poisonous gas, their faces turned livid, and they could no longer hold on. Apocalypse waved his hand, and all the poisonous gas quickly shrank into the size of an egg, hovering in Apocalypse's palm. Then, a divine power was released. The remaining mutated Winter Soldiers all exploded and died. Iron Man was overjoyed and sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. Tang, why did you come here? I'm so exhausted. Iron Man's suit was not only out of ammunition, but also damaged in many places. If it had been a little later, it might have been torn apart by the enhanced version of the mutant Winter Soldier. With his mortal body, he might not be able to last more than 30 seconds when exposed to the poisonous gas. When the captain saw Tiankai appear, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took out 2 bottles of recovery potion. He and Bucky each drank a bottle, and the poison in their bodies was immediately eliminated. Thank you, Don, the captain said. Apocalypse nodded and glanced at Bucky. When Bucky saw Apocalypse, fear flashed across his face, but he still restrained himself and said, "Thank you for the potion, King Apocalypse." Tiankai didn't answer, he was waiting for Iron Man's attitude. If Iron Man is determined to kill Bucky, Apocalypse won't help, but he won't stop him either. Iron Man stood up, looked at Bucky coldly, and said, "I can't kill you today, but that doesn't mean I will let you go." After saying that, he left without looking back. Apocalypse knows that after this point, although Iron Man still has not forgiven Bucky, he will not kill him again. Just like the original plot, Iron Man never hunted down Bucky again until he reconciled with Captain. Tiankai said to Bucky, "Come here. What are you going to do?" Bucky asked warily. The American captain smiled bitterly and said, "Bucky, go over there. If he attacks us, can we still resist?" Apocalypse put his hand on Bucky's head, slowly removing the mental stamp implanted in him by Hydra. From now on, he would never be controlled by Hydra's commands again. In the original plot, the Winter Soldier's Hydra thought stamp was eliminated in Wakanda, but the current plot timeline has been changed beyond recognition. Tiankai easily helped him eliminate it so that he would not be used again in the future. Bucky felt that the shackles in his mind were lifted, and whispered, "Thank you, Ding." Winter Soldier Bucky's trust level is 40%, and his luck sharing is 40%. The system prompts that the luck sharing value increases. Apocalypse smiled slightly, almost forgetting that the Winter Soldier was also a superhero. After returning from Siberia, Iron Man was depressed for a long time. This time, the scar of losing his parents was reawakened, and he failed to kill Bucky, so he couldn't recover for a while. Tiankai went to see him and drink with him. Pepper and Happy stood by. Iron Man didn't speak, and no one took the initiative to comfort him. This is a mental illness. It is useless to talk about it, but it is annoying. On the contrary, Tiankai remembered something. Due to the existence of Apocalypse, 2 superheroes did not appear in this timeline. One is Black Panther. Because Colonel Zima did not bomb the United Nations General Assembly again, the Black Panther's father was not killed. Naturally, Black Panther has no motivation to hunt down Colonel Zima. In addition, there is no such thing as civil war, and Black Panther has not appeared in the Avengers Circle until now. Black Panther is an adult and the Prince of Wakanda. There will be many opportunities to deal with him in the future, so don't rush him for a while. Apocalypse focuses on someone else, Spider-Man. In Captain America 3, Spider-Man was invited by Iron Man to be a helper. Fight against the hardliners represented by the Captain of the United States. But now, without the shadow of civil war, there is no need to hire this helper. In addition, Zemo leaked the information directly to Iron Man. Iron Man was too busy chasing Bucky to pay attention to these strangers' superheroes. Another reason is that there is a great increase in news about superheroes and supervillains in the world. It is difficult to distinguish between true and false, a mixed bag of fish and dragons. As a result, Spider-Man disappeared from everyone, the coverage was greatly reduced, and it did not attract too many people's attention. After all, he is still a big boy now. He usually uses his superpowers to help an old lady cross the road and help neighbors catch bicycle thieves. Although he can be regarded as a superhero, he has too few splashes and has not done any bad things. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. is not interested in him. But in the Marvel world, Spider-Man is definitely one of the most popular superheroes. Don't let this kind of luck go to waste. Tiankai decided to go and see it in person. Pepper, take care of Tony, I'll lend it to Happy. Okay. Iron Man didn't even care about his depression, and looked at Apocalypse in confusion along with Pepper Potts and Happy. Happy and Tiankai are not familiar with each other, and with Tiankai's current status and strength, it's hard to find Happy. Tiankai smiled and said, "Happy, didn't you ask me to teach you how to pick up girls before? You are single now, and I happen to have a beautiful woman to introduce to you." Happy has a bad temper and is not very strong, but he doesn't accept anyone. For the first time in his life, he was convinced. It was not Apocalypse who defeated him, but Apocalypse defeated the Black Widow in a few words in front of him. Happy was really shocked. At that time, no one knew the cause and effect, and Happy thought Tiankai's skills in picking up girls were excellent. He also clamored to invite Tiankai to drink and ask for tips on how to pick up girls. But later on, as more and more things happened, nothing happened. With the addition of the title Apocalypse King, Happy never dared to mention it again. Happy said with some trepidation, "Tang, will the beauty you introduce be too powerful?" I'm afraid, people will look down on me. The beauties Tiankai has come into contact with over the years are either superheroines, divine warriors, or top scientists like Helen. To fall in love with him is to fall in love with Apocalypse, and it is impossible to like Happy. Happy is self-aware, and Tiankai still remembers the original joke, and he is already very grateful. Instead, he was worried about Tiankai. He was afraid that Apocalypse would do bad things with good intentions and introduce a superheroine that he was not worthy of, which would embarrass Apocalypse. Tiankai smiled and said, "Don't worry, she is a great beauty, but she is destined to be with you. This time I will be your wingman." Happy said coquettishly, "Dawn, if you said you would help me fight, I wouldn't worry at all. But if you said you would help me pick up girls, I might as well ask Tony to take action." Tiankai was dissatisfied and said, "Why? Are you questioning my charm?" Speaking of this, Iron Man stopped being depressed and interjected, "Dawn, stop bragging. You have a thief heart but no courage. Including Daisy, so many beauties almost threw themselves at you and didn't see you. You take it. However, I do understand you and Natasha." Iron Man took Pepper's hand and said, "If it weren't for Pepper, I would never understand the meaning of love. Real love cannot tolerate a third person." Tiankai's face darkened. Why did these words sound familiar? It seemed like something a big joke said. Tiankai said angrily, "Happy, are you going or not? If you don't go, don't regret it in the future." Happy said hurriedly, "Go, go. King Apocalypse serves as my wingman. Tony has never enjoyed this honor." Tony said disdainfully, "I want to pick up girls, so I don't need him to be my wingman." Little Pepper squeezed Iron Man's hand hard, biting 2 rows of shell teeth and said, "Really? Who are you going to pick up?" No one. I don't think I was sincere enough at the beginning, so I can chase you again. Hate. Apocalypse and Happy have just left." Pepper hurriedly called Black Widow, Natasha. Dawn took Happy to pick up girls. What? The 2 women had a lot of gossip on the phone, which made Black Widow angry and confused. Black Widow is a former Red Room agent, and her outlook is different from that of ordinary women. It's normal for a god-level figure like Tiankai to have many beauties fall in love with him, but it would be strange if he didn't. After all, for a mortal, regardless of gender, as long as the conditions are better, there will always be people of the opposite sex around. Black Widow even imagined what she would do if Apocalypse really had a second, third, 2th woman in the future, and how to consolidate her position. But along the way, Apocalypse has been wandering on the edge of scum and non-scum. The various tricks Black Widow expected were impossible to pull off. You can say that he is not a scumbag, but Apocalypse keeps attracting all kinds of beauties to his side. Asgardian god warrior Sif, Daisy who later developed divine power, Scarlet Witch Wanda, life scientist Helen, White Ghost Ava, etc. There are also some that Black Widow may not know, such as Hope, the 2nd-generation Wasp. These are all beauties with both ability and beauty. Even Iron Man would have a hard time hooking up with any of them, and success or failure is unpredictable. Call him a scumbag, but except for Black Widow, no one else has even touched it. At this time, I suddenly heard that I was going to take Happy to pick up girls. Black Widow was so angry. Isn't it enough that you kidnapped a lot of beautiful women from SHIELD? You haven't eaten anything at home, why don't you still want to have a picnic? So, she began to track Apocalypse's whereabouts. I don't know who leaked it, but this gossip quickly spread throughout SHIELD. Even Fury, the big bald guy, got in on the act. Fury has no interest in Apocalypse's personal life, but he is afraid that Apocalypse will not handle it well and S.H.I.E.L.D. will explode first. Especially Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, and Ava, the White Ghost. These 2 people have powerful and strange abilities that no one can control except Apocalypse. However, both of them have unstable personalities. If they get angry, they will have a headache. Fury asked, "That guy Tang, where are you going?" Hill looked at the route direction. The direction is Queens, New York City. Happy is driving Tony's limousine, so it shouldn't be too far. Do you want to activate the surveillance over there? That guy Tang should be aware of it. Fury was in a dilemma. King Apocalypse went to pick up a girl, and everyone was curious about what kind of beauty she was. But Fury didn't want to make Apocalypse angry. It was really not worth the gain to offend the Earth's patron saint just for a piece of gossip. Black Widow said angrily, "Activate. If he dares to ask, just say it was my order." Not to mention the Black Widow being angry, Daisy, Wanda, Helen, Ava and others behind her all felt dark in their hearts. Can't you see there are so many beauties in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Is it true that you don't like any of them? Everyone was filled with energy and wanted to compete with the unknown imaginary enemy. Apocalypse here. He didn't know that he had been betrayed by Xiaojiao, and he was inexplicably shouldering the blame. Originally, he just wanted to bring Happy and Aunt May together for the sake of adult beauty, but everyone automatically ignored Happy and agreed that he wanted to pick up girls. The beauty Apocalypse wants to introduce is naturally Spider-Man's Aunt May. Spider-Man's aunt has different images in different timelines, most of them are kind old women. But in this universe, she is a beautiful woman who still has charm. After Spider-Man's Uncle Ben died, Aunt May took care of Spider-Man as his guardian. She is usually very strict with Spider-Man, fearing that he will neglect his studies, causing Spider-Man to love and fear her. He was afraid that Aunt May would definitely stop him from using his superpowers when he found out that he had superpowers. On the other hand, he would also be worried about his own safety. In Captain America 3, Iron Man asked Spider-Man to take action, threatening to tell Aunt May the truth, and Spider-Man immediately obeyed. On the other hand, in the original plot, Happy was Spider-Man's liaison. The two get along extremely well. Apocalypse also needs Happy to be his liaison. He usually doesn't have that much time to communicate with spiders. Spider-Man has just become a superhero and is still a teenager. He is full of curiosity about the world and can send hundreds of messages to people a day. If Tiankai were to deal with these trivial matters, he would probably have a big head. It was during the process of contacting Spider-Man that Happy had more contact with Aunt May, and the two of them fell in love. In this case, Apocalypse will follow the trend, and the beauty of adulthood will achieve multiple things with one stone. Although Queens is economically prosperous, Happy is still very conspicuous as he drives this luxury car through the city. Along the way, many people who were not doing their jobs looked at him sideways and tried to mislead him. Happy wanted to wait for some blind guys to come to his door for some excitement, but unfortunately nothing happened until he came to a small building. Tang, how did you introduce me to the other party? Don't overdo it. Tiankai said, I haven't told her about you yet. Oh, who is she? What does she look like? We'll find out later. It's also the first time I've seen her. Happy had a dark look on his face. You don't know her. Do not know. If the person in front of him was not the Apocalypse King, Happy would have gone crazy, so he had to say, then, how did you introduce her to me? I told you, you are destined. You will feel like you have met a new friend later, just be confident and chat with her. Okay. Happy couldn't complain about such an unreliable introduction, and felt a little uneasy. Just because someone with great magical powers doesn't mean he's also great at being a matchmaker. Ding dong. The two went to the door of a room on the 3rd floor and rang the doorbell. Who is it? The door opened, and a beautiful woman with long hair appeared in front of her. Her long brown waist-length hair was thrown to one side, and it was still full of moisture. It was obvious that May had just washed her hair and had not yet dried it for fear of getting her clothes wet. Wearing a white t-shirt on her upper body, she showed off her mature figure. Wearing a pair of short hot pants underneath, revealing a pair of smooth and delicate long legs, and they are still barefoot, holding the door, standing on tiptoes looking at Tiankai and the two. Happy fell instantly. This beauty, this figure, this scene, it was like the lover of my dreams appeared in front of me. I couldn't take my eyes away from May. Hello, we are. The more anxious Happy became, the more speechless he became. Before meeting May, Happy always thought that he was a good communicator. Usually in the bar, whether it is bragging with drinking mates or flirting with girls, I can talk a few words. He didn't expect that May's beauty would directly hit his greasy uncle's heart, and since he knew nothing about May, he was so anxious that he didn't know how to speak. Okay. May looked at Happy and Apocalypse patiently, with a puzzled expression on her face. Although I felt a little unhappy, looking at the two people in front of me, one was a fat man who was too nervous to speak, and the other was a handsome Asian. He doesn't look like a bad person in any way. Apocalypse couldn't stand it anymore, so he had to say, hello, I am a staff member of the Stark Foundation. I came here this time to meet Peter Parker. Is he at home? Yes, we are Tony's people, come to see that Peter. What do you want to see Peter? Well, this. Happy became anxious again. Before coming here, he didn't discuss a routine like other people did when picking up girls, thinking that he could just start chatting casually. Unexpectedly, when I meet someone I like, I can't even open the topic in my eagerness. This is not like being in a bar. You can't start the conversation by saying I'll buy you a drink. Tiankai smiled and said, I'm sorry, my friend is shy and a little nervous when he suddenly sees a beautiful woman. We are here to discuss scholarships and scientific research projects with Peter. May smiled lightly. She was confident in her beauty, but she would not get carried away by a few compliments. What scholarships and research projects? Shouldn't these things be discussed in school? It's a long story. Why don't you invite us in to talk? May hesitated for a moment, then opened the door and invited the two of them in. The stuttering fat man seemed incapable of being a bad guy. May inexplicably had a huge sense of trust in the Oriental man in front of her. What's more, when it comes to Peter's academic future, May naturally doesn't want to miss any opportunities because of suspicion. While May was pouring drinks to greet them, Apocalypse sent a message and told Happy his plan. In the original plot, Iron Man came into the house to chat with May on the pretext of funding Spider-Man's scientific research project. Now the timeline has changed drastically. Iron Man no longer engages in this foundation, nor does he invite Spider-Man. Anyway, a foundation is just a little bit of money. You can just make it up and set it up later if you need it. Happy had Tiankai's explanation and felt reassured. Tiankai took the drink, pointed at Happy with his palm, and said, this is the person in charge of our foundation, Mr. Happy. He will be responsible for evaluating whether Peter is eligible to receive funding from the foundation to complete his scientific research project. Happy secretly gave Apocalypse a grateful look. The best way for a man to pick up girls is to elevate the status of the protagonist to the level of those around him. This is the task of the wingman. Women are naturally attracted to strong men and are more likely to fall in love with alpha males. Tiankai put the title of responsible person on Happy, and Happy suddenly felt confident in speaking. Anyway, King Tiankai said that if there is a foundation, there will be a foundation. Even if there is not one now, there must be one in the next second. As long as Tiankai nods, a lot of people will rush to send money, and there is no need to worry about money. Not to mention having Iron Man and SHIELD as backup. Happy said, "Hello, my name is Happy, what do you call me? My name is May, I'm Peter's aunt." What? Happy felt a chill in his heart. Is she married? I complained secretly in my heart that this guy Tang was really unreliable. He didn't tell me a good plan before coming, which almost made me look embarrassed. Now, I didn't even understand the family's situation, so I just wanted to pull the red line, but I met a married woman, which was embarrassing. May thought Happy was thinking about other things, so she hurriedly explained, Peter's parents have passed away, and his uncle also passed away not long ago. I am now his sole legal guardian, and I can talk on his behalf. Oh. Happy decided that as long as he was single, it would be fine. Our foundation is a student aid fund established by King Apocalypse and Iron Man, with a scale of tens of billions of dollars. It is mainly aimed at outstanding students and wants to give them a channel for rapid development. This foundation is currently under my sole authority responsible. Apocalypse's face darkened. Happy, this guy, said he was fat, and he really got out of breath. The asking price is tens of billions of dollars. If so much money is really spent, whether it is Iron Man or SHIELD, it will be numb. The last time I went to the casino, I won $20 billion. General Ross and Fury had a heated argument over how to divide the spoils. I really don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are. Unexpectedly, Happy's bragging would not only make May admire him, but also frown slightly. You are in charge of the foundation jointly established by King Apocalypse and Iron Man? And you have tens of billions of dollars? Why haven't I seen any news reports? May would rather believe that Happy is here to sell insurance or something, and finds it more believable. Although he may not necessarily buy it, the greasy fat man and the oriental man in front of him gave him an inexplicable feeling that they could be trusted and it would be okay to chat. But when this fat man started talking about things like King Apocalypse, Iron Man, and tens of billions, May felt that she had trusted the wrong person. Being questioned by the girl of his dreams, Happy almost became anxious again. However, when I think that this was promised by King Tiankai himself, and it is not true, who dares to question it? Of course, you didn't see the report because King Apocalypse keeps a low profile and didn't publicize it on a large scale. May's tone became colder and she said, "Next, do you want me to pay for the evaluation fee? If I don't pass, I will continue to pay." Happy was stunned. "Where is this? You don't have to pay. We'll give that person the bonus." "Really? Mr. Happy, since you are the person in charge, you must know the information of the funding recipients very well. May I ask, what is my nephew's full name?" Peter. Peter. Falk. May was no longer polite and said coldly, "Please come back, you two." Seeing that he was about to be kicked out, Happy became anxious and looked to Apocalypse for help. Tiankai secretly thought to himself, "Now you know that the bullshit has been blown, right?" He had no choice but to hint to Happy, "We can call to confirm." May didn't believe it at all and said disdainfully, "Call King Apocalypse? No one knows what King Apocalypse looks like. I would like to see what kind of actor you arrange to play King Apocalypse." In fact, there are quite a few people who know Tiankai's appearance, but no one dares to announce it. Tiankai himself did not deliberately hide his identity. At his level, he no longer cares about what the world thinks of him. However, because of Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. arrested many Hydra members based on the clue of Apocalypse's photo. As for asking some ordinary people who have seen the photos of Apocalypse to sign confidentiality agreements, it is more out of protection to prevent them from being targeted for revenge by Hydra. With Hydra's way of doing things, they can't deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. and King Apocalypse, and they are likely to vent their anger on anyone related to King Apocalypse. In particular, Ant-Man's daughter Casey has received a gift from King Apocalypse, and is the key target of Hydra's revenge. However, outsiders don't know Apocalypse's thoughts, let alone S.H.I.E.L.D.'s good intentions. After seeing a series of S.H.I.E.L.D. actions, I thought that the photo of King Apocalypse was a secret and taboo. As a result, many people who knew the inside story, including some wealthy people who purchased the photos of King Apocalypse, did not dare to expose them in the public media. On the contrary, they are proud to own and have seen the photos of King Apocalypse, and feel that they are more superior than others. It's like the rich are competing for some limited edition luxury product. Happy was questioned again and again, and there was an unknown fire in his heart. How could I lose face in front of a woman? He didn't dare to expose Tiankai's true identity, and even if he told her, May wouldn't believe it. Happy said, "Since you don't know King Apocalypse, let me call Iron Man first. If Peter can pass the test in the future, he may introduce you to King Apocalypse." With that said, he directly dialed Iron Man's video call. Iron Man sighed. When he saw it was Happy's video call, he was about to answer it when Little Pepper hurriedly grabbed it. "What are you doing?" Iron Man asked. "Turn on screen sharing, Natasha will definitely want to see it too." Iron Man was speechless. Why didn't he see that Pepper had such a nosy side before? Video is on. Happy was afraid that Tony would not know about the foundation and cause trouble, so he quickly said, "Tony, you and King Apocalypse told me to be responsible for the foundation. There is a guardian who evaluates students who doesn't believe it and wants to verify it with you?" Although they didn't understand what was going on, with the IQs of Iron Man and Pepper Potts, and the fact that Apocalypse stood aside with a smile and said nothing, they knew what to do in this situation. Iron Man followed Happy's words and said, "What are you asking for verification? Just take responsibility if the Foundation gives you full responsibility." May saw Iron Man appear, accompanied by Pepper, who everyone knew, and his eyes and mouth suddenly turned into 3 circles. Greeting across the screen, "Hello, Mr. Stark, I am Peter Parker's guardian. I'm sorry to disturb you for such a trivial matter." But Pepper said, "It's okay, Happy, bring the camera closer and I'll take a good look at her." Well. Happy didn't know why Pepper had such a strange request, and it was not convenient to ask at this time, so he had to act as a tool and raised the phone in front of May. The 2 women chatted awkwardly for a few words and then turned off the call. May's attitude changed drastically and she became much more enthusiastic towards Happy. "I was afraid that the misunderstanding just now would affect Peter's bonus and studies." Happy felt that he had finally regained his dignity as a man, and his bragging was even more limitless. They often offer hundreds of millions in funding. If they get good grades, they can even join Stark as an intern or receive personal guidance from King Apocalypse. Anyway, 2 great gods will help you realize all your boasts. Hearing Demi's little heart beat wildly, her eyes were full of little stars, and she felt deeply guilty that she had misunderstood them. The 2 chatted passionately, sitting closer and closer on the sofa, but they left Tiankai aside. Tiankai is helpless. It turns out that this is what it feels like to be a wingman. However, the purpose of his trip was Spider-Man, so he didn't care about this. After asking for May's permission, Apocalypse went to Spider-Man's room to take a look. Unexpectedly, when I opened the door, I saw a big poster posted on the wall. "It is that you da smile." Tiankai was stunned. Did Spider-Man know his identity through some channel? When she came in just now, May didn't react to her at all. Was it because she hadn't seen this photo, or was she blind to Oriental faces? Then I saw Spider-Man's spider suit in the ceiling mezzanine. However, the spider suit at this time was still made of ordinary fabric and could not withstand high-intensity battles. It seems that he has to ask S.H.I.E.L.D. to prepare a suit made of high-energy materials for him. The rest are nothing interesting to see. They are all things that some science geeks would have. Suddenly, May's voice came from the living room. "Peter, Ned, you are back. Come and sit here quickly. This is Mr. Happy, the head of the Foundation, here to evaluate your application for a Foundation scholarship." Spider-Man looked confused. "What Foundation?" Happy said, "Apocalypse King and Iron Man Friends Foundation." "What?" "The name of this foundation is not very good, but the title is quite scary." Happy felt helpless. That guy Tang didn't discuss anything with him in advance. It was good that he could just hold back a name temporarily. Aunt May ignored Spider-Man's confusion and enthusiastically introduced his studies to Happy, fearing that he would fail the exam. Tiankai heard the sound and walked out of the room. There are 2 more people in the living room, one of which is Spider-Man Peter Parker, who looks very handsome and elf. The other one is a fat Chinese man with dark skin. This fat black man is called Ned, and he is Spider-Man's best friend. How familiar are the 2 of them? When Ned comes to May's house, May will trust him and let Ned stay in Spider-Man's room without asking any questions. In the original plot, Ned discovered Spider-Man's true identity because he was playing puzzles in the room and happened to be silent. And Spider-Man just happened to crawl in through the window wearing a spider suit again. Suddenly the 2 of them stared at each other. Now, Spider-Man and Ned see Apocalypse come out. My breath suddenly stopped. You, why did you come out of my room? How is it possible?" Spider-Man and Ned even wondered if the person on the poster had come to life. May thought her nephew cared about privacy, so she hurriedly said, "This gentleman said he wanted to visit your room. With my permission, I will just take a look and won't rummage through your things. It's not this." Spider-Man was surprised and happy. "I couldn't believe that King Apocalypse walked out of his room, as if he was in a dream." "Hi, Peter." "Hi, Ned," Apocalypse greeted. Spider-Man and Ned have more stars in their eyes than Aunt May does. "You know us." Tiankai smiled. "Not only do we know you, I have also heard a lot about you." Ding! Spider-Man's trust level is 60%. As expected, he is a big boy. Before even talking to him for a few words, his trust level reached 60%. Tiankai himself saved a lot of effort. Spider-Man hurriedly said, "I haven't done anything bad. I usually try to help some people. Well, I have done bad things with good intentions a few times. Are you here to catch me?" Tiankai smiled and shook his head. He was indeed a student and had not experienced anything. Tiankai asked, "Where did you get the photos of your room?" Spider-Man and Fatty Black looked nervous, glanced at Aunt May, and said, "Let's talk in the room." May looked at the 3 people who entered the room strangely and said to Happy, "Your friend seems to be quite good at dealing with young children." "Yes, he is indeed quite popular." Happy thought that Apocalypse was playing the role of a wingman again, pulling these irrelevant people away so that he could pick up girls, and he was very grateful to Apocalypse. As soon as he entered the room, Spider-Man wanted to close the door. Tiankai said, "No, closing the door is weird. I have blocked the sound in the room. Even if you shout loudly, you don't have to worry that May will hear it." Spider-Man deliberately coughed a few times and was immediately relieved when he saw that Aunt May in the living room didn't react at all. Ned secretly downloaded this poster from the dark web. "King Apocalypse, please don't let Aunt May know that I'm on the dark web." Tiankai asked, "Are there many people selling my photos on the dark web?" "There are many people selling it, but it's hard to tell the authenticity." This photo was selected by Ned. The fat black man Ned said a little shyly, I used a computer algorithm to make a pixel-level comparison with the back of New York during the war. I am convinced that this is your true appearance. At first, Peter didn't believe it. It must be that I had an Eastern complex and wanted to find an Easterner to be the king of apocalypse. But then for some reason, he suddenly became convinced. After a brief guess, Tiankai suddenly understood. When you first download a photo from the dark web, no one will believe it. But with Spider-Man's ability, he may have sneaked into the homes of some super rich people who bought real photos. With this proof, he naturally believed it. This fat black man is better at computer technology. In the original plot, after he discovered Spider-Man's identity, he also used hacking technology to serve as Spider-Man's backup. Apocalypse nodded, Ned, your skills are good. Hearing Tiankai's praise, the fat black man's plump face bloomed like a flower. Suddenly he knelt down with a pop, clasped his fists, and said in weird Chinese, My name is Ned, I am of Eastern descent, and I beg King Apocalypse to accept me as his disciple. Tiankai is helpless. Do people who watch a lot of martial arts movies like to become apprentices? There used to be a young man in a small town in the West who would kneel down whenever he met someone. A truly strong man would not be so casual in accepting disciples, and it would only be so dramatic in martial arts movies. Tiankai gently lifted up the fat man with his hand and said, There is no need to accept a disciple, but I can teach you some cultivation methods. The fat black man was overjoyed and wanted to kowtow again. Thank you, master. I told you I'm not recruiting a disciple. If you keep yelling, I won't even teach you the cultivation method. The fat black man had a dilemma on his face. Should he be shameless and continue his apprenticeship, or should he take advantage of the benefits? In the end, I chose to compromise, obviously with some self-awareness. Okay, thank you King Apocalypse. Tiankai taught the black fat man how to practice, not out of kindness. Although the fat black man seems clumsy, he is actually quite talented. In the original timeline, in the plot of Spider-Man, No Homecoming, Fatty Black accidentally obtained Doctor Strange's hanging ring. Then with a casual stroke, a portal was opened, unintentionally bringing Spider-Man from different parallel universes together. In terms of talent alone, it is even higher than Doctor Strange. After all, Doctor Strange learned to open the portal, but suffered a lot. I have such a talent, let it go to waste. Apocalypse decided to teach him some techniques for cultivating divine power. In an old Eastern saying, it meant forming a good relationship. You never know when it will be used. Spider-Man next to him was anxious. He didn't expect that being thick-skinned had such benefits, so he had to follow suit. When his legs became weak, he would kneel down. Tiankai raised his hand to stop him. You don't have to. You can make good use of your current abilities and talk about other things. The fat black man asked, What ability? Seeing Spider-Man wink at him, Apocalypse thought about it. At this point in time, Fat Black has not yet discovered Peter's true identity. Apocalypse smiled and said, Peter, there is no need to hide it from Ned. Maybe he can help in the future. Ned, he is Spider-Man. What? Although many superheroes and supervillains emerged on the Earth at this time, Spider-Man's influence has been weakened. But after all, he is from this nearby area, and his figure is usually around. Ned and other students in the school have been gossiping for a long time. Many students are fans of Spider-Man. Spider-Man said nervously, Ned, please don't tell my aunt. She is afraid that I will be in danger and will definitely not let me out. The two boys were excited. After negotiating with each other for a while, we finally reached a friendship agreement. From now on, Ned will cover for Spider-Man so that he can go out in disguise. Spider-Man wants to give Ned face. As Spider-Man, he finds an opportunity to admit that Ned is his friend in front of his school classmates and attend Ned's birthday party. The two of them talked for a while before they remembered that the great god Tiankai was beside them. Spider-Man asked, King Apocalypse, are you here to find me? What's the matter? Is S.H.I.E.L.D. recruiting people? I can do it. I have been waiting for this day. Just call me Mr. Tang. Tiankai said, I am indeed here for you. But I am not recruiting you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. You are still young and focus on your studies, but you can receive training from S.H.I.E.L.D. in your spare time. We will wait until you pass the test. Spider-Man nodded repeatedly. I understand, Mr. Tang, I will definitely train well. But, and, you have to tell me. If I said that King Apocalypse asked me to go to S.H.I.E.L.D., she would definitely not believe it. Tiankai shook his head and said with a smile, I won't help you with such a troublesome matter. You and Happy will figure it out. If your aunt doesn't agree, S.H.I.E.L.D. will not send you on a mission. Until you are an adult and can make your own decisions. Spider-Man's family is unfortunate. Several of his closest relatives, including his parents and uncle, died unexpectedly. Therefore, Aunt May is particularly concerned about Spider-Man's safety. Even if he knew he had superpowers, he wouldn't be allowed to go out. Spider-Man and Aunt May depend on each other and don't want Aunt May to worry. But it would take a lot of effort to convince her. Now that Happy is having a heated fight with her, it would be easiest to let him solve it. Anyway, Spider-Man is still very immature right now, so training will probably take some time, and he won't have a mission so soon. In the original plot, Spider-Man did a lot of bad things with good intentions. The younger one treated the car owner as a car thief and beat him up. The most serious one was when he disobeyed Iron Man's advice and pursued a group of arms dealers without permission. As a result, the alien laser weapon went out of control and cut a cruise ship in half, almost endangering the lives of all passengers. In the end, Iron Man sent an unmanned suit to help him clean up the mess. Oh, okay. I will find a way to convince Ant. Spider-Man's eyes are blazing, and he can't wait until he's an adult to become a superhero. Next, Apocalypse passed on a set of Asgardian divine power training techniques to Fat Black Man. Of course, Spider-Man can learn it if he wants to. However, based on Apocalypse's observation, it would be best to discover the spider power in his body first. This is much faster than the progress of cultivating divine power. I'll ask Tony to make you a suit later. If you have any requirements, you can talk to him. Spider-Man's eyes lit up, surprised and delighted. Iron Man? He wants to make a suit for me personally. In the original plot, Spider-Man and Iron Man were not father and son, but father and son. After Spider-Man died at the snap of Thanos' fingers, Iron Man was very hurt and blamed himself, feeling that he had brought Spider-Man into danger and had caused him harm. Later, Iron Man almost died in space and was brought back to Earth by Captain Marvel and his crew. The first thing I said after getting off the boat was to tell the captain that I couldn't bring the child back. In the post-Thanos era, Ant-Man, Giant Banner, and Captain America want to invite Iron Man to study the quantum tunnel together, travel through time and space, and go back to the past to save the disappeared people. Iron Man didn't agree at first. At that time, he already had a daughter, Morgan, and didn't want anything to happen to his family. Later, he suddenly changed his mind, and one of the reasons was Spider-Man. If you feel guilty, you have to do something to redeem yourself. At this point in time, due to some strange combination of circumstances, the two of them did not know each other. Anyway, Spider-Man needs a new suit to be able to exert his maximum combat power, so Apocalypse follows the trend and passes this job to Iron Man. Ned said enviously, Mr. Tang, do I have a battle suit? Practice hard and gain strength. Have you ever seen any superhero take 3 breaths with 1 step? Oh fine. The fat black man looked down at his big belly and reluctantly agreed. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. Tian Kai couldn't bear the 2.5 young men pestering him with questions, so he got up and prepared to leave. Out to the living room. May and Happy were almost cheek to cheek. Seeing Apocalypse come out, May hurriedly left, leaving Happy feeling resentful in his heart. Guy Tang, how come the timing of your coming out is so coincidental? This wingman failed to do a good job. Go back and complain to Tony. May asked, Mr. Tang, how was Peter's assessment? Can he pass? Okay, I think he's fine. It's just that in his spare time, he has to go to Stark Company for internships. May said, that's good, I will urge him not to be lazy. Happy patted his chest and said, don't worry, I will take care of him when he gets to my side. Tian Kai thought for a moment and said to Happy, you can give May a recovery potion as a meeting gift. In the plot of Spider-Man, No Homecoming, May left several supervillains from the ordinary universe at home because of her overflowing love. As a result, the villains lost control. During the chaotic fight, the floor exploded, causing her abdomen to be penetrated, and she eventually died under the rubble. The current timeline has been greatly changed, and I wonder if May will still encounter the original danger. But now that she has met her, I will give her a gift as a meeting gift, and it will all depend on her luck in the future. As for asking Happy to give, I also want to leave this favor to Happy. Happy understood. He carefully took out a bottle of green potion from his personal bag, handed it to May, and held May's hand tightly. Keep this bottle of potion close to your body and never leave it. If you are seriously injured or your life is in danger, take it. May struggled slightly with her hand, thinking that Happy took the opportunity to hold her hand, and she was still complaining in her heart. But looking at Happy's serious face, it was completely different from the playful face just now. My heart trembled, and I instantly felt that this greasy uncle was serious and had a different kind of masculine charm. Then he recovered the potion, looked around, and asked, is this potion really that magical? Happy said, of course. This was given by King Apocalypse, and the superheroes of S.H.I.E.L.D. use it to save their lives. Hiss. Aunt May, Spider-Man, and Fatty Black gasped. May said, so precious? You gave it to me, do you still have it? Happy said, I'll just give it to you first. Just ask King Tian Kai for it later. In one sentence, May felt both grateful and admired. No longer caring about the few big light bulbs around him, he stepped forward and gave Happy a big hug. At this moment, the doorbell rang again. Happy cursed in his mind, fuck, why is he so annoying at the critical moment? May pushed Happy aside slightly and went to open the door. I saw a row of people standing outside. Hey, Happy, hey, Dawn. Hey May, we just met on video. It was Pepper who said this. Along with her are Iron Man, Captain America, Daisy, Quicksilver and Black Widow. 5 or 6 people were crowded in the corridor. They didn't look like superheroes at all, and they kept looking into the room. May, Spider-Man, and Fatty Black were completely stunned. Among the 6 people who arrived, except for Quicksilver and Daisy, who they didn't know, the other 4 were all super celebrities. Spider-Man and Fat Black Man were better off, after all, they had just met King Apocalypse. But May was so nervous that she held on to Happy's hand and was so shocked that she was numb. Although Apocalypse could sense their coming, he didn't know why they came. What are all of you doing here? Seeing May and Happy holding hands together, Pepper Potts and Black Widow looked at each other and seemed relieved. Little Pepper asked, are you the only ones here? Is there anyone else in the room? Happy was puzzled. There are only a few in front of you. Who else are you looking for? No, we're not looking for anyone. We're just here to see you. Happy. Is it? Happy is a little strange, but he is not stupid. I have only been away for a long time, and a large group of you came to see me. Who believes it? Iron Man quickly distanced himself from the relationship and said, I was dragged here by Pepper. I don't know anything. The captain looked upright and said, I received an order from the director and heard that there was a little spider moving around nearby, so I came with Daisy and Quicksilver to check it out. Tiankai is speechless. Captain, you are a thick-browed guy who gossips all the time. Why are you still pretending? Spider-Man didn't do anything bad, so there was no need for 3 superheroes to come at the same time. Although Tiankai didn't know what was going on behind the scenes, looking at their eyes and looking towards May intentionally or unintentionally, he knew they were just here to watch the fun. Apocalypse smiled at Black Widow and said, what about you? Black Widow came over naturally, hugged Apocalypse's arm, and said, I have something to ask you. What's up? We'll talk later. At May's invitation, 6 people went into the room to sit for a while. Originally, Pepper, Black Widow and others came to see what kind of girl Apocalypse was picking up. Before coming, Apocalypse said that he would be Happy's wingman, but they didn't believe it at all. Even if he introduces a beautiful woman to Happy, it must be by the way. Who would believe that you, a god-level hero, would introduce a girlfriend to an ordinary person? Even if Happy is barely a friend. In SHIELD, including Captain America, there are so many good friends who have not met you to help introduce them. It's just an introduction. Why would you personally act as a wingman for a little person? Not to mention Pepper Potts, Black Widow, Daisy, Wanda, Helen, and other women, even Fury and Captain America don't believe it. Maybe Happy is the wingman. He is responsible for taking away the light bulbs around Apocalypse's target so that Apocalypse can attack easily. When Happy made a video call to Iron Man, both Pepper Potts and Black Widow saw May. The 2 women discussed for a while, could it be that King Tiankai's real surname is CAO and he likes mature women? Do you like the charm to remain? How else to explain why a group of stunning beauties from S.H.I.E.L.D. were left untouched while they went to fuck other people's aunts? Black Widow was furious and insisted on coming over to see for herself. As for Captain, Daisy, and Quicksilver, they followed Fury's orders. With Fury's methods, even if it is gossip, it must be watertight. After checking the files, there happens to be a guy calling himself Spider-Man jumping around in Queens, and it's you. Using this as an excuse, the captain was sent to inquire about the situation. After opening the door, I found that there was no other woman in the room except May. And May held Happy's hand tightly the whole time. Only then did everyone realize that they had made another big mistake. Afraid of Tiankai's questioning, he hurriedly changed the subject. Praise the host May Yaitong. From the decoration of the house to May's appearance, to her job and how difficult it is to be a guardian. The 6 people took turns to praise each other, and May was flattered by their enthusiasm. Not to mention that the person praising her is a superhero. Even if ordinary people form a group to praise her, most people will be elated. And May naturally thought that these superheroes were so friendly to her because of Happy's sake. Happy's image in her heart suddenly became taller and brighter. As for Spider-Man, his heart twitched when he heard that the captain said he was coming to hunt down a little spider. It's not that he was afraid of being caught. King Tiankai had seen him just now, so he would have been arrested long ago. But I'm afraid that my aunt will find out, and I won't know how to end it when the time comes. And Apocalypse, despite his invincible powers, still can't figure it out. While I'm looking for Spider-Man, I'm also helping Happy pick up a girl. Do you need to form a group to get some sex? Fury, you're just an old man and you're sending a few superheroes over to check. Don't think I can't see it. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. have nothing to do now or something? For a moment, everyone in the room had their own thoughts. But no one said anything, and the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. After chatting for a while, all the polite words were said, and it would be embarrassing to say any more. Everyone said goodbye, and May sent the 6 people out. Apocalypse leaves Happy behind and leaves with Black Widow. At this time, May had already hugged Happy's arm, and half of her body was pressed against Happy's body. Are these superheroes your friends? Happy. They are so friendly and enthusiastic. Happy was also confused and said, probably, that's right. I don't have much contact with other people. I am more familiar with Tony and King Apocalypse. Oh. May suddenly became more gentle. It turned out that her new boyfriend had a better relationship with King Apocalypse. No wonder other superheroes were so friendly to him. After coming out, Apocalypse told Iron Man and Captain about Spider-Man. Then he said to Black Widow, you said you had something to do with me just now, what is it? Black Widow glanced at Daisy and Quicksilver and said, I want you to accompany me to Northern Europe. Quayin said, is there a mission? Idle, Natasha, I am fast, I can run errands for you. Black Widow shook her head and said, my sister asked me for help. It's a family matter. As he spoke, he looked closely at Tiankai's face. Until now, Black Widow has not told Apocalypse about her family situation. Everyone, including Fury, thought that the Black Widow had no relatives and was alone. Now a sister suddenly appeared, and maybe a father and mother appeared. Black Widow was afraid that Apocalypse would be dissatisfied. Tiankai recalled briefly and instantly understood what was going on. It should have been triggered by the plot of Black Widow. This involves not only Black Widow's sister, father, and mother, but also the organization she came from, the Red House. Time to make a break. Let's go then. Apocalypse hugs Black Widow and rises into the sky. Daisy and Quicksilver looked up at the sky and were silent for a long time. Finally, Quicksilver spoke first. Idol seems to have no other women in his eyes. Daisy, do you want to wait any longer? Daisy smiled slightly. Can't your sister wait? No, Wanda is still young and has plenty of time and patience. Really? How patient are you? Do you know that there is a woman who is willing to wait for him for 100 years? Kuei-in was stunned. Who is it? It can't be you, right? Even if you don't die in 100 years, you will be old and scumbag. Daisy shook her head and said nothing. She has been to Asgard and knows about Sif and Apocalypse. However, Sif has a lifespan of 3,000 years and can afford to wait for 100 years. Even if he cultivates divine power and his lifespan is extended, it will not last more than 100 years. Do I really want to miss him in this life? Since there was no need to catch Spider-Man, Quicksilver separated from everyone, turned into an afterimage, and ran back to S.H.I.E.L.D. to report to Wanda. Apocalypse here. Flying across the Atlantic Ocean at 100 times the speed of sound, heading straight towards Northern Europe. The yellow divine shield blocks the supersonic shock wave from the outside, making it quiet and warm inside. Black Widow buried her head on Apocalypse's shoulder and said, Tang, do you blame me for hiding this from you? No, if you don't tell me, there must be your reasons. It was also the first time that Apocalypse saw a sad look on Black Widow's face. Black Widow, who was not afraid of death, didn't know how to face the people and things that were going to happen next. Although Apocalypse knew the ins and outs, he still listened patiently to Black Widow's story about her strange family. As early as the 90s, Natasha, who was 8 or 9 years old, was already a little spy. Together with his father Redguard, mother Melina, and an ignorant sister Yelena who is several years old, he lurks in Ohio. Although Natasha knew that her family was a spy family, she didn't know any information because she was too young. I can only follow the arrangements of my adoptive parents, take care of my sister who is several years old, and play the role of a little girl. As a result, the Redguard family of 4 lurked for several years. When Natasha was 11 years old, the identity of the Redguard was revealed. A family of 4 hurriedly escaped from the United States in the middle of the night and fled back to the Red House. At this time, the former Soviet Union had disintegrated, leaving behind many covert spy organizations from this empire that once dominated one pole of the earth. Some organizations are so secretive that the newly formed government does not even know of their existence and has no one to accept them. As a result, these spy organizations disappeared in the long river of time, or disbanded, or lurked around the world. Among them is the Red House where Black Widow was born. Without the support of a major power, the Red House can only be reduced to an underground organization controlled by General Dreykov. After escaping from the United States, Black Widow was selected by the General and sent to the Red Room for training, eventually becoming the Black Widow she is today. When Black Widow was adopted, she was already sensible and knew that she was just a tool. So I don't have a good impression of my adoptive father, my adoptive mother, or even the Red House. For so many years, although she knew that her parents might still be in this world, Black Widow never had the thought of searching for them. Only for my sister Yelena, I have always felt guilty and protective. By the time Natasha finally escaped the control of the Red House, Yelena had long since grown up and became one of the widows of the Red House. After Yelena learned about her life experience, she loved and hated her family members such as Redguard, Melina, and Natasha. What she loves is that they have been her family for as long as she can remember. In her mind, the Red Guardian was her father, Melina was her mother, and Natasha was her sister. However, suddenly, everyone told her that everything was false. The parents are fake, the sister is fake, and even she is just a tool in the mission. This reversal made Yelena deeply hurt and unable to accept it. Since then, I have hated Black Widow and her parents who have never seen each other since they separated. In the meantime, Black Widow went to find her. But Yelena was still angry, and the two sisters fought as soon as they met. Later, Black Widow defected to the United States and joined SHIELD, and the two had no contact again. Unexpectedly, Yelena suddenly sent out a distress message recently. With her hatred for her family, she would never ask the Black Widow for help unless she was in a desperate situation where her life or death was uncertain. Maybe even a final farewell. Yelena does not know the location of her adoptive parents and cannot contact them. If she had to say goodbye, her sister Natasha was her only relative in this world. Sigh. I don't know how to face Yelena. Although I couldn't help myself at the time, I always felt sorry for her and failed to fulfill my responsibility as a sister. Tian Kai patted her head and said, "Don't be afraid, I'll face it with you. Do you need me to take action?" Black Widow shook her head. "This is our inner demon, let us solve it." The current Black Widow has drank the purple potion and developed divine powers. Her strength is no longer the same as before, but she still has lingering fears when it comes to the Red Room. If she hadn't solved it herself, this psychological shadow would have stayed with her for the rest of her life. The last time he fought against the internet god Zora, Apocalypse scanned the world and knew where the invisible aerial fortress in the Red Room was. If necessary, you can smash it with a slap. But this is not what the Black Widow wants, nor is it what her sister Yelena wants. In this case, Tian Kai just plays the role of nanny. After entering European airspace, the radar detected the yellow divine power shield flying by Apocalypse, which frightened the generals at the military base. I thought it was a hypersonic missile, and I just wanted to use laser weapons and air-to-air missiles to intercept it. As a result, when the satellite camera zoomed in, 2 figures could be seen faintly inside the yellow cover. Suddenly everything stopped and we just went to do whatever we had to do. Apart from that one person, there seems to be no one on Earth who can physically fly at 100 times the speed of sound. Even if a supervillain appears suddenly, it is not something that ordinary soldiers can deal with. Send a report and let the higher-ups make a decision. Under the guidance of Black Widow, the two soon came to an ordinary house in Budapest. Black Widow said, "This is the safe house I left before. I told Yelena before I went to the United States. A spy agent's safe house is a place used to avoid pursuit and hide his whereabouts. Generally speaking, only you know it and you won't tell anyone, including the organization you work for. After all, not everyone in an organization is trustworthy." As soon as he entered the door, 2 gunshots rang out. 2 bullets hit the heads of Black Widow and Apocalypse accurately. The bullets spun in front of the 2 of them a few times. Apocalypse waved his hand and fell to the ground with 2 ding-ding sounds. "Yelena, it's me," Black Widow shouted. Inside the safe house, it was a mess. Blood-stained hemostatic cotton and rags were scattered everywhere in the living room. The air was filled with an unpleasant medicinal smell. However, Yelena was not in the living room, and shouted in another room, "Huh, I'm the one who's going to hit you. I'm just sending you a message. What do you mean by bringing one more person here?" Tian Kai smiled and said, "I have met another sister who has a similar temper to your sister. Apocalypse is talking about Gamera's sister Nebula, who has a worse temper than Yelena, and the 2 sisters also fight each other as soon as they meet." Black Widow said angrily, "How many sisters do you have? Don't get me wrong, that's someone else's sister. Is it beautiful? Hard to say. Huh? Are you still blind to beautiful women? You don't know whether the ones you kidnapped are pretty or not." The 2 of them were bickering and walked straight towards Yelena. Yelena is a typical Western girl, with a strong figure and slightly rough lines on her face. She has long brown hair, tied into a thick braid, hanging down on her left shoulder. Different from the graceful Black Widow, there is an alternative kind of neutrality. After all, the widows selected by the Red House may have different styles, but their beauty is not much reduced. At this time, Yelena was sitting on the ground against the wall, pointing a gun at the Black Widow, trying to look fierce. But in the end he didn't fire again and lowered his hands. His body was covered in blood, and judging from the bleeding spots, he had been shot at least 5 or 6 times in his upper body. Fortunately, it didn't hit the heart, and I managed to survive until now. Although she also tried hard to save herself and try to stop the bleeding. But with this kind of injury, even if you go to the hospital, doctors are not very sure that it can be saved. At this time, Yelena's lips were white, and her eyes no longer had much light. Black Widow hurriedly leaned down and said, "Drink this recovery potion first." "I don't drink." "Are you still stubborn at this time?" Black Widow was about to force Yelena to drink. Tian Kai suddenly said, "Don't drink it yet, I'll look at her thighs." Even Yelena, who was about to run out of gas, raised her head and joked helplessly, "At this time, you said you want to see the girl's thighs, is it appropriate?" Tian Kai didn't answer, his hands felt on Yelena's legs, and then he took a slight shot in the air. A small sensor broke through flesh and clothing and emerged in midair. Under the severe pain, Yelena's injuries could no longer be suppressed, and her heartbeat and breathing became disordered. Black Widow hurriedly poured the recovery potion into her mouth. Green light flashed, and Yelena was finally resurrected with full health. This sensor is a tracker implanted in every widow by the Red House, and many people are unaware of it. In the original plot, after Yelena inhaled the pink antidote, she escaped from the general's control and dug out the tracker. Now, Yelena is seriously injured, so of course she won't cut herself. Tian Kai happened to remember, so he helped Yelena solve this problem, so as not to get stabbed again after drinking the recovery potion. "Thank you?" Black Widow asked. "How did you do this? Who hurt you?" Yelena laughed at herself. "I wanted to imitate you and betray the Red House, but failed and was hunted down by other widows." The 2 sisters communicated for a while and found out that someone had already developed the antidote to the Red House. For so many years, the Red House has been using a pheromone called Conquest to control all widows. People who are injected with this pheromone will obey General Drykov's orders unconditionally and cannot resist at all. As long as you get close to the general, the pheromones emitted from the general can control the opponent. In the original plot, although Black Widow rebelled, the pheromones in her body could not be removed. This is also the reason why Black Widow has never dared to face the Red House for so many years. Later, she counterattacked the Red House. In order to resist this pheromone, the Black Widow cut off her olfactory nerve, and then pretended to be controlled to deceive information. I don't know if the olfactory nerve can recover after being cut off. Maybe from Black Widow's point of view, this doesn't matter. If she had nothing to love in life, what would the smell of the world mean to her? However, people who have been injected with conquer pheromones are not zombies. People like Black Widow are just like ordinary people. So, some people secretly researched the antidote. Finally, the research was successful in recent days. Originally, after breathing the antidote, he would be able to get rid of the control, but he didn't expect that the general had a secret hand. Each widow has a chip implanted in her body. Once the chip is abnormal, the headquarters will be able to detect it immediately. Yelena was originally ordered to hunt down the widow who was freed, but she accidentally inhaled the antidote. As a result, he changed from a hunter to a prey, but was injured by other widows. If it weren't for strong strength and some luck, I might not have been able to wait for the Black Widow to come. Yelena took out several bottles of pink potion and said, "This is the antidote. There are only so many left at the moment, which is not enough to save everyone. Unfortunately, the technical widow is already dead." Black Widow said, "Give me a sample, and I will take it back to the SHIELD people to see if it can be copied." "No need." Tian Kai said, "I can copy as many copies as you need. The reality gem is on the body, and it can replicate the function of matter. It is useless if it is not used. If Apocalypse is willing to spend some time analyzing the structure of matter, it can be copied with divine power like PIM particles. However, this is not necessary." "Okay." Yelena obediently handed the antidote to Tian Kai and said, "Counting the widows lurking around the world, another 1,000 copies will be enough for use." "Something's wrong." Black Widow said suddenly, "Why are you so obedient? Tang is a stranger to you. With your personality, how could you hand over such an important thing to others casually? You said thank you just now. I have never seen you look so good." Yelena bit her lip and said nothing, looking a little shy, like an ordinary girl. Black Widow suddenly understood, "You know who he is, right?" Yelena finally said, "Who in the Secret Service community doesn't know the famous King Tian Kai? Even many ordinary people have seen photos of Apocalypse. If a top organization like the Red House can't even get this bit of information, it might as well be disbanded." If she saw it casually on the street, Yelena might not believe it. But at this time, Apocalypse and S.H.I.E.L.D's Black Widow appear at the same time, which is absolutely unmistakable. Tian Kai stretched out his hand and said, "It seems that I haven't introduced myself yet. Tang Tian Kai, Natasha's husband." Yelena hesitated for a moment and said, "My name is Yelena, Natasha's sister." Tian Kai smiled slightly and said, "Then you can call me brother-in-law." "Really?" Yelena's voice trembled. "Of course, you are Natasha's sister, and we are all family." "Thank you." Yelena suddenly stepped forward and hugged Tian Kai tightly. Although I tried hard to suppress it, my breathing was heavy and my eyes were already filled with tears. She didn't know how long she had been waiting for the word family. Over the years, in addition to her endless career as an agent, she, like the Black Widow, has been unable to find her original family and dare not form a new one. In this way, like a rootless tree, it has been floating in the world. People who have a family can never imagine the feeling of being without roots. This is not a matter of a house, but a place where the soul can rest. In the original plot, she and Black Widow rescued their father Redguard, and the three of them hugged each other symbolically. Black Widow quickly disliked Redguard's body odor and pushed him away in disgust. Only Yelena was reluctant to leave and couldn't bear to be separated. In her heart, even if it is false, it can bring a little comfort. Apocalypse's brother-in-law seemed to make Yelena hear the call to go home, and in front of her was the patron saint of the earth. With his approval, you become a part of his family. When they first started hugging, Yelena was still a little nervous. Seeing that Tian Kai didn't refuse, he just hugged her tightly and wouldn't let go. Tian Kai knows her life experience, and he can also realize that Yelena has no love between men and women at this time, and is purely attached to her family. He couldn't bear to push her away, patted her head gently and said, "I bought a big house in New York. After you leave the Red House, if you have no place to go, you can live there. That's my and Natasha's home, and it's your home too." In one sentence, Yelena couldn't bear it any longer, and her tears flowed out unsatisfactorily, soaking Tian Kai's clothes. Afraid of being seen by Black Widow, Yelena quickly buried her head in Apocalypse's chest. After a while, Black Widow said, "Ahem, it's almost done. If you continue to hug me, I will be jealous." "Humph, you are jealous if you are jealous." My brother-in-law admitted it himself. There is no point in getting angry. Black Widow is helpless. This little girl has just hugged her thigh. Will she use her power to hurt her? Just as he was about to say something, there was suddenly a crackling sound of glass breaking. Several grenades were thrown in and landed at the feet of several people. "Careful." Yelena instinctively let go of Apocalypse and quickly rushed towards Black Widow. Oh, a soft sound. There was no explosion as remembered, but instead it was like a small balloon bursting. Looking back, he saw several grenades being held by Apocalypse and bound in a spherical space. The explosion only splashed a few clouds of black mist inside, and not even Apocalypse's hair was raised. Yelena climbed up from the Black Widow and said, "I'm sorry, I forgot that King Apocalypse is here." Black Widow was very happy to see that Yelena cared about her sister. "It's good to know. You'll get used to it over time." Seeing that there was no explosion in the house, the people outside seemed to hesitate and wait for a few seconds. Then shoot violently. Da-da-da-da. Countless bullets passed through the window and came toward the three people. There are also some sniper bullets that shoot through the walls to ensure no blind spots are covered. Yelena instinctively grasped Black Widow's arm. Although she knew that Apocalypse would be fine around her, that instinctive fear could not be eliminated in a short time. The bullet entered the house, as if time had stopped, and stopped 1 meter away from the three people. Black Widow looked out the window and said, "It's our turn to take action." Yelena said, "Brother-in-law is here, I just need to stay with him." Black Widow knocked Yelena on the head and said, "We have to deal with our inner demons ourselves." "I don't have any inner demons, my inner demons are you?" "Humph, as you wish." When the gunshots outside stopped, Black Widow jumped out of the window. Yelena hesitated and said, "Brother-in-law, are you really not going to take action?" Tian Kai smiled and said, your sister doesn't want me to interfere too much. Okay then, I'll go see my sister. At this time, there were already more than a dozen graceful women outside, besieging the Black Widow. Bullets and grenades were fired at her. Black Widow held up a divine protective shield in front of her, and when the bullets were gone, she moved between floors and rushed forward. Soon the other widows were approached. The other widows drew out their daggers and were about to fight back when they were easily knocked unconscious by the Black Widow's hand. By the time Yelena finally got one, a dozen other women had already been taken care of by the Black Widow. In the past few years, with the help of Apocalypse, Black Widow has greatly improved in strength. In the global hunt for ordinary supervillains and Hydra, she can be found everywhere, and her reputation is far more terrifying than in the original plot. Before that, there was not much difference in strength between her and Yelena. Yelena looked envious. Sister, what should we do with them? Looking at the dozen stunning colleagues lying on the ground, Yelena didn't know what to do for a moment. We are all suffering, and if we want to kill them all, no one can do it. Black Widow was also a little worried and said, the training they received is different from ordinary people. It is easy to give them the antidote. But where to go in the future is a big trouble. If they were allowed to leave, even if they didn't return to the Red House, they would be in big trouble anywhere in the world. Black Widow and Yelena were originally from the Red House and knew exactly what training everyone received. Even if you get rid of control and become free, it is absolutely impossible for you to be a working woman who cares for your husband and raises your children. Any one of them may turn the underground world of a city upside down. There are only a dozen in front of me, and with the Red House headquarters and others scattered around the world, there are at least hundreds. Such a stunning force, if left unchecked, would give even S.H.I.E.L.D. a headache. Yelena bit her lips, leaned close to the Black Widow's ear, and said, how about asking my brother-in-law to take them all in? Sister, don't be jealous. Black Widow smiled slightly, you don't know who my brother-in-law is, I don't blame you. There are several people in S.H.I.E.L.D. who are 10 times more beautiful than them. They are also superheroes, powerful warriors, and top scientists. Your brother-in-law has never touched any of them. Yelena opened her eyes wide and couldn't believe it. You mean, your brother-in-law is the only woman? How is that possible? Yelena has been walking in the darkness all year round, and has seen many of them, whether they are gangsters or wealthy people. No matter male or female, it is impossible to have only one person of the opposite sex around you. What's more, as long as a god-level powerhouse like King Tian Kai nods, thousands of women will rush towards him. Of course. Yelena circled the Black Widow and said, did you save the galaxy in your last life or do you have any special skills? Black Widow spread her hands, I don't know either. Speaking of which, your brother-in-law was deceived by me. Tell me quickly. Tian Kai flew down and said, what are you muttering about? If we don't deal with it, the local police will come soon. Brother-in-law, we are discussing how to deal with these widows. Tian Kai didn't criticize the two of them. With his hearing ability, there was no way that their gossip could be hidden from him. Natasha, why don't you just set up a department and run it under S.H.I.E.L.D.? Black Widow shook her head and said, we are from the same organization and know them best. Unless you control them like the general, there is no way S.H.I.E.L.D. can control so many widows. Even Black Widow herself doesn't obey orders 100% in S.H.I.E.L.D. When she stayed at S.H.I.E.L.D., she mainly regarded it as her home, and she established a close relationship with Hawkeye and other colleagues. But the hundreds of widows in the Red House, without the control of conquering pheromones, would be like hundreds of female saints, lawless. Yelena said, brother-in-law, wouldn't it be solved if you just collect them all? I mean, this team of widows will only be obedient if they have your name on them. Tian Kai shook his head, I don't have that much time. Normally, you don't need to take care of it, just me and my sister. All you have to do is come forward and let them know that they are yours. Tian Kai thought for a moment, it would be okay if it was just a name. Yelena hurriedly said, I want to be a general? Sister, I picked first. Black Widow said angrily, what about the general? Who said we should imitate that bastard Dreykov? Whatever it is, I want to be in charge. I don't want to be ordered around anymore. Okay, only if you can control them. Wake them up. Yelena pinched each widow's neck, and a dozen stunning women slowly woke up. Among these dozen people, they all have different styles and tall figures, especially the temperament that they have been trained by the Red House to teach them according to their aptitude. Either pure, mature, or intellectual, they are far more charming than ordinary beauties. If an ordinary rich man encountered any of them, he would probably be eaten to death. There were more than a dozen people in front of me, including whites and blacks, but there was only one Oriental. If you want to come here, it is the West after all, and General Dreykov will not be equipped with too many Eastern faces. King Apocalypse? How is it possible? Notify the general immediately. As soon as the widows woke up and saw the apocalypse in front of them, they immediately exploded. Instantly dispersed, trying to escape. Under the control of pheromones, the first reaction is to send this important information back to the Red Room. Apocalypse waved his hand, and a pink mist dispersed from his hand. In an instant, all the widows were enveloped in it. The widows inhaled the antidote, and the conquer pheromones in their bodies were dissolved, and their minds gradually returned to clarity. A few reacted quickly and stopped immediately. Of course Apocalypse would not let them leave if they were slow to respond. With a twitching hand, he restrained everything and brought it back to his eyes. Yelena swaggered forward and said, "From now on, you are no longer General Dreykov's people. You are King Apocalypse's people, do you understand?" More than a dozen beauties looked at each other, made eye contact, hesitated for a moment, and then half knelt down. Yes. Without the influence of pheromones, they will only be disgusted and even resentful of General Dreykov. At this time, being able to join the ranks of the guardian god of the earth is naturally what they want. Okay, just understand. Yelena continued. However, King Tiankai usually doesn't have that time, so you just follow my orders. Someone immediately became dissatisfied and asked, "Why, Yelena? Everyone is from the same organization, so no one knows anyone. In terms of beauty and ability, none of them is worse than Yelena. Of course, their usual colleagues will not accept it when they suddenly want to be their boss. What's more, in the widow's view, no matter how strong King Apocalypse is, he is still a man. If I fall in love with one of them in the future, I don't know who is older or younger." Yelena smiled proudly and said, "Just because King Tiankai is my brother-in-law, who can resist?" What? A group of widows were dumbfounded. Tiankai is helpless. Without the constraints of the Red House, Yelena's character is similar to that of a rebellious girl. So she said to the Black Widow, "You should keep an eye on her, and don't let Yelena do anything." Yelena shook Tiankai's arm and said, "Brother-in-law, I don't know how. Do you know that there are so many people in the Red House? Why only my sister has won the title of Black Widow?" "Shut up, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't let you be the boss." Black Widow shouted hurriedly. She didn't want Tiankai to know her past, especially such a cruel and bloody past. "If you don't say it, don't say it. But you said you wanted me to be the boss, so don't lie." The two sisters bargained together, and Yelena temporarily managed the group of widows. And this group of widows didn't seem to have any objections. The training they received since childhood has nothing to do with fairness and justice. What matters is absolute obedience. With the Apocalypse King here, there is no need to worry about any trouble for the time being. Apocalypse asked Black Widow, "What are you going to do next?" Black Widow said, "Of course, kill directly at the Red House." Tiankai asked strangely, "Don't you go and meet your parents first?" In the original plot, in order to find out the location of the Red Room, Black Widow and Yelena first went to find the Red Guard and their mother Melina. At this time, because of the apocalypse, there was no need to look for the invisible fortress in the Red House, and Black Widow did not think about it. Yelena's voice trembled. "Are they still alive?" Black Widow said, "Yeah, two liars, it's okay to disappear." Oh. Although she didn't say she wanted to see her, Yelena's voice was as low as possible. Black Widow rolled her eyes at Apocalypse, as if she blamed him for mentioning this matter, and now she has to see her again. When Black Widow was adopted, she was already sensible and knew that she was just a tool. Naturally, I don't have much affection for my adoptive parents. But Yelena is different, that is her only memory of family. Red Guard and Melina are not ruthless people. Although they took advantage of Yelena, they at least gave her a superficial sense of family warmth. This is why after Yelena grew up, she outwardly harbored a grudge against them, but in reality she still regarded them as her parents. Black Widow could only say, "You can meet them if you want, and don't be disappointed when the time comes." However, I don't know where they are. Yelena immediately beamed with joy, took Tiankai's arm and said, "Brother-in-law, help me look for it." "Okay, I know your father's position, but your mother, Melina, needs to ask your father." In the original plot, the Red Guards were imprisoned in a basin prison in a world of ice and snow. Combined with the information from the last global scan, it was found that the person who matched the memory characteristics was a prison, and it was still within the territory of the fighting nation. The location could basically be determined. Tiankai glanced at the dozen beautiful widows and said, "I'll take them with me. You will also use them to counterattack the Red House. Now that there is so much commotion here, the local police must be on their way over. If the widows were left alone, a conflict would probably break out and many people would die. It is good." Yelena skillfully directed the widows to stand. Apocalypse waved his hand, and a huge divine power shield enveloped everyone, and then lifted into the sky. Yelena and a dozen other widows stepped on the ground curiously. It looked like nothing, but it was like walking on flat ground, and there was even a tuk-tuk sound. "Stand still. I'm speeding up." As soon as he finished speaking, the divine power shield became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, 100 times the speed of sound has been mentioned. The airflow roared past outside the divine power shield, and the huge sound produced by the supersonic shock wave made everyone feel as if they were in a level 5 tornado. Black Widow was a little confused. When they came, the two of them were warm and quiet inside. Why did they suddenly change so much? After a second thought, I suddenly understood. Tiankai uses this method to indirectly show his strength. After all, these stunning widows have just been recovered. Without a close display of strength, they cannot reflect the majesty of King Apocalypse. But Yelena and others didn't know, so she was so scared that she hugged Tiankai's arm tightly, for fear that she would be blown away accidentally. The other widows looked pale at first, but after flying for a while, they gradually felt relieved when they found that they were safe inside the magical shield. Looking out from the divine power shield, the mountains and rivers under the feet are retreating rapidly, as if the video is fast-forwarding 32 times. After watching for a while, even though they had undergone rigorous training, they still felt a little dizzy and vomiting. All the way from northern Europe to the east, towards the territory of the fighting nation. Not long after, I saw an ice and snow basin in the distance, with a huge building in the middle of the basin. Judging from the surrounding barbed wire fences, walls, and guard layout, it is obvious that it is a prison. Apocalypse slowed down slowly and landed on a high ground. Natasha, Yelena, your father should be inside. Do you still recognize him? Yelena stared closely at the prison at the foot of the mountain and said, as long as he is not dead, I will never forget his appearance. Do you need me to take action? Black Widow and Yelena shook their heads at the same time. No need. Black Widow said, back then, he took us sisters to escape from the threat to their lives. This time, I give it back to him. Well, that's up to you. Apocalypse shot his hand towards the ground. A stone chair rose from the ice and snow, and he sat on it comfortably. Just now, Tien used his spiritual consciousness to scan the layout of the prison and found that although the prison was strict, it was set up according to mortal standards. The Red Guardian is a super soldier who rivals Captain America. If he wants to escape, he may not be able to escape. It is estimated that after experiencing the disintegration of the Empire, he became disheartened and simply chose to retire in prison. With his strength, he is a well-deserved prison tyrant. Apart from being unable to go out, his life is quite comfortable. In the original plot, if Black Widow Yelena's two brothers-in-law hadn't appeared, the Red Guards might not have left. At this time, Yelena and Black Widow made a plan. The other widows had not yet taken out the sensors in the flesh of their thighs, and the Red House headquarters did not know that they had rebelled. Simply take advantage of this, contact the Red House, and call in several helicopters for reinforcements. The widows flying the helicopter were manipulated by Apocalypse and were freed from the control of pheromones. 3 helicopters flew over the prison. Black Widow jumped directly from the sky, landed in a beautiful and elegant posture, and broke through directly into the prison. Yelena and the other widows could only slide down through the rope. Sister, did you have to be in that posture when you landed just now? Did your brother-in-law deliberately pose so beautifully because he was watching you? Black Widow glanced at her angrily and said, I did it for balance when I landed. At this time, the prison guards had noticed the movement here and shouted and surrounded them. But when I saw a group of stunning beauties standing in front of me, my eyes widened. The old men who have been trapped in this ice and snow prison all year round have never seen such a scene. Normally, such beauties are rare to see even outside, but now there are actually more than a dozen standing in front of them. The guards were all wondering if their superiors were deliberately giving them benefits because they were working hard. But after a moment's hesitation, the widows fired first. For a time, the sound of bang 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 gunshots was heard. The prison guards were pinned behind the bunker, unable to raise their heads. Yelena said, Sister, the prison area is over there, let's go there. Black Widow took the lead and arrived at the prisoner area. Boom. With one kick, the 3 to 4 meter high steel door was kicked away. Yelena and other widows were so frightened that they looked sideways. She was indeed the woman next to King Apocalypse. It is not time to relax at this time, the prisoners are all locked in cubicles. Seeing the door fly up, a group of stunning beauties with different styles appeared in front of them, and they all screamed obscenely. Wow, am I dreaming? Beauty, come and play at my place, ha 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 ha. Beauty, I have a good thing here, do you want to take a look? In the original plot, Black Widow and Yelena only started to rob the prison after they used a clever trick to contact the Red Guard. But at this time, Black Widow's strength alone can break through this mortal prison, and Apocalypse is outside, so naturally there is no need to make it so cumbersome. A group of beauties divided into 3 groups. Stay behind and stop the prison guards from coming. The other 2 groups, led by Black Widow and Yelena respectively, searched for people in prison rooms one by one. If any prisoner in the passing room made obscene remarks to them, they would not be polite to them. Black Widow kicked the cell door away, smashing the prisoner's muscles and bones until he vomited blood and fell to the ground. Yelena was also merciless. The one she didn't like was shot. Many prisoners fell to the ground and wailed after being shot. If he hadn't fallen under Tiankai's command at this time, it wouldn't be as simple as kicking and beating. Soon, the 2 sisters found their father, the Red Guard, in the largest and most comfortable compartment. At this time, the Red Guard had a messy beard. He had a big belly that his grey prison clothes couldn't hide. With greasy hands, he was sitting in the cell, eating roast chicken. Obviously, being the prison tyrant still has some privileges. There were noisy gongs and drums outside just now, but he didn't even look at it, he just focused on eating his roast chicken. Anyway, the prisoners rioted, escaped, or fought not once or twice, so it was not surprising. As long as it doesn't prevent you from eating chicken, no one cares about them. The bigger the fuss, the better. If the prison guard can't handle it, he might be asked to take action, and then there will be more roast chicken to eat. Seeing Black Widow and Yelena appearing in front of the cell door at the same time, the Red Guard was stunned. I forgot to put down the roasted chicken wings in my hand. Why are you here? Black Widow said coldly, get you out. Who wants you to save? I just don't want to go out. Yelena said nothing and looked at him with red eyes. The Red Guard softened his heart, handed over the roasted chicken wings, and said, don't cry, Yelena, no, I'll give you the roasted chicken. I didn't come here to eat roast chicken. Then why are you here? Black Widow said, come out with us first. The Red Guard looked back and forth between the 2 daughters, sighed, threw down the chicken wings, and said, forget it, some debts always have to be repaid. After saying that, He walked to the cell door, grabbed the steel pipe, and with a ho sound, veins popped out in his arms. There was a sound of steel bending, and the steel pipe was forcefully pulled apart, creating a space that could accommodate adults. The Red Guard took a step forward gracefully and suddenly said ouch. It turned out that his beer belly was stuck. Apparently when he was pulling the pole just now, he forgot to take his belly into account. Ahem, wait for me, hey dash. However, this position is difficult to exert force, making the Red Guard like a stupid cow, unable to move up or down. Black Widow couldn't stand it anymore and took a step forward. Yellow light flashed from both hands, and with a pop sound, the steel pipes on both sides were directly pulled off. The movement was so easy that the Red Guard's eyes widened. When did you become so powerful? Black Widow didn't answer, but urged, if you don't hurry up, heavy firepower will come later. Okay, Thorn. The Red Guard was not careful, and the steel pipe broken by the Black Widow tore open his clothes, revealing half of his white butt. At this time, the sound of the tank was faintly heard. The Red Guard had no time to change his clothes, turned his head and glanced at his buttocks, and had no choice but to follow the two Black Widow sisters out. As soon as he left the prison gate, he saw a tank approaching from a distance. The barrel slowly moved in their direction. The Red Guard was shocked, grabbed Yelena's hand, and shouted, "Get out of the way." Although he is a super soldier who competes with the American captain, it is good to be able to block small caliber bullets. It is absolutely impossible for him to confront a tank head-on. Who would have thought that Black Widow would not hide away? His figure was like a sharp arrow, rushing directly towards the tank. Wherever it passed, the snow on the ground was driven by the Black Widow and turned into a stream of white air, following behind the Black Widow. Finally, the moment the gun barrel was adjusted, the Black Widow arrived. Snapped. Boom. Black Widow moved her palm from bottom to top and hit the barrel of the gun. The front half of the tank weighing several dozen tons suddenly lifted up, and a 120mm caliber shell passed over the Black Widow's head and exploded halfway up the mountainside. The violent explosion blew away the snow on the mountainside. But this is only the beginning. Rumbling echoes echoed in the basin. Suddenly, the snow on all the surrounding peaks began to shake. Avalanche. Everyone, quickly find a place to hide. Taking advantage of the chaos in the prison, Black Widow, Yelena, Red Guard, and a dozen widows successfully evacuated by helicopter. The prison, which was mostly submerged by the avalanche, was left in a mess in the wind and snow. After taking a few glances at the stunning beauty on the helicopter, the Red Guard said, "Did General Dreykov send you here? I told you that I will never work for the Red House again." Yelena said, "Everyone you see in front of you has betrayed the Red House. Who accepted you?" Red Guardian glanced at Black Widow. "It couldn't be S.H.I.E.L.D., right? It's brother-in-law." "What? What brother-in-law? Whose code name is so ugly?" Suddenly, a voice from the side came, "Hello, Mr. Red Guard. I am Natasha's husband and Yelena's brother-in-law." Red Guard was startled. Only then did he realize that a super handsome guy from the east was standing less than half a meter away from him. "When I got on the helicopter just now, I obviously didn't see it." Oriental. The Red Guard didn't hold the hand Apocalypse extended and said, "Natasha, is this true or is it required by the mission?" Black Widow naturally held Apocalypse's hand and said, "Really? We are already married. Why did you find an Oriental?" The Red Guard is carefree and doesn't seem to like Apocalypse very much. When he and the former Soviet Union were at their most glorious, the East was still very backward, and Westerners generally had a sense of superiority, so naturally they were not satisfied with their daughter finding an Easterner. Later, after entering prison, not to mention the development of the East, the Red Guards never came into contact with information from the Secret Service world. Therefore, although he could see the news about King Apocalypse on the prison TV, he did not know the true identity of King Apocalypse like most agents. Black Widow said coldly, "You are not my real father. Who should I find has nothing to do with you." Ahem, having said that, Natasha, after all, we have been nominally father and daughter for 3 years. I still hope you are happy. Then he said to Tiankai, "Boy, I don't care who you are. If you dare to treat Natasha badly, even if you run to the end of the world, I, the Red Guard, will definitely pick you out and kick your ass." As soon as he finished speaking, the suppressed laughter of Shishi came from the plane. All the beauties couldn't help laughing, almost laughing out loud. Yelena was so depressed that her face was almost deformed. He is probably the #1 person on Earth who dares to kick King Apocalypse's ass. When the Red Guard touched his back, he felt something cold on his buttocks, thinking that all the beauties were laughing at his clothes. However, he is a greasy uncle, and his face has long been as thick as the fat in his belly. He said nonchalantly, "What's so funny? Have you never seen someone wearing rags?" Yelena said, "You don't know who your brother-in-law is. I don't care who he is. He married my daughter. What's wrong with me?" As Natasha's adoptive father, teaching him a few words. Yelena didn't say anything. Instead, she smiled narrowly at Tiankai, wanting to see his reaction. Tiankai smiled and said, "Mr. Red Guard, whether you are qualified to teach me a lesson depends on your relationship with Natasha. If she calls you father, then you are my father-in-law. Otherwise, you are just a passerby." Red Guard let out an embarrassed hum. Black Widow had stopped calling him father a long time ago. However, Yelena never changed her words, so she asked, "Why did you come to see me?" Yelena said, "I want to know where mom is." The Red Guard thought for a moment and said, "Before I was imprisoned, she lived in seclusion in the suburbs of St. Petersburg. If no special circumstances happened during this period, she should still be there. You take us there. You, the Red Guard looked around, you don't mean everyone here, right? I'm afraid your mother will be scared and run away before I see her. Outsiders may be confused if they don't know the origins of these beauties. But Melina was also from the Red House. Seeing this posture, she thought someone from the Red House was coming. I was afraid that the fire alarm system would sound a warning and I left through the secret passage. Yelena said, if she dares to run away, I will ask my brother-in-law to catch her and bring her back. Him, the Red Guard said disdainfully, why didn't he help when he broke into the prison just now? Just let you two sisters do it, you cowards. As soon as he finished speaking, swish, 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 nearly 10 eyes stared at the Red Guard, filled with murderous intent, as if they wanted to tear him alive. Among them is Black Widow. The Red Guard felt a chill in his heart and realized something was wrong. Why did the widows from the Red House defend him so much? No general has this prestige. The Red Guard lowered his voice and asked Yelena, who is this kid? Humph, I won't tell you. With Tiankai's current magnanimity, he would naturally not get angry just because of an offensive word. Instead, I remembered something else. In the original plot, a small fragment flashed by. The Red Guard was playing arm wrestling with someone in prison, bragging that before he was imprisoned, he fought against the captain of the United States. Other prisoners didn't believe it and said, the captain was still buried in the ice at that time. Because the captain's resurrection was big news around the world, everyone naturally knew when the captain was rescued from the ice. The Red Guard said angrily, are you accusing me of lying? Then he broke the hand of the big guy who was questioning, scaring all the prisoners into silence and not daring to refute. If the Red Guard is not lying, then the American captain he met is probably the one who came back from time and space in Avengers 4. After the war, the captain traveled back in time with the gems and Thor's hammer and returned these items to the original timeline. When Giant Banner tried to pull the captain back from the time and space tunnel, he found that there was no response. At this time, everyone discovered that there was an old man sitting by the river not far away, who was the aging captain of the United States. He did not choose to come back, but stayed in the past and spent a happy life with Agent Carter. If that's the case, he must also be working for SHIELD. In the 90s and 's, it was no surprise that I fought against the Red Guards. Tiankai asked, Mr. Red Guard, have you met the captain of the United States? Have you ever fought against him? No. Why do you ask this? Wasn't he just dug out of the ice a few years ago? Tiankai shook his head slightly, that'll be fine. Boy, tell me what you have to say. You're so mysterious and secretive. You say half of it and keep the other half. It's uncomfortable. Apocalypse smiled, the Red Guard's temper was more suitable for fighting as a warrior. What were the considerations of the former Soviet Union at that time, and why did it send him to lurk? Later it was exposed, maybe it had something to do with his character. Tiankai said, it doesn't hurt to tell you. If the timeline does not change, Captain Steve will go back in time and live a perfect life with his beloved. He may even meet you and have a fight with you. You haven't seen him in the past, which means he hasn't traveled back in time. That timeline has been changed by me. You are still you, he is still him, and the future is still unpredictable. The Red Guard was stunned. What he said was so bluffing that he would change the timeline at every turn. Is it true? However, Black Widow had some feelings and said, if this is the case, it will be a good life for Steve. Yelena said, if possible, I would also like to go back to the past and change my life. Tiankai smiled, shook his head and said, going back to the past does not change life, it just creates more branches of the timeline. How we are now will not change the past. Judging from the original plot, the timeline of this universe is different from that mentioned in The Butterfly Effect. The concept of time of the butterfly effect is that changing a small fact in the past will have a major impact on the future. The male protagonist of the butterfly effect traveled back in time with his soul and deliberately changed a small fact. When the soul returns to reality, his surrounding life conditions have completely changed, and even once caused him to become disabled. In the Marvel Universe, the Avengers went back in time and borrowed the Infinity Stones to resurrect all lost humans. But these humans were not resurrected 5 years ago, but were pulled directly from the moment before they disappeared to 5 years later. This resulted in an age difference of more than 5 years between those who disappeared and those who survived. This is also a very distinctive social phenomenon in the post-Thanos era. At the same time, after resurrecting everyone, the reality has not changed. The monuments recording the catastrophe remain, and the memories of all those who lived through it have not faded or changed. As for this timeline, Apocalypse doesn't know for the time being whether the universe is the way it is or whether Kong from the Mutation Time Administration deliberately changed it. After experiencing the quantum realm, although Apocalypse has a deeper understanding of timelines, there is still a big gap between him and Kong, a stalwart being who can unify all timelines. Several people were chatting and flying. Not long after, we were approaching the suburbs of St. Petersburg that the Red Guards had mentioned. You can see a private house in the distance, built alone next to a small forest, surrounded by lush grass. As soon as the 3 helicopters approached, a fire suddenly lit up in the house. Call out. An RPG shell came straight towards the helicopter where Tiankai was. Without Apocalypse taking action, the helicopter's widow immediately activated its onboard machine gun. A click-click gunshot sounded, intercepting the RPG in midair, and exploded into a ball of fire. The Red Guard shrugged and said to Yelena, I told you before, your mother must be frightened by such a big battle. Immediately afterwards, several more RPG rounds were fired. Then, around the residence, several Gatling guns emerged from the ground and automatically aimed at the 3 helicopters. Da-da-da. For a moment, bullets rained down on everyone. With this intensity of firepower, even if an army came over, it would suffer heavy losses. The widows of the other 2 helicopters in front of him were about to die under this bullet net, and Apocalypse had to take action. With a thought, the bullet turned a corner and passed by the 3 helicopters, as if it had eyes. The flying bullets made a sharp whistling sound, generated high temperatures due to friction with the air, and turned into red dots, flying less than half a meter outside the plane. No matter how the helicopter flies, if a bullet comes in front of the nose, it will automatically draw an arc to avoid it. As if they were afraid that the helicopter would hit them. The Red Guard's eyes widened. I couldn't help but reach out and want to grab one to test the authenticity. Black Widow clapped his hand and said, What do you want to do? Are these bullets fake? Yelena smiled and threw a steel plate outside. There were several bang 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 noises, and the steel plate was punched with countless bullet holes and fell towards the back. The Red Guard swallowed. What happened? Why did these bullets turn? Yelena smiled mischievously. Guess.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.